Amanda and Davey. This case might make you rethink just how secure your home really is. Home is often seen as a place of refuge, a space to unwind, step away from social pressures, and, above all, feel protected. So when someone invades that space, it's more than just a crime. It's a deeply personal violation and a shocking betrayal of that sense of safety. This particular case stands out for its brutality and lack of reason. Tragically, all of it might have been avoided with a simple turn of a key. Our story unfolds in Indianapolis, a city celebrated for its close-knit community and welcoming atmosphere, with over 83% of residents identifying as Christian. Nicknamed the Crossroads of America, Indianapolis connects major routes from Michigan, Illinois, Kentucky, and Ohio, drawing in people from diverse backgrounds. But for the central figures in this case, that fateful crossing of paths was something they desperately wish had never occurred. Meet 28-year-old Amanda and her husband, 30-year-old Davey Blackburn, a devoted pastor and his warm, caring wife. Amanda and Davey Blackburn were a highly regarded couple, often viewed as the embodiment of the ideal American family with promising futures. They had recently relocated from South Carolina, united in their mission to share the teachings of Christianity. Together, they launched the now-closed Resonate Church in northern Indianapolis, which they founded in February 2011 with the goal of spreading the transformative message of the gospel. While church founders are often older, Amanda and Davey were anything but typical. They were youthful, driven, and embodied a modern approach to ministry. Their journey began in February 2006 at Pensacola Christian College in Florida, where they met and quickly formed a deep, passionate connection. Amanda, born in 1987 in Assen, Michigan, was raised in a deeply religious household. Her father, Phil, served as a pastor, and in 1995, the family, Phil, Robin, and their 3 children, Amanda. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Amber and James relocated to Elkhart, Indiana, where Amanda spent most of her upbringing. Amanda was known for her gentle spirit and compassionate heart, and she shared a particularly strong bond with her siblings. During her teenage years, she was diligent and focused, excelling academically and staying deeply involved in church activities. After graduating from Elkhart Christian Academy in February 2006, Amanda made the bold decision to leave home and start a new chapter in Florida. It was there that she met Davey, a man with a warm personality, a sharp sense of humor, and a charm that was hard to ignore. As cliché as it sounds, his smile truly lit up every room. As their relationship deepened, Amanda and Davey discovered a shared vision for their future. They moved in together and adopted a dog named Mel, whom they loved like a child. Photos from that time reflect the joy and affection they shared. In August 2008, just 2 years after meeting, they were married, solidifying their deep connection. By February 2011, they had moved to Indianapolis, united in their mission to share the message of Christ with a broader community. The move to Indianapolis also allowed Amanda to be closer to her family, which became especially meaningful when, in February 2014, she and Davey welcomed their first child, a son named Weston. Life as a young family suited them well. Davey found deep purpose in his role as a pastor and in building their church, while Amanda thrived in her role as a mother. She remained active, regularly running marathons with her parents and siblings, while Davey kept up his fitness routine at LA Fitness. Their social media painted a picture of a joyful, lively life, surrounded by friends, family, and a blossoming church community. In February 2015, their happiness grew even more when they learned they were expecting their second child, a daughter they planned to name Everett Evie Grace Blackburn. But the promising future they were building together was suddenly and tragically cut short. In November 2015, their lives were turned upside down by an unthinkable event. On the morning of November 10th, what began as an ordinary day for Davey, starting with a 6 a.m. workout, would soon spiral into devastating loss. On a lighter note, this might actually serve as proof that God exists, because no amount of caffeine could get most people out of bed that early. Davey wrapped up his workout about an hour later and returned home around 7:30 a.m. Wanting to be thoughtful, he decided not to wake Amanda and took a phone call from the car instead. On any other day, this would have been routine, but this morning would be tragically different from all the ones before it. When Davey eventually walked back into the house, he was met with a horrifying scene. Amanda was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She was still breathing, but completely unresponsive. Thankfully, their son Weston was upstairs and unharmed. After making sure Weston was safe, Davey immediately dialed emergency services, desperately pleading for help to save Amanda's life. Paramedics arrived swiftly to find Davey standing at the end of the driveway, his hands stained with blood. Amanda had suffered 3 gunshot wounds, one to her back, one to her arm, and a fatal shot to the back of her head. Incredibly, she was still clinging to life, though her condition was critical. With time of the essence, she was rushed to the hospital in a desperate attempt to save her. Tragically, despite the medical team's best efforts, Amanda and her unborn daughter passed away the following day. Davey remained by her side, holding her hand during her final moments. The devastating loss shattered Davey's world. What began as a routine November morning had turned into a nightmare, leaving him to grieve the death of both his wife and their unborn child. In the aftermath, 3 haunting questions remained. How did this happen? Who was behind it? And, perhaps most painfully, why Amanda? It was evident that Amanda had been brutally murdered, and someone, perhaps more than one person, was responsible. But who would do this and why? Investigators launched their inquiry, but they were met with confusion. The Blackburns had no known enemies, no outstanding debts, and no conflicts within the community. They led a peaceful, joyful life and were deeply loved by those around them. With no clear motive, the investigation initially raised more questions than it answered. However, as authorities examined the crime scene, a few critical details came to light. Davey and Amanda were known to place great trust in their neighborhood, so much so that they often left their front door unlocked. On the morning of Amanda's murder, that trust proved costly, as it allowed the intruders to enter without obstruction. The home, usually neat and orderly, was found in a state of chaos. Large blood spatters and remnants of brain matter were found about 5 feet from Amanda's body. She was lying face down and unclothed with her underwear nearby. A scattered pile of mail and bank cards were found near her, though not all the cards were accounted for. On the counter, a pack of Swisher cigars, a pair of earphones, and a roll of duct tape were discovered, none of which belonged to Davey or Amanda. Additionally, Amanda's cell phone was found untouched in her bedroom. Their dog, Mel, though trapped, was found safe and alive. There was another crucial piece of evidence. Amanda's phone displayed a missed call from Chase Bank at 7:53 a.m. on the morning of her death. Detectives soon learned that this call was about suspicious activity on her account. The entire situation pointed to a tragic home invasion gone awry, though the abundance of clear evidence led some to speculate that it could have been staged. Some critics noted the apparent convenience of Davey being away from the property at the exact time Amanda was killed, suggesting it might be more than mere coincidence. However, this wasn't as suspicious as it first seemed. Davey's routine was highly predictable, and if the killers were aware of his schedule, they could have anticipated that he would be out for at least an hour and that the front door would be left open. Additionally, Davey had multiple confirmed aliases at the gym, but aside from that, the couple appeared deeply in love, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their second child. Despite this, some people still jumped to their own conclusions, especially in light of the many scandals involving pastors in recent years. High-profile cases like those of John White, Timothy Tillman, or Helga Fosmo have led to skepticism around religious figures, and Davey, being a pastor, was no exception. Some even pointed to ongoing scandals, like the Texas megachurch investigation where leaders were removed due to their knowledge of abuse and murder. It's unsettling how often such issues go unnoticed. And with mainstream media often influenced by external forces, it's understandable why many miss these stories. That's why I've been using today's sponsor, Straight Arrow News, to stay updated as they provide unbiased news that reports all sides with no spin or bias. You can check them out at s.com/coffeehousecrime. And by doing so, you're supporting independent journalism that focuses on the truth. Now back to the case. After Amanda's tragic death, Davey launched a campaign to bring attention to the case. He used social media, local news outlets, interviews, and any means at his disposal to spread the word, hoping to uncover any leads that might help find Amanda's killer. However, this initiative unintentionally sparked a wave of suspicion online, with amateur sleuths suggesting Davey might have been involved in the murder. They questioned his lack of visible grief in interviews, scrutinized his 12-minute delay in calling emergency services, and even wondered why he turned to social media so quickly to cope. Despite the mounting online accusations, Davey's close friends and family defended him, trying to shield him from the negative public opinion. As is often the case, Davey couldn't help but be affected by the growing scrutiny. Meanwhile, the authorities completely cleared him of any suspicion and redirected their focus on investigating the events surrounding that fateful morning. While there remains significant debate about Davey, detectives were confident that he wasn't involved in his wife's death and leaned toward the theory of a home invasion gone wrong. Investigators soon realized that Amanda's home wasn't the only one targeted that morning. Hers was just one of 3 burglaries in the neighborhood. In fact, several other homes had been affected earlier that month, and this pattern of crimes reinforced their belief that Amanda's murder was part of a broader series of break-ins. One particularly disturbing incident, which occurred just a week earlier, involved a masked man who broke into a home while the owner was showering. After forcing her out at gunpoint, her. As grim as this story was, it seemed to follow a similar pattern. Robbery and high-value items such as jewelry, purses, cell phones, and laptops were stolen in all the incidents. However, at the Blackburn home, aside from a credit card and a MacBook, almost nothing was taken, leading authorities to believe the intruders were likely interrupted. Naturally, the neighborhood was left shaken by Amanda's tragic death. In an effort to assist the investigation, the residents came together and shared their home surveillance footage. This footage turned out to be crucial. One neighbor recalled hearing what she thought were 2 gunshots around 6:30 a.m., though she had dismissed them at the time. As the investigation progressed, more neighbors came forward with eerie testimonies. Several had seen a shadowy figure cloaked in black with his hood pulled tight, talking on the phone around 7 a.m. before getting into a silver Chrysler Sebring. Reviewing the surveillance footage confirmed their accounts, revealing an unsettling image of a masked man lurking in the shadows before getting into the car. This vehicle would turn out to be one of the key pieces of evidence in the case. It had been stolen just a couple of hours earlier that morning at 5:23 a.m. when the owner reported a burglary to the Indianapolis police. Though she hadn't seen the perpetrator, she woke up to find her porch door open, and her cell phone, laptop, purse, car keys, and the Chrysler Sebring were all gone. The home surveillance footage caught the thieves in action, and it appeared that 3 men were involved in the break-in. Based on the timeline, it's believed they went straight from stealing the car to Davey and Amanda's home. Even more chilling is that after Amanda was fatally shot, the men continued with their crime spree. Only an hour later, another burglary was reported, and the same 3 men were seen on surveillance cameras in the area. It's baffling. After killing someone in a botched robbery, they just kept going. The burglars didn't seem to be in any hurry. With the homeowners away, they helped themselves to a range of items, including 4 televisions, a MacBook Pro, a Tiffany necklace, a sweater, bed sheets, and even a bag of oranges. After their shopping spree, they even helped themselves to several bottles of wine. A choice that was less nutritious but incredibly helpful for the investigation, as the bottles left behind made it easy for officers to collect their DNA. The most concrete evidence in the investigation, however, was the stolen car. Even though its license plate had been removed after the theft, the car itself provided a critical lead. The authorities still had the vehicle's make, model, and color, which made it relatively easy for officers to locate it. In fact, they found the vehicle just 1 day later, as it had been dumped just minutes from the crime scene. Inside the vehicle, investigators found various items, including an oversized men's sweater, a bag of oranges, a universal remote, a pink men's shirt, and an ATM receipt showing a failed attempt to withdraw $500 using Amanda's missing debit card. The receipt was traced to a gas station near the Blackburn home. Police discovered that one of the men had tried to hide his identity by wrapping the pink shirt around his face, but he had forgotten to take the shirt with him when abandoning the car. This mistake left behind a DNA trace on the shirt, which would later become a crucial link in solving the case. The DNA matched 21-year-old Jalen E. Watson, who had recently been released on parole for a prior burglary. When investigators looked into Watson's criminal history, they found he was connected to an accomplice named Dino Gordon. Both men were being monitored as part of their parole conditions, including tracking their cell phone activity. Through triangulating their phone signals, investigators confirmed that Watson and Gordon had been at all 3 burglary locations that morning, including the ATM machine. Further investigations revealed that Watson and Gordon had made several phone calls that day, one of which included 18-year-old Larry Joe Taylor Jr. This led authorities to identify all 3 suspects. By tracking their cell phones, investigators discovered that the 3 men had been together the previous night. After visiting their landlord, she confirmed they had left around 3:30 a.m. that morning, taking her boyfriend's handgun and a shirt with them. Both items matched the evidence recovered from the crime scene, with the handgun also being linked to another murder committed earlier that month. 11 days after Amanda's death, Larry Joe Taylor was arrested on suspicion of murder, theft, and breaking and entering. By December, both Jalen Watson and Deanna Gordon were also arrested. As is common in cases with multiple arrests, the suspects began to turn on each other. Dino was the first to break, agreeing to a plea deal in exchange for implicating his friends. According to Dino, the 3 had planned to rob several homes that morning, but it was Larry who suggested bringing a gun. After breaking in, Larry entered the victim's bedroom while she was asleep, likely for the adrenaline rush, but the situation escalated when Amanda resisted. The crime quickly shifted from a robbery to a hostage situation. Armed with the handgun, Larry held Amanda hostage while the other 2 drove to an ATM to use her card. Phone records showed they kept in contact throughout the process. And when her PIN failed, Larry realized Amanda wasn't going to give up her money. He then hung up, forced himself upon her, and shot her 3 times as she collapsed. Afterward, he called his friends to pick him up, which was captured on surveillance footage when he entered the Chrysler. Diano also revealed that Larry seemed proud of his actions, even standing over Amanda as she bled out, unfazed by what had happened. Larry then ordered them to prepare for their next heist. Following this information, Larry's charges were upgraded to burglary, robbery resulting in serious bodily harm, criminal confinement, auto theft, carrying a gun without a license, and 2 counts of felony murder, charges that would play a critical role in the case moving forward. It's important to note that Larry Taylor's 2 murder charges were for Amanda and another man he allegedly murdered earlier that same year, but not for the death of Amanda's unborn baby. Dino stuck to his plea deal against Larry, and Jalen was likely to follow suit. With both men now cooperating against him, Larry's chances of winning his trial were slim. However, the process was frustratingly delayed by 2 mistrials due to legal technicalities regarding Amanda's pregnancy. Because there were no murder charges linked to the baby, the judge ruled that the pregnancy couldn't be mentioned during the trial. But since several jurors had already acknowledged Amanda's pregnancy, the trial couldn't proceed. Larry eventually agreed to a bench trial where the judge alone would decide his fate, a decision he likely regrets as the judge handed down a harsh verdict. Larry was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to 86 years in prison, meaning he would never be free again. Dino Gordon and Jalen Watson's trials took place in March 2021, and due to their plea deals, they were charged with 2 counts of burglary and robbery resulting in serious bodily harm, with 5 other charges dropped. Jalen was sentenced to 29 years, later reduced to 15, with at least 10 years behind bars. Dino received 30 years with 25 to be served in prison and 5 on probation. It's unclear why Jalen's and Dino's sentences differed, especially since Dino was the first to cooperate. Their trials occurred in 2021 and 2022, and Amanda's loved ones endured 7 painful years before finally finding some closure. Davey, having lost both his wife and unborn child, admits that, like anyone, he felt rage and had to battle negative emotions toward Amanda's killers. However, over the years, he learned to see them differently and ultimately found it in his heart to show mercy, likely aided by his faith. However, Davey's rapid move into a new relationship less than a year after Amanda's death sparked controversy. He remarried just a year later, which some found odd. While there's no set way to grieve, many were critical of how quickly he moved on, though some people grieve differently. This decision fueled suspicions among his critics, though there was no evidence linking him to Amanda's death, and none of the killers attempted to blame him. Despite moving forward, Amanda remained on Davy's mind, and he humorously wrote in his book that one day in heaven, he would introduce Amanda and her killers, allowing them to share their frustrations with him and fond memories of Amanda. As an avid runner, Davy feels Amanda pass the baton to Krista, and though it wasn't intentional, this connection helps both him and Krista find peace. Like the rest of Amanda's loved ones, Davy remembers her as a selfless, loving, and beautiful person who always put others before herself. Amanda's family continues to carry the immense weight of her loss, a grief that time can never truly heal. In his book, Davy described Amanda as the most selfless person he had ever known, someone who dedicated her life to the well-being of others. He wrote that her impact was so profound because she never centered herself. She made people feel genuinely seen, cared for, and loved. That selflessness, he believed, is what made her unforgettable to so many. Although the case has officially been solved, a small number of people still question the events, suspecting Davy may have been involved. Personally, I find that theory hard to grasp, but I'm curious to know what you think. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Moving on to the next case. Carolyn Byington. A young woman left for her lunch break one day and never returned to the office. Concerned, her co-workers contacted the police, prompting an investigation. What detectives uncovered seemed more like a terrifying movie script than real life. Yet, step by step, they began to unravel the disturbing truth. Carolyn Byington was born on May 30th, 1993, in Plainsboro, New Jersey. She lived there with her parents and older sister, always harboring dreams of exploring the world. After high school, she attended Lafayette College, where she participated in 2 study abroad programs, traveling to Japan and Germany. During her time at college, Carolyn earned 3 bachelor's degrees in international affairs, sociology, and anthropology. She graduated in 2015 and began working at a marketing firm near her hometown, choosing to rent an apartment in Plainsboro to remain close to her family. Outside of her career, she gave back to the community by volunteering with a local youth league and engaging in various charitable activities. In the years that followed, Carolyn remained dedicated to her job, continued supporting her community, and traveled whenever the opportunity arose. On June 10, 2019, 26-year-old Carolyn decided to head home during her lunch break. She was expected to return to the office that afternoon, but as the hours passed with no sign of her, concern began to grow among her coworkers. They tried calling her, but received no response, something that was completely unlike Carolyn. She was known for being dependable and rarely ever left the office during lunch. Her absence was highly unusual, and by early evening, her coworkers' concern had escalated into alarm. They contacted the police, requesting a welfare check at her apartment. At around 6 p.m., officers arrived at Carolyn's apartment complex and discovered that her front door was unlocked. Upon entering, they encountered a chilling and gruesome scene. Carolyn was found lying on the floor, and the amount of blood surrounding her made it immediately clear that she was deceased. As the medical examiner began examining her body, detectives started gathering evidence and speaking with potential witnesses. One neighbor told police he had heard screaming around noon, followed by unusual noises coming from Carolyn's apartment, like someone moving furniture. However, no one reported seeing any unfamiliar individuals, and the building lacked security cameras. Inside the apartment, there was little for investigators to work with. It appeared the killer had attempted to clean the crime scene using bleach, likely to erase any trace of evidence. The strange sounds the neighbor reported were probably the killer trying to do just that. While officers canvassed nearby buildings for surveillance footage and pursued additional leads, the autopsy was completed. It revealed that Carolyn had suffered multiple blunt force injuries to the head, most likely inflicted with bare fists. In addition to the blunt force trauma, Carolyn had been stabbed multiple times in the neck using both a pair of scissors and a screwdriver. There were no signs of sexual assault, and nothing appeared to be stolen from the apartment. However, one detail caught the attention of investigators. The scissors and screwdriver used in the attack belonged to Carolyn herself. This detail helped rule out robbery and sexual assault as motives, leading detectives to consider a more personal reason behind the crime. The extreme violence of the attack further supported that theory. It seemed the killer wasn't just trying to end Carolyn's life. They were driven by intense anger. Police began speaking with Carolyn's family and friends, but no one could name a single person who would want to harm her. Everyone described her as kind-hearted, easygoing, and someone who avoided conflict. She wasn't dating anyone at the time, and there were no ex-partners in her past who might have held a grudge. Detectives then shifted their focus to Carolyn's co-workers, and that's when the case took a surprising turn. They discovered that another employee, 30-year-old Kenneth Saul, had also left the office around the same time Carolyn went home for lunch. On its own, this wasn't unusual, but what raised eyebrows was that Kenneth didn't return to work until much later in the day. According to the office manager, Kenneth had called in claiming his car had broken down and that he needed to visit a repair shop. However, when the manager later followed up, they found that Kenneth had never actually gone to the place he mentioned. Other co-workers had picked up on some odd behavior as well. When Kenneth finally returned to the office, he appeared anxious and had visible scratches on his hands. During a casual conversation, he even asked whether police could arrest someone based solely on circumstantial evidence. These details piqued investigators' interest, prompting them to look more closely into Kenneth. They learned that he worked as an accountant, was married, and had recently become a father. His daughter had been born just a year earlier. He had no criminal record, and on the surface, he didn't seem like someone who fit the profile of a killer. Still, detectives couldn't ignore all the red flags and went to speak with him. Kenneth repeated the same story he told his boss, that he'd left work during lunch to get his car fixed at a repair shop. But when detectives asked him for a receipt or any kind of proof, he couldn't provide anything. Later, Kenneth changed his story. He claimed he hadn't gone to a repair shop at all. Instead, he said he'd fixed the car himself in a nearby park. That shift in his story didn't sit well with investigators. For one, the fact that he changed his account at all raised suspicions. And more importantly, Kenneth was an accountant, not exactly the type of person you'd expect to handle serious car repairs on his own instead of going to a mechanic. Still, Kenneth kept denying any involvement in the murder, and police didn't yet have enough evidence to arrest him. But sometime later, they came across something interesting. While reviewing surveillance footage from nearby buildings, they also pulled dash cam footage from a patrol car that had passed through the area shortly after noon. On the footage, they spotted Kenneth's car, and that completely contradicted his story. Carolyn's apartment complex was located in another town, about 6 miles from the office. Kenneth had claimed he was fixing his car in a park near work, but the footage clearly placed him near her home. Even though this was still considered circumstantial evidence, it strengthened the case against him. Another reason to suspect Kenneth came from the autopsy. Medical examiners had found traces of skin under Carolyn's fingernails, indicating she scratched her attacker during the struggle. And Kenneth just so happened to have fresh scratches on his hands, ones he couldn't explain. The only problem was that the biological material recovered wasn't enough to create a full DNA profile. Despite the setback, police collected a DNA sample from Kenneth and sent it to the lab. The results came back inconclusive. Experts couldn't definitively match the DNA found under Carolyn's fingerprints to him, but they couldn't rule him out either. It wasn't enough to prove anything, but it was enough to keep him in the spotlight. By this point, detectives were almost certain Kenneth was responsible. Over the next few weeks, they kept searching for more evidence, but nothing new came up. Eventually, they consulted with the district attorney, and together, they decided that all the circumstantial evidence might be enough to hold up in court. So, 2 months after Carolyn's murder, police arrested Kenneth and placed him in jail while he waited for trial. And that's when the case took an unexpected turn. As detectives continued building their case, they received a letter from the jail from none other than Kenneth's cellmate. And what he had to say shocked everyone working on this case. According to the inmate, Kenneth had offered him $15,000 to commit a murder after he got out of jail, and the plan was chillingly specific. The victim had to be a random woman between 25 and 30 years old, and the weapon had to be a screwdriver and a pair of scissors. Kenneth even told him to stab her in the neck and to clean the scene with bleach afterward. Detectives had no doubt the cellmate was telling the truth because at that point, the specific details of Carolyn's murder hadn't been released to the public. Only the killer could have known exactly what had been used to attack her and how the crime scene had been cleaned. It seemed Kenneth's plan was to make it look like there was a serial killer targeting young women in the same way Carolyn had been murdered. And since he was already behind bars when the second attack would happen, he figured police would stop suspecting him. But that wasn't all. Kenneth also pitched a second plan to his cellmate, one that was even more bizarre than the first. He said the cellmate could either kill the lead detective on the case or one of the people police had interviewed during the investigation into Carolyn's murder. If he went with the second option, Kenneth told him to stage the scene to make it look like the person had done it themselves and to leave a note on the body confessing to Carolyn's murder. The hope was that police would believe the murdered person had killed Carolyn and drop the charges against Kenneth, letting him walk free. As for the idea of killing the detective, it wasn't entirely clear what Kenneth expected to happen, but it seemed he thought that without the lead investigator, the whole case would just fall apart. On top of that, Kenneth even gave his cellmate tips on how to avoid getting caught after the murder, all while completely ignoring the fact that he himself had been arrested almost immediately. The whole plan was so far-fetched, it sounded like something a child would come up with. But Kenneth was dead serious. He truly believed this would get him out. After learning all this, detectives asked the inmate to wear a wire and bring it all up in conversation with Kenneth. He agreed, and it wasn't long before detectives had Kenneth on tape, casually talking about arranging multiple murders. That same day, prison staff searched Kenneth's cell and found several handwritten notes confessing to Carolyn's murder. The idea was to plant them next to the body of whoever his cellmate was supposed to kill, just like Kenneth had planned. He wrote the notes himself, thinking no one would even bother to compare the handwriting. With that, Kenneth had not only handed investigators even more evidence tying him to Carolyn's murder, but he'd also racked up additional charges for conspiracy to commit murder. And yet, even with all the disturbing things they'd uncovered, detectives still had no clue why Kenneth had killed Carolyn in the first place. Eventually, though, they got their answer, and it was something no one saw coming. Kenneth remained in jail for several years, and in November 2022, 3 years after his arrest, prosecutors decided to offer him a deal. Despite the mountain of circumstantial evidence, they still didn't have a definitive DNA match, fingerprints, or any rock-solid physical proof tying him to the scene, which made the upcoming trial a risky one. So, they decided to offer Kenneth a deal. In exchange for a reduced sentence, he would have to admit to the murder, and Kenneth agreed. He told investigators that he started working at the company back in 2016, 3 years before the murder. That's where he met Carolyn, and over time, he began to develop romantic feelings for her, despite the fact that he was married. But Carolyn wasn't interested, and she made that perfectly clear. Still, Kenneth wasn't willing to accept that. He kept those feelings to himself, at least on the surface, but beneath it all, he was slowly becoming obsessed. Kenneth never bothered her or made any overt moves. To most people, it looked like he had simply let it go. But behind the scenes, his obsession with Carolyn was growing stronger by the day, and that quiet fixation eventually spiraled into full-blown stalking. At some point, Kenneth secretly took Carolyn's house keys and made a copy, then slipped the original back without her ever noticing. From that moment on, he began letting himself into her apartment whenever she wasn't home, usually during his lunch breaks. But it didn't stop there. Eventually, he went even further and set up hidden cameras inside her apartment so he could watch her, and Carolyn had no idea. Over the next few months, Kenneth kept returning to her apartment to check on the hidden cameras, and on June 10th, he went back again during his lunch break. What he didn't realize was that Carolyn had also decided to head home that day, and because he'd left the office early, he had no idea. Kenneth was used to Carolyn spending her lunch breaks at work, so her unexpected return completely caught him off guard. According to his confession, he was inside the apartment when he suddenly heard a key turning in the lock. He quickly hid just out of view behind the front door, and when Carolyn walked in, he realized he had nowhere to run. Knowing she was about to see him, Kenneth attacked, slamming her to the floor and hitting her in the head several times. Then, he grabbed a pair of scissors and a screwdriver from her things and started stabbing her, mostly in the neck area. When she was dead, Kenneth tried to clean up the scene with bleach, but there was just too much blood to get rid of. So he grabbed all the hidden cameras, fled the apartment, and later returned to the office like nothing had happened. In January 2023, Kenneth was sentenced to 45 years in prison for the murder, along with an additional 10 years for conspiracy to commit murder for his attempt to pay a fellow inmate to carry out more killings. Before the sentencing, Kenneth gave a final speech in court, apologizing to Carolyn's family. He said, "I'm sorry every day for my choices. If there was any way I could take back things that I've done, I would without any question. I regret immensely the pain I have caused you all. There are no words big enough to describe the atrocities I've done or the misery I've brought on you." He also apologized to his own family who were present in the courtroom. "I'm sorry for who I am and for hiding it from you all my life. The facade I maintained kept you from seeing any warning signs. I can only imagine the pain the truth has caused." Those were the words Kenneth offered in an attempt at an apology. But many connected to the case questioned whether his remorse was genuine. Not only had he brutally murdered Carolyn to keep his secrets hidden, but he had also gone so far as to try to hire his cellmate to kill innocent people, an act of desperation to avoid accountability for his own actions. Kenneth's wife, unaware of the double life he had been living, filed for divorce shortly after his arrest. Despite claiming to feel regret, Kenneth quickly appealed his sentence, arguing that certain pieces of evidence had been obtained in violation of his constitutional rights and should have been excluded from the trial. However, in late 2024, the court denied his appeal, determining that the investigation had been conducted properly. As a result, his original sentence was upheld. At this point, it seems all but certain that Kenneth Saul will spend the rest of his life in prison. Moving on to the next case. Emily Murray. Crime is generally understood to stem from a clear motive. However, there are notable exceptions, including offenses committed by individuals with mental illnesses, those impaired by drugs or alcohol, or during intense emotional episodes. Although the term motiveless crime is sometimes applied, criminologists contend that these acts usually involve motives that remain hidden. One such perplexing case was the disappearance of college student Emily Murray in February, an event that sent shockwaves through Ohio. Weeks later, her body was discovered, and the perpetrator turned out to be someone who had blended seamlessly into the investigation. This individual not only cooperated with law enforcement, but also deliberately misled them with false tips designed to frame others. When the arrest was finally made, investigators faced an unsettling dilemma. There was no obvious reason for the crime. Various hypotheses were considered, but none could be confirmed. What deepened the mystery was the suspect's apparent fondness for Emily, even going so far as to act in a seemingly protective manner toward her. At some point, something changed, and he transformed from someone she trusted into her killer. Even after nearly 25 years, the perpetrator has never revealed what drove him to end the life of a defenseless young woman. But who exactly was Emily Murray? Born on February 19, 1980, in the quiet town of Sleepy Hollow in Westchester County, New York, Emily Miranda Murray was the youngest of 4 children. She was raised in a close-knit, affluent household with her 2 older brothers and a sister. When Emily was just 2 years old, her family relocated to Shaker Heights, Ohio, following her father's acceptance of a prestigious academic role at a scientific university, where he eventually led one of its departments. Her mother dedicated herself to raising the children and creating a warm, nurturing home. Thanks to their secure financial standing, the Murray children thrived academically, graduating high school with honors and pursuing higher education at elite universities. Emily had a particular love for biology and medicine and aspired to build a career in healthcare. Exceptionally bright, she consistently ranked among the top students in her class and balanced her studies with part-time jobs, often donating her earnings to charity. Her upbringing was also deeply influenced by her parents' strong Christian faith. The Murray family were regular churchgoers, and Emily wholeheartedly embraced this part of her upbringing, dedicating herself to helping others through both her words and actions. After finishing high school, she took a gap year to travel with humanitarian organizations, visiting places like New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and several countries across Europe. These journeys highlighted her compassionate nature and her commitment to making a meaningful difference in the world. In 1998, Emily enrolled at Kenyon College in Gamber, Ohio, and moved into the campus dorms. Friends and classmates remembered her as vibrant and full of energy, someone who brought warmth and positivity wherever she went. Emily was known for her kindness, empathy, and approachable nature, matched by an intense drive to succeed. However, she also had a tender, introspective side, often experiencing moments of deep emotion and reflection. She maintained a private journal where she expressed her innermost thoughts, dreams, and fears. By February, she was in her junior year of college, juggling a challenging academic load while staying active in church-based outreach and working evening shifts at a local restaurant. Despite the pressures of her schedule, Emily handled everything with grace and still found time to enjoy a vibrant social life. However, it soon became clear that Emily's life wasn't as effortless as it seemed. On the morning of Tuesday, November 3rd, 2000, her two dorm roommates woke to find her bed untouched. This was unusual. Emily was always thoughtful enough to let them know if she planned to stay out overnight. Her restaurant shift was supposed to end at 2 a.m., so at first, they assumed she had worked late or gone directly to her morning classes. But when they noticed that her textbooks and notes were still neatly in place, their concern deepened. As the day unfolded, they attended their lectures and began asking around to see if anyone had seen Emily. No one had. She hadn't attended a single class, something that was entirely out of character for her. Although the situation was worrying, her friends initially tried to find logical explanations for her absence, hoping it was just a misunderstanding. That evening, Emily was supposed to attend a party for a close friend's 20th birthday, an event she had looked forward to with excitement. She had carefully chosen a gift and even helped plan a surprise to make the celebration special. Emily's absence from the birthday party was entirely out of character, and when she failed to appear, her friends grew deeply worried. Hoping for an explanation, they reached out to her family, wondering if she had gone home unexpectedly due to an emergency. The news of her disappearance left her parents shocked and devastated. That very night, they drove to Gambier, determined to find out what had happened to their daughter. By the following morning, Emily's entire family, including her siblings, had gathered on campus, urgently trying to reconstruct the timeline of her last known movements. Word of her disappearance quickly spread across the college, prompting classmates, friends, and volunteers to organize search efforts. Despite their determination, no clues surfaced. Soon, they discovered that Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback she had received for her 20th birthday, was also missing. The Murray family immediately alerted campus security and asked for help in coordinating a broader search initiative. Unfortunately, their concerns were met with indifference. Campus security brushed off their alarm, suggesting that Emily may have gone away with a boyfriend and would likely return soon. Her family firmly explained that this behavior was completely unlike her, but they were still advised to wait it out. With more than 24 hours having passed since Emily was last seen, her family's anxiety escalated. Recognizing that campus security wasn't taking the situation seriously, they turned to local law enforcement and filed an official missing person report. To their frustration, the police were initially dismissive as well, speculating that Emily had perhaps left voluntarily or was simply taking a break without notifying anyone. As a 20-year-old college student, they argued, she wasn't obligated to inform others of her whereabouts. However, once officers checked Emily's dorm room, they found she had left behind critical items, her ID, bank cards, and other personal belongings. Witnesses confirmed she was last seen in her restaurant work uniform, indicating she hadn't changed clothes after her shift. These details only deepened the mystery surrounding her abrupt and unexplained disappearance. These findings cast serious doubt on the theory that Emily had left to spend time with a boyfriend or taken an unplanned break. It seemed improbable that she would disappear without money or essential belongings. On the second day following her disappearance, Emily was officially declared a missing person. By then, her family, friends, and concerned community members were already conducting independent searches, distributing flyers with her photo around town and scouring the surrounding areas. The investigation began at Pirates Cove, the restaurant where Emily was last seen. Situated just across the street from the campus, the restaurant was a popular hangout spot for students due to its convenient location and affordable menu. It was quickly revealed that the night of her disappearance marked Emily's final shift at the restaurant. Overwhelmed by her demanding schedule, she had decided to cut back on her responsibilities. Balancing intense coursework, church volunteer work, and evening shifts had become unmanageable. Her packed schedule had also affected her personal life. Just a month earlier, she had ended her relationship with her boyfriend, Adam, because their busy lives left little time for each other. On her last night at work, Many of Emily's friends stopped by Pirates Cove to support her, but none stayed too late due to morning classes. Emily's shift officially ended at 2 a.m., but she stayed an additional 30 minutes to finish tasks. Her co-workers were the last to see her, and their accounts became critical to reconstructing the night's events. During those final moments, Emily was not alone. Her friend Olivia, who also worked as a waitress, and David Cale, a bartender, were there helping to close up. Together, they cleaned the dining area, finishing around 2:45 a.m. Shortly afterward, everyone began heading home. Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook, was the last to leave and locked the restaurant at 3:15 a.m. According to her co-workers, Emily seemed her usual self, kind, cheerful, and polite. She didn't mention any plans for the night, saying she intended to return to her dorm to rest for her morning classes. When investigators searched Emily's dorm room, they discovered her personal journal, which revealed troubling insights. Despite her outwardly upbeat and friendly demeanor, Emily had been grappling with a long-standing battle with depression, something she had kept private and tried to handle independently. Known for her sensitivity and empathy, Emily often internalized the pain and struggles of others. This made her deeply compassionate, but also emotionally vulnerable. Through her charitable work, Emily frequently encountered life's harsh realities, including stories of injustice and cruelty. While she poured her energy into helping others, she often felt frustrated by her inability to combat the larger systemic issues. Her journal entries reflected this inner turmoil. Emily wrote about the overwhelming emotions she was experiencing and the difficulty of coping with the weight of her deep empathy. While her journal didn't contain any direct references to self-harm or drastic actions, detectives couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility that Emily might have decided to step away from her life. This theory deeply distressed Emily's family and close friends, who strongly rejected it, emphasizing that Emily's faith was central to her life and that she would never consider such an act. She was a deeply religious person, and her belief system viewed such actions as unforgivable. Furthermore, Emily had ambitious plans for her future, which she detailed in her journal. One entry depicted her dream life: a large home, a future husband, 5 children, and a dozen dogs. She envisioned building a life based on love, family, and community goals that motivated her every day. When Emily went missing along with her car, investigators initially considered the possibility that she had run away. They speculated that her struggles with depression, combined with her recent breakup and resignation from her job, might have prompted her to leave town and take time to reflect on her life. While this theory seemed plausible, Emily's family and friends rejected it, certain that she would not abandon her life or plans. The first person investigators turned their attention to was Emily's ex-boyfriend, Adam. Their relationship had been tumultuous, marked by several breakups and reconciliations, but Emily had decided to end things for good. They had a calm conversation about the breakup, agreeing to remain friends. Still, detectives questioned whether Adam might have had difficulty accepting the end of the relationship. Adam willingly came to the police station when contacted, appearing genuinely distressed and concerned for Emily's well-being. He explained that on the night of her disappearance, he and his roommates had visited Pirates Cove, but left around midnight. They returned to their dorm, where other students confirmed seeing them. Adam and his roommate reportedly stayed in for the rest of the night, and with a solid alibi and no evidence linking him to the disappearance, Adam was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Investigators then shifted their focus to Emily's co-workers. During questioning, a cook at Pirates Cove revealed that bartender David Cale had developed romantic feelings for Emily, which she had not reciprocated. On the night Emily disappeared, Cale and Emily worked the same shift, stayed late to close, and left the restaurant just 10 minutes apart. Could Cale have waited for her outside and harmed her after she rejected him? David was brought in for further questioning, where he admitted to asking Emily out once, but insisted he had never pursued the matter after she turned him down. He maintained that their relationship was strictly professional and friendly. Additionally, he provided a solid alibi. After his shift, his father picked him up from the restaurant, and they drove to another state for his sister's wedding. This alibi was verified, and David was ruled out as a suspect. With David Cale cleared, detectives received a new lead from cook Gregory McKnight. He suggested that another cook, David Yoakum, had shown unusual interest in Emily. Yachim was known for struggling with social interactions, especially with women. He was often awkward, rude, and quick-tempered when rejected. Other waitresses confirmed this behavior, sharing that Joachim had made clumsy advances toward them. And when they turned him down, he responded with sharp remarks and exhibited a generally disrespectful attitude. Just 4 days after Emily's disappearance, Joachim was fired from the restaurant following a heated argument, which investigators found suspicious. On the night Emily vanished, Joachim was off duty and had not been seen at the restaurant. However, detectives needed to interview him to confirm his whereabouts. When questioned, Dave expressed genuine surprise at being considered a suspect. He provided a solid alibi, explaining that he had attended a concert by a popular rock band in a nearby city that evening, accompanied by friends who confirmed his story. With every suspect cleared and no new evidence emerging, the investigation stalled. Emily's family and friends continued to hold on to hope, praying for her safe return. But experienced detectives feared the worst, suspecting she might no longer be alive. An unexpected twist emerged when investigators revisited an event that had seemed unrelated to Emily's case. On October 1, 2000, a minor car accident occurred on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio. A man named Reynaldo Hopkins was driving home when an old Buick swerved into his lane, causing a collision. Upon getting out to assess the damage, Hopkins noticed a firearm in the other car's trunk, which had popped open from the impact. Alarmed, he immediately called the police to report the incident. Though the other driver was fined for the accident and the gun was confiscated, authorities allowed him to leave. More than 2 months later, on December 9, 2000, that same driver was charged with involvement in a theft. According to case documents, he lived in a remote trailer park, so 2 officers were dispatched to deliver a court summons requiring his appearance for questioning. When they arrived at the trailer, they found it isolated from the other residences in the park. The property appeared abandoned with 2 rusted vehicles parked out front, seemingly beyond repair. However, behind the trailer, the officers discovered something out of place, a dark green Subaru Outback. After running the vehicle's plates, they confirmed it was Emily Murray's car, which had been reported as missing along with its owner. The discovery of the car was immediately relayed to the Gambia Division investigating Emily's case, along with the name of the person living at the property. That individual was Gregory McKnight, the same cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked. McKnight had previously attempted to shift suspicion onto his co-workers, managing to avoid close scrutiny himself. A search warrant for McKnight's trailer was quickly secured, and a police team was sent to the location. Upon entering, they were immediately overwhelmed by the overpowering smell of decomposition. Following the odor to the back of the trailer, they discovered its source, a young woman's body wrapped in a carpet. From the start, it was clear that the remains belonged to Emily, and forensic testing soon confirmed it. The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. With the bullet fired at close range, the weapon pressed against the right side of her skull. Spent shell casings and a significant amount of blood were found at the scene, indicating that the crime had occurred inside the trailer. Detectives now focused on arresting and questioning their primary suspect, Gregory McKnight. Gregory McKnight was taken into custody later that day, initially on charges unrelated to Emily's death, specifically his alleged involvement in an armed robbery. However, when he was informed about the discovery at his trailer, he went silent, refusing to answer questions and immediately requesting a lawyer. While there was no direct evidence linking him to Emily's death at that time, police held him in custody for further investigation. Neighbors at the trailer park told investigators they hadn't seen or heard anything unusual, which wasn't surprising given that McKnight's trailer was situated far from the other homes. The property itself was in disrepair, cluttered with trash, and surrounded by rusted, dilapidated vehicles. Detectives conducted a thorough search of the area, hoping to find additional evidence. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a small, overgrown well covered by a metal sheet weighed down by a fallen tree. The well had been drained, and at the bottom, investigators found a human skeleton, which appeared to belong to a male. Nearby, several additional bone fragments were scattered around the property. Forensic analysis confirmed that all the remains belonged to a single individual, though his identity was still unknown. However, the discovery was soon connected to a missing person case from 6 months earlier. 20-year-old student Glenn Julius, a friend of McKnight, who had vanished without a trace. Glenn's girlfriend had reported that the last time she saw him, he was planning to attend a party with McKnight. When the search for Glenn began, McKnight quickly became the primary suspect. However, McKnight claimed that he and Glenn had argued at the gathering, and Glenn had left with new acquaintances in his car. No evidence supported McKnight's story, and investigators couldn't find concrete proof to implicate him in Glenn's disappearance, so he was released. Later, Glenn's girlfriend identified fragments of his clothing and belt recovered from the well, and his family provided dental records confirming the remains were his. Additionally, several of Glenn's personal items were found inside McKnight's trailer. Further investigation revealed that McKnight had illegally sold Glenn's car shortly after his disappearance. The vehicle was sold to associates who were also involved in an armed robbery case. The car had been hastily repainted, and its license plate had been replaced with fake ones. After one of McKnight's accomplices was arrested, authorities located the car, and in the trunk, they found significant traces of cleaned-up blood, which forensic testing confirmed belonged to Glenn. This indicated that Glenn, either wounded or already deceased, had been transported in the trunk. Glenn's body had been partially dismembered, and the work appeared crude, likely done with makeshift tools. Deep scratches on the bones resembled marks left by a saw. Inside McKnight's trailer, investigators found a shovel, an axe, and several other tools, all of which were taken for forensic examination. It was conclusively determined that the axe had been used during the dismemberment, though other tools left unidentifiable marks. Gregory McKnight was born on November 12, 1976, in an underprivileged suburb of Columbus, Ohio. He grew up without a father in a large, struggling family where everyone had to fend for themselves. McKnight began stealing at a young age, first attracting the attention of law enforcement at age 14. By the time he was 15, he had committed his first fatal crime during a botched robbery. Because McKnight had accomplices who were older, the jury showed leniency, and he received a relatively light sentence. Gregory McKnight was sentenced to just 6 years and sent to a juvenile detention facility. He was released in 1997, soon after marrying a woman named Catherine, who later had 2 children. The couple lived with Catherine's parents until McKnight saved enough money to purchase his trailer. However, their move never took place. In May 2000, McKnight murdered Glenn Julius, hiding his remains in a well behind his trailer. Later that year, in November, he kidnapped and murdered Emily Murray, leaving her body to decompose inside the trailer. During questioning, McKnight's wife, Catherine, admitted that she had grown suspicious of the trailer. Her husband frequently went there alone, refusing to let her visit or even approach the property. She assumed he was using the space to meet lovers or hide criminal associates, but never suspected he was storing human remains there. Despite substantial evidence against McKnight, much of it was circumstantial. Authorities couldn't determine exactly how or where Julius was killed, so the prosecution couldn't seek the death penalty for his murder. Emily's case seemed clearer as her body was found at the trailer with strong evidence linking her death to McKnight. However, the murder weapon was never found, and no clear motive for the crime emerged. Emily wasn't assaulted, robbed, and her car was left behind the trailer. The question remained, why would McKnight kill the young college student? Co-workers testified that McKnight had always been respectful toward Emily. He was described as polite and had even intervened to protect her from an intoxicated customer who acted inappropriately toward her. McKnight himself refused to cooperate with investigators, denying all charges and offering no details about either crime. The prosecution suggested that after Emily's shift, McKnight lured her into a trap, perhaps asking for her help, knowing she was kind and trusting. Once inside the trailer, he might have expressed romantic interest, and when she turned him down, he flew into a rage and killed her. The defense argued that McKnight was mentally unfit, but a psychiatric evaluation concluded that he was fully aware of his actions and could be held responsible. In response, McKnight's legal team changed strategy, portraying Emily as a severely depressed young woman with self-destructive tendencies. They argued that McKnight had merely helped her carry out a supposed desire to end her life. This claim sparked outrage among Emily's family and friends and was ultimately rejected by the court. In 2002, Gregory McKnight was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, as well as kidnapping and armed robbery. He received the death penalty by lethal injection and was sent to death row. All subsequent appeals and pleas for clemency were denied. In February 2015, McKnight requested that his execution be carried out, stating he preferred death over continued imprisonment. However, he later reversed this decision and attempted to appeal his sentence again, efforts that proved unsuccessful. In 2020, McKnight filed a lawsuit alleging racial discrimination during his trial. He claimed the judge and jury were entirely white and had shown prejudice against him, leading to what he described as an unjust and overly severe sentence. As of now, Gregory McKnight remains on death row, awaiting execution. Moving on to the next case. Celeste Mano, a heartbreaking tale marked by obsession, institutional failure, and justice that arrived too late. Celeste Mano's promising future was derailed after she crossed paths with a troubled man who became dangerously fixated on her. Despite her repeated cries for protection, the system did not respond in time. What began as unsettling behavior escalated into relentless stalking and ultimately ended in a crime that shocked the nation. Celeste's life had been a blend of ambition, compassion, and optimism. Born on March 9, 1995, in Melbourne, Australia, she was the youngest member of a loving and tight-knit family. Raised by her mother Aggie DiMauro and stepfather Tony, Celeste grew up in a household that emphasized empathy and dedication. Her vibrant personality made her a beloved presence among her friends and colleagues. She shared a particularly strong bond with her older brother, Alessandro, a connection reflected in their constant laughter and unwavering support for one another. Celeste was academically gifted and pursued dual degrees in crime and psychology at RMIT University. Celeste's fascination with human behavior and her desire to create meaningful change in the world drew her to the fields of crime and psychology. Her friends often spoke of her deep compassion. She consistently went out of her way to support those around her, whether through practical help or simply by being a good listener. Her strong sense of justice and concern for mental health gave her a clear vision for the future she hoped to build. After graduating, Celeste began working at a call center for Serco, a company contracted by the government to manage services such as COVID-19 contact tracing during the pandemic. Her role involved assisting individuals seeking employment and navigating the complexities of government programs. Despite the challenges, Celeste approached her work with empathy and professionalism, offering much-needed support to those in difficult situations. Celeste often went beyond her job requirements, offering comfort and reassurance to people going through difficult times. Outside of work, she was known for her vibrant personality and creative spirit. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She enjoyed painting, attending music events, and spending quality time with her friends, who frequently said she could brighten any space just by being in it. Her radiant smile and infectious laughter became trademarks of her warm and joyful presence. She also shared a deep, loving bond with her boyfriend, Ridsdale, whom she met through mutual friends. Their relationship was built on mutual support, shared dreams, and a strong emotional connection. Living in Mernda, a northern suburb of Melbourne, Celeste led a peaceful life filled with meaningful moments, family dinners, cozy evenings with Ridsdale, and weekends exploring the city with friends. Yet, behind this seemingly idyllic existence, an unsettling presence was slowly taking root, one that neither Celeste nor her loved ones could have anticipated. Luisako lived a life marked by instability, isolation, and worsening mental health struggles. Growing up in Melbourne within an Assyrian family, he often felt disconnected from his roots. Friends and neighbors described him as introverted and socially awkward, someone who found it difficult to form lasting relationships and frequently appeared out of step with those around him. While little is known about his early years outside of close circles, concerning patterns began to emerge during his youth. Though it was widely acknowledged that Sacco faced mental health challenges, specific details of any formal diagnoses remained unclear. Friends and colleagues noted his unpredictable behavior and discomfort in social settings. often feeling that he lacked the tools to navigate typical interpersonal dynamics. While many people experience similar difficulties, Sako's inability to build healthy connections became increasingly alarming. Professionally, he struggled to maintain stable employment, moving between short-term roles. It was during one of these stints that he encountered Celeste Mano, briefly crossing paths with her at Zero, where she assisted him in his job search. What began as a brief, professional interaction quickly spiraled into a dangerous obsession for Sako. Almost immediately after their short conversation, his infatuation with Celeste intensified. What initially seemed like a harmless crush soon became deeply troubling. Sako began stalking Celeste online, sending her a growing number of unwanted and increasingly invasive messages. While his first texts appeared friendly and casual, they quickly turned into a flood of persistent and unwelcome communication. Celeste, trying to handle the situation respectfully, gave short replies at first, but it soon became clear that his interest was far from normal or appropriate. Eventually, Celeste blocked him on social media, hoping that would put an end to his pursuit. But instead of backing off, Sako's obsession deepened. He created new accounts to get around her blocks and continued to bombard her with unwanted messages. His behavior became even more disturbing as he began treating Celeste not as a person with boundaries, but as something he felt entitled to. The situation escalated beyond the digital realm. Sako started appearing near her home and workplace, making those around her increasingly fearful and uneasy. That wasn't just the behavior of someone who had been turned down for a girl. It was the result of greater psychological problems that hadn't been dealt with for too long. Even though it was clear that Sako's behavior was getting worse and more dangerous, he had no plans to stop. If Sako's friends and family knew what he was doing, they either didn't realize how bad his obsession was or couldn't do anything about it. His world became smaller as his obsession with Celeste took over more of his thoughts and actions, and his life kept falling apart quietly. What started out as a short meeting at a call center turned into a dangerous build-up to something much worse very quickly. Celeste Mano hoped that the scary part of her relationship would end when she blocked Louis Sako on social media. But Sako's obsession grew stronger, and he started acting in a more dangerous way. Celeste's life became a daily battle for safety and peace of mind, as what started as a flood of unwanted messages turned into a full-on campaign of abuse. Celeste blocked Sako on social media, so she started making new ones. Every time Celeste was able to close one, a new one would pop up. His texts became more and more random, going from declarations of love to angry rants when he didn't hear back. Sako's words went from being just annoying to being dangerous. He would talk about how angry he was that no one was responding to his messages and how his anger grew with each one that wasn't. Celeste was constantly on edge because of the constant cyberbullying. Sako's obsession wasn't just in the virtual world, though. He started showing up near Celeste's house in Murnder and watching from afar. Friends and family saw that her worry was getting worse. She told them about the stalking and how uneasy she was, but she felt like she couldn't do anything about it. It seemed like a dream. How could a short business conversation have turned into such a strong obsession? Celeste tried to get things under control by calling the cops about Sako's behavior. She showed proof that he was harassing her by showing screenshots of the texts and information about when he showed up near her house. But the laws that were in place at the time about stalking didn't fully protect people. The authorities knew about the harassment, but it was hard for them to do anything about it because they weren't immediately facing physical threats. Sako was a bother, but she wasn't yet a clear threat. Celeste kept going even though things went wrong. She asked for intervention orders and kept writing down everything that happened, hoping that a paper trail would finally make the police act. But as the days went by, the stalking got worse. Celeste tried to set legal limits, but that didn't stop Sako from becoming more daring. His actions showed that he was crazy and sure that his obsession with Celeste was okay, and even returned in his twisted mind. The mental toll it took on Celeste was huge. Friends remembered how her lively spirit started to fade as the stress mounted. She became very careful, changing her habits and always looking over her shoulder when she left the house. Her family, especially her mother Aggie, felt the stress too. They shared Celeste's fear, but couldn't do anything to protect her. As of late 2020, Sako's bullying had become very bad. He was fed up with stalking people online or watching from afar. His messages were filled with veiled threats and violent fantasies that made them sound like he had bad motives. Celeste became more and more desperate for safety as she became aware of the possible danger. But the system that was meant to keep her safe kept failing. Sacco was now completely obsessed with Celeste. He couldn't take his mind off of her, and the line between being in love and wanting to hurt her had almost vanished. Celeste's life was no longer her own. It was dominated by the constant threat of a man whose obsession had turned into a deadly resolve. At that time, Victoria's rule said that police could not do much until they had concrete, immediate threats or proof of physical harm. The cops couldn't do much about the harassment, even though Celeste kept records of it, and there was a clear pattern. They said they knew about the reports, but that Sacco's behavior didn't meet the legal standard for harsher action because there weren't any direct physical threats or acts of violence. Celeste asked for an intervention order in the hopes that it would finally put up a formal wall between her and Sacco. It was irritating that the process was so slow, though. Sacco didn't seem to care about the intervention order because she continued to message her through new accounts and hang out near her house. Each violation was recorded, but the authorities didn't do much about it. The law saw stalking as a less serious crime because it didn't see the pattern of behavior as a sign of violence to come. Celeste and her family felt alone because the system did nothing. Aggie, Celeste's mother, spoke out more and more about the lack of support. She accompanied Celeste to police officers and pushed for stronger action. They were afraid that Sacco's behavior would get worse if nothing was done right away, but every time they tried to sound the alarm, they ran into legal and bureaucratic problems. Even though there were clear warning signs, the system didn't understand how dangerous the threat was. Police records and court documents echo Celeste's cries for help, but nothing is done about it. The sad reality was that there was plenty of proof, the messages, the stalking, and the repeated violations, but it wasn't enough to get the help that could have saved her life. Early in the morning on November 16, 2020, it was still dark in Mernda, a quiet area north of Melbourne. The Mano family was asleep and didn't know that the night would end in an unimaginable disaster. The obsession with Louis Sacco had been getting worse for weeks, but nothing could have prepared Celeste's family for what was about to happen. At 4:10 a.m., Louis Sacco came up to the Mano house with a single, terrifying goal. With a kitchen knife in his hand, he walked the familiar streets with a frightening determination. He had carefully planned this moment, driven by his rising anger and delusion. He no longer cared about the formal barriers Celeste had worked so hard to set up. He had gone from bothering people to hurting them. When Sacco got to the back of the Mano house, he found a window that led to Celeste's bedroom on the first floor. The neighborhood was quiet and didn't try to stop him as he took down the fly screen and quietly broke in. Being either asleep or just waking up, Celeste was taken off guard. Her home, which used to be a safe place for her to go when Sacco was following her, had been violently broken into. Inside, chaos broke out. Sacco struck Celeste very violently and stabbed her several times. The exact details of the fight are still not clear, but the violence happened quickly and without mercy. Celeste's screams broke through the quiet of early morning and woke up her family. The sound scared her mother, Aggie, and stepfather, Tony. When they got there, they saw something horrible that no parent should ever see. When they got to Celeste's room, Sacco had already left, leaving behind the damage he had caused. Even though they tried very hard, they were unable to save Celeste because she was seriously hurt. The attack came on too quickly and the cuts were too bad. While they called for help, Aggie's cries could be heard throughout the house, but Celeste died before the rescuers could get there. The Mano home turned into a crime scene as dawn broke over Myrna. It didn't take long for the police to come and start looking into what happened. Even the most experienced police officers were shocked by how violent the crime was. When people woke up, they heard the flashing lights of emergency vehicles. Their normally calm neighborhood had been changed by an unimaginable act of violence. What Celeste's family went through was unbearable. Aggie had worked hard to keep her daughter safe from Sacco's bullying, but now she was so sad that words could not describe it. All the people who knew Celeste felt terrible when they realized that the system had not kept her safe. Her boyfriend, friends, and coworkers were shocked and couldn't understand how such a smart and kind young woman could be killed so brutally. At the same time, Sacco's flight did not last long. He drove away from the scene of the attack, but his mind was falling apart. In less than an hour, he drove himself to the local murder police station, where he was badly hurt and covered in blood. Sarko slammed the doors of the station and admitted to killing the man. His mood went back and forth between anger and an unsettling calmness, as if the seriousness of what he had done hadn't fully hit him yet. He was arrested right away, and it wasn't long before the crime scene evidence and Sako's own statement made it clear that he was guilty. But for Celeste's family and friends, Sako's arrest didn't bring much comfort. The fact that he was in jail was a stark reminder that the system had all the tools it needed to stop this terrible event, but didn't act in time. The investigation moved quickly in the hours after Celeste Mano was killed. Both the brutality of the crime and the fact that Louis Sako confessed right away made it clear who was guilty. However, the police were determined to find out everything that happened that horrible night and gather the proof they would need to bring justice. The cops found Sako confused and covered in blood when he got to the murder station soon after the murder. He admits to killing Celeste in a long but clear confession. He was quickly arrested and taken to the station to be questioned further by police. Even though his confession was very important, police still needed to see actual proof from the crime scene to back up what he said. At the Mano home, forensic teams worked very hard. There were clear signs of breaking in at the window Sako used to get into Celeste's bedroom. There was blood all over the walls and floor of the room, showing that there had been a fight. It was the result of a violent, planned attack. The weapon, a kitchen knife, was thrown away nearby, but police quickly found it. Sako had taken his car to the police station after the murder, so investigators also looked at it. Inside, they found more proof that he was involved with the crime, such as blood spots and Celeste's personal belongings. His erratic behavior and jumbled statement were signs that he was mentally ill, but they didn't hide the fact that he was acting on purpose. Witness accounts from Celeste's family and friends made the case against Sarko even stronger. Her mother, Aggie, talked about the scary and frustrating months they went through while they tried to get help from the police. Neighbors also gave important clues by remembering Sako's appearance near the Mano home in the weeks before the murder. These statements brought to light the flaws in the system that had let his behavior go on without stopping. Sako's DNA was found at the crime scene, and his digital record, which included messages, social media posts, and search history, showed that he was even more obsessed with Celeste. By the time the investigation concluded, the case against Louis Sako was overwhelming. The murder had been premeditated, fueled by months of unchecked obsession and multiple missed opportunities to intervene. Not long after his arrest, Sako was formally charged with the murder of Celeste Mano. Following the legal proceedings, he pleaded guilty on February 29th. Justice Jane Dixon of the Supreme Court of Victoria sentenced Sako to 36 years in prison, with the earliest possible release in October 2044, making parole unavailable until then. While serving his sentence at Melbourne's Ravenhall Correctional Centre, Sako attempted to take his own life and was hospitalized in critical condition. This incident reignited serious concerns about his long-standing mental health struggles, both before and after the crime. As for what could have been done differently, questions remain. Could law enforcement have taken earlier action based on the stalking behavior? Might Celeste's family have considered measures like relocating or seeking protective intervention? These questions continue to weigh heavily in the aftermath. Moving on to the next case. Eva Morera Aloa. In Costa Rica, statistics show that at least 8 domestic violence victims were women, while 9 were men. In 2019 alone, 11 women lost their lives due to domestic abuse in the country. One of those women was Eva Morera Aloa, a 19-year-old single mother. Eva was an outspoken activist who condemned violence against women, often expressing her views passionately on social media. But tragically, on November 1st, 2019, she became a victim of the very abuse she had long been fighting against. A heartbreaking and deeply ironic turn of events. In Eva's case, the Costa Rican authorities acted swiftly and apprehended the suspect shortly after the crime. However, there had been numerous warnings and cries for help leading up to that day, opportunities that might have saved her life, but sadly weren't acted upon. Eva Morera Aloa was born in 2000, and it's in her home country that this tragic story unfolds. According to her parents and friends, Eva was kind-hearted and gentle, though little is publicly known about her early years. She was also known to be trusting, perhaps too much so. Her loved ones remember her as a sweet, innocent soul with a heart full of purity. Eva was highly active on social media, with Facebook being her preferred platform for expressing her thoughts and connecting with others. She often used it to voice her strong belief in gender equality and to advocate for women's rights. A feminist at heart, Eva consistently spoke out about the widespread issue of violence against women, particularly within Costa Rica. At the time of her death in 2019, she was a social work student at the Latin University of Costa Rica. On Facebook, Eva not only shared her views on gender-based violence, but also sought solutions to help end it. Compassionate and driven, she encouraged women facing abuse to seek support and wasn't afraid to step in personally to help those within her circle. Eva was deeply committed to raising awareness and taking action against all forms of violence toward women. Tragically, while she was fighting for change publicly, she was also silently experiencing the very kind of abuse she was working so hard to expose. What makes Eva's story even more heartbreaking is that she had been silently enduring this struggle for years, during which she experienced countless painful moments. Her ordeal began when she was just 13 years old. Eva was young, idealistic, and emotionally vulnerable, traits that made her especially susceptible in relationships. She often fell deeply and quickly for those she cared about, which is exactly what happened during her teenage years when she met Randall Oviedo. That relationship would become the longest and most impactful of her life. Eva and Randall lived just 5 blocks apart, which meant they saw each other regularly and grew close quickly. At the time, Randall was 20 years old, while Eva was only 13, a deeply unsettling age gap, especially considering he was already an adult. Despite the obvious concerns, a romantic relationship developed between them. There were many warning signs surrounding Randall, but Eva either didn't see them or chose to overlook them. One of the biggest red flags was his connection to a criminal network. Randall was heavily involved with a gang that dealt and transported drugs in San Pablo, a nearby region of Costa Rica. His brother and several close associates were key players in the operation. Randall's role in the drug operation was to distribute the products to buyers, a shocking reality considering he was only 20 and already heavily involved in such a dangerous and illegal trade. Despite the risks, Randall appeared to take pride in what he was doing. It was clear that he wasn't a man guided by strong morals, yet neither he nor Eva seemed to recognize just how unhealthy their relationship had become. Eva, driven by emotion and loyalty, genuinely cared for Randall and wanted their relationship to succeed, which only deepens the tragedy of what ultimately unfolded. Given their significant age gap and Randall's troubling background, Eva's parents strongly disapproved of the relationship. Her family did everything they could to steer her away from him, warning her repeatedly that he was a harmful influence. But Eva, already emotionally attached, refused to listen to reason. This led to a turning point that made everything even more complicated. Shortly after she began dating Randall, Eva discovered she was pregnant. She was only 15 years old at the time. The situation was deeply alarming, not only because of her young age, but also because Randall, as an adult, should have known better and acted more responsibly. Instead, he made choices that put Eva in an incredibly vulnerable position. Whether or not Eva consented to their relationship, the reality remains that Randall had a long history of poor decisions, and his relationship with her was no exception. He was known to be reckless, dangerous, and emotionally detached. His intentions with Eva seemed selfish from the start. He wanted control, and he pushed until she gave in. It's disturbing to think about the harm he caused her. Over time, Randall subjected Eva to emotional, physical, and psychological abuse, leaving her feeling helpless and trapped in a situation she saw no escape from. Eva felt completely stuck. Despite knowing Randall wasn't good for her, leaving him didn't seem like an option. His volatile and threatening behavior made the idea of walking away terrifying, and it's likely she feared the consequences of even trying to end the relationship. But then, things began to shift. Eva was given a second chance when Costa Rican authorities uncovered Randall's involvement in serious criminal activity. While his gang wasn't massive, it was still engaging in illegal operations. And with that exposure, Randall and his associates were finally at risk of facing real legal consequences. Fortunately, justice did catch up with Randall. In early 2016, he, along with his brother and 3 close associates, was arrested for drug trafficking. Around the same time, Eva was nearing the end of her pregnancy. Becoming a young mother was already overwhelming, but doing so while the father of her child was behind bars made it even more challenging. In mid-2016, Eva gave birth to a healthy baby boy, and despite the pain surrounding her, she was determined to create something good in her life. One might hope that the birth of his son would inspire Randall to change, to become a better person, but that never happened. Instead of offering support or showing remorse, Randall called Eva from prison shortly after the birth, not to check on her or their child, but to lash out. He was aggressive and vulgar during the call, leaving Eva shaken and frightened. That phone call marked a turning point. Her focus had shifted entirely to her baby and building a new life. And in that moment, she began to truly disconnect from Randall. The illusion of love started to fade. She finally recognized that Randall had never been good for her, especially after enduring so much mistreatment, even while she was pregnant. Looking back, the warning signs had been there all along. But Eva had been too in love, too hopeful, and too young to see the reality clearly. Randall had isolated her from loved ones and physically harmed her whenever she tried to assert herself. It was a cycle of abuse that she had finally begun to break free from. That's how controlling he was that Eva couldn't even see her parents, whom she missed very much. Randall was arrested and sent to jail, which gave Eva a chance to start over and take back control of her life. But Randall, being the liar he was, tried to control Eva even while she was in jail. Randall would call Eva from jail all the time to try to get her to marry him again. Eva stood her ground though. She spent all of her time studying and taking care of her baby. She even broke up with Randall to start dating someone else. But things were not at all good. Randall had no idea that Eva had moved on with her life and started dating someone new. Someone from his family who wasn't in jail told him about this. The brother said he saw Eva with another guy. When Randall heard this, he got angry because he realized he could no longer control her. He had lost both his girlfriend and his son. It might have seemed like Eva's new relationship was better than her old one, but it wasn't. Even her current partner hurt and abused her, which is why Eva went to the National Institute for Women for help. This is basically a place where women can go to get professional help and report being abused. Hopefully, someone will help them get out of the bad situation they're in. Talk to professionals, and even a lawyer about how to keep herself safe from someone she was dating who was violent. Eva was in a bad situation, but a lot of men and women are in the same situation all the time. If you fell in love with the wrong person once, you should be damn sure not to do it again. But this kind of behavior often turns into a routine, a cycle that never ends. A lot of people go in the wrong direction because they feel like they keep falling for the same kind of person, which is true. But the victim isn't to blame. For lack of a better word, this way of thinking, this attraction, is so easy to get stuck in that it feels like it's attached to your DNA and becomes a part of who you are. You have no idea how to change this way of thinking. This is why so many people start to blame themselves, but that never works out and is a really scary way to look at things. Eva was lucky because she knew there was a way out. She did a great job of recognizing how dangerous the road she was on and finding a professional who could help her get away. At this point in her life, Eva chose to support the feminist movement and fight for women's rights. She did this by posting her very moving thoughts on Facebook. She also joined a lot of these campaigns and events to raise awareness. At one of them, she was seen holding a sign that said, "In my family, there's no room for hate." With her son, Eva felt stronger than ever. So she went to the family court in Costa Rica and got an order to protect her from her ex-partner Randall. Not even a simple piece of paper could help though, because evil was closing in on Eva quickly, and she was about to see the worst thing anyone could ever see. Remember how Randall was supposed to spend 6 years in prison for drug-related charges? Strangely enough, he was let out of jail after 3 years of good behavior. It's likely that you guessed that Randall was always following Eva around, trying to get her to get back together with him and letting him see his son on the day he was born, even though he didn't want to. I don't know what else will make your blood boil besides that. Even though Eva didn't want to get back together with Randall, she did want their child to have a healthy family unit. Due to her desire to do what was right, Eva made regular trips to Randall's house to try to keep things as normal as possible without raising Randall's dreams. It was made clear over and over again by Eva that the only reason they were meeting was so Randall could see his son. Randall didn't back down though. It was because he was always trying to get Eva back that she had to get an order of protection against him. Now it's November 1st, 2019. Eva got herself and her son ready to meet Randall at his house. It was just another day for her. His parents were also in the house at that time, but they were on the upper floor while Eva and Randall were downstairs. It's also important to remember that Randall had another daughter from a past relationship. Remember this point, we'll come back to it. Since we last talked, Eva had been letting Randall meet his son every couple of months. On November 1st, Eva and her 3-year-old son went to Randall's house to meet him and let him spend time with their son. But Randall had other, much worse plans for that day. Randall kept bothering her and saying that they should get back together soon after Eva got there. Now it's easy to see why Eva was tired of hearing Randall say nothing. She knew that Randall only wanted to control her, and the fact that they were back together gave him something else to control. Randall's repeated attempts to persuade Eva made her angry, so it wasn't a surprise that they got into a fight. It got very angry, which is never a good sign. Right now, only Eva and Randall know what really happened, so it's not clear what caused things to suddenly get worse. But quickly, things got very bad. During their fight, Randall pulled out a gun and pointed it at Eva, who was facing away from him and had no idea what was going on. He then fired twice. Even though the attack on Eva was bad, we must remember that there were kids in this room. Randall's son from his first marriage and Eva's son. Both of them saw the crime happen. Because these kids were only 3 and 5 years old, it's possible that they will both remember this moment for the rest of their lives. The fact that their father did something so horrible makes it even worse. Eva was on the floor, fighting for her life after being shot twice in the head. Luckily, Randall's parents heard the noise and the loud gunshots and called the police right away. People in the area also heard the shots and called the cops. Luckily, the cops got there quickly, and Randall's parents wasted no time in blaming their son. When it came to getting the upper hand, they knew Randall was sneaky, mean, and violent, and he wasn't afraid to do something so horrible. Randall was caught right away by the cops as he tried to get away, while emergency services rushed to Eva's aid. It was very important to get Eva to the hospital quickly because her heart rate was very low. She was put in an ambulance right away and taken to a nearby hospital. But when they got there, they were sad to see that Eva, 19, had already died from her injuries. It's just too much with this whole thing. After Eva's sudden and tragic death, the cops had to do something even more heartbreaking. They had to tell Eva's family. The tragic attack on Eva happened just 5 blocks away from where her parents were at home when they got a call from the cops. Alina, Eva's mother, remembers this scene very well. When she heard Eva's name from the cops, she thought time had stopped. She was called right away to the scene. There were police cars and crime scene tape all around the house, and it was a terrible scene. Alina was stunned into quiet when a police officer asked her what Eva was wearing when she left the house. Because she didn't want to jump to conclusions, she replied and confirmed what her daughter was wearing. At that very moment, the cops told the mothers the worst news they could ever hear. Alina was told by the cops that Eva had been beaten up by her ex-partner who said, quote, "Ma'am, we wish we could tell you it's not your daughter, but it is." The parents of Eva had their whole world turned upside down in one night. Randall's parents were very helpful because they helped the cops find the gun that was used on Eva. It was clear that Randall had it illegally. It was found stuck in a brick wall behind the house, and the cops took it right away as proof. It wasn't long after Randall was arrested that it became clear that he had a very troubled past and had been involved in crimes like simple and aggravated robbery for a number of years before he was caught running a drug-dealing ring. It shows that Randall was a threat to society from the start and had been a thief for a long time. Don't forget that some of these acts happened when he was a teenager. This man was pure evil, but thank goodness his rule of terror was almost over. The service for Eva was held on November 3rd, 2019, a Sunday. Eva was buried by her parents, friends, and other people who loved her spirit and creative energy. Eva's death was making headlines across the country, and people were shocked and upset by it. Carlos Alvarado, the president of Costa Rica, also said something about Eva's sad death. He said, "I am very saddened by the killing of Eva and all the other women who have been hurt." To give you some history, Costa Rica has had a lot of violent incidents and murders of women. These are all caused by gender-based violence, which is a problem in their whole society. Eva's parents now have care of her son because of her sad death. They are giving him all the love and attention that Eva would have wanted to give him in her life. Sadly, this young man will have to live without his mother and father and will always remember how his father pointed the gun at his mother without her knowing it. That must have been very scary and upsetting for a child to see. I have no idea what this poor young man is going to go through. There is no way to heal from this kind of pain. There is no amount of treatment that can erase what this little boy saw that night. 2 years after Randall killed Eva, in an attack in July 2021, the trial began. Everyone was looking forward to this hearing because it was the only way to get Eva justice and give her family peace. Along with witness statements, the prosecution showed proof that Eva and Randall were abused in their relationship. They emphasized that Randall was violent towards Eva and planned to kill her on the day of the crime. The defense for Randall said that he killed Eva because he was jealous and lost it when he saw her on a private video call with another man on the day of the crime. This is such a ridiculous defense claim. Sometimes I wonder if his defense team really believed the case from the start, or if they were just making things up to make sure this man went to prison. The jurors thought about it for a while and then found Randall guilty. That's how long he could have been in jail, 35 years. Because of that, it's possible that this man will be freed one day and still have a long life ahead of him. Eva's family, on the other hand, has a hurt that will never heal. They had no idea that their daughter would be taken away from them so quickly and in such a mean way. Eva fought for the rights of women and against violence against women. However, she got caught in the same web and sadly died, even though she did everything she could to stay safe. The Costa Rican government says that ending AB against women is the most important thing for the whole country. But these are only words until something is done with them. It will take some time to see if they're really ready to change. The terrible thing that happened to Eva on November 1st, 2019 could have been avoided. If the person who did this hadn't been let out of jail so soon on such serious charges, and if Eva's pleas for help had been heard, she might still be alive and well today, working to make the world a better place for women. Making the choice to leave in a relationship or stop being abused is easier said than done. There is always a way out, though. It's not okay to make fun of or hurt someone because of their gender. And if we say over and over that the world needs to be a better place, then our actions and goals need to match those, no matter their gender, race, or culture. There are a lot of female cases on true crime cases, which is why I've said it before and will say it again. Because 8 out of 10 victims of domestic abuse in places like this are women. In fact, 80% of those who responded affirmatively highlight just how widespread the issue is. More awareness is urgently needed, and action must follow. For people like us, who may not have the power to change the system directly, it starts with watching out for those we care about. Take concerns seriously when someone says they've been targeted, harassed, or made to feel unsafe. I personally know people who have been stalked, touched inappropriately, or worse. And while I may not fully believe every accusation, it's important not to dismiss them outright. I won't go into the specific details of these events, because it's not my place to share. What matters is that the perpetrators were caught swiftly and are no longer a threat. This is the level of urgency and seriousness every case deserves. Everyone has the right to feel safe in this world. Moving on to the next case. Gloria Gary. A woman named Gloria Gary vanished under mysterious circumstances from her own home. Although the person responsible was quickly apprehended, he claimed he had left her body inside the house. This left one pressing question: what truly happened to Gloria? Elsewhere, a young man driving a red Honda along a rural highway in northern Utah noticed his fuel gauge dipping dangerously low. With no gas stations nearby and no money to refuel, he pulled over onto the shoulder and shut off the engine. Sitting in the car, uncertain about his next move, he began contemplating his limited options. At the same time, a driver heading in the opposite direction spotted the stationary Honda. Seeing a car stopped in such a remote location struck him as odd. With nothing around but open fields and distant farms, he hesitated to approach, but still felt something was off. Choosing caution, he contacted the local police to report the vehicle and requested that an officer check in, just in case someone needed help. A responding officer arrived at the location and spotted the vehicle pulled over on the shoulder. As per standard procedure, he radioed the dispatcher to run the license plate and identify the car's registered owner. He then exited his patrol vehicle and walked steadily toward the red Honda. As he got closer, the car door opened and a young man stepped out, holding an empty gas can. Although he was legally an adult, He looked significantly younger than his actual age. When asked what had happened, the young man explained that he had run out of gas and was hoping someone would pass by and share some fuel for free. During the conversation, a dispatch message came through with crucial information. The red Honda was registered to a missing person, 49-year-old Gloria Gary, who had been reported missing several days earlier in a completely different state. The young man in possession of the vehicle was not the registered owner, raising immediate suspicions. He was taken into custody and transported to the station for questioning, where he was identified as 22-year-old Kyle Alexander Jepson. During the interview, investigators uncovered a shocking detail. Gloria Gary hadn't actually vanished. She was still inside her home. This startling revelation directly contradicted her family's claims, as they had thoroughly searched every room and storage space without finding any sign of her. Gloria was officially reported missing on January 5, 2017, after being unreachable for several days. On January 3rd, she left work around 1 p.m., stopped by a nearby pizzeria for a meal, picked up a pizza to take home, and drove back in her red Honda. That was the last confirmed sighting of her. Gloria, an IT analyst based in Urbandale, failed to report to work on January 4th. Her coworkers initially assumed she had overslept, an unusual occurrence for someone as dependable as Gloria. But as the day wore on and she remained unreachable, concern began to grow. That same evening, she was supposed to have dinner with her father and sister. When she didn't show up or answer her phone, the family figured her plans had changed at the last minute. Still, it was uncharacteristic of Gloria not to notify them. When she missed work again on January 5th, her employer reached out to one of her sisters to ask if she knew where Gloria was. It soon became clear that Gloria had been completely out of contact for 2 full days. She hadn't reached out to family, friends, or coworkers, an immediate red flag. Gloria was known for her structured, consistent lifestyle. She lived alone, had no children, and followed a routine that rarely changed. Certain evenings were spent at her father's home, while others were reserved for casual outings at a local pizzeria with friends. Any deviation from this schedule was unusual and always communicated in advance. Her sudden silence deeply concerned her family. Gloria was responsible and caring, someone who would never disappear without letting someone know if she were sick or facing an emergency. Their worry intensified when calls to her phone began going straight to voicemail. Gloria's family, including her father, 2 sisters, and a brother, were all deeply shaken. Her nieces and nephews adored her, and neighbors described her as kind, soft-spoken, and gracious. She was respected for her gentle personality and was known to avoid conflict or drawing attention to herself. Having never been involved in any kind of trouble, Gloria's unexplained absence felt both troubling and completely out of character. Gloria's life centered around her deep love for romance and mystery novels, which she often bought in large quantities and read during her free time. Although she was typically quiet and reserved, her bright red Honda suggested a hidden spark of boldness that many wouldn't have expected. When she suddenly disappeared, one of her sisters asked her brother-in-law to act as the family's point of contact. He reached out to the police, stressing that it was completely unlike Gloria to go anywhere without informing her loved ones. Her sisters thoroughly searched her home for any signs or clues, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Her car was also gone. A heavy sense of fear set in, and Gloria was officially reported missing. Authorities released a public alert, asking anyone with information on the 49-year-old Des Moines, Iowa resident to come forward. Gloria was described as a white woman, 5 feet 5 inches tall, with black hair, brown eyes, and weighing approximately 110 pounds. She wore thin-frame glasses and was last seen dressed in a long dark sweater and pants. The alert also included a description of her bright red Honda, which was likely to be easily noticed on the road. In the meantime, the Gary family did everything they could to locate Gloria. Though they had no solid leads, they turned to both social and traditional media. They handed out flyers with her picture and even set up a dedicated account to collect tips from people who might be hesitant to contact law enforcement directly. While holding on to hope, they also braced themselves for the worst. Their determination paid off when Gloria's recognizable red Honda was spotted just a few days later in southern Utah, in an area called Park. At around 12:45 p.m., Two local police officers noticed the car parked outside a 24-hour store during their routine patrol. After running the plates, they discovered the vehicle belonged to a missing person and quickly returned to investigate. Unfortunately, by the time they got back, the car had already left the scene. Refusing to give up, the officers examined the store's security footage. The video revealed a man driving Gloria's car. By carefully analyzing the footage, they were able to extract clearer images of the suspect. A white male adult with a distinctive mark on his arm, possibly a tattoo, glove, or a mix of both, depending on the camera angle. Authorities then shared the images on social media, asking the public for help in identifying the man as a person of interest in Gloria Gary's disappearance. The exact details of the man's identity remained unclear when Gloria's family saw the photo of the young suspect. They couldn't recognize him or determine any connection he might have had to their sister. What troubled them even more was Gloria's complete absence. There was no reason for her to be in Utah, as she had no known acquaintances there. It seemed likely the man had stolen her car, leaving the mystery of Gloria's whereabouts unanswered. The family's distress escalated, but their questions were soon addressed. On January 12, 2017, just a day after the photo was shared, police arrested the suspect. The young man had been caught on a rural highway after his ill-fated journey ended when he ran out of gas. A passing truck driver had noticed the red Honda parked on the roadside, and, sensing something was off, called the police. When an officer arrived at the scene, he observed condensation on the car windows, suggesting someone had been inside for a while. Part of the Honda's bright red body had been hastily spray-painted black, and the passenger side window was broken and patched with orange and silver duct tape. The officer radioed the license plate to dispatch before approaching the vehicle. At that moment, a young man stepped out of the car holding a gas can, apparently trying to appear nonchalant. His hands were stained with black paint, evidence of his attempt to disguise the vehicle. Hoping to deflect suspicion, he spun a story about running out of gas and having no money. When questioned about the broken passenger window, he offered an absurd explanation, claiming he had been sitting in the car in a bad mood, swinging a machete at the dashboard and accidentally shattered the window. The officer found the story implausible, suspecting it was concocted on the spot. The young man assured the officer he was unarmed, but a precautionary search confirmed this. He was then placed in the patrol car. Meanwhile, the officer received a dispatch update confirming the Honda was registered to a missing woman from Des Moines, Iowa. When asked who owned the car, the suspect initially claimed it belonged to his aunt, but failed to provide her name. Realizing his lies were futile, he eventually confessed to stealing the car, explaining that he had taken it from a driveway in Des Moines. Following his arrest, Utah state investigators secured a warrant to search the Honda for additional evidence, hoping it would provide more answers about Gloria's mysterious disappearance. Police found numerous items in the red Honda, suggesting the young man had planned to live on the road for some time. Among the belongings were a small camping tent, 3 toothbrushes, men's clothing, 9 pairs of socks, a blanket, a large set of brushes, 6 cans of spray paint, duct tape, and a tarp that had been removed. From the passenger door, once law enforcement identified the 22-year-old suspect as Kyle Alexander Jepson and read him his rights, his behavior became erratic. He wavered between agreeing to talk without an attorney and refusing to speak altogether. His nervousness was evident, and for good reason. In Iowa, there was an outstanding warrant for Kyle's arrest on charges of burglary. Kyle, however, claimed he was hearing about the warrant for the first time, though this wasn't surprising since he had fled the state. The Utah officer who arrested him decided to tread carefully, casually asking if Kyle had seen the red Honda's owner, Gloria Gary, since a missing person report had been filed about her days earlier. What Kyle said next stunned the officer. He admitted to having seen Gloria in her home, but then abruptly fell silent, refusing to answer further questions. After a moment, Kyle confessed that this was his first arrest and that he didn't know how to act or what to reveal. Gathering his thoughts, he finally delivered a shocking statement. Gloria was still in her house, or rather, her lifeless body was. He admitted to taking her life. The Utah officer, who had initially responded to a routine call about a car parked on the roadside, was unprepared for such a chilling confession. Looking at Kyle, he found it hard to believe this young, seemingly harmless man was capable of such an act. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the officer immediately contacted detectives in Des Moines who were leading the investigation into Gloria Gary's disappearance. During questioning, Kyle provided a detailed confession, which was as horrifying as it was random. He told investigators he had not planned to kill anyone that day, nor had he specifically targeted Gloria or her home. His actions seemed unplanned and impulsive, making the crime all the more senseless and tragic. On January 3, 2017, Kyle Jepson was walking through the Merle Hay area when he impulsively decided to break into a random house. Without any specific reason, he chose a property and entered, waiting inside for its occupants to return. Kyle didn't consider who might walk through the door, whether it could be someone who would overpower him. He simply hid and waited. When Gloria Gary came home carrying a pizza box, she had no idea someone was in her house. Kyle sprang from his hiding spot, attacked her, and knocked her to the floor. Wrapping his hands around her neck, he squeezed with all his strength until she went limp and quiet. Initially, Kyle thought she had fainted, but he soon realized she wasn't breathing. After ensuring Gloria was unresponsive, Kyle violated her body. According to his confession, Kyle claimed he felt detached from his actions as if he were observing himself from the outside. However, he admitted to feeling a sense of control during the crime, describing it as an almost surreal experience devoid of rational thought. Instead of fleeing, Kyle stayed in Gloria's home after the murder. He rationalized that imprisonment was too severe a punishment for him and decided to bide his time while considering his next move. Over the following hours, he showered, watched TV, played games on Gloria's phone, and even flipped through her books. He sent numerous messages and photos on Snapchat to his friends, though it's unclear what he shared. While some friends expressed concern, it's uncertain if they knew about the crime or simply noticed something off in Kyle's demeanor or messages. Before leaving Gloria's house, Kyle stole $200, her phone, and her red Honda, using the car to drive to another state. His confession led to his immediate arrest and detention at Toole County Detention Center in Utah, where he awaited extradition to Iowa. However, one baffling question remained. If Kyle had left Gloria's body in her home, where was it? Her family had searched the house multiple times, inspecting every room, but found no trace of her. They had reported her missing, and police had also visited her residence at the start of their investigation, thoroughly examining the property, but finding nothing out of the ordinary. At the time of Gloria's disappearance, detectives lacked a search warrant, which limited their ability to thoroughly investigate her residence. Legal restrictions confined them to visually inspecting the premises with permission from her family. They couldn't open doors, access the attic, descend into the basement, or search closets and drawers. Though Gloria had been missing for 9 days and Kyle claimed her body was inside, the initial walkthrough yielded no findings. After Kyle's confession, authorities secured a warrant to legally search the home in detail. When the legal procedures were finalized, detectives returned to Gloria's house and began an exhaustive room-by-room search, including the attic and basement. The process was challenging due to Gloria's hoarding tendencies, which made navigating the space difficult. Eventually, they discovered a body hidden inside. To confirm it was Gloria, the remains were sent for an autopsy, which tragically validated the family's fears. Authorities did not disclose why the body had gone unnoticed earlier, stating only that it had been well hidden due to the home's unconventional conditions. Out of respect for privacy, they withheld specific details about the body's location. Des Moines, translating to City of Monks, serves as Iowa's commercial, financial, and transportation hub, with a population just over 200,000. Until 2017, it was considered a relatively safe city. However, that year marked a troubling shift. On January 1st alone, 3 fatal incidents occurred, and by year's end, the city had experienced a record-breaking number of violent crimes resulting in deaths, a level of violence unseen since 1978. Though shootings and stabbings had happened before, Gloria's neighborhood in Merle Hay was known for its safety. Her tragic story shattered the community's sense of security, prompting many residents to install home security systems. As investigators delved into Kyle Jepson's history, it was revealed that his actions in Gloria's case weren't entirely out of nowhere. Just 5 days before his attack on Gloria, troubling behavior had begun to emerge. On December 29, 2016, Kyle Jepsen broke into the home of Alicia Taylor, a woman living on Hall Comp Avenue. According to the police report, Alicia returned from work around 8:30 p.m. to a shocking sight. A young man standing in her kitchen wearing her undergarments, a bra and panties, and a woman's wig. The intruder had eaten the dinner she had prepared earlier and drank the remaining wine from her refrigerator. Alicia was understandably terrified, but managed to maintain her composure. Instead of panicking, she yelled at the strange young man to leave her house immediately and never return. To her surprise, the intruder obeyed. He quickly changed back into his own clothes, dropped the women's garments on the floor, and fled. Before leaving, Alicia got a clear look at him and recognized the burglar. As her neighbor's son, Kyle Jepsen, she watched through the window as he removed the wig outside, then immediately called the police to report the break-in. Although Kyle had not stolen anything, Alicia noticed her lighter fluid had been moved. Given the recent reports of house fires in the neighborhood, this discovery deeply unsettled her. Concerned for her family's safety, she filed a formal report. Police issued an arrest warrant for Kyle on charges of breaking and entering, but they were unable to locate him. By this time, he had already begun evading law enforcement. Shortly after the incident, Alicia decided to move out of state with her children. Learning about Gloria Gary's death just days after the break-in reinforced her fear of remaining in Des Moines. Following the discovery of Gloria's body, Kyle Jepsen was charged with first-degree felony robbery and burglary. In addition, he faced prior charges of second-degree burglary for the break-in at Alicia's home, resulting in a $1 million cash bail. This case represents two profound tragedies. The first is the senseless and violent death of Gloria Gary, a modest woman who lived a peaceful life and had no enemies. The second is the heartbreak of Kyle Jepsen's parents, who lost their son in a devastating way. It is unimaginable to be in their position, to raise a child with pride, joy, and hope, only to one day learn that this same child, their source of pride and unconditional love, had taken another person's life. For Kyle's parents, this revelation meant a lifetime of unanswered questions, guilt, and sorrow. Why had things gone so wrong? At what point did Kyle's sweet demeanor transform into the darkness that led to such unspeakable acts? When did thoughts of harming a woman take root in his mind? Kyle had once worked at a pub just 10 minutes from Gloria Gary's home. His employer had praised him as a diligent worker, and Kyle had formed friendly relationships with his coworkers. However, after leaving the job, he became increasingly withdrawn, eventually cutting ties with friends and disappearing from sight. When Gloria's family was distributing flyers with her photo, they asked the pub staff to place one in a visible location. A server attached it to the pub's front window. This seemingly routine gesture led to shocking revelations. First, Gloria's family was devastated to learn that the man who had taken their loved one's life had worked at that very pub. Second, the staff was horrified to discover that their former coworker was responsible for the death of the woman whose photo they had displayed. In September 2017, Kyle entered into a plea agreement, a process that took about a month due to the intimate motives behind his crimes against Alicia Taylor and Gloria Gary. Gloria's elderly father chose not to attend the court proceedings, unwilling to be in the same room as the man who had senselessly ended his daughter's life. After extensive legal proceedings, Kyle Alexander Jepsen pleaded guilty to the attack on Gloria Gary. He was sentenced to a maximum of 50 years in prison for her murder, with an additional 10 years for the burglary of Alicia Taylor's home. The judge ruled that these sentences would be served consecutively. Kyle would need to serve at least 35 years before becoming eligible for parole. During the trial, the 22-year-old suspect, who looked more like a boy than a man, tried to justify his actions. He claimed that voices or demons in his head had taken control of him during the crime. Overwhelmed with emotion, he broke down in tears, struggling to say anything further in his own defense. However, there was no evidence to support the presence of any mental illness. Psychological assessments confirmed that Kyle was fully aware of his actions and understood their consequences. The court ultimately found justice had been served, yet one disturbing mystery remained. How had Gloria Gary's body gone unnoticed in her home for 9 days? While police chose not to reveal this detail publicly, one of Gloria's relatives disclosed it during an interview. Gloria had been living with a hoarding disorder, clinically known as Diogenes syndrome. a psychiatric condition that presents in multiple forms. Some individuals collect stray animals without the means to properly care for them, leading to overcrowded, unhealthy environments. Others, obsessed with saving money, amass broken objects, waste, and useless junk until their homes become virtually uninhabitable. A third type, often motivated by a need for emotional or intellectual stimulation, accumulates books, newspapers, and magazines, which slowly overtake their living spaces. Gloria fell into the third category of hoarders and had been living alone for many years. At 49, she found comfort in romance and mystery novels. She often bought books in large quantities, read them cover to cover, and arranged them neatly on her shelves. As the shelves filled up, the books began to spill onto windowsills, furniture, and eventually covered the floors. Gloria couldn't bring herself to let go of any book she had read, and over time, her home was completely overtaken by them. In a heartbreaking twist, those very books became the site of her final resting place. After ending Gloria's life, the young man concealed her body beneath one of the many towering stacks of books scattered around the house. Since such piles were typical in her cluttered home, her family members didn't suspect anything was out of the ordinary during their early searches. Despite her quirks, Gloria was known for her kindness and warmth, and was dearly loved by her close friends. She didn't deserve the tragic end she suffered at the hands of a selfish and reckless young man. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Rothwell. When one list was uncovered during the investigation into a missing woman, it raised serious concerns. To an outsider, it might seem harmless, just a list. But when the contents were linked to the disappearance of a pregnant woman named Jennifer Rothwell, it became a crucial piece of evidence in a case that started as a standard missing persons report. Jennifer Rothwell's heartbreaking story is steeped in betrayal, cold indifference, and devastating consequences. At the heart of it all lies a disturbing list that revealed a glimpse into a deeply troubled and selfish mind. Jennifer Elizabeth Von Hausen was born on November 20th, 1990, in Overland Park, Kansas, to her parents, Robin and Mark Von Hausen. She had two siblings, a brother named William and a sister named Marissa. Jennifer attended Park Hill High School in Kansas City, Missouri, before going on to study chemical engineering at the University of Missouri in Columbia. Jennifer is fondly remembered by her friends and family for her warm and radiant personality. She was smart, kind-hearted, and gentle, with a special love for spending time with those closest to her, especially during the holidays. Jennifer loved to travel and enjoyed playing group games, always bringing energy and joy wherever she went. Her vibrant spirit made her naturally sociable, and she left a meaningful impact on everyone she met. During her time at university, she crossed paths with someone who would become a central part of her life. In 2013, she met Bo Rothwell, a fellow chemical engineering student at the University of Missouri, who was assigned as her lab partner. Their chemistry was instant, and it marked the start of a deep relationship. They went on dates, adopted a cat together, and within 2 years, Bo knew Jennifer was the one. He proposed, and on September 26, 2015, they tied the knot. At that time, Jennifer worked as a process engineer at DuPont's Chesterfield office in St. Louis, while Bo was employed at Ambitech Engineering. To those looking in from the outside, their life appeared picture-perfect. Both were advancing in their careers, enjoying a seemingly happy marriage, and surrounded by loving families and friends. After settling into married life, they began trying to start a family. But this path came with challenges. Jennifer had been diagnosed with endometriosis, a condition that made conception difficult. Despite the challenges, Jennifer and Bo remained hopeful, and in 2019, their patience was rewarded. Jennifer took a pregnancy test that confirmed the news they had been dreaming of. She was expecting. Jennifer was overjoyed. Becoming a mother had always been one of her deepest desires, and sharing that journey with Bo made it all the more meaningful. But heartbreak struck just 6 weeks into her pregnancy. Jennifer's life, and that of her unborn child, was tragically taken in a brutal and unimaginable way. She was last seen on November 11, 2019, at the couple's home on North Winds Drive in central St. Louis County, Missouri. It was a bitterly cold, snowy morning, and Jennifer never arrived at work. Bo told authorities that they had spent the previous evening watching television together before heading to bed. He claimed that he left for work the next morning as usual, but when he returned home later that day, Jennifer was gone. After several hours passed with no word from her, Bo said he tried calling her multiple times. When she still hadn't responded, he finally reported her missing. Authorities launched an investigation right away, as Jennifer's sudden disappearance was deeply alarming and completely out of character. She wasn't the type to disappear without a trace, and the fact that she was pregnant only intensified the concern. Was she in trouble? Had she fallen ill, been caught in the snowstorm, or worse? Jennifer's family, the Von Housens, were consumed with fear, desperate for answers and terrified for her safety. Bo also turned to social media in a show of concern, posting an emotional plea for the public's help in locating Jennifer. His words painted the picture of a distraught husband desperate for answers. He joined community-led search efforts, walking alongside volunteers in the snow-covered neighborhoods. But despite the growing urgency, no promising leads emerged. Then, later that same evening, a discovery added to the alarm. Jennifer's 2011 Hyundai Sonata was found abandoned. Inside the car, police located her phone, but Jennifer herself was nowhere to be found. The discovery was chilling. How could she have vanished without her phone or car, especially amid freezing temperatures? Investigators were no longer dealing with a simple missing person case. Something was very wrong. Jennifer's family, gripped by panic and dread, announced a $25,000 reward in hopes that someone would come forward with vital information. Meanwhile, police intensified their efforts, narrowing their focus to the last place Jennifer had been seen alive, her own home. When they approached Bo about searching the residence he shared with Jennifer, they were met with a startling reaction. He refused to allow them inside and immediately retained legal counsel. To the investigators, this response was not just uncooperative, it was suspicious. Their instincts told them they were no longer searching for a missing woman. They were looking for evidence of a crime. Authorities swiftly moved to secure a search warrant for both the couple's home and Bo's vehicle, determined to uncover the truth hidden behind closed doors. This marked a crucial turning point in the investigation, revealing deeply disturbing clues. When officers searched the couple's trash, they uncovered empty bleach bottles, cleaning supplies, gloves, paper towels, and stained rags. These items alone raised major suspicions, but it didn't stop there. When police examined Bo's car, they were hit with the overpowering scent of bleach, a clear indication that someone had attempted to sanitize the vehicle thoroughly. Shortly after, a search warrant was granted, and on November 13th, investigators entered the home. In the basement, they found wet carpet soaked with bleach and blood, clear evidence of foul play. A fan was directed at the spot, and windows were wide open despite the bitter cold, pointing to an urgent attempt to dry the area quickly and eliminate traces of a crime. Adding to the horror, detectives found a large hole in the basement wall, as if an object, or possibly a person, had been violently slammed against it. These findings confirmed their worst fears. Something brutal had occurred in that basement. Bo was immediately arrested and charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence. By November 14th, the case officially transitioned from a missing persons report to a homicide investigation. That same day, Bo faced additional charges for tampering with evidence after surveillance footage surfaced, showing him purchasing bleach and cleaning products from a nearby store the night before Jennifer vanished. To further distance himself from the crime, Bo had used a gift card to make the purchase, making it harder to trace. On November 15th, Bo was formally charged with second-degree murder. Meanwhile, the search for Jennifer, or her remains, intensified, with the Special Response Unit, Metro Air Support Unit, detectives, police, and volunteers joining forces to search nearby areas. After a week of searching, on November 18th, around 11:15 p.m., investigators made a discovery that would change the case forever. The worst fear of all had become a grim reality. The events that transpired in the basement of the Rothwell home ultimately led to the tragic loss of Jennifer's life. Her lifeless, unclothed body was found along Highway 61, near Troy, Missouri, nearly 45 miles northwest of her home with Bo. The body was partially covered with leaves and twigs, curled into a fetal position, and had a large plastic bag over her head. After being transported for identification, It was confirmed the body belonged to 28-year-old Jennifer Rothwell. The heartbreak of her death was compounded by the fact that she was pregnant at the time. Not only was Jennifer discarded and left to die on the side of the road, but the unborn child she had so eagerly awaited also shared her tragic fate. When Jennifer's family learned of her death, it was as though their world had collapsed. Jennifer, who had been so excited about starting a new chapter with her husband, would never get to hold her child. The pain of losing their daughter was unbearable. But when they discovered that Beau, her husband, who had promised to love and protect her, had been arrested for her murder, their hearts were shattered even further. The grief they felt was unimaginable. The autopsy revealed Jennifer's cause of death was blunt force trauma. Her head injury was so severe that it resembled the kind of damage typically seen in high-speed car accidents. This revelation was a shock to the police as well. A man who had actively participated in searches for his missing wife publicly pleaded for her safe return, all the while knowing she was already gone. This was not the behavior of an innocent person. Moreover, he had clearly played a role in her tragic end. But what exactly had happened? Why did Beau purchase cleaning supplies and bleach? Was it just a tragic accident? Why did he resist letting investigators search his home and hire a lawyer? The police needed answers, and fortunately, Beau's phone revealed a secret that gave them clear insight into his motive. Beau's phone records revealed that he had been texting someone, a woman, not Jennifer. While the woman's identity was not made public, the content of the messages made it evident that Beau had been unfaithful to his wife long before her tragic death. It's unclear if the woman was from Beau's workplace or elsewhere, but the affair was undeniable. The texts revealed that Beau had been contemplating leaving Jennifer and starting a new life with his mistress. The messages between the two were laced with the secrecy and desire typical of an affair, all while Jennifer remained completely unaware. Further exchanges showed that Beau's affair had reached a critical point. When Jennifer told him she was pregnant, it placed Beau at a crossroads. He could either end the relationship with Jennifer and pursue a life with his mistress, or he could stay with his wife and raise their child. But Beau didn't want to continue with Jennifer. The investigators found Jennifer's internet search history, revealing that she had visited forums asking questions like, "What to do if your husband is upset that you're pregnant?" It became glaringly clear to the police and everyone else that Beau didn't want to continue his life with Jennifer. When she shared the news about being pregnant, it was obvious that he wasn't happy about it. Sure, pregnancy can be challenging for both partners, but Jennifer and Beau had previously agreed on starting a family, at least before Beau cheated. So he had no legitimate reason to be upset about the pregnancy. They had been trying to conceive, yet when it actually happened, acted as if it were a surprise. It simply didn't make sense. Messages between Beau and his mistress revealed how unhappy he was about the pregnancy. One text read, "I'm in panic mode. Jennifer took a pregnancy test, and it came back positive. I want to be with you instead. I have no clue what to do. Believe me, this is not what I want. I feel trapped." These texts highlighted the type of husband Beau was. One particular message alarmed the police immediately. It was an outline Beau had sent to his mistress, listing 3 possible options for his situation. The first option was to end the affair and part ways. The second option was to confess the affair to Jennifer and ask for a divorce. The third was to wait out the pregnancy, not reveal the affair, and leave Jennifer if she miscarried or if something else happened. What doesn't make sense is why Beau didn't simply leave Jennifer if he felt that unhappy. While an affair is never justifiable, if you stretch your mind, his actions could almost seem explainable in some twisted way. But to continue the affair for 4 years, why not leave his wife and be with the person he truly wanted? He was already cheating, the trust was already shattered. It couldn't get much worse, but Beau's actions were beyond comprehension. He wasn't just a coward who couldn't face Jennifer and her rightful anger when the affair was exposed. He was so deeply invested in the affair that he didn't care about his unborn child's fate. In fact, to him, a miscarriage might have been the best outcome. If that doesn't make your stomach turn, I don't know what will. Jennifer's murder trial took place in mid-2022, where Beau displayed a mix of stoic and emotional behavior. The prosecution aimed to prove that the murder was premeditated, hoping for a heavier sentence for such a brutal crime. Meanwhile, the defense argued that Beau's actions were a result of an accident. According to investigators, Beau had grown tired of his life with Jennifer, and when she revealed her pregnancy, he saw the baby, which both of them had a role in creating, as a hindrance to his plans for a new life. The prosecution supported this claim with a shocking piece of evidence: a pros and cons list found in Beau's notebook at work, which was handed over by his boss. This wasn't a typical list. It detailed Beau's thoughts on leaving Jennifer and starting over. On the pros side, Beau wrote things like a fresh start, better intimacy, and more respect. On the cons side, he listed having to move, financial strain, and disappointing his family. The list showed that Beau's focus was entirely on how his life would be impacted, with no consideration for the feelings of others. It was a clear example of his narcissism. The prosecution argued that Jennifer and her baby stood in the way of Beau's ideal life, and he decided to eliminate them, leading to the brutal attack which investigators believed was carried out with a mallet. On the other hand, the defense admitted that Beau had killed Jennifer, but argued it wasn't premeditated. They claimed it was an outburst of passion and anger. According to the defense, Beau had been having an affair, but when Jennifer got pregnant, he was ready to end the affair and commit to his wife. They suggested that on November 11th, Beau confessed the affair to Jennifer, but didn't reveal the identity of the woman. This caused Jennifer to become enraged, leading to a heated argument. At one point, Jennifer allegedly told Beau that she was also cheating and that the baby wasn't his. This was the moment that pushed Beau over the edge, literally. In a fit of rage, he demanded to know if the baby was even his. In a horrifying turn of events, Beau attacked Jennifer with a mallet, and as she stumbled toward the garage door, he struck her again, fatally ending her life. It was only after the violent outburst that Beau snapped out of his anger and realized the gravity of what he had done. He then loaded Jennifer's lifeless body into his car and drove it 45 miles away. As for his behavior afterward, including actively participating in the searches for Jennifer, the defense claimed he was just maintaining the facade of normalcy, a claim that seemed unbelievable. The defense repeatedly argued that Beau was overcome with guilt from his affair and that he genuinely wanted to start a family with Jennifer. However, this claim is hard to believe. A paternity test conducted after Jennifer's death revealed that Beau was indeed the father of the baby, disproving any notion of infidelity on Jennifer's part. Her phone history also showed no signs of unfaithfulness. It's difficult to comprehend the defense's baseless argument. Jennifer had been loyal to her husband, and none of her actions had jeopardized their marriage. When all this evidence came to light in court, broke down in tears, as though his emotions could undo the horrors he'd caused and bring Jennifer and their baby back to life. Beau's actions were tragic and senseless. If he truly killed his wife out of rage over a false accusation of infidelity, one without any proof, it becomes even more irrational. Beau had no right to take the lives of his wife and unborn child based on a baseless claim, especially when he himself had been the one to jeopardize the marriage with his affair. The role of Beau's mistress in the crime remains unclear. Since she wasn't named publicly or present at the trial, it's safe to assume she was not involved. However, she was aware that Beau was married and they had discussed possible future scenarios. Whether or not she knew that Beau intended to kill Jennifer is uncertain, but it remains unsettling. After much deliberation, in April 2022, the jury reached their verdict. 31-year-old Beau Rothwell was found guilty of murdering his wife, Jennifer. The sentencing took place on July 8, 2022, when Beau was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 4 years for charges related to body abandonment and evidence tampering, all of which will be served concurrently. After the verdict, Beau addressed Jennifer's family, offering a statement in which he claimed he thought about Jennifer every day and that she was his best friend. But these words were nothing but hollow lies. A true friend doesn't betray, lie to, or murder their best friend. Jennifer's family not only lost their daughter, a loving, strong, and bright woman, but also their unborn grandchild, all due to Beau's selfish actions. Jennifer's mother Robin spoke after the sentencing through a video call, expressing the immense loss. "We thought we would have more than 28 years with her. Gone are the moments of joy with friends and relatives. It's devastating to witness the families knowing they will never see their daughter again. A husband is meant to be a protector, a source of comfort and peace, yet betrayed that bond from the start." Jennifer's case draws comparisons to others like Chris Watts and Scott Peterson, men who, like Beau, killed their wives and unborn children to be with another woman. What makes these cases even more haunting is the fact that these men actively joined the search efforts for their wives after having already taken their lives. Their actions reveal a level of cruelty that's difficult to grasp. Taking a spouse's life is horrifying in itself, but doing so while she is pregnant adds an even more chilling layer. It's unthinkable that someone could be so devoid of empathy as to end not only one life, but two, one of which had barely begun. This case is devastating on many levels. The idea that the person you trust the most, your own husband, could be behind such a calculated and evil act is almost impossible to comprehend. There are countless ways to leave a relationship without resorting to violence. Yet individuals like Doe chose the most brutal option, all while keeping up the facade of a devoted partner. He chose to end his marriage in bloodshed, seemingly to preserve his image. If there's any small comfort for Jennifer's loved ones, it's that Doe didn't succeed in crafting the life he wanted. Instead, he now faces a lifetime behind bars, forever marked as a cheating murderer. Jennifer's family holds on to this measure of justice as they continue to cherish the memory of their beloved daughter, whose spirit lives on in their hearts. Moving on to the next case. Laura Ackerson. In this video, we explore a chilling case where love turned toxic and betrayal led to a devastating murder. This is the tragic and disturbing true story of Laura Ackerson. Parenthood teaches valuable lessons: compassion, responsibility, and sacrifice for others. Every parent hopes to provide the safest and healthiest life for their children. Things seem to be falling into place for Laura Ackerson, a thriving businesswoman who was just weeks away from gaining full custody of her kids. But on the fateful day of July 13th, 2011, Laura vanished without a trace. Had she really abandoned her children? She was so close to ending a difficult custody battle. Would she walk away from everything she fought for? Or had something terrible happened? Laura Jane Ackerson was born on April 30th, 1984, in Hastings, Michigan, to Roger and Brenda Ackerson. As a child, she was cheerful, upbeat, and full of life. Her outgoing and joyful personality made her well-liked, and her family regularly attended Grace Fellowship Church. Laura had a kind, gentle nature. Not much is known about her early life, but in 1996, her seemingly stable family began to break apart. Her parents were in constant conflict, and the cracks in the family dynamic became increasingly clear. Laura's world changed when her parents divorced at the age of 12. The separation deeply affected her, leaving her emotionally unsettled from that point on. Divorce is something no child should have to endure, and Laura's experience underscores just how damaging it can be. After the split, Laura and her mother, Brenda, relocated to Iowa. She enrolled at Linville-Sully High School and later attended Kirkwood Community College, where she studied graphic design. Laura had a natural flair for creativity, with a talent for combining color, patterns, and digital art to express herself. Eventually, Laura sought a fresh start and moved to Kinston, North Carolina. There, she attended the J.Y. Monk Real Estate School and began working in marketing and graphic design. Through her work, she met new people and formed valuable connections. Two of her business partners, Siobhan Maffs and Heidi Schumacher, soon became her closest friends. For Laura, having long-term friendships meant everything. As someone who often felt isolated due to frequent moves during childhood, finding a tight-knit circle brought her joy and a sense of belonging. In March 2007, she met a man named Grant Hayes at a local restaurant, an encounter that would soon change the course of her life. Grant was born on April 30th, 1979, in Raleigh, North Carolina. Interestingly, he and Laura shared the same birthday, which was one of the things that initially connected them. Not much is publicly known about Grant's early life, but it's clear he was deeply religious and musically gifted. He gained local recognition by performing at small venues like bars and restaurants. Grant had a charming personality and knew how to attract women. He and a girl named Emily became romantically involved at the age of 18, shortly after finishing high school. Their relationship escalated quickly, leading to marriage. However, the union was short-lived and eventually ended in divorce. This breakup had a profound impact on Grant, as Emily had been a major influence in his life and a source of inspiration for his music. The emotional fallout from the failed marriage marked a turning point for him. He was later diagnosed with bipolar disorder and depression. Though he was prescribed strong medications such as lithium, Grant eventually began abusing alcohol and later turned to even more dangerous substances. It became clear that Grant couldn't function without drugs. He was already heading down a destructive path, but his addiction to a synthetic hallucinogen made things significantly worse. His already egotistical and self-absorbed personality became cruel and controlling. Grant began experiencing delusions. He believed aliens were running the government and that he was some kind of chosen one. He even thought he'd need a rocket to survive the end of the world. He also rejected vaccines, convinced they caused autism. No doubt, that opinion would spark debate in the comments. Despite his deteriorating mental state and substance abuse, Grant's music career began to flourish, and he started landing more gigs in Raleigh. Around this time, he met Laura. On the surface, it seemed like things were going well for Grant, but behind closed doors, it was a much different story. Laura soon found herself dealing with his abusive and controlling behavior. Emotionally fragile to begin with, Laura became a target of Grant's manipulation. He physically and mentally abused her and repeatedly cheated on her. Struggling with her own insecurities, Laura endured far more than she should have. Grant even tried to isolate Laura from her loved ones, claiming her family and friends were a negative influence. He fit the mold of a textbook narcissist, obsessed with control and determined to dominate every aspect of Laura's life, from her actions to her social interactions. Despite all the red flags, Laura and Grant got married just 2 months after meeting. Coming from a troubled family background and a string of failed relationships, Laura was desperate to find her fairy tale ending. Unfortunately, she ended up with someone who only cared about himself. The fact that no one even knew Laura was dating shows just how deeply Grant had taken over her life. When her friend Heidi broke the news of Laura's marriage to those closest to her, they were stunned. Still, her friends stood by her, even though they knew it was a mistake. A few months later, Laura found out she was pregnant. While she was overjoyed, Grant's reaction was the opposite. He had no desire to become a father. The pregnancy only made his controlling and obsessive behavior worse. 9 months later, their son, Grant Jr., was born, and Laura's entire world began to revolve around him. To show how narcissistic he was even more, he gave his son his own name. Now, don't get me wrong, people do this all the time, and it's usually a sweet way to honor a father or grandpa. But in Grant's case, it was a sign of narcissism. No matter what, Laura loved her son very much. Meanwhile, was high, cheating on his child's mother and working so he didn't have time for his son. In the end, one of Grant's contacts told him about a job opening in the Virgin Islands. Grant was thrilled about the chance, even though it meant leaving his wife and baby son back in North Carolina. While I'm not sure if he found work, I am sure that he met someone who kept him busy. It was a woman, and her name was Amanda Perry Tucker. Amanda was a struggling actress and single mom. She had a few small parts in films and TV shows, like The Sopranos and The Stepford Wives, that weren't given to her. Grant liked Amanda right away, mostly because she was rich and had almost $200,000 in cash and $80,000 worth of jewelry, which could have been alimony from a previous marriage. While this was going on, Grant was completely broke when he met Amanda. They began dating right away, and Grant was finally able to rub it in Laura's face that he liked her. He cheated on Laura with Amanda in public and made fun of her a lot. But Grant had no idea what Laura would do next. She had finally had enough, and Grant thought that would never happen. Laura had enough and chose to make a stand. She told Grant that she was leaving him for good. Even Grant's ex-wife supported Laura and told her to leave him right away because they knew how controlling he was. But Laura found out she was expecting her second child. She chose to give Grant a second chance even though he didn't earn it. But in reality, this was possibly Grant's 9th or 10th chance. It shows how much Laura loved her kids and was always ready to put them first. Also, the fact that Laura was ready to do anything to avoid going through another divorce, even if it meant hurting her mental health, shows how badly her parents' split must have affected her. Laura, who was pregnant, made the smart choice to move to the Virgin Islands with Grant Jr. so she could be with her husband. Grant didn't like this at all, because she would have to watch him all the time. After some time, Laura's second boy, Gentle, was born. He was born with a lot of health problems, so his family had to be close to a better hospital to keep an eye on him. The Hayes family finally went back to North Carolina, which made Grant very angry. He said that Laura and the kids were to blame for everything because they made him lose good jobs and had to leave the Virgin Islands. They were to blame for everything. Amanda kept in touch with him the whole time. She even moved to New York and persuaded Grant to look into the business there. At this point, everyone knows that Grant only wanted to be with Amanda and not with Laura and his kids because he didn't want the duty. Grant went to New York in the end and loved it there. They had a lot of work to do and he was close to Amanda, so that seemed to be the most important thing. He even asked Laura if he could take Grant Jr. with him to a nappy shoot and said he would return Grant Jr. right away. Even though Laura wasn't sure at first, she let him go because she wanted the kids to get along well with their dad. She had no idea that Grant had other bad motives. Laura looked at Facebook out of worry when Grant didn't return Grant Jr. as promised. What she found shocked her. Let that sink in for a moment. Grant married Amanda in New York and they were living together with Grant Jr. I can't even imagine how scared Laura must have been at that very moment. Laura was clearly upset, so she called Grant to talk to him about it. But she was about to find something even stranger. Laura was shocked when Grant told her that he and Laura were never officially married. When Laura looked at her marriage certificate to make sure, her suspicions turned into a nightmare. The paper did not have Grant's signature on it. If you thought this was bad, there's more. Amanda and Grant quickly asked for custody of Grant Jr., but Laura and Grant weren't married, so they didn't have a custody deal in place. As a result, lost custody of her 2 kids. Even better, Laura had no idea any of this was going on. Grant went to these meetings by himself and said that Laura wasn't a good mother because she was a full-time mom and didn't have a job or a house. The court gave Grant full custody of the kids without even hearing Laura's side of the story. It wasn't possible who would take their kids away from their mom. To be honest, a lot of these cases make me angry. To be honest, I get pretty emotional when I work on most of these movies. Hearing about what Grant did to Laura, on the other hand, made me feel sick. However, Grant did not understand that Laura was a strong person who would do anything to get her children back. Not long after that, she showed proof in court that Grant was cruel and a sociopath. The court ruled that both parents should get psychiatric evaluations because of these new facts. In the meantime, Laura could have the kids on the weekends and talk to them every day on the phone. That is, until Grant and Amanda, who was pregnant with his child at the time, destroyed this wonderful moment for Laura. They would often cut her off in the middle of a call, and she rarely had more than a few minutes a week to talk to her kids. Laura couldn't believe how upset and shocked she was. Heidi, her best friend, was still with her, and they talked about everything. Laura even told Heidi something very scary. If anything happened to her, it would be Grant's fault. This happened during the custody fight. No matter what the situation is, this is scary to hear. But do you remember the psychologist test the court ordered? Well, did a terrible job. He wasn't close to the kids, and they liked having Laura around more. Besides that, Laura was shown to be a caring mother who always looked out for her boys. Because of this, the court ordered a full review of Grant. Around the same time, on June 9, 2011, Amanda, Grant's new wife, gave birth to a girl named Lillian. In terms of custody, things were really interesting. The parents were given a 3-to-2 plan, which meant that one parent would have the kids for 3 days and the other would have them for 2 days. After that, they could switch days. But it's not a joke to say that Grant was about to lose it by this point. He became very irritated and angry. Very quickly, though, everything fell apart in a terrible way. In the evening of July 13, 2011, 1 month before the next custody hearing, Laura had a business meeting planned with Siobhan, her business partner and friend. She didn't call or show up, though. Siobhan thought it was odd, but she forgot about it because Laura had told her that she was meeting Grant and her boys at his flat on the same day. Cell phone records also showed that Laura texted Grant that she was on her way, but he didn't message her back. Anyway, 27-year-old Laura was officially reported missing by her family and friends on July 18th after not being seen or heard from for 5 days. When the police went to Laura's flat right away, they found it in a normal state. Laura also left her flat, but she never came back, as seen on CCTV video. With a search order, they went to Grant and Amanda's flat in Raleigh, which was almost 90 minutes away from Laura's. Right away, they knew something was very wrong. Not only were Grant and Amanda not there, but there was a strong smell of bleach when the police came in, which is never a good sign. The area was spotlessly clean, and police also noticed that some things were missing from the flat. A shower curtain, a hoover, and a few blankets were missing. The floor had bleach spots on it as well. There were also two horrible pieces of paper that the police found. The first one was a song called Man Killer that Grant was working on. The words of the song talked about a woman being brutally killed by being strangled. On the other piece of paper was a letter that Laura had written and signed. Grant and Laura had some kind of deal where Laura would give up care of her boys in exchange for $25,000. For anyone who knows Laura, this seems very strange right away. Her kids were her whole world, and she would never give them up for money. Also, the fight over custody had nothing to do with money. At least not for Laura. Her only real wish was to be with her children. Before it was too late, the cops knew they had to find Grant and Amanda. The cops watched footage from CCTV cameras and saw that Grant and Amanda were involved in a lot of things after July 13th. Amanda was seen at a nearby Chick-fil-A with her kids. At the same time, Grant went shopping early on July 14th at Walmart and Target in Raleigh. However, the things Grant bought were very scary. He bought trash bags, gloves, bleach, tape, a reciprocating saw, blades, and a lint roller. I don't know about you, but this makes me very suspicious. On the same day, Amanda called her daughter Shaw and told her to take the kids and watch them for a while. Then on July 16th, Grant bought more things at a nearby store. This time he bought a lot of ice and coolers. Soon after, he rented a U-Haul trailer and took Amanda, the two boys, and himself to Richmond, Texas to see Amanda's sister Karen Berry. They got there around July 19th. But it's interesting that Grant bought something else at a nearby Home Depot. He got 8 bottles of acid and heavy-duty gloves. With all of these clues, the cops were clearly worried, so they chose to go to Texas to talk to Karen, Amanda's sister. The fact that she spoke a lot shocked the police even more. Karen said that Grant and Amanda had asked to take her boat on the night of July 19th to go to Oyster Creek, a deep canal with lots of plants, murky water, and a lot of alligators. Karen and her son Sheldon Berry remembered the strange questions Grant and Amanda had asked, like if the alligators in Oyster Creek ate people, if wild hogs ate people, and if there were sharks in Texas that were hungry for blood. Karen and Sheldon thought that these questions came from people from the city who were visiting the country. The cops knew that Laura didn't have a good chance. The cops acted right away when they heard this. 3 groups were sent to Oyster Creek to look for proof, and 2 more groups went to Texas to look for CCTV cameras. Both groups found what they were looking for, but unfortunately, what the police were afraid of happened. After walking for hours through dark, dangerous water with lots of lily pads in Oyster Creek, police found, well, most of Laura. This is so sad, and breaks my heart. What a cruel monster. She thought she was going to meet her kids, but instead she fell right into his hands and was completely dehumanized. This nasty man turned her into fish food. It was very hard to find out the official cause of death because her body was in such bad shape. But in the end, it was decided that she had either been strangled by hand or hit hard in the neck and died. Everything in Grant's so-called song is so horrible that it shows he planned to kill Laura. Chief Constable Brady, who was working on Laura's case, said it was the most gruesome scene he had seen in 30 years of work. The police were sure that Grant and Amanda were responsible for Laura's horrible death, and their suspicions were confirmed when, on July 20th, 2011, Laura's 2006 white Ford Focus was found parked in a strange way near Grant's apartment. The inside of the car was cleaned and the back of the car was damaged. It was also found that Amanda had dumped acid bottles near Karen's house on CCTV video. It had been 13 days since Laura went missing. On July 25th, 2011, Grant, 32, and Amanda, 39, were caught at Grant's parents' house in North Carolina and charged with killing Laura. Grant and Amanda were tried separately, and in the classic case of a criminal and a suspect, both of them turned on the other. Grant said that Laura came to Amanda's flat on July 13th and clearly threatened to take her daughter away, just like her boys were taken away from her. This made Amanda lash out and attack Laura, which killed her. It is said that Grant only helped get rid of Laura's body. On the other hand, Amanda's defense was based on the fact that Grant was cruel to her, but she didn't find out about Laura's death until they got to Texas. Amanda says that Laura was visiting Grant and her kids on July 13th and got into a fight with Grant. Laura then fell and hit her head, but Amanda wasn't there because she was in the other room with the kids. In any case, came in and told Amanda to leave with the kids while he called an ambulance because Laura was hurt pretty badly. Amanda went to Chick-fil-A as she was told to. When she got back, Laura was gone and Grant was in the living room. Amy told Grant that Laura was okay and didn't need an ambulance after all. Laura then went home. As soon as the couple got to Texas, told Amanda that Laura had actually died. Grant then made threats against Amanda to get her to help him get rid of Laura's body, which she did because she was scared of him. There was a lot of proof against both Grant and Amanda, even though they both said they weren't guilty. In the end, they were both found guilty and convicted. Grant was given a life term in prison without the chance of parole on September 16, 2013. That Grant didn't feel bad about hitting Laura and killing her without any reason is so creepy and disgusting. He was all smiles in court. He looked like he was getting ready for a trip or something because it was like nothing was wrong. There's something wrong with this man. After a few months, Amanda was given a 13 to 16-year prison term on February 19, 2014. The judge had a good reason for sentencing Amanda because she had a part in Laura's death. He said, "Based on what I know about the evidence, I think it's very likely and possible that Amanda Hayes could have saved Laura Ackerson's life, but chose not to. In its place, she chose to help kill her." Amanda said she felt bad about what she did at the sentencing, but it could have just been her acting skills showing. She had every chance to stop Laura from being abused, but she didn't. But the prosecution wasn't even close to being done. Amanda was tried again in Texas for tampering with evidence and given an extra 20 years in jail. The question now was, how did the dangerous pair actually attack Laura and kill her? What was the reason? The police thought that Laura was tricked into going to Grant and Amanda's flat by saying she would get to meet her boys. People also think Grant lied to Laura when he said he would give her full control of their kids. It's clear that Laura would never have met Grant by herself, even if her friends had allowed her to. To see her kids was the only reason that made sense for her to drive 90 minutes from Kinston to meet Grant. It breaks my heart to think about how excited Laura was to meet her kids. She didn't know that Grant wasn't going to let her leave alive. But what about the letter that Laura wrote about giving Grant custody? It's believed that when Laura arrived at the apartment, Grant and Amanda restrained her and forced her to write and sign the message. Grant likely threatened her, saying she'd never see her sons again if she didn't comply. After the letter was written, Laura was fatally attacked. However, much of this remains speculation. We don't know the full truth. What we do know is that Grant appeared to be orchestrating everything in order to eliminate Laura and begin a new life with Amanda. But the situation only became more tragic from there. Amanda and Grant broke up in October 2014 after everything had unfolded. Grant was left feeling like all his scheming and cruelty had been in vain. Laura's two sons, Grant Jr. and Gentle, along with Amanda's daughter Lillian, are now being raised by Grant's parents. Unlike their son, his parents showed genuine love and care for the children. It's heartbreaking that the boys lost their mother so early, and even more so that it was their own father who took her away. Despite everything, Laura had remained close with her father, Roger, and her brother Jason, even after her parents' separation. Roger had always wished he could have given Laura a better life. Though his relationship with Laura's mother had been rocky, he was heartbroken knowing that Laura had ended up with a manipulative narcissist and never truly experienced real love. After enduring the pain of multiple failed marriages, losing his youngest daughter in such a tragic and devastating way was more than he could bear. Roger ran a full-time antique store, Collector's Corner shop, in the historic district of Lowell. He often imagined Laura taking on the role of marketing director for the shop, dreams that would never come to pass. Roger passed away on February 18, 2021, while trying to gain custody of Grant Jr. and Gentle. He was 75 years old. This case was filled with heartbreak. Laura had been a loving mother, daughter, and friend who adored her children deeply. She was vibrant and full of warmth, but the man she shared her life with ended it in a horrific way. Her story is a painful reminder of how crucial self-respect is. No matter how much you care for someone, never allow yourself to be mistreated. Don't become a prisoner in the name of love. It's never too soon to start over, but for Laura, it became too late. Moving on to the next case. Michael Van Zant. 36-year-old Michael Van Zant was last seen on March 5, 2016, at the American Junkie Gastro Pub located in Piper Plaza, Hermosa Beach, California. A father of 3 and a veteran of the Air Force, Michael was living in Lancaster at the time of his disappearance. That evening, he had gone out to meet friends to watch a UFC fight. He had rented a room at the Quality Inn on the 900 block of Aviation Boulevard. CCTV footage captured him standing in line at American Junkie with his friends around 10:15 p.m. Michael then left the line to find a bathroom and went into the neighboring establishment, a liquor store. He exited shortly after, but by then, his friends had left the queue and moved on to another bar. Subsequent footage showed Michael spending several hours searching for his friends, but eventually returning to the liquor store, where he bought an unknown item. Later, his brother Tyler revealed it was a bottle of whiskey. Tyler also mentioned that Michael's friends had tried to contact him throughout the night to inform him they had changed locations. However, Michael's phone was dead, and phone records confirmed it wasn't used at all during the evening. Friends had tried to contact him around 20 times during the night, and at one point, CCTV revealed that he was just 10 yards away from them, but they never seemed to find one another. Michael was last seen as 11:27 p.m. on CCTV when he walked northeast through the Mermaid Car Park. Early the next morning, his friends noticed that he hadn't returned to the hotel and his car hadn't moved, so they began calling local jails and hospitals thinking he was probably drunk somewhere. They filed a missing persons report the next day when he failed to show up for work at the Edwards Air Force Base, but little came of their efforts to find Michael. Investigators have noted that the rain and a lack of witnesses hampered the case. There was no evidence to say the father of 3 met with foul play or that he took his own life, although officers stated that accidental drowning was a possibility, especially as some reports note that he has been known to swim at night even after drinking. Michael's ex-wife, whom he was in the process of divorcing at the time, told the Daily Breeze in 2021 that though she hadn't been able to reach her estranged husband by phone that Monday morning, she had not been immediately alarmed until she discovered he hadn't shown up to work. She stated, "The details started to come in that nobody had seen or heard from him since that Saturday prior. So I instantly knew that something was wrong because that's not like him." Michael's son, Keaton, was 14 when his father vanished. He remembered feeling confused when he was told his father was missing, describing the day as very strange. Yet, he admits he still holds onto a small hope, saying it often feels like there's some chance his father is still out there and might come back, even if that might not be true. In a way, it feels like his father still exists somewhere, which makes the situation less unbearable, even if a reunion is unlikely. Over time, he has grown used to this reality. The family continues distributing flyers about Michael's disappearance, but no evidence has been found. While they hope for his return, they are moving forward with legally declaring him dead to settle his assets and finances for his children. Michael Van Zant disappeared from Hermosa Beach, California, on March 5, 2016. He is described as a white male with blonde hair and blue eyes, standing 6 feet tall. At the time of his disappearance, he weighed 190 pounds and wore a gray long-sleeve sweatshirt with blue jeans. Michael has several tattoos, including a tiger on his upper left arm, a Buddha on his back, and the name Keaton on his left calf. If you have any information about his disappearance, please contact the Hermosa Beach Police Department at 310-318-0360. Moving on to the next case. Rae Jane Doe. At approximately 6:30 a.m. on the morning of March 26, 1887, for brothers heading to their jobs at the Felt Mills near Bloodgood's Pond in Clark, New Jersey, discovered the body of a young woman lying by the roadside. Dressed impeccably, Jane Doe had met a brutal end. Her lifeless body was found just a few hundred feet from the Central Avenue Bridge, which spans the Rahway River near Jefferson Avenue. When investigators arrived soon after, they had no idea this case would remain unsolved for years. The Rae Jane Doe was described as an attractive woman in her early 20s with blue eyes and brown hair. She wore elegant attire, including a dark green cashmere dress trimmed with green feathers, yellow kid gloves, a black straw hat adorned with red velvet, and a black dotted veil and bonnet. Her fur cape had been torn and was lying beside her body. Local newspapers noted that her shoes were foreign-made and of high quality. She still wore her jewelry, which initially led officers to believe robbery was not the motive behind Jane Doe's gruesome death. A young woman dressed so finely surely must have had someone missing her, yet her case remains unsolved. and the Rae Jane Doe's identity is still unknown. Although footprints were discovered in the mud near her body, they led investigators nowhere. The pool of blood beside her had frozen, and it was soon found that she was carrying a small satchel, an umbrella, and a basket of eggs. The basket held 9 eggs, though 3 were broken. Jane Doe's bag contained several items. Some of these were women-esque clothing, but other unidentified objects were believed to belong to a man. Nearby, across a fence, a small penknife with a turquoise handle was discovered and thought to be the murder weapon. Jane Doe's death had been brutal. Her throat was slashed from ear to ear, and the entire right side of her face was badly bruised from a severe beating. Even her hands were wounded. While no money was found on the young woman, it was reported that one pocket had been inspected by a bloody hand. This led to speculation that the perpetrator had cut themselves with the knife used on Jane Doe's throat. It's possible they stole her money. And since the jewelry was left behind, the attack was possibly opportunistic and hasty. She's estimated to have died several hours before her discovery. As the media reported extensively on the case, the police prepared Jane Doe's body for viewing. She was embalmed and redressed in clothing in which she was found so that her body could be viewed by the public and hopefully identified. Additionally, her photograph was taken and the images were widely circulated. As news of Jane Doe's demise spread, one witness, a grocery store owner named J.H. Brunt, came forward. He told the authorities that between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. on the night of the 25th, his dog was acting strangely. Reportedly, the animal would look at his owner and dash off before coming back, looking at his owner again and dashing off again as if he expected his owner to follow. However, his owner assumed that he was chasing a cat and returns to bed. Another witness told the police that they'd seen a woman resembling Jane Doe getting off the nearby train at around 10 p.m. Neither of these statements propelled the investigation forward. According to an article from the Morning Post, one man visited Jane Doe's body in the days following her murder. He reportedly said that he knew the young woman, but promptly left town afterwards on an eastbound train after refusing to give his name. However, he returned to the city in the evening and spoke with both the mayor and the chief of police. Although what he told the authorities was never publicly disclosed, a similar incident involved a woman and a 14-year-old girl who came to view the body and claimed to recognize the clothes Jane Doe was wearing. However, the woman again refused to reveal her identity. Their connection to Jane Doe remains unclear, as does what happened to them afterward. Another potential lead was short-lived when a juryman identified the egg baskets the young woman carried. He said he had seen the same baskets over a month earlier at Baker's grocery store, where they were supposedly being repaired by Mrs. Baker. However, a store clerk denied this claim, and no further information came from this tip. Just a few months later, in June of 1887, the case saw another development. A man named Casper Schonbeck, who lived in Salem, Illinois, confessed to the crime. He was reportedly turned in by a man who claimed that Schonbeck had told him, "I did something bad in New Jersey, and it bothers me almost to death." After being put in jail, Schonbeck wrote his confession. He claimed that on March 13th, he and an acquaintance named John, who was apparently Swedish, lured a teenage girl around age 17 to the outskirts of town. They met the girl who Schonbeck claimed was named Clary on the side of the road. Here, John hit her with a club. Afterwards, Schonbeck cut her throat with a pocket knife. Despite the discrepancies in dates that Jane Doe was estimated to have died on March 25th, 12 days after Schonbeck supposedly killed her and the victims' ages, Clary was 17, while Jane Doe was in her early to mid-20s. He was sent to Rahway to be interrogated by their officers. It was here that authorities concluded Schonbeck's confession was false. It is unclear if they ever investigated Clary. It is possible that Schonbeck confessed to a separate murder. His confession was the first of many to be dismissed as a hoax over the next few years. The only other suspect in the case was a drifter who was described by the Morning Post as having a black eye and wearing torn and muddy clothing. He was also said to have had a nervous manner. However, it appears that he was eventually ruled out of the investigation. Some historians have speculated that a man named Francis Tumblety was perhaps responsible for the murder. Tumblety is thought by some to be the true name of Jack the Ripper, and he lived in New York City at the time of Jane Doe's demise, just 20 miles from the site of the crime. 2.5 weeks after she was found, Jane Doe's casket was taken to the First Presbyterian Church for services. 6 journalists from New York who were covering her case carried the casket. She was laid to rest in Rahway Cemetery. According to her Doe Network page, Jane Doe was buried separately from family plots because her virtue was considered uncertain. Despite a $250 reward being offered for any information that could help solve the case, Jane Doe has remained unidentified for 134 years since her death. Similarly, her murderer remains unknown. She is still sometimes referred to as the Unknown Woman, a tragic nickname that may never be forgotten. If you happen to have any information about Jane Doe's identity or her killer, you can contact the Rahway Police Department at 732-827-2200. Moving on to the next case. Noel Russo. On June 27, 1983, sheriff's deputies responded to a call in an unincorporated part of Rohnert Park, a moderately sized planned community located about 50 miles north of San Francisco, California. A 7-year-old boy had discovered a woman's body behind a real estate office near the intersection of Petaluma Hill Road and East Cotati Avenue. Upon arrival, officers found that the woman had been brutally beaten to death with lumber taken from a nearby woodpile. Evidence from the scene was collected and preserved for potential future use. The victim was soon identified as 37-year-old Noel Russo. Noel had last been seen 3 days earlier, on June 24, 1983. Friends reported that she had recently argued with her boyfriend and decided to stay with a friend in Santa Rosa, California. That evening, a friend dropped her off at Courthouse Square, where she planned to catch a Golden Gate Transit bus back to her apartment in Rohnert Park. After that, she vanished. Detectives began reconstructing the events of Noel's life in an effort to uncover what had happened. Noel Russo grew up in San Mateo County and gained local recognition in 1962 when she was crowned Miss Burlingame. At just 16 years old, she told the San Mateo Times that she aspired to be a model and loved dancing the twist. "I couldn't have been more surprised," she said with enthusiasm. "I never in the world thought I would win. I just entered to please my mother." The accompanying photo in the article captured Noel smiling brightly, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Over the following 2 decades, she experienced 2 marriages and divorces and became a mother to a son. At one point, she trained as a forest ranger in Colorado before eventually returning to the Bay Area. At the time of her death, Noel was enrolled at Santa Rosa Junior College and living in an apartment on Avram Avenue in Rohnert Park with her 18-year-old son. She had plans to move to Boys Hot Springs. Noel loved riding her bike around town. She was known to hitchhike, and friends worried that she was too trusting of strangers. Detectives believe Noel never boarded a bus back to Rohnert Park. It seemed she had encountered someone before it arrived. In the days after the slaying, investigators used a sketch artist to draw Noel in the clothes she was wearing on June 24, 1983, and circulated it in hopes of finding leads. Deputies and detectives collected a significant amount of evidence during the investigation, and numerous interviews were conducted. Detectives developed certain persons of interest over the years, but no arrests were made and the case went cold. The sheriff's office reopened the case in February 2010. For the next 12-plus years, detectives began to use DNA analysis technology, submitting several pieces of evidence to the Santa Clara County Crime Lab and the Serological Research Institute. Finally, in a press release, authorities announced that 65-year-old Alfredo Carretero Jr. was arrested on October 2, 2023. He was charged with taking Noel Russo's life. Deputy Rob Dillon said, "Russo's family has been notified of the arrest and would appreciate privacy." Carretero Jr. was one of the original persons of interest in the case, the sheriff's office said. He was 25 years old when the crime took place. He was positively identified as the man responsible for what happened to Noel based on DNA and other evidence. Carretero Jr. is detained in the Sonoma County, Maine adult detention facility without bail. Deputy Rob Dillon also said, throughout this investigation, detectives worked closely with the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. The Sonoma County Sheriff's Office and Sonoma County District Attorney's Office are both dedicated to justice for victims, whether the case is new or old. The VCI unit continues to investigate many cold cases and relentlessly pursue justice for the victims of violent crime. Alfredo Carretero Jr. is currently slated to appear in court on October 18, 2023. It is not known yet if Noel knew him. Investigators are looking at the possibility that he could be one of her ex-boyfriends. Authorities have released little information about Caracaro other than that he has prior convictions in Sonoma County in 1995 and 2001 for possessing stolen property and possessing illegal substances, respectively. Court records also show that he was involved in a domestic violence civil case in September 1985, about 2 years after Noel lost her life. A woman whose mother had been one of Noel Russo's closest friends shared memories of their time together in San Francisco. She recalled that the two enjoyed going out, visiting bars, and having fun like many others in the area. That was exactly what they were doing the night Noel disappeared. At some point during the evening, they split up. The woman noted that Noel might have been speaking with an ex-boyfriend, but didn't he believe he was the person she left with. That night, the two became separated, and when her mother couldn't reach Noel the following day, concern quickly grew. Tragically, Noel was soon found deceased. The discovery deeply affected her mother, leaving a lasting emotional impact. She kept a journal where she frequently wrote about her friend and the pain of her loss. "I think her eyes sparkled when she looked at her," the daughter said. "She was truly a beautiful person, and that is something that always came through in my mom's writing how much she cared for her. Losing her was devastating." Moving on to the next case. Fernanda Maciel. On Saturday, February 10th, 2018, a woman sat down to enjoy a simple meal of beans and pico de gallo, lovingly made by her mother, Paula. After eating, she stepped outside the house. The photos taken that day would be the last ever captured of her. Her disappearance quickly captivated the nation of Chile, stirring both widespread interest and deep concern. Fernanda Maciel was a small woman, reportedly under 5 feet tall, but what made her vanishing especially shocking was that she was 32 weeks, or 7 months, pregnant. What left both investigators and the public baffled was the absence of any clear reason for her disappearance. She was in a happy relationship with a boyfriend her family supported, and they were getting ready to move into a new home together. But when the truth about what happened to Fernanda came to light, it was so chilling that it shook the entire country. A word of caution: some of the following details are deeply unsettling. On the day Fernanda disappeared, her mother, Paula, noticed something unusual. Fernanda was unusually quiet. Paula later recalled that her daughter didn't interact with her younger siblings the way she normally did. There were no casual conversations or playful moments. She simply ate in silence. Then, at exactly 5:29 p.m., Fernanda left their home on Paniego Street, taking only her phone and keys with her. She crossed the intersection onto La Lima Road, a path she had taken countless times before. But this time, she never came back. Paula waited for hours, her worry growing with each passing minute. When Fernanda's phone began going straight to voicemail, it became clear that something was wrong. The fact that she was nearing the end of her pregnancy made the situation all the more alarming. On February 11th, the day after Fernanda vanished, her mother Paula and her boyfriend Luis Peterson, who was also the father of her unborn child, filed a missing persons report. Chile's National Police Force, the Carabineros, began the investigation. However, since there were no immediate signs of foul play, the more specialized unit, the Policía de Investigaciones de Chile, PDI, was not yet involved. The Carabineros distributed missing person posters, circulated information on social media, and interviewed residents in the area. Their most significant lead came from security footage confirming that Fernanda was last seen crossing Pago Street at 5:29 p.m. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Oddly, no additional surveillance cameras picked up her movements after that. A local resident, Ortega Migno, claimed he saw her walking toward the Andes Mountains, but that lead went nowhere. Despite persistent search efforts, weeks passed, then months, with no significant progress. Fernanda's social media accounts remained silent, her bank activity was non-existent, and no reliable sightings were reported. As her due date approached, the disappearance grew even more baffling. Many feared the worst, but Fernanda's family refused to lose hope. They remained unwavering in their efforts, determined to find answers and bring her home. To fully grasp the circumstances surrounding Fernanda's disappearance, it's important to delve into her background. Fernanda Damaris Maciel Correa was born on September 5, 1996, in Independencia, Santiago, Chile. After her parents separated in 1999, her mother Paula raised Fernanda and her siblings on her own, eventually relocating the family to Calicura. At first, Fernanda adapted well to these changes. She performed well in school, had a bright and positive personality, and maintained a relationship with her father. However, things began to shift during her teenage years. Her academic performance declined, she became more irritable, and tensions with classmates, siblings, and even her mother grew more frequent. Worried about her daughter's well-being, Paula turned to school counselors for support. In February 2007, Fernanda was enrolled in a program designed for at-risk youth, but the intervention failed to make a lasting difference. She frequently stayed out late and sometimes didn't come home at all. Police often found her with teenagers who were involved in drug use, and over time, Fernanda began to adopt their habits, gradually falling into substance abuse herself. Though she continued living with her family, Fernanda became increasingly distant. She spent most of her time sleeping and only left the house to meet friends and feed her addiction. Her school performance worsened, eventually forcing her to repeat a grade. Then, tragedy struck. On July 2, 2012, her father passed away suddenly from a stroke. Heartbroken, she got a tattoo of his name in his memory, but his death only deepened her downward spiral of self-destruction. Family members tried to intervene, but their efforts often led to explosive arguments. She began drinking heavily, frequently spending nights away from home. Despite these struggles, she managed to barely graduate high school and eventually found a job as a nightclub hostess. Unfortunately, the environment only reinforced her unhealthy lifestyle. She went through a series of unstable relationships, continuing on a downward spiral until she met Luis Peterson, a 36-year-old taxi driver. Luis seemed to genuinely care for Fernanda, and he even gained Paula's trust, becoming a welcome presence in their home. Under his influence, Fernanda started turning her life around. She reduced her drug use significantly. And while her relationship with Luis wasn't without occasional drama, it was relatively stable. Jealousy sometimes caused tension, such as the time Fernanda scratched Luis's taxi in a fit of rage, but such incidents were rare. Eventually, she left her nightclub job and took a position as a waitress at a local restaurant, a healthier work environment. However, when her employer discovered she was pregnant, she was fired. This time, instead of falling back into old patterns, Fernanda fought back. She filed a complaint with the labor inspectorate and was successfully reinstated at her job. By the time of her disappearance, Fernanda had made significant strides in turning her life around. She was determined to create a better future and was eagerly anticipating the birth of her baby daughter. As weeks passed with no sign of her, frustration within her family grew. On March 5, 2018, after nearly a month of unanswered questions, Fernanda's relatives officially filed a complaint against the Carabineros, criticizing their handling of the case. This led to the involvement of the Policía de Investigaciones de Chile, PDI, a more specialized investigative unit known for solving complex criminal cases. The PDI wasted no time in exploring multiple theories to explain Fernanda's disappearance. One of the earliest theories was that she had simply run away, possibly after an argument with Luis or to reunite with a former lover. This idea gained traction in the media when a couple vacationing in San Carlos de Bariloche, Argentina, claimed to have seen a woman resembling Fernanda, who appeared to have undergone cosmetic surgery. Desperate for answers, Paula traveled to Argentina to investigate the lead. However, after extensive searching, she firmly dismissed the runaway theory. She insisted Fernanda would never have left home without her belongings and had been excited about moving into the new home Luis was building for their growing family. The next theory investigators examined was the drug connection. Although Fernanda had distanced herself from that lifestyle, rumors surfaced that she had been spotted with a known drug dealer, Alexander Oyesen, and his partner, Maria Aria, the day before she vanished. Witnesses claimed she had been holding a package during their meeting. However, both Oyesen and Aria provided solid alibis and were eventually ruled out. Attention then shifted to Joel Cuevas Flores, a local drug trafficker and one of Fernanda's former romantic partners. There were allegations that Cuevas' girlfriend, Francesca Orellana, had threatened Fernanda a year before she disappeared. However, during questioning, while both were in custody for unrelated charges, investigators found no connection between them and Fernanda's case, leading to their clearance as suspects. Another possibility was the accident theory. Some speculated that Fernanda might have suffered a fatal accident while traveling along the road that day. However, there was no physical evidence to support this idea, and security cameras failed to capture any unusual incidents. With no signs of a crash, investigators dismissed this theory rather quickly. Some also considered the possibility that Fernanda had taken her own life. However, her friends and family strongly rejected this idea, emphasizing that she had been excited about her pregnancy and actively planning for her baby's future. Additionally, there was no history of severe depression that would suggest such an outcome. A kidnapping theory was also explored, but the lack of ransom demands or any physical evidence made this scenario highly unlikely. Lastly, detectives weighed the possibility that her past drug use, if not her own, then her past associations might have led to a violent retaliation, perhaps over unresolved debts. Yet, as with all other theories, no concrete evidence emerged to support this claim. With these leads exhausted, investigators turned their focus to specific individuals in Fernanda's life. Several potential suspects surfaced, each with possible motives and opportunities. The first was her boyfriend, Luis Peterson. While their relationship seemed stable, it wasn't without problems. Friends revealed that Fernanda had expressed concerns about Luis's temper, describing him as sometimes controlling and verbally aggressive. Luis admitted they had arguments, but denied ever being physically abusive. "We had our disagreements like any couple," he stated, "but we were excited about our daughter's birth." Authorities conducted a thorough investigation verifying his alibi, which placed him far from Fernanda's last known location. Despite lingering doubts about the nature of their relationship, no evidence linked him to any wrongdoing, and he was eventually ruled out as a suspect. Another suspect was a local taxi driver who had interacted with Fernanda frequently. Friends reported that he had been overly persistent, frequently asking for her number and offering her baby clothes. However, the driver denied harassing her, claiming that she had willingly shared her contact information with him after he had once driven her to a hospital for a medical issue. Despite his claims, recovered text messages from Fernanda's phone suggested she had accused him of being too pushy. Even so, the driver provided a verifiable alibi, and forensic tests on his vehicle found no evidence of foul play. As a result, he too was ruled out. The next group of individuals under scrutiny were Fernanda's co-workers at the restaurant where she was employed. While some acknowledged her recent attempts to improve her life, others described her as difficult to work with, citing frequent disputes over tips and tardiness. One supervisor admitted, "None of us really liked her." However, investigators found no clear motive or opportunity linking her disappearance to any of her colleagues, and they were all eventually ruled out. But there was one person in Fernanda's life who stood out, her longtime friend and neighbor, Felipe Andres Rojas Lobos. The two had known each other for over a decade, and on the day she went missing, it was widely known that she had planned to meet him at the winery and warehouse where he worked. Security footage captured Fernanda walking in that direction at 5:29 p.m. But, curiously, there was no footage of her actually entering the warehouse. When questioned, Felipe admitted that he had planned to meet Fernanda that day, but claimed she never showed up. At 8:05 p.m., he even sent her a WhatsApp message saying, "You never came, dude. I waited for you secretly." However, investigators found his version of events suspicious and decided to take a closer look at his actions in the days that followed. Just 2 days later, surveillance footage showed Felipe carrying a 25-kilogram bag of cement into the warehouse, a recent purchase that had no connection to his job duties. This raised immediate red flags. Then on February 13th, he was caught on camera inspecting security cameras along Lalama Street, appearing to check whether they had recorded the warehouse entrance. Even more incriminating was the fact that he had enlisted the help of a friend, Christian Lobos Trujillo, to assist him. Christian later told the police that Felipe had specifically asked whether the cameras were pointed at the warehouse. The following day, February 14th, Felipe abruptly resigned from his job. This was unusual because when he had first been hired, He assured his employers that he intended to stay for at least a year. His sudden departure added to the growing suspicions around him. Early in the investigation, the Carabineros had conducted searches at both the warehouse and Felipe's home, but had found no concrete evidence of foul play. Still, the PDI remained skeptical of his alibi even as the case went cold and updates became scarce. Then nearly 16 months later, in June 2019, a breakthrough occurred. A woman came forward with a shocking testimony. Wishing to remain anonymous, she was referred to as Nancy. She revealed that Felipe had confessed to her about killing Fernanda. According to Nancy, Felipe admitted that he had indeed met Fernanda at the warehouse on February 10th. They smoked a joint together and talked, but the conversation took a dark turn when Felipe brought up his ex-girlfriend who he claimed was extorting him. Fernanda allegedly became confrontational, and in the heat of the moment, Felipe pushed her. She fell, hitting her head against a piece of furniture and started convulsing. Panicking, Felipe tried to help her, but when she became unresponsive, he didn't know what to do. In his frantic state, he decided to bury her in the warehouse's backyard. Initially, when Nancy confronted him about his confession, he insisted he had made it up out of stress. At first, she believed him, but as time passed, she noticed a change in his behavior. He was constantly paranoid, always looking over his shoulder. He kept begging me not to tell anyone what he said, she recalled. That's when I realized he wasn't lying. He might have actually done it. Acting on Nancy's tip, investigators returned to the warehouse on June 24, 2019. What they found not only confirmed their worst fears, it was far more disturbing than Nancy had described. That day, forensic teams and police officers arrived at the warehouse on La Lima Street and began excavating the backyard, which was littered with rubble and partially covered by overgrown bushes. Carefully, they used hand tools to clear the area, digging about 35 centimeters into the soil when they struck something solid. Beneath the dirt, they uncovered a concrete slab measuring approximately 115 by 50 centimeters with a thickness of 5 centimeters. What they would discover beneath it would finally reveal the tragic fate of Fernanda. As investigators continued digging, they noticed a whitish powder later confirmed to be lime. They carefully excavated further until they uncovered a white shoe still attached to a human foot. This was the first undeniable indication that they had found a body. As they dug deeper, they discovered a white tarp tightly wrapped around the remains. The body was positioned in a forced fetal posture with the hands bound by cloth. Despite the time that had passed, it was remarkably well preserved, almost unmistakably Fernanda. Her dress had been pulled up to her waist, exposing her lower body, and her underwear was torn and displaced. These details strongly suggested that she had been the victim of a violent assault before her death. Investigators noted that the body appeared mummified, seemingly preserved by the lime and cement that had encased it. Paula, Fernanda's mother, was immediately called to the scene. Upon arrival, she was devastated. She recognized Fernanda's earrings and clothing at first sight. Forensic experts then confirmed what the family had feared. Through fingerprint analysis and identifying tattoos, the remains were officially identified as Fernanda Maciel Correa. A preliminary examination was conducted by the on-site forensic team led by Dr. Vivian Bustos Bacurezzo. The mummified state of the body, devoid of insect activity, indicated that it had been buried shortly after death, minimizing exposure to external elements. During the autopsy, a crucial discovery was made: a fracture in Fernanda's hyoid bone, a U-shaped structure in the neck above the larynx. This type of fracture is commonly linked to strangulation. Further analysis revealed hemorrhagic infiltrates, areas of internal bleeding within the neck muscles, including the sternothyroid and sternohyoid. Additionally, compression injuries were observed in the larynx and trachea, confirming that Fernanda had been strangled either manually or with a ligature. Around her neck, investigators found a piece of tightly knotted canvas, which had been used to strangle her. The force applied was enough to fracture her hyoid bone and inflict other visible injuries. Experts concluded that the strangulation had likely induced premature labor, causing her water to break. Tragically deprived of oxygen, the fetus suffocated as amniotic fluid filled its lungs. Due to the pressure from the cement slab and surrounding soil compressing Fernanda's body, the fetus was expelled post-mortem. Near the burial site, investigators found crucial evidence: a set of rusty keys with a heart-shaped keychain that belonged to Fernanda, a black bra, and pink underwear, both torn, bearing clear signs of a violent struggle. Additionally, they uncovered a cement wrapper from the brand San Juan, matching the cement Felipe had purchased on February 12, 2018. These findings painted a grim picture of both premeditation and an attempt to conceal a brutal crime. Surveillance footage played a vital role in piecing together the timeline of Fernanda's disappearance. The evidence against Felipe was mounting, and the investigation was closing in on the truth. On February 10, 2018, surveillance footage captured Felipe arriving at the warehouse on his bicycle. Just 12 minutes later, Fernanda was recorded leaving her home, making her way towards the warehouse and crossing Pago Street before disappearing from view behind dense vegetation. At 5:33 p.m., two dogs were seen exiting the warehouse, likely let out by Felipe after Fernanda had been led inside. Between 5:33 p.m. and 7:34 p.m., the crime is believed to have taken place. At 7:34 p.m., Felipe was seen leaving the warehouse on his bicycle. However, instead of heading directly home, which was located right next to Fernanda's house, he took a longer, circular route. Investigators later interpreted this as an attempt to avoid suspicion, possibly driven by guilt. 2 days later, on February 12th, Felipe was caught on camera purchasing a 25-kilogram bag of San Juan cement from a hardware store in Conchili. The light blue bag bearing the same brand logo was later discovered at the crime scene. He returned to the store shortly afterward, this time purchasing mortar. Both times, he transported the materials by bicycle. The following day, February 13th, he was seen inspecting surveillance cameras along the street. And on February 14th, he suddenly resigned from his job at the warehouse. Investigators believe these actions were deliberate attempts to cover his tracks and evade detection. Felipe Andres Rojas Lobos went on trial on March 6, 2013, facing overwhelming evidence presented by the prosecution. The case involved testimony from over 58 witnesses and the expertise of 41 forensic specialists. Prosecutors underscored the brutality of the crime, emphasizing Fernanda's vulnerability as a pregnant woman who had trusted Felipe, a longtime friend of more than a decade. Despite his lawyer's attempts to request a retrial, the evidence against him was damning. The prosecution pushed for the harshest sentence possible, citing the premeditated nature of the crime, his complete lack of remorse, and the sheer brutality of what had occurred. Felipe's inconsistent and delayed statements further damaged his credibility. He failed to provide a clear account of events until December 20, 2020, nearly 34 months after Fernanda's disappearance. By that time, investigators had already uncovered crucial evidence, including the location of her body, the cause of death, and the fact that he was the only person with access to the warehouse that day. His late testimony held little value compared to the facts already established. Cesar Gonzalez, the warehouse owner, and Christian Rivera, the manager, confirmed that both were on vacation that day, leaving Felipe as the sole person with keys to the warehouse. He had been tasked with handling odd jobs and taking care of the dogs. Furthermore, Fernanda had confided in her close friend Nicholas that she was going to meet Felipe at the warehouse, further placing him at the scene. The condition of Fernanda's body painted a chilling picture of what had transpired. Her dress had been pulled up, exposing her lower body, and her torn underwear strongly suggested sexual violence. These signs pointed to an even more horrific crime than what Felipe had confessed to Nancy. Additionally, he repeatedly lied to investigators and Fernanda's mother, insisting that she had never arrived at the warehouse despite knowing she was already dead. Felipe had sent multiple WhatsApp messages to Fernanda on the day she disappeared, and afterward, pretending he had no knowledge of what had happened to her. Additionally, he asked a company employee to provide false information about the time he returned the warehouse keys. To friends and family, he feigned concern over Fernanda's disappearance while fabricating excuses for purchasing lime, claiming his boss had instructed him to buy it for painting a grotto, which was later proven false. He also misled his ex-girlfriend, Nancy, initially telling her that Fernanda had died accidentally after hitting her head, only to later alter his story. Evidence further revealed his attempts to manipulate witnesses, including urging Nancy to lie to authorities about the body's location as confirmed by several audio recordings. His actions following the crime also raised suspicion. On February 12th, he called his boss, Christian Rivera, requesting permission to leave and search for Fernanda. However, security footage contradicted his claim. He never left the warehouse. Instead, he was seen entering twice, carrying what appeared to be cement and mortar bags before finally leaving at 4:18 p.m. This further reinforced the prosecution's assertion that he was preparing to bury her body rather than looking for her. Throughout the investigation, Felipe displayed a chilling lack of empathy or remorse. Witnesses described him as manipulative and emotionless, with one even recalling that he joked about Fernanda's fate, saying, "She's now cooking somewhere." Prosecutors argued that Felipe was a narcissistic psychopath who viewed his actions with disturbing detachment. Based on months of investigation, prosecutors pieced together Fernanda's final moments in horrifying detail. On February 10, 2018, she left her home unaware that she was walking into a trap. Felipe, a neighbor and longtime friend she had known for over a decade, lured her to a warehouse at 1635 Lolema Street in Conchili. Carrying only her keys and phone, Fernanda had no reason to suspect the nightmare that awaited her. The evidence suggested that Felipe had premeditated the crime. In the days leading up to their meeting, he had already dug a grave in the warehouse courtyard, precisely sized to fit Fernanda's body. This level of preparation indicated that he had intended to kill her and dispose of her remains well before their encounter. Around 5:30 p.m., Fernanda arrived at the warehouse. Just 3 minutes later, at 5:33 p.m., Felipe let the dogs out, likely to ensure they wouldn't interfere with what he was about to do. Once she was inside, he betrayed her trust in an unimaginably brutal way. Using his significant physical advantage, he stood over 6 feet tall while Fernanda was just 5 feet. He attacked her from behind. As she struggled, he assaulted her, then tied her up and strangled her until she lost consciousness. The official autopsy determined that Fernanda died from asphyxiation caused by strangulation. However, forensic expert Dr. Carmen Cerda later raised the disturbing possibility that she may have still been alive when she was buried. Evidence pointed to death by suffocation, likely from being tightly wrapped in cloth and forced into a fetal position that restricted her ability to breathe. Felipe believed she was dead after the violent assault, but in truth, she may have suffocated slowly in the shallow grave. Her unborn daughter, with no chance of survival, died from drowning in amniotic fluid. Every move Felipe made to conceal his crime was later traced. He had purchased cement and floor mortar, items that, along with their receipts, were eventually found at the crime scene. The fact that he left behind such vital evidence was shockingly careless. Fernanda's unborn daughter had already been given a name, chosen with love before this unimaginable tragedy. She was to be welcomed into the world as baby Josefa. On April 25, 2023, the court handed down the harshest possible sentence to Felipe Andres Rojas Lobos, qualified life imprisonment. The decision was based on the extreme cruelty of his actions, the aggravating elements of premeditation and certainty, and the critical need to preserve public confidence in the justice system. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Bright. A girl attended a birthday party and then disappeared without a trace. For more than 2 decades, the case remained unsolved, baffling investigators who uncovered unsettling clues but couldn't piece together the full story. Then, in a dramatic development straight out of a crime thriller, the investigation took a bold new direction. Detectives launched a high-stakes undercover operation, and through their meticulous and daring efforts, the truth finally came to light. Michelle Bright was born on February 6, 1981, in the small Australian town of Goolgong. With a population of just around 2,500, it was a tight-knit community far removed from the bustle of big cities. Everyone knew one another, and because of its isolated location, strangers were a rare sight. Michelle lived there with her parents and 2 older brothers. She went to the local school, had a wide circle of friends, played basketball, and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian. Her passion for animals was so strong that she even had a horse of her own. Michelle had big dreams for the future. She often said she wanted to have a large family, with 6 children of her own. By 1999, at 17 years old, She was focused on her education and determined to earn high marks in hopes of being accepted into veterinary school. On February 26th, she planned to attend a friend's birthday party. The evening's plan was simple. She'd go to the celebration at a friend's house, then spend the night at another friend's place since her home was quite a distance away. That evening, Michelle's mother drove her to the party, as Michelle didn't yet have a car of her own. Before getting out of the vehicle, she told her mom she'd see her the next morning, and they said their goodbyes. But when Michelle's mom woke up the following day, she noticed her daughter hadn't returned home. At first, she assumed Michelle was simply sleeping in at her friend's house. However, as the hours passed with no word, her concern began to grow. Michelle didn't own a cell phone, so around noon, her mother began calling her friends to find out where she was. Eventually, Michelle's mother discovered that her daughter had left the party around 12:30 a.m. with a couple who had offered to drop her off in the town center. From there, it was just a short walk to her other friend's house, where Michelle planned to spend the night. But to her mother's shock, she learned that Michelle never arrived. The realization filled her with dread. Still clinging to hope, she began calling more of Michelle's friends, thinking perhaps she had decided to stay somewhere else instead, but none of them had seen or heard from Michelle that night. By the time she had contacted everyone she could think of, hours had gone by, and there was still no sign of her daughter. With nowhere else to turn, she went to the police to report Michelle missing, but she was met with immediate resistance. Local officers dismissed her concerns, assuming Michelle had either run off with friends or left home voluntarily. Despite her repeated pleas and insistence that Michelle would never disappear without a word, the authorities refused to begin a search. With no help from the authorities, Michelle's mother and other family members took matters into their own hands. They began searching tirelessly, speaking with residents and scouring the streets, hoping to find any trace of her. Days passed without progress, until the evening of March 2nd. That night, a man was out walking his dog along a road just outside of town. As he passed an old railway near a field, something unusual in the tall grass caught his attention. As he moved closer, he made a horrifying discovery. It was a human body. He immediately contacted the police. When officers arrived, they quickly identified the victim as Michelle Bright. Her clothes were partially missing, and her bra had been torn off. Nearby, they found her bag, but there were no other immediate clues left at the scene. One chilling detail stood out. Michelle's body had been left less than half a mile from her own home. Due to the dense, overgrown grass, Michelle's body had been nearly impossible to see from a distance. The medical examiner found multiple bruises on her body and determined that she had been strangled. They also concluded that she had been sexually assaulted. However, there was no biological evidence left behind that could identify the attacker. A few strands of hair were found in Michelle's hand, possibly pulled during a struggle, but attempts to extract DNA from them were unsuccessful. Now that the case had shifted from a disappearance to a homicide, police finally launched a full investigation. Their first step was to question everyone who had attended the party that night. Experts estimated that Michelle had likely been killed the same night she vanished, suggesting that someone at the party could have been involved, or at least knew more than they let on. When interviewed, partygoers all claimed the evening had been calm, with no signs of trouble. No one reported seeing Michelle in any arguments or confrontations. By all accounts, she had been in a good mood and left the gathering with a couple who had offered to give her a ride. The police spoke with this couple, and they confirmed that they dropped Michelle off on the main street in town, where she planned to walk to her friend's house. After that, they drove off and didn't see which direction she went. Her friend told investigators that Michelle never made it to her place that night. The investigators suspected that either she was attacked before she could reach her friend's house, or for some reason Michelle changed her mind and decided to head home instead. The investigators doubted that the victim could have been attacked in the middle of the street. They interviewed everyone who lived nearby, and no one heard any screams or unusual noises. Because of this, the police believe that Michelle might have known her attacker. It's possible he offered her a ride home and instead drove her to the location where her body would later be found. Michelle's family also insisted that she would never have gotten into a car with a stranger. Besides, in their small town, outsiders were rare, so she would have recognized anyone local. Over the next few weeks, the police continued questioning experts couldn't obtain a DNA sample from the killer. This information wasn't made public. The investigators hoped that as DNA analysis technology advanced, they might be able to extract a genetic profile of the perpetrator from the victim's belongings or another evidence. One of the first suspects was Michelle's ex-boyfriend. The police found out that she had broken up with him shortly before her death, and according to their friends, he wasn't happy about it. But there was no evidence against him, and investigators couldn't determine whether he had the opportunity to be on the street where Michelle was walking the night she was killed. Another local resident raised suspicion because he seemed overly distraught about Michelle's death, even though they barely knew each other. But like with her ex-boyfriend, there was no way to connect this man to the murder. Interestingly, a few days after the body was found, one of Michelle's relatives visited the site. He noticed one of her earrings on the ground, which was strange because the police had already searched the entire area. Either they missed the shiny piece of jewelry, or the killer had taken it with them initially, and later decided to return it to the scene to dispose of the evidence. Over the next few months, investigators compiled a list of 14 suspects, but they struggled to connect any of them to the crime. Without a DNA sample from the killer or other significant evidence, finding the culprit seemed like an almost impossible task. All the suspects voluntarily provided their DNA samples, except for one. A 23-year-old man named Mark refused to give a sample, which made the investigators take a closer look at him. Shortly after Michelle's death, it came to light that Mark had been stalking a local woman for 8 months, even breaking into her home. Later, he was accused of harassing another woman in a nearby town. He followed her down the street, then caught up to her and started touching her. Although there wasn't enough evidence to charge him in that case, it gave the investigators in Michelle's case even more reason to be suspicious. They also discovered that Mark had been in the same class as Michelle's older brother, which meant he could have known her family well. Mark claimed that he was indeed in the town center that evening, but got home around 1:15 a.m., meaning he wouldn't have had enough time to kidnap Michelle, drive her to that field, and kill her. However, when investigators spoke with his wife, they found out something interesting. She said she wasn't sure about the time and suggested that he might have come home much later. This prompted the police to install a wiretap in Mark's house, which led to another alarming discovery. It turned out that his wife also had doubts about his honesty and had repeatedly questioned him about whether he was involved in the murder. Eventually, she convinced Mark to provide a DNA sample, but just a day before his meeting with the police, he crashed his car into a tree. Investigators suspected it might have been intentional, but a few days later, Mark did hand over his DNA sample after all. Despite his suspicious behavior, the investigators still lacked the killer's DNA, and without it, or any other solid evidence, they couldn't arrest Mark. Since then, the case saw almost no progress. The police continued to investigate various suspects, but nothing led to any breakthroughs. About a year after the murder, Michelle's family decided to move to another city. They were convinced that the killer was someone local, and it became too difficult for them to stay among people they suspected. In February, a substantial reward of $100,000 was offered for any information leading to the capture of the culprit. This brought in several new leads, but all of them ended up going nowhere. In February 2002, investigators traveled to the UK to analyze the victim's belongings and other evidence for any foreign DNA, but this too yielded no results. The case was reopened several times over the years. In February 2009, the reward was increased to $500,000, setting a record for the state. This huge amount of money generated a flood of new tips and calls, but none of them brought investigators any closer to catching the killer. In 2019, 20 years after the murder, the case was reopened once again. The police still didn't have the killer's DNA, as even with modern tools, they couldn't find any foreign DNA on the victim's belongings. Given this, detectives turned their attention back to the list of suspects, which at that point had 5 names. After thoroughly re-examining each of these men, they narrowed the list down to just 2 suspects and focused their efforts on them. One of them was a 56-year-old man named Craig. He became a suspect for several reasons. At the time of Michelle's murder, he lived just 2 houses away from her. What's more, Craig moved to Sydney just 2 weeks after the crime. Craig also had a significant criminal record. He had been arrested multiple times for harassment, indecent exposure, and other similar offenses. On top of that, he was involved in various illegal activities, like thefts. Moreover, Craig had been a suspect in another assault case involving a woman from Galgong just a year before Michelle's death. In that incident, the woman had returned home after a party and was sitting on her porch waiting for her boyfriend to arrive. At some point, a man, later identified as Craig, approached her, struck her, and attempted to assault her. Fortunately, her boyfriend arrived just in time, scaring off the attacker. Although the woman initially reported the assault to the police, she ultimately decided not to press charges. The problem was that the chances of securing a conviction against Craig were low, as her testimony alone wouldn't have been enough. As a result, no charges were filed, and Craig remained free. For the investigators working on Michelle's case, Craig was their prime suspect, but they needed a confession from him. So the detectives decided to take a bold and risky step. They planned a large-scale undercover operation. Given Craig's criminal history, the investigators decided to set up a sting operation. They created a fake criminal group and approached Craig, presenting themselves as an organization with serious connections, including ties to the police. They also claimed that they were looking to make a lot of money and needed one more member. Craig was intrigued by the offer and joined the gang. Over the next few months, the undercover operatives focused on gaining his trust. They kept telling him that their group was like family, and if he couldn't be fully trusted, he wouldn't be involved in the major operations. During this period, the group committed a series of crimes, but the police didn't reveal any specific details. It's possible that these crimes were staged or involved minor thefts, with the detectives willing to go to such lengths to solve the murder case. This continued for almost a year, and the investigators decided it was time to move to the next phase. The gang members told Craig that the police were interested in him because of some old murder, which threatened their entire operation. They didn't provide any details, but implied that investigators were getting closer. During one of these conversations, Craig said, "I hope they won't question me about the murder of Michelle Bright." He then added that she was like a sister to him and that he had known her since she was a baby. Sometime later, another undercover officer, posing as a corrupt detective working for the gang, met with Craig. He told him that investigators from a small town were actively digging into him regarding the old murder and that they were closing in. Eventually, the detectives moved to the third step. They held a press conference announcing a record-breaking reward of $1 million for information about Michelle's murder. This was done to ensure the case made headlines across Australia and to increase Craig's anxiety. Interestingly, on the same day, Craig left a comment on the police social media post saying, "It's so sad that they haven't caught our killer. Michelle was like a sister to me. I feel sorry for the family." The next day, Craig was set up to meet with a gang leader, whom he had never seen in person. The role of the gang leader was played by one of the investigators. The fake boss told Craig that the police were interested in him for 2 separate cases, putting the entire gang at risk. He asked Craig to be completely honest and confess if he was involved. In return, he promised to help Craig resolve the situation. But despite this, Craig continued to deny any involvement in the murder. During the conversation, the fake boss showed him a folder with police materials on Michelle's case, including a photo of Craig's old car. In 1999, shortly after Craig's move to Sydney, the police had contacted him by phone regarding the investigation, and the next day, his car was found burned. The boss claimed they had some evidence and that Craig could be arrested very soon. The police materials seemed to have had their effect, and Craig finally began to confess. He recounted that on the night of the murder, he had arrived in Gulgong, visited a friend, and then headed to the town center, where he stopped by a bar and talked to its owner. He said he thought he left his car there and walked away, but he couldn't remember much beyond that because he had drunk a lot of alcohol. However, Craig admitted that he did indeed kill Michelle. He recalled taking her life. Realizing that such a vague confession wouldn't be enough, the fake boss proposed that Craig go to the crime scene with other gang members to refresh his memory. After that, his accomplices would take him to the airport and help him leave the country. Craig agreed, and once at the crime scene, he told how he dragged Michelle away from the road into some grass to hide her body. He added that he couldn't remember if he had assaulted her, but he detailed how he removed part of her clothing. He noted that the clasp on her bra was broken, an undisclosed detail that only the killer would have known. After that, Craig also confessed to attempting to assault another woman a year before Michelle's murder, but was interrupted by the victim's boyfriend. He described the incident in detail, providing information that confirmed the truthfulness of his account. After receiving the confession, the gang members did take Craig to the airport, but reinforcements were already waiting for him there. 20 years after the murder, Craig was arrested for Michelle's killing and was placed in jail awaiting trial. The trial began in 2023, with Craig facing charges for both Michelle's murder and the attempted assault on the other woman. He pleaded not guilty, and his lawyer argued that the confession had been obtained under pressure. The defense highlighted that Craig initially claimed his innocence to the undercover officers and only made a false confession out of fear for his safety. The prosecution, however, argued that Craig had always had a choice. He could have left the gang and remained silent about his involvement in the murder. Additionally, Craig had provided specific details, such as the manner of the killing and the broken clasp on Michelle's bra, which an innocent person would not have known. The prosecution's theory was that Craig had spotted Michelle on one of the central streets and either offered her a ride or walked her home. Since Michelle lived just a short distance from Craig and knew him well, it's likely she trusted him enough to accept a ride. Once they reached the outskirts of town, he may have attacked her and dragged her away from the road toward the railway tracks, where her body was ultimately found. The trial spanned 7 weeks, and in the end, Craig was convicted of Michelle's murder and the assault of the other woman. The second victim took the stand and identified him once again. Only this time, she no longer had to fear that he would escape justice. The judge sentenced Craig to 32 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 24. This means he may be eligible for release when he's 77 or older. For Michelle's family, who had spent years without answers, there was finally a sense of closure. They expressed deep gratitude to the detectives who had worked relentlessly to uncover the truth. The loss had left a lasting scar on their family. 6 years after Michelle's death, her parents divorced, and her mother continued to struggle with the pain of losing her daughter. Her father and brothers carried a heavy burden of guilt, believing they had failed to protect her. Now, with her killer behind bars, the family can take some comfort in knowing that he will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Moving on to the next case. Morgan Nick, a young girl from a small town, attended a Little League baseball game with her mother. While her mom watched from the stands, the girl wandered off to play with other children nearby. Though her mother kept a watchful eye from the bleachers, a single moment of distraction was all it took. When she looked back, her daughter was gone. The police were brought in quickly and soon uncovered several troubling leads. Yet for nearly 3 decades, the mystery of what happened to the girl remained unsolved, until just a few weeks ago, when long-awaited answers finally surfaced. Morgan Nick was born on September 12, 1988, in the quiet town of Ozark, Arkansas. After her birth, her family grew with the arrival of a baby brother, followed by a younger sister the next year. Morgan shared a close and loving bond with her siblings. They could spend hours playing together, and the younger children looked up to her with admiration. When Morgan began learning to read, she would often practice using children's books, lovingly reading bedtime stories to her little brother. From a young age, Morgan had a deep love for animals and often told her parents she wanted to become a veterinarian one day. During elementary school, she joined the Girl Scouts, where she enjoyed making crafts, exploring nature, and spending time with her peers. When Morgan was 6 years old, her parents divorced, but she and her siblings still had regular visits with their father. In the early summer of 1995, a family friend invited Morgan's mom to a Little League baseball game in the nearby town of Alma. Initially, she considered turning down the offer. It was a Friday evening, and the stadium was nearly 30 miles away. But ultimately, she decided to go and bring Morgan along, thinking it would be a nice way to share some time together. On the evening of June 9th, she left Morgan's younger siblings with their grandmother and headed to the stadium. Though the venue was small, around 300 people had gathered to watch the game, including many parents and children. Morgan's mom met up with her friends, and they settled in to enjoy the evening. It didn't take long for Morgan to grow restless. Before long, she spotted 2 kids she knew, and they invited her to join them in catching fireflies near the stadium. At first, her mother was hesitant. It was getting dark, and they were in an unfamiliar town, which made her uneasy. But her friends assured her that their children played in that area all the time and that it was perfectly safe. With some hesitation, she allowed Morgan to go. The young girl ran off excitedly with the other kids, stopping by a small hill still visible from the bleachers. Her mom checked on her periodically as the game continued. About 15 minutes later, the game wrapped up, and players began heading toward the stands to meet their families. Morgan's mom looked away momentarily, but when she turned her eyes back to the hill, Morgan was gone. The two children she had been playing with were walking back toward the bleachers, alone. The woman hurried over to the two children and asked if they had seen Morgan. They explained that before heading back to the stands, they had paused to shake the sand out of their shoes after playing. They walked over to a car in the parking lot, leaned against it, and emptied their shoes. Morgan was standing behind the car while they were at the front. Once they finished, they began walking back to the stadium, but Morgan was no longer with them. They assumed she had simply stayed near the car to wait for her mother and didn't think much of it as they continued on. Morgan's mom looked toward the parking area and quickly spotted her car, but Morgan was nowhere in sight. She ran over and checked inside, hoping to find her there, but the car was empty. Panic took hold as she rushed back to the kids, desperate for more information. She asked if they had any idea where Morgan might have gone, but they were just as confused. However, they did recall seeing a man in the parking lot while they were playing. The children told her about a man they had seen near a red pickup truck. He had been standing by the vehicle, watching the stadium and occasionally glancing in their direction. At one point, he even approached them and said something, though they couldn't recall exactly what, only that he had a country-sounding accent. Suspecting this man might be connected to her daughter's disappearance, Morgan's mother immediately contacted the police. Just 6 minutes later, officers arrived at the stadium and began speaking with the children who had been with Morgan before she vanished. As they interviewed the kids, police gathered more specific details about the man they had seen. Based on their combined accounts, investigators described him as a white male, estimated to be between 23 and 30 years old, approximately 6 feet tall, with a medium build, dark hair, a beard, and a mustache. The children also clearly remembered his vehicle, an older red pickup truck with Arkansas license plates and a white camper shell attached to the back. This detail raised immediate concern, as the camper shell could easily conceal an adult, let alone a child. Another odd thing was that the camper seemed unusually short for the truck, making it look out of place for that model. This raised further suspicion that the man might be directly involved in Morgan's disappearance and could have used the camper to abduct her. The kids also mentioned that the man was wearing only jeans and had no shirt on. The officers immediately searched the parking lot, but they couldn't find any vehicle matching the description. After speaking with the kids, they began questioning everyone who was still at the stadium. However, all of the 300 attendees had been focused on the game, and none of them recalled seeing anything strange or suspicious that evening. A search around the stadium also came up empty, so the officers expanded their efforts to the nearby streets. Despite their best efforts, no trace of Morgan was found that night. Her mother was devastated. She refused to go home and ended up spending the rest of the night at the fire station. The next day, the search intensified as news of Morgan's disappearance spread quickly throughout the area, prompting dozens of volunteers to come forward. Soon, the FBI and state police joined the efforts, providing helicopters for aerial searches and creating a suspect sketch based on Morgan's friends' descriptions. The sketch, along with photos of Morgan, was distributed across the town and nearby communities in the hopes that someone would recognize the man. Initially, the authorities also thought that Morgan might have simply wandered off from the parking lot and gotten lost. But as nearly 24 hours passed without any sign of her, it became clear that if that were the case, she would have been found by then. That evening, police also began receiving alarming reports from parents who shared some disturbing stories. One woman told them that just a few hours before the baseball game, a stranger had tried to lure her 4-year-old daughter into his red pickup truck. It happened near a laundromat in Alma while the woman was inside, and her daughter was standing near the building. When the mother came out, the man drove off. She provided a description of the suspect which matched the sketch of Morgan's possible abductor. The day after Morgan's disappearance, another report came in from a witness in Fort Smith, a town not far from Alma. He saw a man trying to lure a 9-year-old girl into a public restroom, but the girl managed to get away. Once again, the man's description matched the composite sketch based on the accounts from Morgan's friends. All of this pointed to the possibility that the person behind Morgan's disappearance might have previously attempted to abduct other victims, or even successfully committed similar crimes in the past. The police focused on locating the red pickup truck matching the witness description and began checking the backgrounds of known offenders in nearby towns. Over the next few weeks, investigators received hundreds of tips about potential suspects, but they either couldn't establish a connection or confirm that the individuals had no involvement in the crime. Meanwhile, investigators continued to comb the area around the stadium, collecting various items that could potentially be considered as evidence. They found several cigarette butts, bottles, and other objects, which were sent to the lab for DNA analysis. But in the end, the police had no clear indication whether any of these items were actually connected to Morgan's disappearance. As for the red pickup truck, the police received nearly 250 calls from witnesses across various towns and even neighboring states, all reporting sightings of similar vehicles. The problem was that a lot of residents drove similar models, and there were literally thousands of them. Investigators tried to check each owner, but once again, they found no evidence linking any of them to Morgan's disappearance. This continued for 2 weeks until the police received a surprising call. A resident of a town called Stuttgart, about a 3-hour drive from Ulm, was on his property when he noticed a man trying to break into his car. The homeowner scared him off, and the intruder immediately fled. When he was running away, the witness saw that the man was holding a little girl by the hand. The police showed him the composite sketch of the suspect, and he confirmed that the person trying to get into his car looked very similar to the suspect, and the girl resembled Morgan. Investigators quickly launched a large-scale operation in Stuttgart, securing an area of about 10 square miles and deploying several dozen officers. Morgan's parents immediately headed to the town, hoping their daughter would be finally found. Hundreds of volunteers, along with the police, began searching the entire town and surrounding area. Helicopters scanned from above, and search dogs tried to pick up Morgan's scent using her belongings. The search continued for 16 hours, but they found no trace of the missing girl. Eventually, the police began to doubt the witness's story. They conducted 2 polygraph tests, both of which suggested he was lying. Although the man insisted he was telling the truth, he eventually admitted that he had made up the entire story. He did see someone trying to break into his car, but he hadn't gotten a good look at the person's face, and there was no little girl with him. The man was arrested for providing false information, which cost nearly a full day of search efforts and thousands of dollars. It's unclear if he faced any punishment, but such actions typically result in a serious fine or a jail sentence. Investigators found themselves back at square one, but giving up wasn't an option. They brought in 17 more officers from across the state, and the team focused on sorting through the leads that kept coming in. By then, they had over 1,500 tips, but none of them brought detectives any closer to finding Morgan. Her parents didn't give up either, but as the months went by, their hopes started to fade. About a year after Morgan disappeared, her mom found a nonprofit dedicated to finding missing children. Although she was still focused on searching for her daughter, there weren't any new clues left to follow. That's when she began helping other families who were going through similar tragedies, and she put her efforts into raising awareness about the dangers that could strike at any moment in a child's life. Over the next several years, police kept following up on various leads and questioning potential suspects, but nothing seemed to bring any progress. In February 2001, 6 years after Morgan's disappearance, the FBI released an age-progressed image showing what she might look like. That same year, several well-known TV shows aired segments about her case, which led to an increase in the number of tips. Although most of these tips turned out to be dead ends, one in particular caught the investigators' attention. The caller claimed that the girl's body was buried on a property in Boonville, a small town about an hour from Ulm. The police took this tip seriously because the person provided specific details about the case that had never been made public. In early 2002, they obtained a search warrant for the property. Bringing search dogs along, they dug up the entire area, but no trace of Morgan was found. Since then, the case remained cold for nearly a decade. In 2010, police received another tip about a possible location where Morgan's abductor might have held her, this time in another state. They conducted a search, but once again, there was no evidence to suggest the girl had ever been there. Interestingly, in 2017, police returned to search the same house, but this time for a different investigation. It turned out that a man who had once lived there was in prison for crimes against minors, and authorities suspected him in another similar case. But even then, the search turned up no new clues. In 2019, a new documentary about the case was released. For the first time since Morgan's disappearance, police shared of the red pickup truck believed to be connected to the abductor. The vehicle had been briefly captured on someone's camera during the game, but the poor quality and angle made it nearly impossible to make out any important details. Following the documentary's release, police reached out to the public, asking for any information about who might have owned the truck. They received a series of new tips, but despite these efforts, they still couldn't make any progress in solving the case. This continued until 2021, when investigators finally named their main suspect in the case. The man was Billy Lynx, who had come to the police's attention in the early weeks of Morgan's disappearance. Lynx had a criminal record for offenses against minors, and he owned a similar red pickup truck. However, in 1995, police could not establish any connection between him and Morgan's disappearance, even after searching his truck. During his questioning, they felt that Billy was being honest about his innocence. He was also significantly older than 30, while detectives relied on Morgan's friends' accounts that described the abductor as being younger. Now, nearly 30 years later, detectives began to look at him again. This time, they hoped that modern DNA analysis tools could uncover any traces of Morgan's presence in his vehicle. But there were some issues. Billy had passed away in 2000 while serving time for an attempted abduction. Just 2 months after Morgan's disappearance, he tried to lure another girl into his car while she was standing outside a store. Her mother scared him off and reported the incident to the police, leading to his arrest. At that time, he was 70 years old, and he died of natural causes 5 years later while still in prison. Another complication was that police had no idea where Billy's pickup truck was or if it even still existed after nearly 3 decades. The investigators focused on tracking down the pickup truck, and after some time, they managed to trace its chain of ownership since Billy's arrest. To the surprise of the detectives, they actually found the truck. It was still running, and the current owner agreed to let the police examine it. Initially, the detectives didn't get their hopes up too high, since any DNA evidence could have easily been erased or degraded over the years. But surprisingly, forensic experts found a few hairs in the truck bed that seemed to match Morgan's hair. The samples were sent to a Texas lab, equipped with the latest DNA analysis technology, for a closer look. It took 8 months, but finally, there was a breakthrough. They managed to extract a DNA sample from the hair and compared it to Morgan's mother's DNA. The results indicated a close genetic match in the first degree of relation. In other words, the hair likely belonged to one of her children or siblings. Morgan's mother stated that she had never heard of Billy Lynx and had never met him in her life. Detectives also knew that no one else from Morgan's immediate family could have been in that truck, which meant that the little girl herself must have been there. On October 1st, 2024, the police held a press conference to announce that Billy Lynx was now officially considered responsible for Morgan's abduction, and they had no doubt about his involvement. Unfortunately, no one believes that Morgan could still be alive nearly 29 years after her disappearance. Investigators suspect that Billy killed her in the first few days after the abduction, but where he hid her remains is still unknown. Even though the case is considered essentially solved, the police have declared that they will continue searching for her remains. Still, without a confession from Billy, this task seems nearly impossible. Detectives also plan to investigate Billy's potential connection to other cases. Given that he had attempted multiple kidnappings shortly after Morgan went missing, authorities believe there may be additional crimes in his past. At the time of Morgan's abduction, Billy was already 70 years old, suggesting the possibility of a lengthy history of similar offenses. His background in the military during World War II may have also provided him with skills that could have aided in carrying out such crimes. Morgan's disappearance would go on to become one of the most widely recognized criminal cases in Arkansas history. In her memory, state officials even renamed the Amber Alert system to the Morgan Alert. As for her mother, she has dedicated her life to helping other missing children and their families through a nonprofit organization she founded. This mission has become her way of managing the pain of losing Morgan. And while the years have passed, a small part of her still clings to hope that somehow her daughter might still be alive. Moving on to the next case. Brandon Dixon. This is the story of a woman whose life was built on deception from start to finish. It reveals how one person's relentless pursuit of wealth, no matter the cost, can ripple through and damage countless lives. Michelle was raised in Hurst, a suburb of Dallas, Texas, alongside her younger sister, Laura. Their mother had left in search of a better life, leaving their father solely responsible for raising the two girls. Raising daughters alone was no easy task. He scraped by with occasional construction jobs and frequently turned to alcohol. Desperate for quick money, he often resorted to fraudulent schemes. One of his most common tactics involved getting hired at various factories, then intentionally injuring himself to claim insurance payouts. For a while, the scam brought in cash, but it wasn't sustainable. Thanks to security footage at one of his jobs, the fraudulent scheme was eventually exposed, and Michelle and Laura's father was taken into custody. From a young age, Michelle had been immersed in an environment defined by lies, deceit, and manipulation. It was the only life she knew, and she longed to escape it, especially the grinding poverty she had grown to despise. But breaking free wasn't so simple. The deception she hoped to leave behind had already taken root within her, shaping how she saw the world and interacted with it. By the age of 15, Michelle had grown into a striking young woman, a petite brunette with an athletic build who easily caught the attention of boys her age and even older men. It didn't take long for her to realize the influence she could wield through her appearance and charm. With this newfound awareness, Michelle began to use her allure as a tool for manipulation, bending the will of those around her to get what she wanted. Thus began a pattern of romantic entanglements, each one marked by her pursuit of control and advantage. At the age of 17, Michelle drops out of school and marries for the first time to 16-year-old Kenneth O'Brien. She informs the boyfriend that she is expecting a baby. Kenneth, taking full responsibility for his young wife and future child, enlists in the army. The couple moves frequently. 2 more children are born to them in this marriage. One city is replaced by another. Temporary housing of the military was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. Such a life does not suit her, and after 5 years, she leaves, naming the reason for divorce beatings and cheating on the part of her husband. Michelle returns to her native Hurst. In front of relatives and friends, she appears as a victim of domestic violence and receives the necessary support and begins to organize her life anew. After a while, she falls in love with her former classmate, Brandon. The young man is head over heels in love with Michelle and gladly accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for the wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle infuriates Brandon. It turns out that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was very afraid to talk to him about divorce because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents. With the help of a lawyer, this issue was quickly settled, and the couple was able to marry in 1994. At first, family life flowed calmly and measured. Brandon was engaged in the development of his IT company, and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. But quiet family life was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. She has always needed more. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She starts bringing home all sorts of dental equipment and supplies. The cash doesn't fit in her purse. Brandon suspected something wrong. Eventually, Michelle was caught stealing. It was only by luck that a trial was avoided. But Brandon's trust issues with his wife were just beginning. Responding to neighbors' reports that cars were frequently arriving at the house while he was at work, Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house. Listening to the tape, he heard various men visiting their home throughout the day. Brandon does his own little investigation and learns that the reason for the divorce in Michelle's first marriage was her numerous infidelities, not her husband's beatings, as she told everyone. Brandon's patience broke, and he demanded a divorce. Michelle was furious that Brandon initiated the divorce, and while he was at work, she got back at him. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish in it," Brandon says. "She poured Comet into it and killed all the fish." But Michelle didn't stop there. Brandon also had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, which led to the death of the living creature. Michelle put Domino to sleep. "If you're shocked at this point, we've only scratched the surface," Brandon says. "It was a nightmare that wouldn't stop." You can't make that girl go away. Unfortunately, Brandon learned the truth about Michelle when his own marriage was completely destroyed. Everything Michelle did with Brandon Dixon pales in comparison to her adventures with other men. It was later revealed that John Paul Rae, also a student at the high school Michelle attended in Hearst, was the father of her first child. Instead of revealing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Brien that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. Kenneth, for 13 years, thought the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from age 5 to 18 and did not know he was not the father. After Brandon and Michelle divorced, she moved in with John, the father of her first child. They lived in a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship came to an abrupt end when John began to suspect his wife of cheating. Michelle didn't deny it. She confirmed the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving most of Michelle's possessions. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They were both not so young anymore. Both had a history of past marital failures. The man was married twice and had a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in February 2003, the couple agreed to share custody of their common daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the former spouses had a good relationship. Rich, successful, and generous Greg was a perfect match for Michelle. In February 2007, Greg and Michelle had a common daughter, Michaela. A year later, they got married. Their marriage was like the American dream. Money, children, love, it was all in abundance. Michelle seemed to have made it through the thorns to the stars and got the life she had always dreamed of. Greg Williams held his family in very high esteem. He grew up in a family with fierce principles and achieved everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and was a martial arts black belt. In addition to his love of exercise, Greg was also a fan of guns. Both he and Michelle had guns that they kept in their home in Keller. Michelle's gun, a silver .40 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe. But Greg kept his gun, a black Libert .45 caliber, always loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage a success. They threw birthday parties for their children from other marriages at their home in Keller. Michelle's adult children would have barbecues and swim parties. Very often, the house was full of friends. But despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not the classic American couple. They met through an online community for bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and their wild adult house parties led to numerous complaints from neighbors. Choosing to keep the matter private, Michelle and Greg decided to relocate. The night before their move, sleep eluded them both. They were in the midst of finalizing the purchase of a new home valued at $4.5 million, and the weight of the decision filled their evening with emotional conversation. Eventually, Greg remained alone in the bedroom, while Michelle went to comfort their crying daughter and ended up falling asleep beside her. In the early morning hours of October 13, 2011, at 4:40 a.m., a distressed emergency call came through. On the line was a woman in tears, frantically telling dispatchers that she and her husband had been attacked by an intruder. She was injured, and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police responded to the call. Inside the house, investigators were met with a jarring scene. The television was blaring at full volume, and a baby was found asleep on the couch, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos. Michelle's daughter remained peacefully asleep, completely untouched by the violent events that had allegedly taken place. However, Michelle's behavior immediately raised red flags with the responding officers. She appeared oddly composed, showing none of the panic or disarray expected from someone who had just endured a home invasion. The upscale gated community was soon swarming with police cruisers, detectives, and forensic specialists. The entire property, nearly 5,000 square feet, was thoroughly searched and secured. Despite claiming to have been asleep during the incident, Michelle was fully dressed, her hair neatly styled, and her demeanor unsettlingly calm. Suspicious of the inconsistencies, officers brought her to the Keller Township Police Station for further questioning. As the only known witness to the crime, she faced intense scrutiny. Over several hours of interrogation, her story began to unravel. Michelle claimed that a masked intruder dressed in all black had broken into the house and struck her on the head with a wrench, yet the evidence began to contradict her every word. She fell from the blow, but was conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then fled through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams's account did not match what police saw at the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while lying in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, presumably used by the intruder, was found near the back door next to a wrench. There were no fingerprints on either weapon. Neither was found to show any signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money were untouched. Examined CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera showed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours before the crime. Police confirmed that the car belonged to a newspaper delivery man. To confuse the investigation, Michelle came up with a version of the attack. She hit herself with a wrench and made their large house look like the scene of the attack. But detectives did their due diligence and noticed a number of details that didn't add up. Michelle Williams was fully dressed. Her hair was styled, and she had fresh makeup on her face. It gave the impression as if she was waiting for someone. The gun used during the crime was found in the house, without any fingerprints. And the final detail that proved Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen in the robbery. Michelle had no explanation for why a successful businessman and devoted father decided to take his own life, but she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she wanted to spare their young daughter the bitter truth about her father's self-inflicted death. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to cover up fingerprints before desperately staging a home invasion and calling emergency services. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became obvious to police why no evidence was found in the house. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to present a more realistic picture of the attack. From the beginning, Keller police doubted the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but at the time, no physical evidence was presented linking her to the crime. Michelle was arrested for perjury, but was soon released home. Around 5 p.m. on the evening of her husband's murder, Michelle went to her sister Laura's home and did not mention the late Greg's name once during the evening. Michelle cried from time to time, but it didn't seem sincere, her sister Laura Cusick said when questioned by police. The morning after the tragedy, Michelle woke up in a great mood. She was beautifully dressed with her hair styled and makeup on. In high spirits, the recent widow went for breakfast at a famous restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police were looking into the theory that Greg had taken his own life, struggling to find a motive and obtain credible evidence of it, Michelle herself presented the investigation with first a motive and then evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were attracted by Michelle's words that she didn't care about a single penny. But her actions proved otherwise. After Greg's death, Michelle quickly begins liquidating assets from family companies and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's IT company. The amount of checks cashed is not disclosed anywhere. In all likelihood, we are talking about a lot of money. After receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller, Michelle made one of her biggest blunders. She went to the insurance company, hoping to get a payout on Greg's life insurance policy. Michelle was the sole beneficiary on Greg's life insurance policy, which was taken out on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before he was killed. But one important fact the woman missed: according to the terms of the insurance policy, Greg's death was not an insured event because he left his life voluntarily, and at the last moment, she was denied the money. The desire to get the insured sum of $600 was the main motive for the crime. Later, another important fact of financial fraud comes to light that casts suspicion on the widow. Fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been preparing for on the eve of his death. The account numbers were intentionally changed, and the lender did not immediately notice the elaborate fraud. When Greg died, Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account was not discussed until it caught the attention of the police. Michelle, confident of her impunity, writes a check for $18,000 to attorney Kenneth Wincorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to unravel his wife's web of deceit. An autopsy was performed on Greg, which proves that the man was shot from a range of 12 to 18 inches. Moreover, the toxicology examination conducted provided a report proving that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Also, the The police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after turning up the volume on the television. Daughter Michelle, who was asleep in her room, did not hear anything. On November 3, 2011, based on the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams's death was officially ruled a homicide. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9 as she was on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and making a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the only suspect. Bail was set at $522,000 to be released from custody, pending a court hearing. But Michelle spent a week in custody and was released on $85,000 dressed in gym clothes. Michelle walked out of jail with a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Wincorn, who was now officially representing her. Greg's first wife, Kathy, was furious when she found out that attorney Wincorn was defending Michelle. That money she paid him was part of Greg's estate, and it should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman who was accused of killing him. Online court records list Kenneth Wincorn as the attorney for Katie and Greg's divorce in February 2003, and Wincorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter, Taylor, in February 2008. However, Kenneth Wincorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams will be exonerated by providing evidence. The divorce was handled by his company, and he personally never represented Greg. Kenneth Wincorn said he first learned of Greg's murder from an IT company employee. It was very shocking, Wincorn says, adding that Michelle later sought his help. After her plot to cash in on Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Gene Wallace, a friend of her oldest son, a man nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Gene opened a fitness club in Bedford and heavily promoted it online. Armed with an ankle bracelet with a GPS tracker, Michelle spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She often appeared in court dressed for a night out on the town, wearing miniskirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never mourned Greg's death for a second, says Greg's ex-wife, Kathy. Rob Conover was friends with Greg Williams for more than 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, making them see her as an innocent woman in need of protection. On October 9, 2013, 45-year-old Michelle Williams took a plea deal with the county and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will receive 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and for deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony that only exists in a few states. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun and Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. Things can go differently. Play big, win big, or lose big, Michelle said in an interview. With the plea bargain, I expect to do a couple years. And after that, I'll be out on parole. But in February 2014, Michelle Williams, in an interview, suddenly changes her testimony and says she is not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and sets a date for the first trial. Opening arguments have begun in the trial of a Texas woman, dubbed by the media as Keller's Black Widow, who was accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011 for an insurance payoff. Michelle Williams, 45, was charged with the crime. In court, prosecutors described the crime as a clearly planned scheme of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after drugging him with sleeping pills beforehand in order to collect on his life insurance policy. The motive was money, time-tested money, greed, Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland said in court. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun and Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. In response to an interview request, Michelle's attorney released a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Wincorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the spotlessly clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, disregarding the fact that there was no DNA from the suspect. In repeated searches, cleaning products were found, but it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them, since the products were in the house where she lived and did the cleaning. If the jury concludes that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it look like the man had spontaneously passed away and then cleaned up the crime scene by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will get a life sentence. But if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will ever get a chance to hear the whole story and decide on the appropriate punishment. Through careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances, information regularly emerged about the unfavorable environment that had prevailed in their family for a long period of time. According to the studied correspondence in social networks and messengers, it was found that the couple quarreled very often, and the reason was finances. At the trial, prosecutors said that in the hours leading up to the violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife over their finances and even slapped her for spending a large amount of money that had been set aside as a down payment on a house. But Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams had taken his own life and that the successful business owner needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams often suffered from depression and regularly used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed due to the loss of his grandmother and best friend, who ironically had taken his own life. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams found her husband dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and, in a fit of fear, began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by hiding the truth from her. Michelle Williams never once changed herself, presenting at court hearings in different images with styled hair and manicure. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, showed little emotion throughout most of the trial, but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs showing images of the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams' adult son, Andrew O'Brien, who said his mother, Michelle Williams, asked him to help frame Greg Williams' ex-wife, Kathy. She planned to blame her for Greg's death using the motive of unreconciled differences over the custody of their daughter, Taylor. But that plan was a failure from the get-go. After all, there was never any disagreement between the former spouses about the custody of their daughter, and it would have been very difficult to prove otherwise. Asked about his reaction to his mother's unusual request, 26-year-old Andrew O'Brien said he was very shocked by such a proposal and thought she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons at the trial when they testified against her. The jury later found Michelle guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she provided false information that she was pregnant with twins, hoping to delay her sentencing. But this version was not confirmed and the verdict was announced. Michelle's acting abilities and her natural charm, which she tried her best to demonstrate during each hearing, did not spare her from a harsh sentence. Sandwiched between a scenario in which she was a cold-blooded criminal and one in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse, Michelle chose the latter. "You did it," she said, wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective on solving the case. "I wouldn't have gotten through the day," she said. "You've won." Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's story, few believed Greg had lost his life. He had too much to live for, and he knew all too well how much pain an untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes that Michelle's relationship with Gene Wallace began when Greg was still alive and may be the elusive motive for this crime. Katie says that if Greg had discovered Michelle was involved with her younger boyfriend, he would have ended the relationship, leaving her with nothing. Greg was willing to tolerate many things, but infidelity was not one of them. Brandon adds that Michelle has destroyed countless lives beyond imagination and calls her a skilled manipulator. He believes that if the courts had interviewed more people like them, the outcome might have been different. Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison, with a requirement to serve at least 30 years before becoming eligible for parole. She is currently incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams, a convicted felon and fraudster, is serving time for her deliberate crimes. Throughout her imprisonment, she has shown no remorse and continues to avoid taking full responsibility for her actions. Moving on to the next case. Diana Diallo. Diana Diallo was born in 1959 in Tustin, a quiet suburban city near Los Angeles. Her father served in the military, while her mother worked at a small clothing factory. When Diana was 19, she met a man named Kevin Green. She had been at a bar with a friend when a group of men began bothering them. One man became especially pushy, prompting Kevin to step in and make him leave. Grateful for his help, Diana offered to buy Kevin a drink. A few days later, they went on their first date, and their relationship progressed quickly. At the time, Kevin was still married, but he and his wife were in the middle of a divorce. During this period, Diana and Kevin moved in together, and she became pregnant. Once Kevin's divorce was finalized, the couple married that same day, excitedly preparing for the arrival of their daughter. The couple rented an apartment in a small complex in Tustin. Kevin was a Marine, working as a helicopter mechanic at a nearby base. Diana had previously worked alongside her mother at the clothing factory, but as her pregnancy advanced, she chose to stay home and prepare for their baby's arrival. By September 1979, Diana was 9.5 months pregnant and expected to go into labor at any moment. On the evening of September 30th, after watching a movie together, Diana and Kevin got into an argument. The pressure of becoming parents had been affecting both of them, leading to frequent fights. To cool off and avoid escalating the situation, Kevin decided to take a drive to a nearby fast food restaurant. About 40 minutes later, the local police department received a disturbing call. It was Kevin. He reported that someone had shot his wife and urgently requested an ambulance. At the time, a patrol car was nearby, allowing officers to arrive at the scene quickly. When they entered the apartment, they discovered Diana lying on the bed in the bedroom, covered in blood. At first glance, her injuries appeared to resemble a gunshot wound, and blood was splattered across the bedroom wall. Despite her condition, Diana was still breathing, prompting the officers to administer first aid while waiting for the ambulance. Uncertain about the situation, they also asked Kevin to leave the room. When the paramedics arrived, they carefully transferred Diana into the ambulance. Initially, they too believed she had been shot, but soon realized the injury was caused by blunt force trauma rather than a gunshot. Although Kevin wanted to accompany his wife to the hospital, the police refused. They needed to take his statement and were still considering every possibility, including the chance that he was involved in the attack. Kevin appeared to be in shock, struggling to process the officers' questions. When he tried to climb into the ambulance, they had to stop him. As the ambulance drove away, he began to collect himself and shared his account of the evening with the police. He explained that after arguing with Diana, he decided to drive to a fast food restaurant to get burgers and clear his mind. Upon leaving the apartment, he realized he had forgotten his keys inside, but chose not to go back for them. Instead, he shut the door and went straight to his car. Kevin also mentioned that as he was leaving the complex, he noticed a van parked nearby with its back door open. An African-American man was walking back and forth to the vehicle, which struck him as odd given that it was around 2 a.m. When Kevin arrived at his usual fast food spot, the line was too long, so he drove to another location of the same chain a few miles away. After buying some burgers, he returned home, a trip that took approximately 40 minutes. When Kevin arrived at the front door, he found it wide open. Alarmed, he rushed inside and heard an unusual sound, something resembling snoring. In the bedroom, he discovered Diana covered in blood and struggling to breathe, prompting him to call the police immediately. However, parts of Kevin's story raised suspicion. For instance, his decision to go out for burgers in the middle of the night seemed unusual. Additionally, the trip had taken him approximately 40 minutes longer than expected, given that the nearby fast food restaurants were close to his apartment. Despite these concerns, the officers examined the fast food bag and found the food still warm. The receipt confirmed the restaurant's location and the time of purchase, aligning with Kevin's account. With this evidence, the police allowed him to go to the hospital, but only after collecting a blood sample. Although DNA analysis wasn't available at the time, investigators could still compare Kevin's blood type with the traces found at the crime scene. When Diana arrived at the hospital, doctors confirmed that her head wound was not caused by a gunshot. Instead, it appeared that the attacker had used a small but heavy object, possibly a piece of wood, to deliver multiple blows. Shortly after being admitted, Diana fell into a coma. For several hours, doctors fought to save both her and her unborn child. Although they were able to stabilize her condition, she required surgery to address her injuries. At the same time, investigators asked medical professionals to determine whether Diana had been sexually assaulted. This request was not only part of standard procedure, but also driven by the way Diana had been positioned when officers found her. The examination soon confirmed their suspicions. Traces of semen were discovered on her body. However, the investigation faced complications. Kevin had already told detectives that he and Diana had been intimate just a few hours before their argument, and with DNA analysis unavailable at the time, there was no way to confirm whether the evidence came from him or someone else. Despite having a biological sample from the perpetrator, investigators were limited in what they could do without advanced DNA analysis. Kevin and Diana's relatives stayed at the hospital through the night, anxiously hoping both Diana and her baby would survive. However, by morning, an unexpected complication arose. One of the monitors detected a sudden decline in the baby's condition. Despite the doctor's best efforts, the baby girl could not be saved. Following the baby's death, surgeons immediately operated on Diana, successfully stabilizing her condition. Although she remained in a coma, her chances of survival had significantly improved. However, doctors warned that the severity of her injuries made a full return to normal life unlikely. Meanwhile, detectives intensified their efforts to identify the person responsible for the attack. With the loss of the baby, the case was reclassified as a homicide, prompting the local police department to dedicate all available resources to the investigation. Although Kevin had provided an alibi, detectives remained cautious and did not rule him out as a suspect. His story raised numerous questions. He had an argument with his wife just hours before the attack, left the front door unlocked, and was absent for an extended period for a supposed quick trip to the fast food joint. His claim of seeing a suspicious man near the house in the middle of the night also seemed too convenient, but there was no evidence against Kevin. Moreover, the police already had another suspect. About a year before these events, crimes with a similar modus operandi had started happening in Tustin and its surrounding areas. In December 1978, an unknown perpetrator broke into the apartment of a 17-year-old girl, struck her with a piece of wood, and assaulted her, resulting in her death. For months later, the same happened to a 21-year-old woman. Someone broke into her home and struck her with a piece of wood. She didn't survive either. In July 1979, the unknown perpetrator entered another woman's apartment and did the same to her, but she managed to survive. However, the victim spent several weeks in a coma due to her injuries, and her subsequent testimony didn't bring detectives closer to finding the attacker. In September 1979, less than a month before Diana's attack, the same happened to a 31-year-old woman who died the next day. Her son provided investigators with a description of the assailant, but the man still couldn't be identified. All these crimes shared striking similarities, just like the attack on Diana. Police were almost certain that they were dealing with a serial killer, and all their efforts were focused on catching this individual. He had already got a nickname, the Bedroom Basher. Considering that the perpetrator was committing his crimes with short intervals and operating in a relatively small suburban area of Los Angeles, detectives believed that he could strike again very soon. They decided to reach out to the public through the media and warn all women who lived alone, especially those in lower-floor apartments, as they were apparently the preferred targets of the suspected serial killer. This sparked a wave of panic. Women began clearing store shelves of any means of protection, signing up for self-defense courses, and staying with friends and relatives, trying to safeguard themselves from the dangerous criminal. Police also began patrolling the streets at nightfall. Detectives interviewed anyone who could have had any connection to these crimes, and soon they received their first leads. Several neighbors of the victims reported seeing a suspicious white man with dark, thick hair near their houses. Although this description was quite superficial, police located several matching men, investigated them, but it led nowhere. A week after Diana's attack, doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. But there was a serious problem. Diana couldn't speak or remember anything, and according to the doctors, her brain needed some time to recover, functioning at the level of a 6-year-old child. Around the same time, another attack happened in Tustin. An unknown assailant broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, struck her several times with a piece of wood, and sexually assaulted her. Tragically, the victim died, and the police once again failed to catch the culprit. Diana spent several more days in the hospital, and her mind began to gradually return to normal. However, She had almost completely lost her memory and still couldn't recall even her parents. Doctors said her memory might eventually return, but warned her family not to recount anything to her and to allow her to remember everything on her own. Once her life-threatening condition passed, Diana was discharged from the hospital and her family took her home. Since Kevin needed to work on the military base to pay the bills, they moved in with Diana's parents, who could care for her around the clock. 2 weeks later, another tragic attack occurred in the city with a similar modus operandi, and this time, the unknown assailant killed a 17-year-old girl. After being discharged from the hospital, Diana started attending physiotherapy, and her condition gradually improved. She still couldn't speak or remember what happened to her, but everything suddenly changed 6 weeks after the attack. During a physiotherapy session, the therapist brought up the attack and asked if Diana still couldn't remember who did it to her. To the doctor's surprise, Diana suddenly nodded and pointed to her wedding ring. When Diana's mother came to pick her up, the doctor told her about this, and the mother asked her daughter, "Was it Kevin who attacked you?" And Diana nodded. Right after that, her mother took her to the police station, where she spoke with the lead detective. He asked Diana a few more questions, and she confirmed that she suddenly remembered the moment of the attack, and the perpetrator was none other than her husband. For the detective, this completely changed the course of the case. He and his team were almost certain that Diana was attacked by the same serial criminal responsible for the other similar attacks. But now, the detective faced several questions. Could Kevin be the bedroom basher? He lived in the same area where the attacks happened, and even matched the description provided. Basher were almost identical each single time. It wouldn't have been difficult. The detective thought that if he arrested Kevin now, his involvement in other crimes might never be proven, and Kevin himself could flee as soon as he realized he was caught. So, he made a difficult decision. He asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana still remembered nothing and to return home to Kevin. This was obviously a huge challenge for both of them, but they agreed nonetheless. Investigators put Kevin under surveillance and closely monitored all his movements, hoping to eventually link him to other attacks. Police spoke with Kevin's friend to learn more about the suspect, and they quickly found out something interesting. Those who knew him well said that his relationship with Diana was quite tense. The couple argued frequently, a fact also confirmed by neighbors who often heard their screams. According to friends, Kevin regularly complained to them that Diana refused to be intimate with him in the final months of her pregnancy. Yet, Kevin had described his relationship with Diana to detectives as nearly perfect. But besides that, detectives couldn't gather any additional useful information. Kevin behaved quite normally. He went to work and came back home without lingering anywhere else and didn't raise any suspicions. The police also received results from the lab, revealing an interesting discovery. Besides the attacker's semen, they found skin particles with blood under Diana's nails. Specialists matched the blood type of the attacker to Kevin's blood sample, and it matched. It meant that Kevin had the same blood type as the person who attacked Diana. Based on this information, detectives came up with the most likely version of what had happened on that fateful night. Kevin indeed bought burgers at a fast food joint a few miles from home. The time on the receipt and cashier's words confirmed his presence, so detectives believed he could have attacked Diana before leaving home, then quickly went to the fast food restaurant to create an alibi, explaining the extended 40-minute trip. Regarding motive, detectives theorized that Diana's refusal to engage in intimacy served as the trigger. Despite Kevin's claim that they had had sex hours before the incident, he frequently complained of friends' attack, and Kevin was indeed the one who assaulted her. During the conversation, her mother said they could no longer pretend and live under the same roof as Kevin. After that, detectives decided to arrest him and proceed with legal action. Kevin was taken into custody while he was at a store to avoid risking Diana's family and conducting the arrest at their home. Kevin refused to admit guilt, insisting that everything happened exactly as he had told them. Preparation for the trial took 10 months. During this time, Diana's physical condition gradually improved. She could speak again, although not without difficulty. Diana was also examined by several doctors, who came to a unanimous conclusion that her brain had sufficiently recovered and she was a reliable witness. Diana testified in court, confirming that the person who attacked her that night was indeed her husband. Kevin's defense insisted on his innocence, trying to use the fast food alibi, but it wasn't enough against the victim's testimony. In November 1980, Kevin was found guilty of killing his child and assaulting his wife. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Regarding Kevin's possible involvement in other murders and assaults, detectives noticed something interesting. Before Kevin's arrest, 2 more similar crimes occurred in their county, but both victims survived. They still hadn't been able to identify the attacker, so his identity remained unknown. But after Kevin's arrest, the attack suddenly stopped. Before that, the bedroom basher committed his crimes quite frequently, sometimes with only a few weeks between them. But once Kevin was arrested, there were no more similar crimes at all. Right after the sentencing, Diana filed for divorce, and Kevin didn't try to object it. Since then, Diana continued to work on her recovery, but it was quite challenging considering the injuries she sustained. Her brain almost returned to normal, but some problems remained with her forever. She partially lost her hearing and vision and still struggled to speak. As for Kevin, he continued to insist on his innocence for years. His time in prison wasn't easy. Other inmates repeatedly attacked him for killing a child, and Kevin ended up in the hospital multiple times. When he had the opportunity to apply for parole, the commission denied it, and over the following years, he received 3 more denials. The main reason for these decisions was that Kevin had never admitted his guilt, which was seen as a lack of remorse. When DNA analysis became widely utilized in forensics, Kevin attempted to request analysis of the existing samples in comparison with his DNA, but this request was rejected due to the fact that he didn't have enough money to pay for the analysis. This went on until 1996, when the police department reopened the investigation into a series of attacks allegedly committed by the bedroom basher. Throughout this time, semen samples taken from the victims' bodies were stored in the laboratory. Now, detectives had the opportunity not only to determine if one person was behind all these crimes, but also possibly to identify them. Kevin remained the prime suspect, but when experts obtained the DNA profile of the perpetrator and added it to the database, there was an unexpected twist. All these samples matched another man named Gerald Parker. Parker was arrested in the same year as Kevin. He assaulted a 13-year-old girl in Tustin and was caught shortly after. At the time, detectives did not link this crime to the series of attacks because they had a different pattern. While the bedroom basher targeted victims late at night in their apartments, Parker abducted the girl on the street. Since then, he had been serving his sentence in prison and was set to be released in just a few days. After investigators obtained DNA matches for Parker in all the unsolved cases, they also remembered the attack on Diana. Although this crime was considered solved, detectives still considered its connection to the other similar cases highly likely. Now, they understood that Kevin definitely wasn't the serial killer, leaving them with just one question: did he really attack his wife? Interestingly, during those years, Parker served at the same military base as Kevin and also owned a dark-colored van. As we recall, on the very first day, Kevin told the police that he saw an African-American man in front of their house walking near a dark van. This made detectives wonder, what if Parker was behind the attack on Diana? The local prosecutor visited Kevin in prison and informed him of the progress in the investigation of the bedroom basher murder series. He then asked Kevin to provide a direct sample of his DNA for analysis. Kevin, who had been trying to do this for years, immediately agreed. While experts conducted the analysis, detectives went to see Parker in prison. At that point, they hadn't yet charged him with the series of attacks because they needed time to prepare such a complex case. Nevertheless, the police decided to talk to the suspect, hoping he might give them a confession. Parker began to deny his involvement in the series of crimes, so detectives shifted the conversation to the attack on Diana. Before questioning him, they reviewed Parker's case and found something interesting. After his arrest for assaulting the girl, he told the police that military service was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Detectives decided to use this to their advantage and questioned how he could let another soldier take the blame for his crime. They continued pressing Parker, appealing to his loyalty to the military, until he suddenly said that another person was indeed serving time for the murder he committed. He continued, admitting that on that night, he did indeed drive to Kevin's house in his van. His plan was to roam the neighborhood, peering into ground floor windows, as he had done many times before, looking for his next victim. But this time, he heard screams from Kevin and Diana's apartment, and a man came out onto the street. Parker noticed that he didn't lock the door, waited for a few minutes, then entered the apartment and assaulted Diana. He also said that he didn't know her husband since they had different duties on the military base. Parker also confessed to the other crimes, admitting to 6 murders and 3 non-lethal attacks. After the police obtained confessions, DNA results proved Parker's involvement and Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor promised to overturn his sentence as soon as possible, and a few days later, Kevin walked free after spending 16 years behind bars. The twist in this case caused a widespread outcry. It wasn't just because an innocent man spent nearly half his life for someone else's crime, but also because it took so long for the police to establish the real killer's identity. However, that wasn't the last twist in this case. When Kevin was released, the state of California agreed to pay him $10,000, which was a relatively small amount of money even for those times. Several years later, he got an additional compensation of $100 for each day spent in prison, totaling $620,000, but the story didn't end there. Despite Kevin's full exoneration, Diana refused to believe in his innocence. Up until that point, she had claimed Kevin was the only one who attacked her. However, after biological material from her body matched Parker's DNA, she came up with a new version. Diana claimed that on that night, Kevin attacked and assaulted her before leaving, and then Parker entered the apartment and did the same to her. Parker himself repeatedly stated that when he entered the apartment, the woman was simply lying on the bed, without any visible injuries or signs of distress. He also claimed that he was the one who struck her on the head. Diana's family proposed another theory, suggesting that Kevin might have asked Parker to commit the crime, which is why he left the house that night, leaving the door open. But Parker continued to insist that he didn't know Kevin. There were numerous people on the military base, many of whom didn't know each other personally. Besides, such a version would imply that Kevin should have known Parker was the serial killer to ask him something like that, which he vehemently denied. Kevin also denied any connection with Parker, insisting he would never harm Diana, let alone their unborn daughter. He maintained that he left the door unlocked simply because he didn't want to return for the keys right after the argument with his wife. He also added that he still blames himself from the coma. Doctors warned all her relatives not to tell her of what from the coma. Doctors warned all her relatives not to tell her of what had happened. The reason was that at the time, her brain could accept any information as true, and she would believe such memories to be accurate and real. Even 16 years after the incident, when Kevin was finally released, Diana continued to face significant challenges. One notable difficulty was her struggle to process fast speech, a clear indication that the trauma had caused lasting damage to her brain. It is possible that the effects of this trauma played a role in her persistent belief that Kevin was responsible for the attack. As for Parker, he was sentenced to death in 1999, but the execution has never been carried out. After spending years on death row, his sentence was effectively paused when California implemented a moratorium on capital punishment. As a result, Parker remains incarcerated to this day, serving his sentence behind bars. Moving on to the next case. Jim Gray. Jim Gray was born on January 12, 1944, in San Francisco, California. He worked as a software designer for companies like IBM and Microsoft. In addition to his professional career, Jim was an experienced sailor and owned a 40-foot sailboat. On January 28, 2007, he set out for the day on his sailboat to scatter his mother's ashes, but he never returned and has not been seen since. It was a clear day, and no distress signal was received. This is particularly strange because his boat was equipped with an automatic emergency position indicating radio beacon, which should have activated in the event of trouble. A search was launched using planes, helicopters, and boats, including an underwater search with advanced technology. Despite these efforts, Jim Gray's whereabouts remain unknown to this day. The University of California, Berkeley, and Gray's family hosted a tribute in his honor on May 31, 2008. Additionally, Microsoft's Worldwide Telescope software was dedicated to Jim Gray. In February 2008, Microsoft also opened a research center in Madison, Wisconsin, named after him, further commemorating his contributions. Moving on to the next case. Lloyd Perkins. In 1995, 22-year-old Lloyd Perkins lived in Seaside, California. On September 21st of that year, Lloyd was tragically shot and killed by an unknown assailant on Amador Avenue in Seaside. The Seaside Police Department pursued the case vigorously throughout the 1990s, receiving various tips and leads, but none were sufficient to identify the suspect. The investigation was reopened in the early 2000s, and detectives began to make some progress, identifying individuals who were in the vicinity at the time of the crime. In February 2010, Seaside Deputy Police Chief Nick Bors, while working on a different case, met Lloyd's mother, Gloria. She shared with him that her son's murder remained unresolved. He assured her that he would not forget the case and pledged to do everything possible to bring it to justice. More recently, the Seaside Police Department became part of the newly formed Monterey County Cold Case Task Force. In April 2021, 49-year-old Anthony Randall was taken into custody at the Monterey County Jail in connection with the case. Nick Bors explained that as time passed, some individuals involved had grown older and were more willing to come forward and share what they knew. The current detectives pursued new leads, identifying several additional witnesses and gathering more information that helped them pinpoint the suspect they ultimately arrested. Some of these witnesses had been interviewed before, but those earlier efforts hadn't yielded much progress. Thanks to thorough follow-up, the detectives were able to confirm the testimonies of these witnesses. They are now very confident that Mr. Randall is responsible for the death of Lloyd Perkins back in 1995. True to his word, Nick Bors delivered the good news to Lloyd's mother. An arrest had been made. Moving on to the next case. Rae Jane Doe. Many iconic horror films from the 1980s and 1990s, which helped shape the genre, feature a recurring trope where a babysitter is alone at home and becomes the target of a threat. While these stories are purely fictional, numerous real-life mysteries suggest that such scenarios are not entirely far-fetched. One such case involves Rae Jane Doe, the youngest of 5 siblings. Her older sister, Joni, remembers Laurie's love for animals, school, and running. However, as she entered her teenage years, her life took a darker turn. She began running away from home, leading to a point where she and her entire family sought counseling together. Laurie confided that, as the youngest in the family, she often felt ignored and believed she wasn't receiving enough attention. Although things seemed to improve after counseling, they were far from perfect. In the months before her disappearance, Laurie reportedly experimented with drugs, attempted to end her own life, and moved in with Joni after their mother refused to let her paint her bedroom walls black. Despite these struggles, when she went missing in 1976, her family recalled that she had been in good spirits, was doing well in school, and hadn't run away in months. On the night of February 11th, 14-year-old Laurie was babysitting her 3-year-old nephew along with a friend at her home in Kettering, Ohio. Her mother, Anita Smith, stopped by to drop off pizza for them and noticed nothing unusual in the house before leaving. However, when Anita returned after midnight, Laurie was nowhere to be found. Her friend and nephew were still inside, fast asleep, unaware that Laurie had disappeared. Anita awoke Laurie's friend, who told her that Laurie had gone to a nearby 7-Eleven, just 3 blocks away on Annabelle Drive, to buy cigarettes around 11 p.m. The trip should have taken no more than 15 minutes each way. However, when Anita arrived at the convenience store at 3613 Wilmington Pike, employees said they had not seen anyone matching Laurie's description that night. Desperate to find her daughter, Anita drove around Kettering searching for any sign of Laurie, but there was no trace of her. While a backpack had gone missing from the family home, Laurie's belongings still remained. She had left behind her clothing, her private phone book, her Bible, and her handbag. Her bank account was left untouched. There have been few leads in Laurie's case over the years. Her family feel that the initial investigation was hampered because the teenager was a known runaway. This is something we often hear on this channel, that the police do not act quick enough when a child has vanished if they have a history of running away. Loved ones have also pointed out that when Laurie would take off, she always stayed with friends and called home to check in with her siblings and mother. One of Laurie's friends told the police that the teenager planned to meet a boy that night who said he could take her to California. Laurie was born in Fontana, California, and her estranged father lived in the States, but he had barely kept in touch with his 5 children since leaving. So family members found it odd that she would go and seek him out. If this boy ever existed, he has never been identified. For years after she vanished, Laurie's family traveled to California. They had seen a documentary about the drug angel Dust and noticed an extra in the background of one of the shots that resembled Lori. The scene the extra appeared in was filmed in a Santa Monica drug rehabilitation center. The producers of the movie attempted to identify the girl, but found that she had not signed a release before filming. She has never been identified or located, and it is unknown if this girl was Lori. The filmmakers, Dave Bell Associates, became interested in the teenager's case after speaking with her family. They decided to create a documentary about missing and runaway youths in a film titled Whatever Happens to Rae Jane Doe, which they released in 1981. Although it was shown in 88 cities across the U.S., no useful leads were uncovered. In February 2004, the DOE network reportedly listed Lori as having returned home safe. Her siblings were surprised by the change in case status and contacted the agency, who told them Detective Wolf, spelled W-O-L-F-E or occasionally W-O-O-L-F from Kettering PD, had been in touch with them to let them know Lori was no longer missing and endangered. This seems to have been caused by poor communication and misinformation, as the teenager has never been seen nor located since she went missing. The most recent update in Lori's case came in 2016 when family members who run the Rae Jane Doe Facebook page announced that her dental records matched a Jane Doe who was discovered on April 17, 1976 in Grant County, Kentucky. She had died just days before her nude body was located. Listed on the Doe Network site as 930 UFKY, Jane Doe is described as being between the ages of 13 and 15. Although she was originally thought to be between the ages of 20 and 30, 5'2" and white with light brown long hair. Shorts presumed to have belonged to her were found near the body. According to Lori's family, a detective with the Kettering Police Department had a dentist friend of his look at Lori's dentals and Jane Doe's and believed them to be a match. Despite this apparent confirmation, both case files are still up on several agency websites, and Lori's case has not been listed anywhere as resolved. No news agency has covered the story, and authorities do not appear to have formally announced the supposed match. A DNA match cannot be confirmed because Jane Doe's remains have been lost somewhere in Potter's Field, buried among numerous other unmarked graves. Adding to the confusion, some sources, including the unidentified wiki, claim that Jane Doe was mistakenly identified as Lori and that DNA evidence has ruled them out as the same person. In a comment dated May 8, 2022, Lori's family stated that they plan to investigate these claims further. Lori was 14 years old when she disappeared from Kettering, Ohio, on February 11, 1976, after leaving her home on Annabelle Drive to walk to a convenience store on Wilmington Pike. She is described as a white female with long brown hair and brown eyes. At the time she went missing, she was approximately 5 feet tall and weighed between 102 and 110 pounds. She had a noticeable gap between her 2 front teeth and scars on her wrists from a previous suicide attempt. Her ears were pierced, and she was last seen wearing a sweater and jeans, possibly along with a t-shirt and jacket. If she is still alive today, she would be 59 years old. Anyone with information about her case is encouraged to contact the Kettering Police Department at 937-296-2555. Moving on to the next case. Madison, Middleton. It was a balmy evening at the Tannery Arts Center, a lively neighborhood where children played without worry and neighbors enjoyed a close-knit bond. Among them was 8-year-old Madison Middleton, a joyful girl who adored riding her scooter just like she was doing that night. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Madison disappeared, and the once warm community atmosphere changed drastically. Initially, everyone hoped she had simply wandered away, but as the search progressed, a far grimmer truth came to light, one no one could have anticipated. What exactly happened to Madison that day? And how could such a tragedy occur in a place that felt so secure? This is the sorrowful tale of an incident that shook the entire community. Adrian Gonzalez was born in late October 1999 in Santa Cruz, California. He was the only child of Reggie, a woman of Filipino heritage, and her then partner, Abraham, who was originally from Mexico. Reggie's life had been marked by hardship, misfortune, and violence. At just 20 years old, while living in the Philippines, Reggie met a man from California who brought her to the United States. They settled in a small town in Sutter County, California, but their relationship quickly fell apart. In 1994, Reggie discovered her partner was unfaithful. After a public confrontation with the other woman, she faced minor criminal charges. Upon her release, she found herself in a desperate situation, unable to speak English and without a steady income. During this challenging time, Reggie met Abraham, who had come to the U.S. chasing the American dream. They quickly fell in love and had Adrian. However, Abraham turned out to be unreliable, refusing to take responsibility for raising their son. He was often drunk and had a volatile temper. In June 2001, when Adrian was still under 2 years old, Abraham was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon and domestic violence. While he was only convicted on the domestic violence charge and sentenced to probation, the incident marked the end of their relationship. Once again, Reggie found herself alone, now as a single mother with minimal resources. Reggie worked briefly at a medical care facility, but with no place to live, she and Adrian stayed on site with others in similar circumstances. When authorities discovered this, they were evicted. Homeless and unemployed, Reggie relied on shelters and food stamps to survive. In 2008, her circumstances began to improve when she secured work at a discount store. She worked tirelessly, taking on roles as a cashier, cleaner, and stocker, even making home deliveries. Just as stability seemed within reach, her boss began harassing her, demanding sexual favors under the threat of firing her. Courageously, Reggie filed a lawsuit against him, but she was immediately dismissed and left homeless once more. After spending several nights on friends' couches, she and Adrian moved into a shelter for homeless families. In May 2013, Reggie's lawsuit concluded in her favor. Her former employer was found guilty of harassment and ordered to pay her compensation, though the amount was not disclosed. By February 2014, Reggie and Adrian had moved into the Tannery Arts Center, an affordable housing complex in Santa Cruz for low-income artists. While most residents were creative professionals, the center also welcomed individuals in financial need, like Reggie. Over time, both mother and son developed an interest in art. Reggie explored oil and acrylic painting, while Adrian, now a teenager, showed talent in painting floral designs and took up ceramics as a hobby. At 14, Adrian attended the local high school and appeared to lead an ordinary life. However, beneath this exterior, he grappled with profound inner struggles. Classmates like Katie Carroll later recalled him as a quiet and introverted boy who often seemed deeply sad. Late at night, Adrian would call Katie, confiding in her about the emptiness he felt, and admitting to thoughts of climbing to the rooftop of his building, overwhelmed by despair. Concerned, Katie and her mother encouraged him to seek therapy. Over time, Katie chose to distance herself, feeling overwhelmed by his constant talk of ending his life. Though Adrian grew fixated on her and other students after their separation, Katie never felt threatened, describing him as kind and never hostile toward anyone. By early 2015, at age 15, Adrian had become a familiar presence at the Tannery Arts Center. He was often seen skateboarding through the complex, where neighbors regarded him as a calm and dependable teenager. He was well liked within the community, especially by children whom he entertained with yo-yo tricks. Adrian even volunteered as a camp counselor at the center, guiding younger kids with a friendly and approachable demeanor. Despite his outward kindness, troubling signs began to surface on social media. His posts increasingly reflected feelings of anxiety, loneliness, and abandonment, frequently laced with comments about death and despair. Yet, these warning signs went largely unnoticed. Either people weren't connected with him online or failed to perceive anything amiss in his day-to-day behavior. By July 2015, Adrian seemed ready to start his sophomore year of high school. Meanwhile, his mother, Reggie, had also established a positive reputation within the community. During holidays, she would prepare large meals and invite neighbors to her apartment, fostering a sense of togetherness. The mother-son duo was seen as a close-knit pair who fit seamlessly into the artistic community. One of Reggie's closest neighbors was Laura Jordan, a single mother raising her daughter, Madison Middleton. Born on October 5, 2006, Madison was known for her boundless energy, cheerful demeanor, and love of swimming and dancing. After separating from Madison's father, Michael Middleton, Laura moved into the Tannery Arts Center, believing it to be a safe and nurturing environment for her daughter. Madison thrived there, often riding her scooter through the common areas and delighting others with her fascination for wolves, which she would mimic with playful howls. On Sunday, July 26, 2015, the tannery was alive with the sounds of children playing. As evening approached, most had gone inside, but Madison continued riding her scooter around the buildings. By 5 p.m., Laura realized she hadn't seen her daughter for some time. Concerned, she began searching the complex, calling Madison's name. When there was no response, her worry grew, and other residents joined the search, combing through every corner of the area. After an hour without any sign of her daughter, Laura contacted the authorities to report Madison's disappearance. Police promptly initiated a search, later joined by FBI agents and volunteers, many of whom were residents of the tannery. Laura provided a detailed description of Madison. She was wearing a purple dress and a black helmet, and had last been seen near the mailboxes around 5 p.m. Flyers were quickly distributed, and the case soon gained national attention. Laura dismissed the possibility that Madison had left the complex, noting that her daughter wasn't allowed near the woods or creek alone and never wandered off without permission. Within hours, the search intensified, but the community remained gripped by uncertainty and fear. Madison's disappearance prompted a statewide Amber Alert, raising hopes that she could be found within the critical 48-hour period. Tragically, those hopes were shattered on Monday, July 27, 2015, shortly before 8 p.m., when a police detective discovered the lifeless body of a young girl matching Madison's description in a recycling bin previously missed by volunteers. The discovery devastated the community, leaving Laura heartbroken and sparking widespread grief and outrage. The fact that Madison's body was found within the tannery complex strongly indicated that the perpetrator was likely someone from the community. Police had already identified Adrian as the primary suspect. Witnesses reported seeing him closely watching the officers during the search and repeatedly asking questions. Surveillance footage confirmed their suspicions. One recording showed Madison riding her scooter around 5:05 p.m., likely the last time she was seen alive. Another video captured around 6 p.m. showed Adrian discarding a bag in the recycling bin where Madison's body was later discovered. With this evidence, police arrested Adrian as the sole suspect. Reggie, overwhelmed and in disbelief, screamed uncontrollably as officers took her son away in handcuffs. A preliminary medical report revealed that Madison had died from positional asphyxia and sharp force injuries to her neck. On July 30th, prosecutors filed 6 serious charges against Adrian, including murder, kidnapping, and assault. Although Adrian was to be tried as an adult, his age made him ineligible for life without parole or the death penalty. The investigation revealed horrifying details about the crime. Adrian had enticed Madison away from the terrace where she was playing by offering her ice cream. Seeing him as a familiar face in the community, Madison trusted him and followed him to his apartment. Once there, Adrian attacked her, tying her up with tape, hitting her, and strangling her until she lost consciousness. Thinking she was dead, he then subjected her to deeply disturbing abuse. When he heard her groan and realized she was still alive, Adrian fatally stabbed her with a sharp object. He then placed her body in garbage bags and discarded it in the recycling bin. The terrible crime shocked the entire community. Residents set up a memorial for Madison near where she had disappeared, leaving flowers, stuffed animals, balloons, candles, and heartfelt notes. On July 30th, Adrian made a brief court appearance while held at the Santa Cruz County Juvenile Detention Center. His formal arraignment was delayed until September 21, 2015. Meanwhile, Madison's family and friends grieved the loss of a bright, intelligent, and joyful child. On July 31st, beneath the glow of a rare blue moon, the tannery community came together to pay tribute to Madison. Honoring her love for wolves, they howled in unison and lit candles in her memory. The heartfelt gathering was widely shared on social media, with Laura describing it as a way for everyone to begin healing from the pain of her daughter's loss. At Madison's funeral, a profoundly emotional moment took place. Reggie, overwhelmed by sorrow over her son's actions, stood by the memorial, weeping uncontrollably. Showing kindness, Laura approached her, embraced her, and reassured her that she was not to blame. Moved by this act of compassion, neighbors organized a fundraiser to support mental health treatment for Adrian and others who needed help. Madison's ashes were later distributed among her loved ones. Unable to endure the daily reminders of her daughter's death, Laura announced plans to leave the tannery once the investigation and trial were concluded, seeking to rebuild her life after the tragedy. On August 13th, the Santa Cruz County Coroner's Office released a report confirming that Madison's death was a homicide caused by positional asphyxia and sharp force trauma to the neck. The position of her body in the recycling bin contributed to her death. On August 23rd, the community came together for Madison's Day, a memorial event that drew over 1,500 attendees. Through music, paintings, poetry, and other forms of art, the community paid tribute to her memory. Among the performances, songwriter Nick Gallant moved many to tears with Madison's song. As the community mourned, legal proceedings against Adrian moved forward, sparking debates about whether he should be tried as an adult given his age at the time of the crime. In June 2016, Adrian pleaded not guilty to the charges and remained in custody without bail. Initially scheduled for February 2017, the trial faced delays. In September 2017, a 9-week hearing began in Santa Cruz County Superior Court, focusing on whether Adrian should be prosecuted as an adult. During the hearing, Adrian, dressed in a green shirt and khaki pants provided by the Juvenile Detention Center, appeared withdrawn. He waived his right to a speedy trial when questioned by the judge. Testimonies from those who knew Adrian shed light on his troubled upbringing, marked by his parents' divorce and his family's financial hardships, including homelessness. His former classmate, Katie Carroll, recalled phone calls in which Adrian spoke of self-harm. While she did not consider him a monster, she expressed no sympathy and believed he deserved life imprisonment. The hearing concluded in November 2017 with the judge ruling that Adrian would be tried as an adult and transferred to an adult facility. His defense team appealed, arguing that at 15, Adrian was not irredeemable and would not receive adequate rehabilitation in an adult prison. In February 2019, however, California passed a law prohibiting individuals 15 and younger from being tried in adult court regardless of the crime. The law upheld by the state Supreme Court in February 2019 cited research showing that minors' brains are not fully developed, making them less culpable than adults. Based on this ruling, Adrian's defense successfully argued that he would have a better chance at rehabilitation in the juvenile justice system. Following this decision, Adrian was transferred from Santa Cruz County Jail to a juvenile detention center. However, restructuring of the state's juvenile system in 2020 left his case in legal uncertainty. By 2021, the California Supreme Court reaffirmed the prohibition against trying minors 16 as adults. In April of that year, Adrian's case, now involving a 21-year-old man, returned to juvenile court. Adrian admitted to all charges related to the 2015 murder of 8-year-old Madison Middleton and received the maximum sentence allowed, detention in a juvenile facility, until his 20th birthday in October 2024. During the trial, Madison's mother, Laura, presented a video of her daughter joyfully riding her scooter around the Tannery Arts Center. Turning directly to Adrian, she accused him of stealing her joy and leaving her in profound despair. Madison's father, Michael, speaking outside the courthouse, stated that he had made peace with his daughter's death and even forgiven Adrian. However, he maintained that Adrian deserved life imprisonment to prevent him from harming others again. In June 2023, Adrian was transferred to a secure juvenile facility in Sonoma County designed for offenders aged 14 to 24. By mid-July 2024, 3 years after his sentencing, Adrian returned to Santa Cruz Superior Court for a probable cause hearing to assess whether he still posed a threat to society. If the prosecution failed to prove his danger to the public, Adrian could be released as early as October. Outside the courthouse, Madison's family, friends, and neighbors gathered with signs demanding the court deny his release and impose stricter penalties. During the hearing, a forensic psychiatrist from the California Department of Corrections testified that Adrian had admitted to sexual motivations for his crime during 2023 interviews. The psychiatrist noted that Adrian showed no remorse, scored a moderate to high risk for committing another sexually motivated offense, and displayed traits of schizophrenia, psychopathy, and paranoia. Although specific treatments for sexual offenders were recommended, the psychiatrist highlighted that these therapies did not address Adrian's troubling attraction to minors and necrophilic tendencies. Adrian's attorney challenged the validity of these assessments, arguing they were designed for adult offenders and not applicable to minors. The court deferred its decision, leaving the community divided over questions of justice and rehabilitation. A social worker from the Juvenile Detention Center testified that Adrian had exhibited no violent behavior during his time there, completed online college courses, and actively participated in group therapy. Records also revealed Adrian briefly formed a relationship with a woman outside the facility, primarily through monitored calls. Upon turning 24, the maximum age for remaining in a juvenile facility, Adrian was transferred to Santa Cruz County Jail, where he was incarcerated alongside adult offenders. However, his legal team successfully petitioned for his return to juvenile detention, arguing it was a more suitable environment while his case remained under review. In a surprising development on August 6th, the judge ruled there was sufficient evidence that Adrian's crimes, including murder, stalking, kidnapping, and aggravated sexual assault, posed a significant danger to the public. She emphasized that Adrian had not undergone a proper trial due to legal disputes over his status as a juvenile or adult offender. While Adrian pleaded guilty in juvenile court in 2021 and received certain leniencies, the judge ordered a jury trial to determine whether Adrian had been rehabilitated after nearly 9 years of incarceration. The trial was initially set to begin within 30 days, but unexpected delays occurred when Adrian's defense attorney withdrew due to a conflict of interest. A private lawyer specializing in juvenile cases took over, scheduling the trial to start on September 23rd, though it was later postponed to November 2024. Jury selection began on November 18th, with potential jurors being questioned by both defense and prosecution. The jury's role included deciding whether Adrian's release should be postponed by an additional 2 years under laws for offenders considered not rehabilitated. Tragically, before the trial started, Madison's father, Michael Middleton, passed away on November 4th, leaving the family without closure in the drawn-out legal process. According to the most recent update, jury selection was still ongoing, and the trial was expected to continue through the end of the year, with breaks for Christmas and New Year. If the case remained unresolved, proceedings were scheduled to resume on January 21st, 2025. For nearly 10 years, the brutal murder of Madison Middleton and the pursuit of justice have weighed heavily on her family, her now-grown friends, and the Tannery Arts Center community. Moving on to the next case. Malin Rodriguez. On December 2nd, 2013, in Mallorca, 15-year-old Malin Rodriguez woke up at 6 a.m. and went about her usual morning routine. She got dressed, had breakfast, and headed off to school. At the end of the day, she boarded a bus to go home, only to realize she had forgotten her keys inside the house. With her father at work and her brother out, she decided to get off the bus and called her boyfriend, 17-year-old Daniel, to ask if she could come over for lunch. Daniel's parents approved, and Malin left a voicemail for her father to let him know where she would be. She then set off for Daniel's house on her skateboard, a journey of about 2.5 miles. Numerous witnesses later reported seeing her traveling along the cycle path that day. CCTV footage captured her at 3:51 p.m., skating toward the village of Sunfarer. However, just 300 meters ahead of her, at a petrol station where another CCTV camera was positioned along her route, Malin never appeared. Malin disappeared along the stretch of the cycle path between the two CCTV cameras. When she failed to arrive at Daniel's house, both he and his parents grew increasingly worried. Before long, a missing persons report was filed. However, much like in the cases of Manuela and Virginia, investigators dismissed the concerns of Malin's loved ones. They assumed she had run away and refused to begin searching for her until 48 hours had passed. Once authorities finally launched an investigation, they discovered that Malin's mobile phone had run out of battery, making it impossible to track her location. Reviewing footage from the petrol station CCTV, which she should have passed but never did, they noticed something even more unsettling. Malin's younger brother, Bruno, had been cycling nearby at the same time. The two should have crossed paths, riding in opposite directions, yet Bruno never saw her. In the weeks that followed, search teams, including mountain rescue specialists, civil guard agents, local police, and firefighters, scoured the surrounding wooded areas in hopes of finding Malin. Nearby coastal cliffs were checked and divers took to the lakes at a neighboring golf course. No sign of the 15-year-old was discovered. Law enforcement theories about what became of Marlin seemed to split into two camps. The camp that thinks she ran away from home and the camp that believes she met with foul play. By all accounts, Marlin had previously lived a very troubled life. Originally from Argentina, she, her brother, and her parents relocated to Mallorca when Marlin was 5. She was described as outgoing and independent and was a keen rock music enthusiast who hoped to go to art school and dreamed of one day opening her own tattoo studio. However, her family life was heavily troubled. When her parents divorced in February 2006, just 3 years after the move to Spain, Marlin and Bruno began living with their father. Marlin's relationship with her mother was said to be difficult, but she was no better off with her father, who was sometimes physically abusive. At some points, Marlin began experimenting with drugs. When she was just 13, her father, Alfonso, discovered her undressed in bed with a boy, and she was horrifically beaten by him to the point that she had to be hospitalized. Several years later, though, she stopped using drugs and began to take care of herself, eventually meeting Daniel, an aspiring musician whom she began dating. Daniel told investigators that in the days before her disappearance, Marlin had been frequently seen crying and had made an appointment with the school counselor the following day. Her friends backed up these statements. This led to some speculation that she was so troubled, she decided to leave everything behind. Investigators who believed she met with foul play, however, drew this conclusion from information which indicated that her father was in business with people who were parts of organized crime. The son of a drug trafficker he knew offered Abe $500 in exchange for the whereabouts of Marlin, but this failed to produce any leads. There are some allegations online that the man who offered the reward began to distance himself from Alfonso afterwards. Her mother, Natalia, was on a trip to Thailand at the time of her daughter's disappearance. Over the years, Malin's mother has repeatedly expressed her frustration and disappointment with the civil guard for failing to uncover any answers in the case. She has stated that while her daughter was strong-willed, she was also mature, leading her to believe that Malin was taken by someone she knew. Decades have passed since her disappearance, yet no trace of Malin Rodriguez has ever been found. At the time she went missing, 15-year-old Malin was wearing red trainers, ripped jeans, a plaid shirt over a t-shirt, and a denim jacket. She stood at 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighed approximately 121 pounds. Malin is described as having long, curly brown hair and brown eyes. If you have any information regarding her disappearance, please contact the local missing persons group at 3464-265-0775. Moving on to the next case. Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce. The evening of October 27, 2002, appeared to be entirely routine. Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce, a well-known socialite and respected member of her community, had spent it playing tennis with a friend. When rain suddenly began to fall, she hurried back to her residence in Carmel, an exclusive, gated neighborhood. Her intention was to enjoy a relaxing bath before a scheduled massage appointment. However, when her husband, Carlos Carrascosa, arrived and opened the door, he was unprepared for the horrifying scene that awaited him inside. In February of the following year, under highly suspicious and unusual circumstances, Maria Marta, an influential Argentine socialite, public figure, and heiress to a vast fortune, was declared dead. At first, authorities deemed it a domestic accident, and no formal criminal investigation was initiated. But the case was marred by numerous irregularities and disturbing signs. Suspicion grew when one of the paramedics who responded that day noticed that something didn't feel right. The scene gave off the distinct impression of a crime, and the behavior of those present appeared deliberately evasive, as if they were attempting to hide evidence and mislead investigators. Who was Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce? Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce, later known as Carrascosa after her marriage, was born on April 24, 1952, in Buenos Aires, Argentina's bustling capital. Raised in an affluent and influential family with noble lineage, she was part of the country's elite social circle. Maria Marta pursued a strong academic foundation, earning a degree in sociology and later graduating from a prestigious business school, preparing her for a distinguished professional life. At just 19, she married Carlos Carrascosa, a successful Argentine businessman 6 years her senior. Their marriage lasted over 3 decades until her untimely death, though they never had children. Maria Marta was much more than a sociologist and businesswoman. She was a well-known socialite and philanthropist. Together with her husband, she participated in various charitable initiatives. In the mid-1990s, she became vice president of an organization focused on locating missing children. She achieved excellence in every role she undertook, while maintaining a warm, sociable nature that endeared her to everyone who knew her. Carlos, on the other hand, had a rather questionable reputation and was suspected of having connections with the criminal world, although there was never any conclusive proof to support these claims. An exclusive club for the elite. Back in the mid-1970s, the young couple Carrascosa, along with Maria Marta's parents, were among the first investors in the construction of the elite residential complex known as Carmel. Over time, this place became something of a private club for the very wealthy and famous. Gaining access without special permission was impossible, even for law enforcement, which played a crucial role in the unfolding of this story. A tragic evening turned into a mystery. When Carlos returned home that evening, he found Maria Marta unresponsive in the bathroom. Initially, her death was reported as an accident, with the theory being that she slipped and hit her head on a faucet. However, things quickly became murky. The first responders were taken aback by how the family members and close friends acted that night. Instead of the expected panic, there was a peculiar calmness, and their behavior seemed coordinated, as if they were trying to ensure that no one outside their circle learned too much about what had happened. The first suspicions arose when the autopsy revealed injuries inconsistent with a simple fall. As questions grew, so did the pressure on the investigators, and what started as a tragic but straightforward case soon became one of the most controversial investigations in Argentina's history. This is where the twists and turns begin, where secrets start to emerge, and where the shocking truth that lay hidden in the shadows of this high society scandal finally started to come to light. By the late 1990s, in search of a quieter and more measured life, Maria Marta decided to move out of the bustling Buenos Aires to the gated community of Carmel, where she and her husband owned a spacious, comfortable home. The complex spanned approximately 250 acres, with over 300 plots at that time. It had everything needed for families with children of all ages to live comfortably. And for those who enjoyed an active lifestyle, there were numerous sports fields, swimming pools, and both indoor and outdoor courts for soccer, basketball, volleyball, golf, tennis, and more. Around the perimeter of the Carmel complex, there were multiple surveillance cameras and alarm systems, as well as several security checkpoints with strict rules and round-the-clock security to ensure peace and order. Most of the residents were very wealthy and quite well-known individuals whose peace and privacy were not to be disturbed. Violent crime or tragic accident. On Sunday, 10/27/2002, Maria Marta and Carlos were visiting their friends, the Benil couple, who lived within Carmel. It was a regular weekend day, the weather was warm, and after lunch, Garcia Belsunch, together with her close friend, Viviana Benil, decided to go to the tennis court to get some exercise, play, and enjoy their time. Meanwhile, Carlos went to visit his brother-in-law Guillermo and his wife Irene with plans to watch a soccer game together. That day, Maria Marta had a scheduled appointment with a massage therapist at home at 7 p.m., and she intended to return by that time. However, at around 5 p.m., a sudden downpour began, forcing the friends to stop their game on the court and head home. Since our protagonist was riding a bicycle, she got soaked and decided to take a bath to relax and warm up. At 6:45 p.m., a massage therapist named Beatrice Michelini arrived at one of the security checkpoints. But as no one was allowed to enter the complex without authorization, confirmation was needed from Garcia Belsunce that she was expecting this person. The security team asked the woman to wait while they tried to contact Maria Marta by phone, but no one answered. After several unanswered calls, a decision was made to send a security officer to Maria Marta's house to check if everything was okay. But then Carlos appeared, confirming that the woman who had arrived was indeed his wife's massage therapist. and together they entered the complex grounds. This is where the inconsistencies regarding the subsequent events begin. According to one version, the security guard who had been sent to Maria Marta's house was called back because her husband had arrived. In another version, the guard managed to reach the residence, but was stopped by Carrascosa, who assured him that he would handle everything himself. When Carlos arrived at the house, he noticed that the front door was slightly ajar. He asked Beatrice, the massage therapist, to wait outside and went inside alone. He called out to his wife several times, but there was no response. Carlos then instructed the therapist to stay outside as he headed upstairs. Immediately, he noticed a cloud of steam coming from the bathroom, where the door was wide open and he walked straight in. What he saw was a shocking sight. The room was covered in blood, and Maria Marta was lying face down in a bathtub filled with hot water. Carlos quickly turned off the running water, pulled his wife's body out, and began administering resuscitation efforts. Carlos started shouting for help, and the first to hear him was the massage therapist standing by the door. She rushed inside and was horrified by what she saw. She immediately went to Maria Marta and began performing CPR, while a stunned Carlos, instead of calling an ambulance or emergency services, phoned his brother-in-law, whom he had just visited, to tell him that Maria Marta had had an accident. His voice sounded so strange that at first, the family members didn't think anything serious had happened. Nevertheless, Guillermo and Irene immediately set off for the Garcia Belzon house, thinking their help might be needed. It wasn't until about 10 minutes after finding the body that Carlos finally called for an ambulance. By then, Maria Marta's brother and his wife had already arrived at the house, and a panicked Irene called for another medical team before rushing outside to find a neighbor who was a doctor, hoping he could assist. Unfortunately, he too was unable to help. A hasty cleanup. Around 7:30 p.m., the first ambulance arrived at the house. A doctor named Juan Gabriel Gordon immediately began resuscitation using a defibrillator and administering adrenaline injections, but it was all in vain. There were no signs of life. By this time, Irene, Guillermo, and Carlos had already contacted all the relatives, informing them of the tragic news, and they began to gather at the house. Soon there were nearly 12 people present, mostly members of the Garcia Belzon's family, but a few neighbors also arrived. The women were crying loudly while the men tried to comfort them, unsure of what to do next. At approximately 7:45 p.m., a second ambulance arrived with Dr. Santiago Baez, who, like his colleague, attempted to revive Maria Marta. As Dr. Baez worked on Maria Marta, who was lying in the hallway, someone from the family decided to start cleaning up a bit. The water in the bathtub was drained and blood stains on the floor, faucet, and walls were wiped away. Interestingly, Dr. Gordon himself took part in this process. Santiago was disturbed by what was happening. He immediately asked everyone to stop cleaning and to leave everything as it was. To him, it was clear that things were not as straightforward as they seemed, and this might be a potential crime scene. However, those present disagreed, insisting that it was just a tragic accident. Maria Marta had been about to take a bath, but slipped, hit her head on the faucet, lost consciousness, and drowned. No one listened to the doctor, and they continued cleaning, destroying potential evidence. They justified their actions by saying that the family, especially her sisters and mother, were in shock. The disturbing sight of blood pooled on the floor and a bathtub filled with red-tinged water was deeply unsettling for those present. The trauma of the scene was made worse by the limited access police had to the property. Around 8 p.m., a patrol car arrived at the exclusive Carmel neighborhood, prompting the security guard to assume they were headed to the Garcia Belzon's residence. However, as per standard protocol, he needed to confirm this before granting them entry. When he called Carlos, Maria Marta's husband, Carlos assured him that no emergency existed and insisted the police were unnecessary, as it was simply an accident. Interestingly, no one had actually contacted the police. The patrol car's arrival was coincidental. Officers nearby had noticed 2 ambulances arriving in succession at the gated community and decided to investigate. However, without a warrant or confirmed evidence of a crime or emergency, they were not authorized to enter the elite residential area. After waiting without receiving permission to proceed, the officers eventually departed. Later, the complex's security team reported that Maria Marta's brother had approached the police at the checkpoint and spoke with them at length before they drove away. This led to rumors that the man had possibly bribed the officers to prevent them from intervening and to keep quiet about what was happening inside Carmel. However, these rumors were never confirmed. Who initiated the investigation? After the medical team confirmed Maria Marta's passing, her relatives moved her body to the bedroom and laid her on the bed. They began tidying her up as if preparing her for a funeral, and then went on to clean the bathroom and hallway more thoroughly. Dr. Santiago Baez, who was observing the situation, was shocked. He kept asking everyone not to touch the body or to wipe away any marks on the floor and other surfaces, but his requests were ignored. Horacio, Maria Marta's brother, found a strange metallic fragment at the scene. He showed it to Carlos and asked if he knew what it was. Carlos simply shrugged, saying he had no idea and that it was probably just trash. After that, the mysterious object was flushed down the toilet. On Monday, October 28th, Dr. Baez called a police officer he knew who had connections with the prosecutor's office and shared what he had seen at the Garcia Belsunce house. The officer took this information very seriously and wanted to speak with witnesses. However, he was asked to give the grieving family space and allow them to say their goodbyes to their late relative. Nevertheless, the officer reported the matter to Prosecutor Diego Molina Pico, as well as the police commissioner requesting a deeper investigation. With the necessary warrant in hand, Pico, along with the commissioner, arrived at the scene. At first, they did not notice anything suspicious, and the deceased woman's relatives insisted it was a terrible accident. However, when they interviewed other witnesses who were not related to Maria Marta, they uncovered surprising details. In particular, Dr. Baez stated that the head injuries on the woman seemed odd to him, and the bathroom looked more like the scene of a violent crime. He emphasized that he had urged everyone to call the authorities and to not disturb anything until their arrival, but no one heeded his advice, a dubious medical report. After listening to and comparing all the testimonies, the prosecutor requested the official medical report on the woman's death. What he received only raised more questions. The report stated that the 50-year-old Garcia Belsunce had died from sudden cardiac arrest and showed no signs of physical injury. Yet all the witnesses spoke of an accident, a head wound, and pools of blood. Moreover, the place of death field in the document listed Buenos Aires. Even though Carmel is not only far from the capital, but also in a different municipality. The document was signed by the widower, Carlos, verifying the accuracy of the information. This was strange considering Carlos himself had mentioned an accident, but had officially confirmed entirely different details. At this point in the investigation, he became the prime suspect. Since there was no breach in the security system of the complex, it was possible that Carlos had harmed his wife and made it look like a tragic mishap. However, the motive remained unclear, and a further investigation was needed, including a request for the exhumation of the body. 5 gunshots to the head. Nearly a month after her death, Maria Marta's body was exhumed, and the results of the autopsy were completely unexpected. The forensic expert conducting the examination discovered 5 bullet wounds in the skull. 4 of the bullets were lodged inside the skull, while the 5th appeared to have grazed the head, chipping off a piece of the bone. Did this mean that none of the numerous witnesses, including 2 medical professionals, could distinguish gunshot wounds from a head injury caused by a fall? Furthermore, there were signs of a struggle on the woman's face and hands, and blood that did not belong to her was found under her fingernails. The case was immediately reclassified as a homicide. After new details came to light, the victim's brother recalled during a conversation with the investigator about the strange metallic object he had found on the bathroom floor, which he later flushed down the toilet. Since the widower had moved to an apartment in the city, the house had been left vacant after the incident, making it easier for investigators to locate the metallic object that had been discarded in the plumbing. An examination confirmed that the previously unidentified piece of metal was a bullet fragment. These findings, along with inconsistencies in the testimonies of witnesses and official documents, cast suspicion on Maria Marta's family members. The primary suspect, now officially, was Carlos. He was arrested in early 2003 and placed in custody, though he categorically denied any wrongdoing, motives, and investigation. According to one theory, Carrascosa had close ties with a Mexican cartel and was directly involved in money laundering. It was suggested that Maria Marta had accidentally discovered her husband's illegal dealings, and as a law-abiding citizen, she could have reported him to the authorities, leading to her being silenced. Another theory speculated that she not only knew about her husband's activities, but was actively involved herself. However, her conscience had begun to trouble her, and she was on the verge of a breakdown. It was also suggested that Carlos didn't act alone and had at least a couple of accomplices, though their names were never identified. The quick cleanup of the house, the repeated movement of the body, and the fact that law enforcement was initially kept away from the scene were viewed as attempts to cover up evidence of a crime. There was also a more straightforward financial motive. In the event of his wife's death, Carlos stood to inherit all their assets, businesses, and other valuables. While in theory, her parents, siblings, and other relatives could also lay claim to the estate, it was unlikely they would do so. Was there a safe? At some point, while still under investigation, Carlos suddenly mentioned that a small safe had gone missing from their home on the day of the incident. According to him, Maria Marta used this safe to store cash, important documents, checkbooks, and valuable jewelry. He had not mentioned this before, but there had been rumors among the neighbors that the couple kept a significant amount of money at home. It was unclear why the suspect hadn't brought up the safe earlier and whether it was really present in their home, potentially becoming a motive for the crime. The trial against Carrascosa began in 2004, with the prosecutor initially seeking a life sentence. In early 2007, Carlos was found guilty of causing his wife's death and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Carlos spent 5 years behind bars before DNA analysis proved that none of the blood samples found at the scene and on the body matched his. In 2016, he was fully acquitted and released. The court determined that Carrascosa was only guilty of attempting to conceal evidence. The situation with the documents, the issue with the death certificate, and the information it contained remained unclear for a long time. However, it was later revealed that the Garcia Belsus family had signed a pre-prepared death certificate, believing that it was not a case involving a crime. So, the woman had passed away on a Sunday evening, and obtaining the necessary medical certificate for a resident of the suburban complex was not straightforward. Her brother went to a funeral home, but they refused to issue the certificate because the body needed to be examined by forensic experts first to confirm that no crime had taken place. The brother then traveled to a neighboring province with the same request. He explained the situation in detail, emphasizing that Maria Marta had died as a result of a domestic accident at home. According to standard procedure, a medical examiner was supposed to visit the scene and verify the cause of death, but the expert assigned to this task happened to be on medical leave. The funeral home had several pre-signed forms where only the necessary details needed to be filled in. However, if the deceased had any injuries or visible damage, it was mandatory to involve the police to rule out the possibility of foul play. As a result, the death certificate listed Maria Marta's cause of death as non-traumatic cardiac arrest. The place of death was recorded as Buenos Aires, likely because she was to be buried in a cemetery located in the capital. Carlos was not physically present when the certificate was completed, yet the check used to pay the funeral home bore his signature. It remains unclear why Maria Marta's brother, who was involved at the time, did not sign the document himself. The official who filled out the certificate reportedly copied Carlos's signature, claiming he had verified all the information directly with him. A new theory soon surfaced, along with an unexpected suspect. After all charges against Carlos Carrascosa were dismissed, investigators proposed a different scenario. Maria Marta may have returned home earlier than usual due to the rain and unexpectedly encountered an intruder. This angle lent new credibility to earlier suspicions regarding a missing safe. According to the revised theory, Maria Marta entered the house without initially realizing someone else was inside. She went upstairs and began running water in the bathtub. It was only then that she came face to face with an armed assailant, leading to a brief struggle during which she managed to scratch her attacker. However, the attacker drew a gun and fired 5 shots at her head from close range. It was believed that the main target for the intruder was the missing small safe, which he managed to take with him. The contents of the mini vault remained a mystery, but now the case had a motive once again. It's important to remember that the Carmel complex was under 24-hour security and outsiders simply couldn't enter the premises. This led to the assumption that the perpetrator might have been someone local, but who, owning a home in such an upscale community, would risk robbing their neighbors? The answer came quickly: Nicholas Pacello. He was known as one of the most controversial and confrontational residents of Carmel, and suspicious incidents seemed to follow him everywhere. For example, he inherited a huge fortune after the mysterious death of his father. Neighbors described Pacello as a compulsive liar and an incredibly greedy individual. Despite his significant wealth, he had a penchant for stealing, which had turned into an obsession. The locals tended to avoid him, considering him rude, aggressive, and without principles. A possible crime scenario. Rumors among the neighbors suggested that the Garcia Belsunce family kept valuables and a large amount of cash at home, and Nicholas certainly would have known this as well. He lived nearby with his wife and children, which allowed him to observe his future victim, learn her schedule, habits, and so on. The intruder knew that on Sunday, the homeowners would be out until the evening, so he decided to seize the opportunity and steal the safe. However, due to the bad weather, Maria Marta returned home earlier than expected and caught the thief by surprise. He pulled out a gun, leaving the unfortunate woman with no chance of escape. After the confrontation, he took the safe and managed to slip away unnoticed. Since Nicholas had lived in the community for a long time, he knew the locations of all the security cameras and skillfully avoided them. As expected, the new suspect denied any involvement. Nicholas claimed he had an alibi for the time of the incident, stating he spent most of the day with his mother. His mother was supposed to confirm his story in court, but just weeks before the trial, she unexpectedly ended her own life, jumping out of a high-rise building window. She left a note expressing how much she loved her son and that she was leaving all her possessions to him. So who was responsible? DNA samples were taken from all the relatives of the deceased woman who were present at the scene to compare them with those found at the crime scene. Many residents of the Carmel complex, upon learning about this, volunteered to undergo the same procedure to eliminate themselves from the list of suspects. Nicholas also provided a sample, and, to everyone's surprise, it was determined that it was not his blood under the victim's nails. Moreover, no traces of his DNA were found anywhere in the victim's house, so there was no evidence to link Pacello to the tragic death of the Argentine socialite. However, the man still ended up in prison for a series of burglaries committed in another residential complex and for fraud. Neither the mysterious safe nor the weapon used against Maria Marta has been found to this day. Nicholas Pacello remains under investigation, and the case of the crime has yet to be closed. As I look back on this case, it's hard not to feel a mix of frustration and sadness. What seemed at first like a straightforward incident has spiraled into a web of unanswered questions, conflicting theories, and loose ends. The story of Maria Marta's tragic death isn't just about what happened that fateful Sunday evening. It's about the secrets, suspicions, and shadows that still linger over Carmel to this day. We've heard about the missing safe, the unusual behavior of those involved, and even the twist that brought Nicholas Pacello into the spotlight as a prime suspect. Yet despite the years of investigation, courtroom drama, and media frenzy, there's still no definitive answer. Who was really behind this terrible act? Was it someone close to Maria Marta? Or was it an outsider who managed to slip through the cracks of Carmel's tight security? To this day, both the safe and the weapon remain missing, never recovered. Nicholas Pacello, despite serving time for unrelated offenses, has never been definitively linked to Maria Marta's case. Perhaps that's the most disturbing aspect of all, a lingering feeling that justice remains incomplete, with crucial pieces of the puzzle still out of reach. There are countless theories circulating, and maybe some of you have your own ideas about who might truly be behind it all. What's your take? Was this a failed robbery, a desperate act gone wrong, or something far darker lurking beneath the surface? Moving on to the next case. Merle Miller. In a quiet home in Union County, Pennsylvania, a seemingly ordinary marriage took a sinister turn, ending in a shocking crime. Merle Evelyn Miller, a woman with a dark history, built a life of deception that ultimately led to her husband's poisoning. What started as a shared future unraveled into financial ruin and a fatal dose of medication, in a crime that no one saw coming. In 2012, Merle, then in her 70s, married John Nichols, a retired union carpenter who believed he was financially secure, with substantial savings spread across multiple accounts. However, John was unaware that Merle had been systematically depleting his finances, writing checks, and making large withdrawals under the pretense of routine expenses. She even diverted money to her son, instructing him to keep it a secret. It wasn't until early 2018 that John's family and investigators from the Union Snyder Agency on Aging noticed irregularities and suspected Merle of financial exploitation. Concerned, they alerted authorities. Though John was initially open to cooperating, Merle quickly persuaded him to drop the investigation. On April 14, 2018, just 9 days after the agency began its inquiry, John passed away suddenly in his home. The passing initially appeared to be from natural causes, attributed to his existing heart condition. That was until an autopsy revealed the presence of a fatal dose of verapamil, a heart medication prescribed to Merle, but not to her husband. Investigators determined that Merle had obtained 2 large refills of the substance in the months leading up to his demise, raising suspicions of foul play. As investigators delved deeper into John's financial records, they uncovered evidence of Merle's systematic theft. Bank statements showed drained accounts, overdrafts, and even a $19,000 loan taken against John's life insurance. Testimonies from John's family painted a picture of isolation and control, with Merle barring him from contact with relatives during the final months of his life. Merle's financial exploitation, coupled with the toxicology report, led prosecutors to conclude that she had taken her husband's life to silence him and prevent the exposure of her scheme. In May 2021, 3 years after John Nichols' end, Merle was arrested and charged with first-degree slaying, fraud, theft, and other related crimes. During the trial in 2023, prosecutors argued that Merle's actions were cold and calculated. Witnesses, including the investigator from the Agency on Aging and John's family members, testified about her manipulation and greed. Merle's defense claimed that John had consented to the financial decisions and that his demise was accidental. They were focusing on his deteriorating health and dementia diagnosis. But the evidence of financial exploitation and the deliberate acquisition of verapamil proved damning. The prosecution also highlighted Merle's past. In 1988, Merle was acquitted of attempting to poison her first husband by spiking his drinks, a chilling parallel to John's eventual fate. She was also linked to the unsolved 1986 disappearance of her grandson, Corey Edkin, though she was never charged in that case. Decades later, in April 2023, after a week-long trial, a jury found her guilty on all charges, including first-degree murder. During sentencing, the courtroom was filled with emotional victim impact statements from John's family, who described Merle as manipulative and cold-hearted. The judge handed down a life sentence for the murder, along with additional time for financial crimes. At 78 years old, she was set to spend the remainder of her life behind bars. After years of siphoning her husband's savings, Merle ultimately ended his life, convinced that violence was her only escape from the tangled web of deceit she had spun. In March 2024, she requested a retrial, arguing there was insufficient evidence for her conviction. However, before a decision could be reached, she passed away from natural causes in prison on January 7, 2025, at the age of 79. Moving on to the next case. Nancy McAveers, a devoted mother living in Washington County, Oregon, met a tragic end that left her loved ones searching for answers. Known for her gentle and nurturing nature, Nancy McAveers found herself trapped in a volatile marriage that slowly spiraled into a haunting mystery, remaining unsolved for decades. In 1983, Nancy, then 28, lived in Washington County with her husband, Randy McAveers, and their 1-year-old son. Though kind-hearted, Nancy's home life was far from harmonious, as those close to her described her marriage as deeply troubled. Friends and family suspected that Randy was abusive, a belief that intensified over time. Nancy had privately shared her intentions to leave him, recognizing that the relationship had become emotionally and physically harmful. She wrestled with the difficult decision of ensuring both her safety and a secure future for her child. On the morning of January 2, 1983, at approximately 10:30 a.m., Randy called 911 to report that his 28-year-old wife, Nancy McAveers née Pepper, had died by suicide. Authorities responded swiftly to the scene at the McAvers' residence, where they found Nancy with a gunshot wound to the head. Emergency medical personnel transported her to a nearby hospital, but despite their best efforts, she was pronounced dead shortly after arriving. The grim scene immediately sparked concerns about what truly happened inside the home that morning. Randy claimed that only he, Nancy, and their one-year-old son were present at the time of the incident. Yet, as deputies began questioning Randy, inconsistencies emerged in his story. He provided two contradictory versions of the events leading up to Nancy's death, raising red flags for investigators. These conflicting accounts led deputies to escalate the matter, bringing in detectives for a more thorough investigation. Suspicion surrounding Randy's version of events grew, especially as his narrative clashed with the evidence. Investigators began gathering forensic data, performed an autopsy, and examined the firearm involved in the shooting to uncover the truth. Though forensic technology was limited in 1983, the evidence they gathered began to suggest that Nancy's demise was not self-inflicted. The findings from the autopsy, as well as tests on the gun, contradicted Randy's version of events. By April of that year, Randy stopped cooperating with investigators altogether, refusing to provide any further information or clarification about the incident, i.e., without Randy's cooperation and no other significant leads to follow, the investigation hit a roadblock. Although the evidence pointed to foul play rather than someone who took their own life, detectives were unable to gather enough concrete proof to move forward. As the months passed, progress in the case slowed, and by August 1983, investigators officially suspended the investigation due to a lack of new information, leaving the case unsolved and cold. In August 2022, nearly 40 years after Nancy McAvers' demise, detectives from the Violent Crimes Unit, tasked with cold case investigations, reopened her case. After decades of unanswered questions, this new investigation offered a glimmer of hope that the truth behind Nancy's tragic demise might finally come to light. Over the following months, detectives diligently pursued multiple new leads that had surfaced, breathing new life into a case that had long been cold. The Washington County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Unit reanalyzed key pieces of evidence collected from the original 1983 investigation. Working in collaboration with the Oregon State Police Crime Lab, they carefully reviewed the forensic findings from that time. After a detailed analysis, the crime lab confirmed that the 1983 results, which had ruled out someone taking their own life, were still accurate and scientifically sound. Detectives also conducted extensive interviews with over 20 individuals connected to the original case, including detectives, deputies, and firefighters. Their recollections, paired with modern investigative techniques, uncovered additional key details that had not been documented during the original investigation. In January 2023, detectives reached a critical turning point in the decades-old investigation when they located Randy McAvers, living in Tigard, Oregon. After years of silence and evasion, Randy finally agreed to sit down for an interview. The interview was a long-awaited moment for investigators, who had always suspected Randy knew more than he had revealed. Following this interview, detectives felt they had gathered sufficient evidence to push the case forward. With renewed determination, they referred the case to the Washington County District Attorney's Office for formal review. However, before the district attorney could complete their review, the investigation took a tragic and unexpected turn. On February 8, 2023, just a month after his interview with detectives, Randy took his own life. Randy's demise effectively silenced him forever, closing off any possibility of further questioning or gaining more insight into what had truly happened the morning Nancy passed away. For those involved in the investigation, it was a heartbreaking and frustrating conclusion to a case that had spanned nearly 4 decades. With Randy no longer able to face legal scrutiny or provide further testimony, the Washington County Sheriff's Office officially closed the cold case. Janet Aglitis, Nancy's sister, said, "We grieve for Nancy many years ago. For so many people, they thought she took her own life, but we knew it never was. We always thought it was a terrible accident, but we had no information to tell us anything different." Diane Grill, Nancy's other sister, said, "We have been relieved of going and being drugged through a trial. It has been hard. For 40 years, it has been a difficult journey." As Nancy's sister expressed, now that they have the answers, it's time to find closure. Nancy's family acknowledges that this might be the only admission of guilt they ever receive, but they remain thankful to finally have some resolution. Lenore Pepper, Nancy's mother, shared, "I'm just grateful to still be here to witness the conclusion. I wish my husband were here too, but he would have been deeply saddened." She added, "I feel we've gotten justice, though in a very unusual way. At my age, I don't know if I could have endured a trial every day, so this is what we have to accept. That's all we can do." Detectives have also gathered phone call records from Nancy's co-workers and Randy's friends, revealing that Randy had been planning to harm Nancy because she wanted to separate and file for divorce. Moving on to the next case. Bluestone Family, a story that shook an entire community to its core. The Bluestone family seemed to have it all: a respected police officer father, for beautiful children, and a loving mother named Jill. They were admired by many in Gravesend, Kent, seen as the picture of a happy, stable family. But as true crime is often revealed, appearances can be deceiving. Beneath the surface of their quiet home, a disturbing reality was waiting to be uncovered. That truth came to light the day 7-year-old Jessica Bluestone ran to a neighbor, screaming that her father was trying to hurt her. What followed was a case so haunting, it's impossible to forget, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can exist behind closed doors. It raises a horrifying question. What kind of father could do such a thing to his own children? To understand how the situation reached such a tragic point, we must look at the life of Carl Bluestone, the man at the center of it all. At the time of the horrific events, Carl was 36 years old, and far from a rookie officer. Carl Bluestone had served as a police officer for many years and was part of the Kent Police Force's Rural Support Tactical Team in England. He was born and raised in a small coastal town, where his childhood, though mostly peaceful, came with its share of challenges. His mother worked as a first-grade teacher, and his father was a mechanic. From an early age, Carl developed a strong-willed personality and a deep sense of responsibility. He was far from passive in his community, actively participating in local initiatives, including volunteering at orphanages and taking part in environmental cleanup projects. Carl had a natural enthusiasm for action and purpose. As a child, he became fascinated with tales of courageous, principled police officers, stories from films and books that left a lasting impression. So when he chose a career in law enforcement, it came as no surprise to those who knew him. After earning his bachelor's degree in criminology in London, Carl Bluestone joined the Kent Police Force with a clear ambition to make a name for himself. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. He quickly demonstrated his skills and became recognized as an exceptional officer, particularly effective in high-pressure situations and emergency response. For the first decade of his career, Carl worked in densely populated urban areas, but over time, he recognized the critical need for strong law enforcement in rural communities as well. This led him to join the Rural Support Tactical Team, where he handled challenging cases involving livestock theft, poaching, and efforts to curb organized crime in remote regions. Carl had a natural ability to connect with his colleagues and the public, earning their trust and cooperation, qualities that made him stand out as a respected officer. Known for his leadership and sound judgment under pressure, he led his team in a major operation that dismantled a poaching ring targeting rare wildlife, resulting in the arrest of over 10 individuals. Carl had a deep love for his work as a police officer. It was more than just a career, it was a way to protect what mattered most to him and to uphold the values he believed in. Eventually, he likely asked himself, if I can protect an entire community, why not build a family of my own? That idea began to take shape in 1993. One night at a party in Kent, Carl met Jill, an encounter that would mark a major turning point in his life. Jill, 31 at the time, was thriving in her role as an administrative officer at Basildon Council. Intelligent, self-reliant, and professionally stable, she was the kind of woman who naturally drew attention. While many men were interested in her, it was Carl who stood out. His calm demeanor and engaging conversation quickly won her over. On the flip side, Carl was equally taken with Jill's sharp mind and independence. She struck him as someone who had her life firmly on track. It didn't take long for their relationship to blossom. Carl and Jill grew closer with each passing day, spending evenings walking along the coast and enjoying weekend getaways together. Just a year after they met, they tied the knot in 1994. Jill was already expecting their first child at the time. Their wedding was modest but deeply meaningful. Surrounded by only close friends and family, the ceremony was intimate and heartfelt. As Carl and Jill exchanged vows, the joy in the room was infectious. Everyone smiled, hopeful for the life the couple was about to build. After the wedding, Carl continued his career with the Kent police force, gradually climbing the ranks. His dedication and leadership earned him admiration from both his team and the wider community. Jill continued to thrive in her role as an administrative officer at Basildon Council, earning respect for her dedication and hard work. Together, she and Carl built a life filled with love, stability, and growing success. Their careers were progressing steadily, and they remained fully committed to their expanding family. To those around them, they appeared to be the ideal couple, an inspiration to many. Life, at least on the surface, seemed picture-perfect. The family grew with the arrival of 3 more children, and with each new addition, their bond appeared to deepen. Their home was alive with memories, laughter, and the milestones that mark a full and happy life. From the outside, they looked like the embodiment of a perfect family, for beautiful children, devoted parents, and 2 flourishing careers. Friends and neighbors often described them as goals. However, what you see from the outside doesn't always match up with what's going on inside. Little cracks started to show up in what seemed like a perfect life as time went on. At first, these signs were small and hard to see. But by the year February, things were really beginning to change. Carl had always been known for being calm and sure of himself when he was in uniform. But when he got home, he changed a lot. Carl still seemed kind and together to his friends and co-workers. Jill and the kids, on the other hand, knew him less and less. When he got home, he lost his cool. Things that didn't seem important to him became important to him, like where Jill went, who she talked to, and how she spent her time. Small comments, at first, turned into strict rules over time, and those rules turned into threats. It kept going. His voice, which used to be soft and calm, was now very angry. They started yelling at each other during fights. It got so loud that it scared the kids and made Jill shake. Following the fights, he and Jill got into a big fight one night while she was pregnant with their 4th child. Carl lost it and hit her hard, hitting her in the chest and shoulder. She was hurt, scared, and shocked. That's when everything changed. After that, the violence was just a normal part of their lives. The person who used to keep communities safe was now the one they needed to keep safe. Carl's anger got worse. He would wave a knife at Jill and tell her not to test him, his hands shaking with anger. At times when things didn't go his way, he would throw things, sometimes even at the kids to scare them into silence. During a fight, if Jill tried to leave the house, Carl would lock the doors and keep her inside. Their once happy home slowly turned into a scary place. Jill used to be happy and full of confidence, but now she is quiet, careful, and always on edge. Even the kids learned to be careful around their dad so as not to anger him. From the outside, life that looked like a dream had turned into a nightmare that no one saw coming. Jill finally lost it in June 2001 after years of being careful not to upset anyone. She had been strong for a long time, but the pain, fear, and lack of control were too much for her. It had made her feel down. There was courage buried deep inside her, and she made a choice, a strong choice that would change her life. She told Carl she was ready to split up. The problem was that Carl didn't listen or realize he had gone too far. He lost all control. Having used violence to stay in power for years hurt his pride, and the thought of losing her hurt even more. His anger blew up. He hit Jill again, and this time, it hurt more, a lot worse. He started to choke her by putting his hands around her neck. Jill was helpless to fight back. She passed out in their own home. It might have killed her. Luckily, a neighbor heard the noise and quickly came to help. Jill might not have made it out alive without that brave person. Some might now ask, why didn't Jill tell anyone? Why didn't she report the crime or just leave before things got so bad? You have good points in your questions. It can be hard to understand why someone would stay when we look at them from the outside. You'll see that it's never that easy after hearing the whole story. Don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments after you're done. Your voice is important. It's not as easy as just packing up and leaving your spouse if they hurt you. It's about staying alive. Every day is a delicate balancing act where they try not to say the wrong thing or make them lose their cool again. You get used to being scared, and your fear guides everything you do. Jill almost died when she asked for a divorce. Think about what she was afraid would happen if she went to the police or asked for a restraining order. What if Carl came after her even more angry? What if the rule book didn't keep her safe? It wasn't just what ifs. Because they were real, she had to think about them every day. Also, don't forget that Carl did more than hurt Jill. It was also their kids who were hurt. These kids were always watching when he yelled, broke something, or made threats against their mom. They learned how to be scared. Jill knew that if they did something wrong, it could put everyone in even more danger. Just being brave wasn't enough to get away. It took emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical strength as well. However, on August 25, 2001, Jill finally met Carl and told him about her plans, and she told him she was taking their kids and moving to Basildon. She planned to sell the house and start over. Carl accused her of having an affair as he always did and had done many times before, but it was no secret that Carl had been unfaithful many times, including having an affair with a co-worker who was a woman. Jill had even talked to this woman about it on the phone. It was also Jill who told Caroline, her sister-in-law, that Carl's cheating had made her have an affair with one of her co-workers. Jill had kept this a secret for a while, but now everyone knew the truth. After a few days, Jill became more and more worried about Carl's behavior. When Jill called Caroline again on August 27th, she told her that she was afraid Carl had lost control. She also thought he was listening in on her private conversations at home and in the car. They were getting more and more angry with each other. Also, that same night, Carl bought something strange at a nearby store. He got a long rope. The store clerk asked Carl why he needed it, and he said it was to move heavy furniture. But Jill knew something wasn't right. Following the end of his shift on August 28th, Carl met up with co-workers at a nearby pub for a drink. After that, he went to a store to get some food. The neighborhood was quiet when he got back home. He talked to a neighbor for a short time before going inside. That's when the nightmare started. Carl went crazy with anger after watching an episode of the popular police drama, The Bill. People who lived nearby said they could hear shouting and a loud argument coming from the Bluestone house. Then, a short time later, Jill's terrified and crying 6-year-old daughter, Jessica, ran up to a neighbor and said, "Daddy is hitting my head on the wooden floor. My father is hitting my mom. Kindly call the police." Jessica screamed, "I don't want Daddy to kill Mommy." Her scared voice could be heard in the quiet night air. The neighbors were so scared by what she said that they called the police right away. When the police got to the Bluestone house, they saw something so horrible that it would stay with them forever. Jill was brutally killed with 13 hammer blows to the back of the head. Her body was found on the kitchen floor, lifeless. Henry, her 3-year-old son, was found at the bottom of the stairs, badly hurt. He had 10 hammer wounds to the head. The cuts on his hand showed that he had tried to fight back against his dad's attack. Chandler, who was only 18 old, was found in his crib with 6 blows to the head. Chandler was rushed to the hospital, but his injuries were too bad, and he tragically died. It was found that Jill's 7-year-old son, Jack, was still alive but badly hurt. He was on the bottom bunk of his bed, curled up like a baby. Jack and his younger sister, Jessica, were taken to the hospital right away. Jessica had been brave and run for help. Jessica was shocked when the paramedics got to her. She kept saying, "I can't get Mommy out of my mind." Her words were full of sadness and fear. The kids were both rushed to the hospital, but Jack is in very bad shape. At the same time, neighbors said they heard strange sounds coming from the garage. Carl was hanging from a beam inside the garage when the police came in with flashlights, and it was clear that Carl had killed himself. It was a sad ending to a horrible act of violence. Carl would never be tried for killing his wife and children in a brutal way because he was dead, but there was an inquest to look into what happened before that night. The inquest brought up some disturbing facts that made people wonder how the authorities had handled the situation. Jill had told the police about 4 different cases of domestic violence. Still, nothing had been done. During the first incident, Jill called the police because Carl had hit her during an argument. She told police that Carl had pinned her to the wall and that her arms were bruised. Not only did she say that he had hurt her before, but this was the first time she felt brave enough to file a formal report. But the police didn't do anything. They just said it was a domestic dispute and left the scene without arresting Carl or even giving him a warning. There was no follow-up. After a few months, the second report came out. At this point, Carl had thrown something heavy at Jill in front of one of their kids. Some say it was a chair. Even though the child was screaming and scared, when Jill called the police, they did not make an arrest. She told them she thought the fighting would get worse, but the event was played down again. Officers are said to have told Jill to take it easy or see a counselor, even though this incident was worse than the first. There were no safety measures taken. The fourth and third incidents were the worst. Jill had officially complained both times and even shown pictures of her injuries along with statements from neighbors who had heard or seen Carl yelling, throwing things, and threatening Jill. In one case, a neighbor told police that they saw Carl pull Jill into the house by her hair. These cases were actually taken seriously by the police, who sent them to the Crown Prosecution Service, whose job it is to decide if charges should be brought in criminal cases. But even though the CPS got 2 full case files, no charges were brought. The reason given was that there wasn't enough proof, or that Jill might not be a reliable witness since she had gone back to Carl for a short time after an event. No one seemed to think about the fact that people often feel trapped or controlled and may stay because they are afraid or need money. Even more frustrating was the fact that there was no restraining order, social worker, or safety plan in place, even though there were 4 reports and 2 investigations that went to the CPS. Despite clear signs that Jill was in a high-risk domestic abuse situation, authorities failed to treat it with the seriousness it deserved. She was never referred to a women's shelter, and Carl was not required to attend counseling or anger management sessions. Victim advocacy groups were quick to criticize the police for their lack of action, arguing that with proper intervention, such as mandated therapy or support, this tragedy might have been prevented. They stressed that the very system designed to protect Jill and her children had ultimately failed them. The inquest revealed that Carl Bluestone's behavior had gone unmonitored, and the horrifying outcome could likely have been avoided if the right support had been in place. Cases like this are sadly not uncommon. Stories where action should have been taken but wasn't. But what makes this one even more devastating is that Jill wasn't just battling her abuser. She was also fighting against a broken system that was supposed to shield her. In the end, that system let her down. Moving on to the next case. Sarai Sierra. The case of Sarai Sierra, who crossed oceans only to meet a tragic end, shook the world a decade ago. This high-profile story involved an American photographer named Sarai Sierra, whose disappearance during a photo tour in Istanbul captured global attention and mobilized the intelligence agencies of 2 continents. The U.S. citizen vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the city itself. The bizarre circumstances and intense media coverage fueled countless rumors and conspiracy theories. Despite extensive, urgent search efforts, sadly, she was never found alive. Her body was eventually discovered near the ancient walls of Saraburnu, right in the heart of the city's historic district. But how could someone be killed so brazenly in broad daylight at a popular tourist spot, with no one noticing? To unravel this mystery, we need to piece together the sequence of events that led to this tragedy, and that's exactly what we'll try to do now. Let's start with Sarai Sierra's early years. Sarai Sierra was born on November 9, 1979, in New York, becoming the middle child in a large family. She grew up alongside her older brother David and younger sister Christina. Their parents, Dennis and Bethany Sime Jimenez, were of Puerto Rican heritage but had immigrated to the United States in 1973, settling in Manhattan, where their children were born. Shortly after their arrival, the couple became active members of the local Protestant community, embracing evangelical Christianity. They raised their children with strict adherence to the religious principles of their faith. The family regularly attended church services, participated in community activities, and ensured the children attended Sunday school. Sarai developed into an energetic and creative individual, known for her strong-willed and somewhat complex personality. In contrast to her younger sister Christina, who was quiet, obedient, and modest, Sarai was often seen as a rebellious and spirited girl. Nevertheless, she respected her parents deeply, acknowledging their unquestioned authority. The Jimenez household was governed by firm rules that everyone was expected to follow. This applied to the daily routine of its inhabitants, many everyday moments, as well as norms of behavior. For example, the daughters were not allowed to socialize with boys, go on dates, or be out of the house after 9 o'clock in the evening. All their friendly contacts were controlled, and parents always knew where and with whom their children were. In fact, Sarai's entire life revolved around home, school, and church, and her social circle was limited to the people in those places. The active, energetic, socially oriented girl was bored and cramped within the framework in which she was kept, but her parents were sure that they were doing the right thing for the good of their children. During her school years, Sarai planned to enter a pedagogical university and become a teacher in the field of culture or arts. But closer to the end of her studies, she became interested in psychology and began to think about connecting her future profession with this field of activity. During one of the meetings of the religious community, slender, dark-haired beauty attracted the attention of a young man named Stephen Sierra. He was the first to approach her and made an excuse to talk to her. Sarai was barely 18 years old at the time, and her new acquaintance was 7 years older than her. But despite the age difference, with the approval of their parents, the young people began dating. Stephen immediately liked Dennis and Bethany, who thought that this decent, polite, and honest young man would be a good match for their daughter. Most likely, Sarai was not madly in love with the guy, but agreed to marry him, mostly for the sake of finally moving out of her parents' house and freeing herself from such tight control. It should be noted that Sarai had a good relationship with her parents, but she wanted some freedom to live her own life and plan her own future. Less than a year after meeting, in February 1999, the couple got married. The bride was 19 years old at the time, and the groom was 26 years old. Soon after, the couple moved to the state of Michigan, where Stephen's parents lived. For Sarai, this move was a real event, because before that, she spent all her conscious life practically without staying in his native New York. The change of scenery did her good, and in a new place, she seemed to revitalize. Sarai enjoyed shopping for things for her new home, making it cozy, enjoying new acquaintances and new places. She got a job at a local dental office as a receptionist and was thinking about getting a college degree after all. However, Sarai soon became pregnant and had children, first a boy and then a girl. Entry into the university had to be postponed because the young woman was completely absorbed in motherhood and enjoyed it. A couple of years later, the family Sierra with 2 children again decided to move, and this time, they went to sunny California, settling in the picturesque neighborhood of Silver Lake in Los Angeles. Here, Stephen was offered a job, but soon the couple realized that the money he was earning, they do not have enough to live on. Then, having consulted, they decided to return back to New York and settled in a modest rented apartment located near the house of the Jimenez family. At that time, the couple faced serious financial problems. Sarai was still at home with the children, and her husband had to survive on casual income, because of which they periodically had to get into debt. The situation began to change for the better when the children went to school and the young mother got a job at an advertising agency. Stephen had, by then, found a permanent job as a bus driver on one of the city routes. A new hobby. Closer to 30 years, when the children have already grown up and life stabilized, Sarai again remembered her long-standing plans to get a higher education. By that time, she was not interested in the pedagogical faculty at all, and Sarai chose the faculty of psychology, entering one of the local universities. However, Sarai soon grew cold to her studies, and the boring hours of lectures caused her boredom. She decided to look for herself in another sphere and choose an occupation that would be to her liking, inspire her, and allow her to express herself. Since Sarai had always been a creative person, good at drawing and seeing the beauty in everything, she became interested in photography and soon joined a well-known New York photography community to be able to develop in this direction. She was widely recognized as having a real talent. Sarai was able to choose the right angles and harmoniously build compositions, making incredible in its beauty shots. Even professionals praised her work for her creativity and vision. In early 2012, on the advice of her colleagues, Sarai created a page in one of the popular social networks, where she began to post her work. The success did not take long, and other users began to subscribe to the young woman's profile by the thousands, enthusiastically commenting on each of her works. In a few months, she became a real star, and the number of her subscribers continued to grow exponentially. Such a furor literally dizzy her head. Sarai felt that she could achieve more, that she wanted to develop and improve in this direction. So she made a proposal to organize a group photo tour in search of beautiful and unusual locations in different parts of the world. Sarai Sierra started with small trips around her native country, specializing in shooting architectural ensembles and various historical monuments. Her images were a great success, and she decided not to stop. Sarai wanted to travel to Istanbul, one of the most ancient and beautiful cities in the world, to capture its sights and historical sites. It should be noted that her parents were not thrilled with this idea because she had never left the country before and never left home for so long. But Sarai was adamant. In addition, she had to be accompanied on the trip by her best friend Magdalena. As it turned out, Sarai's family was in crisis, and her relationship with her husband was falling apart. Perhaps part of the reason for her idea of a photo tour on the other side of the world was a desire to get away, change her surroundings, and reflect on what was happening in her family from a distance. Sarai had lived in a strict framework for too long, and now she was eager to do something she wanted to do, something her soul demanded. During that period, her husband's social media account began to show strange postings and statuses. He philosophized about the value of marriage, about love and mutual respect between husband and wife, and also noted that he would not cheat on his other half, even if the marriage hangs in the balance. In one of the posts, Stephen opaquely hinted that his spouse was unfaithful to him, but a few hours later, he deleted the publication, leaving the questions that appeared under it unanswered. Stephen obviously didn't feel happy and loved, and tried to show it to everyone through his social media page. Sarai was experiencing similar torment, but kept it to herself, trying not to complain and focus on her creativity. The long-awaited trip. Shortly before the planned tour, Sarai learned that her best friend would not be able to travel with her because of problems at work. The young woman was very upset, but did not change her plans because she had been going to it for too long. Sarai's relatives were concerned about the fact that she would fly alone to a foreign country across the ocean, but she assured them that everything would be fine, promising to call, write, and send photos every day. In addition, Sarai was also planning to visit Germany and Austria, where she had several commercial photography assignments already scheduled. Her entire trip was meticulously planned down to the minute, and she had no intention of straying from her schedule. On January 7, 2013, the young American woman boarded a flight from New York to Istanbul. She traveled light, carrying only a small amount of cash, a smartphone, a tablet, a modest DSLR camera, and several lenses intended for professional photography. Upon landing, Sarai contacted her family to let them know she had arrived safely and was heading to the hotel she had pre-booked. It's worth mentioning that, due to her limited budget, she stayed in a more remote area of the city, which locals often deemed unsafe. After settling into her room and changing out of her travel clothes, Sarai immediately headed to the nearest metro station to reach Istanbul's historic city center. She spent the day wandering the streets, capturing photographs of the city's beauty until nightfall. Each shot was taken with care, as she savored the experience. In the evenings, she video called her parents and husband to share her impressions and discuss plans for the following day. She also edited her latest photos and posted them on her social media accounts. This is when a new acquaintance would soon enter her life. As it later turned out, Sarai was accompanied in Istanbul by a young man named Talon. They met on social networks in the middle of 2012, and it was Talon who convinced the American to fly to Turkey. For several months, they actively corresponded and became very close during this time. Sarai completely trusted her new acquaintance. They saw each other almost every day and together visited various attractions. The guy was a native of Istanbul, so he knew the city like the back of his hand and arranged for Sarai exciting excursions to the most interesting, sometimes unusual places. After a week's stay in Turkey, the photographer had a trip planned to a couple of European countries, where, as I said, she arranged several commercial photo shoots. Here, Sarai saved money on hotel accommodation because she agreed to be hosted by her subscribers, who had been following her work for a long time. These moments were negotiated and agreed in advance, so at the airport in Vienna, she was met by a young man, in whose house she stayed for a couple of days. The Austrian acquaintance was a few years older than Sarai. He himself was fond of photography and admired her works, so he was eager to communicate personally with such a talented photographer. The trip went according to plan. Sarai visited all the places she had planned and met everyone she had arranged to meet. On the third day, she flew to Berlin, where she was also met at the airport by her subscribers, who gave her a tour of the city. After finishing all her business in Germany, the photographer went to the airport again and returned to Istanbul, where she planned to stay for 2 more days before returning home. Upon arrival, she was met by Telen, with whom they spent the day driving around the city, and afterward they went to a popular local bar together. It was after midnight when the Turk escorted Sarai to her hotel, where they said goodbye. A mysterious disappearance in a foreign country. On January 21st, 2013, the last day of her photo tour, Sarai called her parents and husband to let them know what time and what flight she was taking to New York. She had never been away from home for so long before, so everyone was happy that her trip was finally coming to an end. However, before leaving, Sarai decided to take one last walk around the city and take some more beautiful shots for her account. At the appointed time, Sarai's father arrived at the airport to pick up his daughter because her husband was at work and could not make it. He arrived early because he was afraid of getting stuck in traffic and not being on time. They announced the arrival of the plane. All the passengers got off, but Sarai was not among them. Her phone was also unavailable, and all attempts to contact her were futile. Then Dennis waited a little longer and then, concerned about his daughter's absence, went to the representatives of the airline. However, Dennis was literally shocked when they informed him that a passenger with such a name had not boarded the aircraft. Dennis immediately called Stephen and informed him of what had happened, saying that it was necessary to immediately organize a search. Sarai's husband first contacted the hotel where his wife was staying in Istanbul, but there he was told that her belongings were still in the room and she had not checked out, although she should have done so yesterday, and did not appear in the hotel for the second day. This information caused a real panic among the family members because they did not know where Sarai was and did not understand how to proceed. Stephen, who had access to his wife's accounts, decided to check them, looking for some clues. There, he found his wife's correspondence with Taylan, which seemed very suspicious to him. Nevertheless, he decided to contact the Turk himself to find out what he knew. But Taylan claimed that he had seen the missing woman the day before the planned departure, and before the flight, she did not even call him, although she promised. Sarai's family immediately reported the incident to the American embassy in Turkey, and a day later, a large-scale search operation was organized on the spot, for which a special unit was even created. Almost immediately, Sarai's husband and parents flew to Istanbul, deciding that they needed to be personally involved in the search. Besides, not much time had passed since her disappearance, and there was a high probability of finding her alive. Investigating police officers, the first thing decided to determine the social circle of the American and talk to those who saw her shortly before she disappeared. To testify were called employees of the hotel where she stayed, as well as her friend, Taylan. The hotel manager stated that he last saw Miss Sierra the night before she left. She was leaving with a small bag and a camera in hand. She was supposed to check out later, but never showed up at the hotel again. And the next morning, they received a call from her worried husband, who informed them that Sarai's belongings and documents were still at the hotel. The receptionist also described the clothes Sarai was wearing that day. The situation with Taylan was much more interesting and ambiguous. First, the guy's name was actually Tarkan, and why he introduced himself to his new acquaintance with an assumed name was unclear. Secondly, they had been in close contact for several months before their meeting, and Sarai had arrived in Istanbul at his invitation. All of this suggested that there was a romantic relationship between them, but Tarkan himself categorically denied it, claiming that they were only friends. The next stage of the investigation was to recreate in as much detail as possible the route that Sarai took that day. For this purpose, her cell phone data was checked, as well as street CCTV footage. Thus, it was established that the young woman took the subway to Sultanahmet district, visited the promontory between the Bosphorus Strait and the Golden Horn Bay, visited Eminona Market. But there she was lost in a large crowd of tourists. Then her trail was retraced to the subway, where she was going down to go to the Saraburnu walls, but she soon disappeared from the camera's view again. Frightening discovery. The searchers decided to go to the ruins of the Saraburnu walls to comb the area and interview people. Maybe someone remembered a lone woman with a camera in her hands. After several hours, the search was successful, if you can call it that. The body of a young woman with no signs of life was found near the ruins of the walls of ancient Constantinople. The body was covered with an old, dirty blanket, making it blend into its surroundings and less noticeable. Investigators believed Sarai had been transported to that spot wrapped in the blanket. Forensic experts estimated that the body had been there for approximately 10 to 12 days before being discovered. The lower half of the body was found without clothing, which immediately suggested violence, a theory later confirmed by the autopsy. The examination revealed that Sarai died from a heavy blow to the head inflicted with a blunt object, and she also had multiple bruises and a couple of broken ribs. Additionally, pathologists discovered traces of epithelial cells and blood beneath Sarai's fingernails, indicating she had fought back and scratched her attacker. The crime had a bizarre and even puzzling aspect. While her bag, smartphone, and camera were stolen, she was still wearing valuable items like gold earrings, a wedding ring, and an expensive watch, which stood out as unusual. Surveillance footage from the area showed a young woman resembling Sarai filming something on her phone before a man approached her, either hitting or pushing her, after which both vanished from the camera's view. The attacker was not immediately identified. Versions and conspiracy theories. Almost instantly, the information was leaked to the media, almost provoking an international scandal. The whole point is that from the TV screens and from the pages of newspapers every day appealed to people to help in the search for the missing American woman and tell if anyone knows anything. But at the same time, the investigation was silent. And when the body was discovered, the situation became even more confusing. Many people wondered why a young married woman suddenly flew alone across the ocean. What was she doing in Istanbul and Europe, and with what funds had she traveled there? It all looked suspicious indeed, and investigators initially thought that Sarai had gone to see her lover, Talon, aka Tarkan, and afterward flew to another man in Austria. But both her buddies denied being intimate with the victim. Later, it turned out that the man who sheltered Sarai in Vienna has a criminal record, in connection with which there was a version that he could use the American as a drug courier. But a thorough check did not confirm this speculation. There were also rumors that Sarai could work for the U.S. intelligence services and to collect information in other countries. Allegedly, hence the money for intercontinental flights. This version looked untenable, so it was not even seriously considered. The investigation of this high-profile case was carried out by Turkish special services together with the FBI, but at first, they did not have any serious leads. Only a few weeks later, the police came to the alleged perpetrator, a previously convicted and unemployed guy named Tal Salih, collecting waste paper on the city streets. But it was not possible to communicate with him because almost immediately after the crime, he borrowed money from relatives and left the country, presumably going to Hatawi province, where he illegally crossed the border with Syria. After obtaining a warrant, police searched the suspect's home, where they took a sample of his DNA and compared it with skin particles and seminal fluid found on the body of the murdered woman. After that, the last doubts were dispelled. Tal Salih was the perpetrator of the crime. In addition, the victim's phone was last switched on in the neighborhood where he lived. When it became known that the criminal fled to Syria, the special services lost all hope of getting to him. But soon, fate itself gave them an unexpected surprise. This guy was detained while trying to cross the border illegally again, but this time he was trying to return to Turkey. He joined the rebels in Syria and obtained firearms, but was injured in the conflict and decided he would be safer at home. However, he made his way back with his weapon, which was the initial reason for his arrest. But the local police soon realized who was in their hands and immediately reported him to the security services. When Tal Salih was brought in for questioning, his story was literally discouraging with horrific details. He saw a young woman on a hiking trail along the walls of Saraburnu, and for a few minutes, he simply admired her and watched her taking pictures. When he got closer, Sarai tried to ask him something using gestures, but due to the language barrier, he never understood what she wanted. However, he noticed a brand new iPhone in her hands and an expensive camera around her neck. As Sarai walked on, he followed her, already determined to rob her. It was getting dark outside, and there were no other people near the wall, at least in sight. At one point, Sierra turned around and, as it seemed to him, took a picture of him. That action became a trigger of sorts. Tal Salih grabbed a boulder and lunged at Sierra, hitting her hard in the head. After that, They literally rolled together down to the ruins of the wall, hence, probably bruises and broken ribs on Sarai's body. Then Tal Sally, taking advantage of the unconsciousness of the victim, decided to commit violent acts of intimate nature. The perpetrator then delivered another severe blow to the head to finish Sarai off. Tal Sally took the victim's bag, her camera and phone, and walked away. On his way, he came across the same blanket that someone had thrown away and decided to return to cover the victim's body with it. By that time, it was finally dark outside, and the chances of meeting someone at the wall were minimal. Once back, the perpetrator dragged the body a little to the side, positioning it so that it would not be visible from the hiking path. He then covered it with a blanket and left. Surprisingly, while the search for the American woman was going on, the perpetrator visited the crime scene one more time to make sure Sarai was dead and her body was lying where he had left it. When Tal Sally learned from the news that his victim had been found, he realized that the police would quickly get on his trail, so he decided to flee the country, borrowing money from his sister, who always felt sorry for him. By the way, he was never able to realize the stolen goods. The camera was broken in the process of falling. The smartphone had a password, which the criminal unsuccessfully tried to unravel while at home, hence the signal, and all the other stolen items he threw away when he went on the run. The defendant did not deny his guilt, and judging from his accounts, he did not regret what he had done, nor did he suffer from pangs of conscience. As key evidence, DNA forensic evidence was presented, which confirmed that it was his skin that was found under the fingernails of the murdered woman, and his seminal fluid was found on her body. Also, Sarai's cell phone was last switched on in the vicinity of his residence. In addition, the case file was supplemented with a video surveillance camera recording of the attack itself. After all the evidence was presented, it was decided that a psychiatric examination was necessary because of the belief that Tal Sally was insane. This idea was suggested by his actions, behavior, and the calmness with which he described in detail the atrocities he had committed. But experts concluded that he was sane and fully aware of his actions when he attacked his victim. In February, the judge finally delivered the final verdict. Tal Sally was found guilty on all counts against him and sentenced to life imprisonment. Sarai's relatives considered this decision fair. The body of the murdered American woman, after all the necessary expert examinations, was transported to her homeland in New York, and all related costs were borne by a Turkish airline. Sarai was buried in compliance with all religious rites and traditions. The family of the deceased set up a website in her memory, where they shared her unpublished photographic works. These photos quickly gained popularity, attracting interest from people around the world who were eager to purchase them. The money raised from the sales was saved by the family to fund college education for Sarai's orphaned children. Meanwhile, Stephen firmly denied that there had been any crisis in their marriage that might have prompted Sarai's fateful trip. Not long after, Stephen grew close to a woman from their Christian community who supported him during his difficult time and often helped with his children and household chores. Just 2 weeks before the first anniversary of Sarai's funeral, Stephen remarried. By the time the perpetrator was finally sentenced, Stephen was already married again and preparing to welcome another child. Sarai Sierra's story has inspired numerous TV programs, talk shows, and true crime documentaries. It has also served as the basis for several fictional projects. Moving on to the next case. Tiffany Adams. A mystery that lingered with more questions than answers, until one haunting discovery changed everything. The case would soon reveal hidden secrets, deception, and a heartbreaking truth that shook the entire community. Tiffany Adams had been missing since November 5, 2014. She was 20 years old and 8 months pregnant when she was last seen. That day, Tiffany planned to visit her mother, who lived next door to her father. But she never arrived and vanished without a trace. On November 7th, 2 days later, her family reported her missing. Sullivan, located in Hamilton Township, is the county seat of Sullivan County, Indiana. As of the 2010 census, the population was just over 4,000. Many young people dream of moving to a bigger place. After Tiffany graduated high school, her boyfriend, Donnie Barron, learned she was pregnant. Tiffany was overjoyed. She constantly talked about the baby and couldn't hide her excitement as her due date approached. But on November 5, 2014, everything changed. Tiffany, then 8 months pregnant, suddenly disappeared, altering her family's life forever. Tiffany was gone. Despite desperate efforts by Donnie and her father, Bruce Adams, she couldn't be found. Calls to her phone went unanswered, and no one knew where she was or what had happened. The fact that she was heavily pregnant made the situation even more alarming. Expectant mothers don't just vanish without a trace. Something was clearly wrong. When Tiffany Adams went missing on November 5th, her father, Bruce Adams, didn't contact the police right away. He believed, as many people do, that he had to wait 48 hours before filing a missing person report. In reality, there's no need to wait. Authorities should be notified immediately when someone disappears. This misunderstanding is why Bruce didn't report Tiffany missing until November 7th. He explained to the police that he had left Tiffany and Donnie at his home on November 5th before stepping out for about an hour. When he returned, only Donnie was there, and Donnie was the one who asked Bruce where Tiffany had gone. Donnie told Bruce that Tiffany had gone to her mother Christina's house, just a short walk away. Sadly, Bruce Adams was not Tiffany's biological father. Her real father had never been involved in her life. When the police spoke with Christina, she admitted she had no idea where Tiffany was. According to Christina, the last time she saw Tiffany was on October 30th, 5 days before her disappearance. The state police were quickly brought in to help investigate and locate Tiffany. In cases like this, investigators usually start by questioning those closest to the missing person. Since Donnie was the last known person to see Tiffany, he was the first one they wanted to speak with. But by then, Donnie had already left town, and no one knew where he had gone. It was deeply unsettling that Donnie left town immediately after his pregnant girlfriend vanished. Both Bruce Adams, Tiffany's stepfather, and Donnie Barron, her boyfriend, became persons of interest in the investigation. But with Donnie missing, suspicion grew. News of Tiffany's disappearance quickly spread throughout Sullivan. The fact that she was 8 months pregnant made her absence even more heartbreaking. She had so much life ahead of her. Despite rumors suggesting she may have been abducted, many held on to hope that she would return safely. There were even alleged sightings, but those reports turned out to be baseless. Authorities didn't believe she had run away. With Donnie gone, attention turned to Bruce Adams. Police questioned him, but he maintained that he had a solid alibi. Bruce said he had gone to the store, and during that time, Tiffany left his house. When the officer checked, they confirmed Bruce had indeed been at the grocery store on November 5th. Still, that detail didn't offer much clarity. No one could pinpoint the exact time Tiffany went missing. Bruce insisted she was missing and swore he'd never harm her, claiming he loved her as if she were his own daughter. He focused on helping with the search and held on to the hope that she would return safely. During his conversation with the officer, Bruce pointed to another possible suspect. He claimed that Brian, or Tiffany's stepfather through her mother Christina, might have been responsible for her disappearance. Bruce reiterated that he had left for the store on November 5th, and when he returned, Tiffany was gone. He also shared a significant detail. Around 1 p.m. that same day, he received 3 calls from Tiffany's cell phone to his home. When Bruce answered the first call from Tiffany's phone, he heard a man's voice in the background before the call abruptly ended. The second call came shortly after, but there was only silence before it, too, was cut off. On the third call, Bruce again heard a man shouting in the background. He claimed that during one of the calls, he could hear Tiffany's voice. She was crying out, "Dad, Dad." After those unsettling calls, Bruce tried calling Tiffany's phone around 10 times, but each attempt went straight to voicemail. He became convinced that Brian, or was the man yelling at Tiffany. Bruce believed Brian had harmed her, fueled by the belief that Brian never liked Tiffany and may have attacked her. It was important information that had to be checked out. The police officer talked to Tiffany's friend to find out how she got along with her new dad. A friend of Tiffany said that Tiffany never said anything nice about Brian or her dad. She often talked about how he called her rude names and how she couldn't go see her mom because of him. She also talked about how Brian wouldn't let Tiffany talk to her mom on the phone unless she was on speakerphone. Brian, or was clearly in charge of her, which made him another possibility. The cops wanted to know why he wasn't letting Tiffany talk to her mother and if he had a different story for the day she went missing. On social media, Tiffany wrote about how she felt about her mom going back to Brian or. This made Tiffany mad, and she didn't say nice things about Brian in her post. What would happen if Brian saw Tiffany's post and got mad at her? Did her mom maybe have something to hide? There were a lot of questions the cops had to answer to make it clear how all the people I've talked about in this video were connected. It will only take a moment. In the time that Tiffany went missing, her mother, Christina, was married to Brian, or Christina used to be married to Bruce Adams before she married Brian. Bruce wasn't Tiffany's real father, but he married Christina around the time Tiffany was born and became her father. You could walk between Bruce's house and Brian and Christina's house, so you could see Brian and Christina's house from Bruce's garden. Brian and Christina's relationship with Bruce had become tense. I hope I didn't make things more confusing for you. Please let me know what you think in the comments. On November, after Tiffany went missing, cops came to Christina and Brian's house with a search warrant. It didn't make the couple happy that cops were searching their home. Anything that might connect Tiffany to their house, like signs of a fight, or anything else that could help them figure out where Tiffany was. As the police searched, they came across a security camera on a pole pointing at the entrance of Brian and Christina Orr's house. It looked like a camera trap that reacted to movement when looked at more closely. The cops wanted to find this camera's video because they thought it could help them figure out what really happened to Tiffany. It turned out that the camera didn't have a memory card, so there was no recording. Could it have been a crazy accident? Or did someone take the memory card off on purpose because it could have been important evidence? All of the possible ideas were being looked at by the police at the time. Brian Orr was a suspect, but there was no proof that he had anything to do with Tiffany going missing. Donnie Barron, Tiffany's boyfriend, was a possible suspect at the start of the probe. Bruce said that Tiffany was missing. Donnie was the last person to see her living, but he had already left town. The sheriff was able to find him and talk to him in the end. Donnie told Tiff he loved her, but he didn't know why she was gone so quickly. With whom could she have been? It was Donnie's dream to help Tiffany take care of the baby. But why was he hiding? Why didn't he help with the search and investigation? Donnie might have hurt Tiffany in some way. It was hard for Donnie to prove that he wasn't at Bruce's house when Tiffany went missing. He was the only one who could confirm this. It turned out that Donnie was not the father of Tiffany's baby, which was another important point. He was the baby's real father, Paul Artem McHenry. Artem was every girl's dream in high school. He was big and strong, and all the girls wanted him to pay attention to them. Artem and Tiffany were together for 3 years before they broke up in March 2014. After that, she quickly switched from dating Artem to dating Donnie. Tiffany was shocked when she learned she was pregnant because she didn't know who the baby's father was. Ask Donnie or Artem. Since Donnie and Artem had broken up, everyone thought the baby was hers at the time. It wasn't until she got an ultrasound and learned how far along she was that she knew the baby was Artem's. She was thrilled. Tiffany and Artem's relationship was hard to understand, and it wasn't easy for them to break up either. That's right. Tiffany wrote this post on October 1st, 2014. Looks like my baby boy will grow up with me being both a mom and a dad. The dad of my child is really not worth anything. He just told me he was giving up his rights and wasn't sure if he could do it. Donnie didn't make a fuss when he learned that Tiffany was pregnant and that Artem was the father. Artem McHenry was named as another suspect. The sheriff then talked to him. He said that on November 5th, he was 30 miles away at work. His alibi was finally proven to be true. The search went on for days and then weeks, but nothing new came up until December 30th, 2014, which was 55 days after the person went missing. Now I'm going to read a part of the official report that says, and I quote, "It was said that Tiffany was missing on November 7th, 2014. The police tried to find her, but were not able to. 2 farmers in Sullivan County finally found Tiffany's body on December 30th, 2014 in a field where they were late picking corn. Her body had broken down and animals had moved it around. Tiffany's red fleece jacket was tied around her neck and a leaf was found inside the knot. She did not have her cell phone with her body. It is important to remember that the leaf was inside the knot. This means that Tiffany's jacket was tied around her neck in a cornfield, not somewhere else. The farmer thought at first that he saw a mannequin, but as he got closer, he saw that it wasn't a dummy at all. It was the body of a young woman. She was dressed in brown boots and had dark hair. It's strange that her body didn't break down much because November and December 2014 were very cold. The following is what the court papers say. The pathologist did an autopsy on December 31st, 2014, and found that ligature strangulation was the cause of Tiffany's death. Someone or something broke one of her ribs on her body. The doctor said that Tiffany's unborn child was still alive, but it ended up suffocating because of her death. It was hard for the cops to understand how this could have happened. Who did this? Why would someone be so mean to hurt someone so badly? How could someone be so mean as to take the lives of Tiffany and someone else whose life hadn't even begun? Because Tiffany's body was out in the weather. DNA and other important pieces of information were washed away, which made the case very hard. Investigators were able to follow Tiffany's calls, texts, and conversations by looking at her phone records, which were very helpful to their work. In this case, they found out that Tiffany Adams had been texting Amber or before she went missing. Brian or is Jonas' father and Tiffany's stepfather. Amber or is married to Jonas or their son was 4 years old, and Tiffany sometimes took care of him. Amber might have been one of the last people to talk to Tiffany, so it was important to talk to her. Amber told police that she and Jonas shared a cell phone and took turns using it when they first talked to them. After looking into it more, the police learned that Tiffany and Amber often texted each other. Police wanted to examine the cell phone Jonas and Amber had during the time Tiffany went missing. However, by the time investigators spoke with them, they were already using a new device. Jonas and Amber claimed they had gone to rent a video the day Tiffany disappeared, and this was confirmed by the video store's records. After Tiffany left her father's house, authorities were able to track her phone's movements. It was soon found in several different locations, which indicated she had been traveling by car, covering distances too far to walk in such a short time. But Tiffany didn't own a car at the time. The main suspects remained her boyfriend, Donnie Barron, and her stepfather, Brian Orr. However, investigators later confirmed that Donnie never left Bruce's house during the critical time. This shifted attention toward Brian Orr and the need to scrutinize his account of what happened on the day Tiffany vanished. Brian and Christina told the police that they weren't even home that day because they were fixing up a flat on the edge of town and wouldn't be back until late that night. Cell phone records showed that at 11:15 a.m. that day, Tiffany was outside her mom's house. After that, she didn't use her cell phone for about 39 minutes. When the phone turned on again, it went to the spot where her body was found. Lake Sullivan was the last place where her phone was seen. Whose car Tiffany was in and whether the driver of that car had anything to do with her death was one of the most important questions. After more research, cops found out that Tiffany's half-brother, Jonas Orr, had borrowed a Chevy Blazer from his friend, Jim Fish, on the day she went missing. A sawmill was where Jim worked, and Jonas was meant to drive there to return the Blazer. However, Jonas was about 6 hours late. He told Jim that the Blazer had broken down, which was why the meet was late. What you're seeing now is a part of a court record that has more information. You can pause this video and listen what it says if you're interested. Those of you who only listen and don't watch the video need to pay attention again to the fact that Jonas returned the Blazer 6 hours late. Jonas Orr was in the middle of an investigation. Adam and Jonas said they were at the video shop when Tiffany disappeared. The police did go back to the video shop that Jonas and Amber said they were at, and their receipts showed that they were there. They did go to the video shop that day, but it was much later than investigators thought. In theory, this meant that they might have had something to do with what happened to Tiffany. As I already said, Lake Sullivan was the last place Tiffany's phone was turned on. People thought it was a miracle that the dive team found the phone. I'm going to quote what the official report on Tiffany's phone says. Tiffany's cell phone was found in Lake Sullivan on August 27, 2015, about half a mile from where Jonas told Sheriff Cottam that the Blazer had broken down the day Tiffany went missing. At the time that Tiffany went missing, all of the text messages that were sent on her cell phone were erased when it was later found. The Indiana State Police Cybercrimes Unit, on the other hand, was able to get back the deleted text word for word. Investigators found that Jonas had been texting his wife, Amber, from Tiffany's cell phone after going through the messages. The phone number for Tiffany had changed, and Amber didn't know it. That's why she didn't recognize the number when she got the text message. In the end, she found out that Jonas was texting from Tiffany's phone. Amber was no longer a suspect because of this. It was in November 2015 that Amber Orr asked for a divorce. All of the text messages were found by the police. You can pause the video and read parts of the court papers that have all the information about the texts if you're interested. The first time they talked, Jonas said that the last time he saw Tiffany was at the Dollar General store in September 2014, where there was a family fight that got the cops called. On the day Tiffany went missing, Jim's blazer broke down near the sawmill on County Road 75 East and County Road 300 North. Jonas told Sheriff Cottam this. The constable was told that Jonas had flagged down a car with two strangers inside who offered to help him get out of the blazer. Someone let him use their cell phone to call his wife, Amber, who was not with them. Jonas said he used the stranger's cell phone to send Amber a text message. He turned the blazer back on and left it alone for a few minutes. After giving the cell phone back to the strangers, he drove straight to the sawmill. According to him, the meeting with the strangers lasted about 20 minutes. The deputies were told that Jonas asked to take Jim's cell phone when he got to the sawmill. He then called Amber and told her where to meet him. Jonas said he had nothing to do with Tiffany Adams' death. He didn't think the cops would be able to find Tiffany's phone and get all of her text messages back. A forensic scientist from the Indiana State Police Lab looked at possible evidence found in Jim's blazer. The scientist agreed that the red fibers found in Jim's car might have come from Tiffany's red fleece jacket, which was found wrapped around her neck. Someone named Jonasaw was caught and charged with the deaths of Tiffany and her unborn child. Police thought that Tiffany went to her mother Christina's house after leaving Bruce Adams' house on November 5, 2014, but neither Christina nor her husband Brian were there. Jonas caught up to Tiffany at some point in Jim's rented car. Jonas killed Tiffany in a cornfield after driving her there. Jonas took the memory card out of his dad's shooting camera to get rid of proof that Tiffany had gotten into his car after he threw Tiffany's cell phone into the lake. This means that Brian is no longer a suspect. The complicated connection between Jonas and Tiffany could have been the reason for the crime. They had a long-running fight because Jonas didn't like Tiffany at all. There was a lot of love between Jonas and his father. What Tiffany wrote about his father on social media may have made him mad, but why would a man do something like that to a young woman who is pregnant? It can't be explained. Do you think Jonas felt bad about what he did to Tiffany? Give it some thought for a moment. According to court records, between August 2015 and February 2016, John Clean was incarcerated alongside Jonas and later testified for the prosecution. During their time in jail, Clean recalled watching a cold case documentary with Jonas and commenting on how surprising it was that someone could stay silent about such a crime for so long. Jonas responded, "You'd be shocked at what you can live with when you have to." Clean also testified that Jonas once told him he didn't feel remorse for what he did to Tiffany, but he did feel sorry about the baby. Clean said Jonas asked him if he believed God would forgive him. Despite this, Jonas maintained his innocence. In July 2016, he was sentenced to 2 consecutive 60-year prison terms. Tiffany Adams deserved so much more: a life, a future, and the chance to raise her child. Her case stands as a heartbreaking reminder of how fast tragedy can unfold and how dangerous silence can be. Moving on to the next case. Philip Chisholm. On the evening of October 22, 2013, Diana Chisholm contacted the Danvers Police Department to report that her 14-year-old son, Philip Chisholm, had not returned home from school. Philip, a student at the local high school, had recently moved to Danvers from Tennessee, and his unexplained absence deeply worried his mother, who said he had never shown such behavior before. Understanding the urgency, the Danvers police responded promptly. They shared Philip's photo and physical description, his height and weight, on the department's social media platforms, aiming to raise awareness and gather leads from the public. Additionally, local residents received a reverse 911 alert informing them of Philip's disappearance and providing critical details about his appearance. While Diana Chisholm was reporting her son missing, the parents of Colleen Ritzer were also growing increasingly concerned for their daughter. Colleen Ritzer, a 24-year-old math teacher at Danvers High School, failed to return home from work that day, prompting her parents to grow increasingly concerned. Known for her disciplined nature, Colleen rarely deviated from her routine without informing her family. She was deeply committed to her profession, and her love for her students was evident in everything she did. Meanwhile, Officer Neil Hoodie from the Danvers Police Department was also growing anxious about Philip Chisholm's disappearance and began searching along Old Route 1, north of Danvers. At 12:28 a.m., while scanning the dark, rural, and icy area with minimal lighting, Officer Hoodie spotted a figure walking along a dangerous stretch of road on a bridge that led down to a dimly lit highway. Pulling over, he exited his vehicle and approached. Standing there was a young male wearing shorts, a zip-up hoodie, black socks, and shoes, Philip Chisholm, carrying a backpack slung over one shoulder. As a seasoned officer, Hoodie immediately noticed several concerning details about Philip's appearance and behavior. First, Officer Hovey noted that Philip was walking alone in a dangerous area late at night. Second, despite the cold and wet weather, Philip was dressed in shorts, which immediately raised concern. During their interaction, Philip seemed detached, his gaze drifting past the officer as if he wasn't even there. When asked where he lived, Philip responded that he had no home. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. To Officer Hovey's surprise, Philip claimed he had been living on the streets for several days. However, his clean and orderly appearance didn't match that story. He didn't look like someone who had been exposed to the elements. Worried for Philip's safety, Officer Hovey decided to frisk him and discovered a piece of plastic in his pocket. He asked Philip to take it out. Philip complied, revealing a driver's license, an insurance card, and a credit card. None of them belonged to him. They were all in the name of Colleen Ritzer. When questioned about the credit card, Philip claimed he had found it at a grocery store, but when asked which one, he faltered and said he didn't know. Back at the station, as Hovey searched Philip's backpack, he uncovered a series of disturbing items: a woman's purse, women's underwear, and, most alarmingly, a box cutter stained with a reddish-brown substance. Recognizing it as blood, the officer questioned Philip about it. What he heard next was chilling. Philip calmly said the blood belonged to the girl. Officer Hovey briefly stepped out of the room to contact the Danvers Police Department. While he was away, another officer remained with Philip and asked where the girl was. Philip calmly replied that she was buried in the woods. Alarmed, the officer asked if there was any chance they could still help her. Philip's chilling response, "No," raised immediate concern. As the officer looked more closely, he noticed reddish-brown stains on the sleeves of Philip's sweatshirt and a ski mask hanging around his neck. Philip's clothing and shoes were collected as evidence. Meanwhile, Officer Steve Belair was dispatched to Danvers High School to search for Colleen Ritzer. Upon arrival, Officer Baldassari began gathering details and waited for access to the school's security camera footage that could prove crucial in tracing Colleen's whereabouts after her last class. As Baldassari coordinated with other officers, he learned that several significant clues had already been uncovered. They found Colleen's bag in a recycling bin, her shoes and clothes near a running trail near the student parking lot, and her personal items in a bush near the path. When the police looked in the recycling bin, they saw what looked like blood. Another cop who searched the school found what looked like blood in the women's bathroom on the second floor, which was close to Colleen's classroom, and made them even more suspicious. Officer Belair, who knew how Philip Chisholm looked from reading about his missing on social media, saw a man on the video at 2:30 p.m. who matched Philip's description. The video showed Philip following Colleen Ritzer out of her classroom and walking down the school hallway. While Officer Belair kept watching the CCTV tape, he saw Colleen Ritzer go into the bathroom on the second floor for women. Philip walked in behind her, but she didn't know what he was up to. A few minutes later, Philip came out of the bathroom dressed differently than when he went in. What was even scarier was that he had a mask on his face, as if he was trying to hide. At 3:16 p.m., Philip left school and went into the visitor parking lot. He went back to the second-floor women's bathroom with a recycling bin and waited a moment. Then he left the bathroom with the bin and pulled it outside the school, out of the camera's view. It's scary to think that Officer Balsar never saw Colleen Ritzer leave the second-floor women's bathroom. When the Denver Police Department found out that Philip Chisholm was safe, they took the teen into custody and brought him to the Denver Police Department to be questioned about the disappearance of Colleen Ritzer. At the same time, the Massachusetts State Police arrived at Denver High School to begin a crime scene investigation and began looking for where the bloody recycling bin had been found. Diana Chisholm went to the police station and was questioned by an officer. During her interview, she talked about her worries about her son Philip's mental health. She said that Philip was prone to snapping because of the stress of her and her husband's recent separation. Diana also said that there was a history of mental health problems in her family. At around 2 a.m., Philip Chisholm and his mother Diana were led into an interrogation room at the Danvers police station. As they walked in, Trooper and Sergeant Philip Tansey met them. Before the official interview started, Philip and his mother talked to each other in private for about 10 minutes. While Trooper Basher and Sergeant Taney were talking to Philip, officers stood on the other side of the wall and quietly fed them information about the CCTV footage. The video showed Philip following Colleen Ritzer into a woman's bathroom on the second floor. Colleen was never seen leaving the bathroom and was later found covered in blood. While Philip Chisholm was being questioned, the Massachusetts State Police Air Wing and Denver's Fire Department used their infrared technology to search the area for any signs of Colleen cadaver. Tracking dogs and their skilled handlers also searched the area. Around Denver's high school, Philip finally told the police that he had knocked Colleen out with a karate chop and then cut her twice with a box cutter. The details of his confession were shattering, and he showed the police on a map where he had dumped Colleen's body in the woods behind the school. Finally, around 3 a.m., a forensic scientist found something disturbing: a toe with pink nail polish sticking out of a small pile of leaves. The forensic scientist called for paramedics right away. The paramedics got there quickly and started digging through the dirt. Their search led them to Colleen Ritz's dead body. Even though the doctor tried hard, it was clear that Colleen had died. Her body was carefully taken to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. A forensic pathologist named Dr. Anna McDonald found male DNA on Colleen's body. When this DNA was analyzed, it shockingly fit the profile of Philip Chisholm. Dr. McDonald found pascia, or small bleeding areas around Colleen's eyes and mouth, which is a sign of asphyxiation. He also found blood on Philip's box cutter that matched Colleen's DNA, which led him to think that the box cutter was used to violently attack Colleen. When he looked at the body, Dr. McDonald saw multiple wounds on Colleen's neck, showing that she had been slashed many times in the same spot, causing a lot of injuries. The autopsy report said she had at least 16 cuts to her neck. Some of them were fatal, and even the ones that weren't would have been unbearably painful for Colleen. One of the wounds was so deep that it chipped her vertebrae. Based on the evidence, Dr. McDonald concluded that Colleen died due to sharp force injuries, asphyxiation, by strangulation, and injuries to her neck, made it clear that this wasn't an accident, but a deliberate act meant to hurt Maxime. When news spread around Denver that Colleen had been killed, everyone was shocked, especially when they learned that Philip Chisholm was the main suspect. It seemed impossible that someone so young could have done something so horrible. In connection with Colleen's murder, Philip Chisholm was charged with aggravated sexual assault and murder. He pleaded not guilty to the charges. This decision caused controversy and raised questions about how young offenders are treated in the criminal justice system. Some people said that Philip's age shouldn't have stopped him from being tried as an adult. Others thought that the seriousness of the crime called for such charges. Colleen Ritz's students were heartbroken when she died. They remembered her as a kind and loving teacher who always went the extra mile to help them do well. It was unbearable to lose such a beloved mentor, and the Denver community came together to mourn her death and honor Colleen's memory. There were videos with candles and a moment of silence for Colleen before the first World Series game for the Boston Red Sox. An enormous number of people from all walks of life came together to show their sorrow and help her family through this sad time. What on earth made Philip Chisholm attack and kill his beloved teacher Colleen Ritzer? The New York Post said there were rumors that Philip was in love with his teacher and lost it when she turned him down. A cop's source told the Daily Mail that one of the rumors going around was that Philip had a big crush on Colleen. According to the source, Colleen was friendly and easy to get in touch with. This could have led Philip to mistake her friendliness for flirtiness and make advances on her on a local website. Her Philip's classmate wrote in Wicked Local Danvers after Colleen's murder that Philip was antisocial, tired, and out of it. Some students were worried about Philip's behavior, saying that he often showed up drunk, drawn, and uninterested. But no one could have imagined the depths of Philip's darkness. While Philip was waiting for his trial, a judge threw out his confession because he was questioned without an attorney present. Philip's defense lawyers said that Chisholm was detained by police for more than 3 hours, after being arrested at 12:30 a.m. on October 23rd. Additionally, they said that Chisholm was handcuffed for most of that time and wasn't allowed to make a phone call. They also said that Chisholm had repeatedly asked for food but was turned down. The judge wrote a 48-page ruling in which she said, "Was clear that Philip's mother wanted an attorney to be present during her son's questioning, even though Philip waived his rights." The judge concluded that the court could not find beyond a reasonable doubt that he knew, understood, and willingly waived his Miranda rights. Crime scene investigators found cell phones belonging to Philip and Colleen that they got from statements. However, the court said that they would not be allowed as evidence. Despite this setback, other important evidence, such as Philip's pockets full of money and a bloody box cutter, will be allowed to stand trial in December 2015. Philip Chisholm was found guilty of killing Colleen. Assistant District Attorney for Essex County, Kate McDougall, made a strong case that Philip was focused and unwavering in his horrible plan. She said that Philip wasn't crazy, but planned and deliberate in what he did to Colleen. However, Philip's defense attorney, Denise Reagan, had a different view of the case. People like Denise Reagan said that Philip was crazy when he killed the woman. Reagan said that Philip had no other reason for doing what he did. During the trial, the defense called forensic psychiatrist Dr. Anthony Jackson to talk about Philip's behavior after he was arrested. Dr. Jackson said that Philip's behavior got better after he was given an antipsychotic drug. He said that Philip's hallucinations and delusions got better, and he seemed more alert and oriented. This evidence seemed to show that Philip's actions were affected by his mental state at the time of the murder. Another important witness, Dr. Richard Dudley, a psychiatrist who specializes in forensic evaluations, testified for the prosecution. Dr. Dudley said that he had seen Pilley 7 times while he was in jail waiting for his sentencing. At the time of the murder, Philip heard voices and thought there was a ninja nearby. These voices, which were allegedly telling him what to do, played a big role in his decision-making process. Dr. Dudley also said that Philip had been on the schizophrenia spectrum since childhood. He said that while Philip had shown signs of schizophrenia in the past, his condition had gotten much worse before the murder. Schizophrenia is a mental illness that changes how a person thinks, feels, and acts. It is a long-term condition that affects about 1% of the population. People who have schizophrenia may have illusions and hallucinations, confused thinking, and withdrawing from society. They may have trouble telling the difference between what is real and what isn't. This makes it hard for them to go about their daily lives. Dr. Dudley said that Philip had recently said he was sorry for killing Colleen and that he would not have done it if he hadn't heard the voices. However, the prosecution disputed the doctor's statements, saying that Philip was making up or exaggerating his symptoms. They said that Philip's mental illness wasn't a good enough reason for his actions. To make their case to the jury, the prosecution used strong evidence, such as surveillance tapes that showed Philip following Colleen into the bathroom moments before she was killed. These tapes gave important clues about how the crime was planned and carried out. They also showed the jury graphic photos of the crime scene, showing Colleen's horrific injuries, including a box cutter wound to the neck. The judge and jury were allowed to visit Danvers High School, the scene of the crime, to get a better understanding of what happened that terrible day. This gave them the chance to see for themselves where Colleen was attacked and killed. For many, it was a very emotional experience that brought the reality of the situation into stark relief in a last-ditch effort to sway the jury. For Philip's defense, they called his maternal grandpa, Eduardo Barbie, to the stand. Eduardo told the jury that Philip's grandmother had a mental breakdown in the early 1970s and had been treated with electric shock therapy. He also told them that some of his other children had also been treated for mental illness and spent time in psychiatric facilities. A Philip's classmate also said that Philip's behavior had changed a lot in the few days before Colleen was killed. This classmate said that Philip, who used to be lively and outgoing, had become quiet and distant. This sudden change in behavior made Philip's classmates suspicious. Despite Raven's best efforts, the jurors found Philip Chasm guilty of Colleen Ritz's murder and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 40 years. During the sentencing, the judge said that Colleen's death was brutal and senseless. The details of the murder were horrifying and showed how much pain Colleen went through. You might think that Philip's life sentence would be the last time anyone heard of him, but that wasn't the case. In 2004, when he was 25, Philip pleaded guilty to attempted murder, assaults, battery with a dangerous weapon, and kidnapping. These charges were related to an incident in June 2014, when a Massachusetts Department of Youth Services worker said he attacked her in a way similar to how he killed his teacher, Colleen Ritzer. A year ago, the youth services worker said Philip followed her into a bathroom, pinned her against a wall, and tried to choke and hit her with a pencil. This shocking discovery made it even clearer that Philip Chisholm was a dangerous person who didn't care about people's lives. After pleading guilty, Philip got an extra 17 to 20 years in prison on top of the life sentence he already had. In a powerful statement read in court, the surveyor who was attacked by Philip talked about her terrifying experience. In a letter, the youth service worker talked about how scared she was after the attack and how she couldn't leave her room because she thought Philip was waiting for her. Her words reminded us of how terrifying Philip was. Philip Chisholm is now trying to take his case to the highest court in Massachusetts. His lawyer, Michael Schneider, has said that there was no doubt that Philip was the person who killed Colleen. But his insanity argument has been called into question. Michael Schneider says that Philip was wrongly convicted because there wasn't enough proof, and the judge should not have allowed brain scan expert testimony that would have supported Philip's claim of mental illness. Brain scan expert evidence is one of the most important parts of Philip's appeal. Michael Schneider says that these scans would have shown that Philip was mentally ill at the time of the crime if this expert evidence had been taken out. Schneider says the jury didn't fully understand Philip's mental state at the time of the murder. Learning that Philip Chisholm was appealing his sentence made Colleen's family and friends very angry. They told the media how determined they were to make sure he stayed in prison. In jail, Colleen's family and friends were sure that Philip's actions were planned, evil, and beyond doubt after the trial and jury's verdict. They said that the overwhelming evidence left no room for doubt. One of the things that made Colleen's family and friends the most angry was that Philip had never shown any remorse. They were even more sure that Philip could never be forgiven because he didn't show any empathy, because they think he should be resentenced. The idea that he might be qualified for parole is unthinkable to them. Colleen and her family were not given a second chance, and it is unthinkable that they would have to think again about the possibility of shortening this murderous sentence for Colleen's family. They can't even imagine that justice would not be done. They believe that the guilty verdict and the maximum sentence were well-deserved. It is hard for them to believe that the killer would even be considered for a lesser sentence. Colleen Ritzer's murder served as another heartbreaking reminder of the deep loss felt by her community. In the aftermath, teachers across the country experienced heightened fear and anxiety. The realization that a student could target and harm a teacher left many feeling exposed and unsafe in their profession. Her tragic death forced educators, who once believed their environments were secure, to reconsider their safety protocols and take additional measures to protect both themselves and their students. In response, schools throughout the U.S. implemented enhanced security procedures. These included tighter access controls, expanded use of video surveillance, and more frequent lockdown drills. Many schools also brought in trained security personnel and conducted regular emergency preparedness exercises for both students and staff. The aim was to create a safer atmosphere and reduce the risk of similar tragedies in the future. Colleen's death not only prompted security upgrades, but also fostered a greater sense of vigilance and awareness within school communities. Following the tragedy, educators became more attentive to potential warning signs and concerning behaviors in their students. Teachers reported being more cautious in how they interacted with students, while students themselves became more alert to their surroundings and more willing to seek help from school staff when needed. These heightened precautions aim to prevent future incidents of violence and ensure a safer environment for everyone on campus. Colleen's death also sparked serious concerns about teacher safety, particularly when alone with students. In response, many educators expressed fears of being targeted or physically harmed if a student turned aggressive. Schools began offering training to help teachers manage potentially violent situations with composure and to encourage reporting any red flags to the proper authorities. Educators were also given safety guidelines for conducting one-on-one interactions with students. Moving on to the next case. Richard Alfred Cannon. Richard Alfred Cannon, 54 years old, was known for his violent nature, but not in the way most people think. He wasn't someone who lost his temper occasionally. He was a constant, looming threat in the lives of those around him. Back in September 1988, those living in his home referred to him as a monster. Then, that monster suddenly vanished. 15 years later, his wife disappeared too. The two vanishings were clearly connected. But how? Had the abusive husband returned after all those years to finish what he once began? On the morning of September 10, 2003, a 38-year-old woman named Cheryl Bracken sat with officers from the Orlando Police Department. Her face was tense with worry as she prepared to file a report that would trigger an investigation filled with twists and unsettling details. Just the day before, Cheryl learned that her 65-year-old mother, Marilyn Cannon, hadn't shown up for work, something entirely out of character for the always punctual and anxious Marilyn. The last 24 hours had been a whirlwind of concern for Cheryl, and now she was determined to report her mother missing. She sat in Marilyn's living room alongside her brothers, Rick Cannon, 47, and Stacy Cannon, 37. A coffee mug and several Social Security checks lay on the table in front of them. The house was noticeably messier than their mother would ever have allowed. As investigators dug deeper into the case, they uncovered that the family's fear wasn't just about Marilyn's sudden disappearance. It stemmed from a much older, unresolved trauma that had haunted the Cannon family for years. Marilyn's sons believed their long-absent father, Richard, might have been involved in her disappearance. However, police found no evidence of forced entry or any clear signs of foul play at the scene. Marilyn's only close relatives were her 3 children, and it was obvious they had all endured something deeply traumatic in the past. Detectives began to suspect that the key to solving the mystery might lie in that past. Richard Alfred Cannon had been 21 years old when he first met Marilyn Reagan, and the two quickly fell in love. They were a stark contrast. Marilyn was petite and soft-spoken, while Richard was physically imposing, with tattoos of snakes, swords, skulls, and crossbones. He worked at a shipyard and had a hardened, aggressive demeanor. Despite their differences, they got married and started building a life together. Richard, a former convict, earned money through scams and constantly moved around to stay ahead of the law. As they moved from place to place, Richard and Marilyn raised 3 children together. Their firstborn, a son, was named after his father and went by Rick. 8 years later, they welcomed a daughter named Cheryl, followed 2 years later by their youngest, Stacy. In 1979, the Cannon family finally decided to settle down, purchasing a home in Orlando, Florida. Though the children had already endured a chaotic upbringing due to their constant relocation, their challenges didn't end there. Despite living in what seemed like a peaceful and safe neighborhood, the reality inside their home was far from secure. From the very beginning, Richard was both an alcoholic and an abusive presence. His violence wasn't occasional, it was constant. His daily outbursts and intimidation left the children deeply traumatized. To them, he wasn't just their father. He was a terrifying figure they referred to as the monster. Unlike typical childhood fears, their nightmares didn't involve imaginary creatures, but the very real threat of Richard Cannon. He enforced a rigid routine and strict rules that had to be followed without exception, or there would be consequences. The children were forbidden from forming friendships, bringing anyone home, or speaking about anything that happened within the house. Richard controlled every detail of their lives, ensuring they returned immediately after any activity he had personally approved. He also tortured each of his children on a regular basis. Since Rick was the oldest and the only child, he saw his mother abused for 8 years. He also went through his own pain, being abused physically and even being beaten while chained to the doghouse for days. Cheryl had seen physical violence that sometimes led to Noel. He would lock the door behind him and take her to his room. But whatever happened to her as a child was so painful that she couldn't remember what happened behind closed doors. However, she always remembered being beaten. And the next day, when she told her mother Marilyn about what her father was doing to her, Marilyn would tell her to stop lying. As for Stacy, Richard said that she was his only biological child, but that didn't stop him from sexually assaulting her and doing other horrible things to her. During a car ride, Richard told his wife and kids that Stacy was going to sleep with him that night, and he did something unthinkable to her. Stacy thought that Richard's absence was the best 2 weeks of her life, but her happiness didn't last long, because Richard returned with more ideas for how he could hurt his family even more. Marilyn was also abusive to her children, but in a more subtle way. She would lie to her kids about how badly their father hurt them. Maybe she thought that manipulating herself and the kids was the only way to get out of the pain and stay alive. That's why those kids grew up planning to leave the house for good. Richard told Rick to get his own place and not talk to anyone in the family for a year after graduating from Wisconsin. If he didn't, he would be reported for hurting his sisters and sent to jail. Richard was clear that he would not take in a family member who had already left, even for graduation. After that, Rick's visits to his mother's house were rare and usually only happened when he was asked to do jobs or run errands. 2 years later, on Cheryl's 18th birthday, Rick told her, "Oh, happy birthday." That same day, Cheryl moved out, and her relationship with Richard never got better. Only Stacy and Marilyn stayed in the house with Richard, but the misery that Richard caused his family would never go away, even for those who didn't live there anymore. In 1988, Cheryl was 24 and planning a secret wedding. She didn't do this to hide her relationship with Richard. She did it because she was afraid that Richard would kill her and her groom on their wedding day. Even the guests didn't want to go because they were afraid that Richard's threats would come true. But 2 weeks before the wedding, something amazing and surprising happened that would change Cheryl's life and the lives of those around her forever. Richard just vanished again. Around the middle of September 1988, he never came home from work. Rick ran up to Cheryl and told her that Richard was gone. He said it was an early wedding gift and made it sound like she was on her way to a beautiful wedding. Richard's family never tried to find out where he went. They seemed more worried about his possible return than about his safety. No one was called, or a missing person report was made this time. Richard didn't come back after 2 weeks. He didn't come back at all. It was a year of coming out for the family. In the years that followed, Marilyn decided it wasn't too late to finish school and start working. She felt refreshed, and her children saw a different side of their mother. Cheryl was taking care of a lovely family and living the family dream. Stacy got to know a part of herself she hadn't known before. She also got a job as a salesperson at Disney World and was living a happy life. Rick, on the other hand, married a woman 20 years older than her and had a rough marriage. He sometimes felt alone, but got through it. Cheryl, who is now a nurse, moved closer to become a nurse with her 3 kids and husband. Marilyn lived with her father, Reagan, and the 3 of them saw each other often and had a great time as a family. Marilyn was a favorite with her grandchildren, and Rick, who is now divorced, often stopped by to see their mother, Marilyn, or sister Cheryl. No matter how dreamy and happy the days were, there was a constant thump of fear in the family's mind. They slept watching their backs, afraid of what would happen when the monster came back. Years went by, and Richard didn't come back. The canon and family began to accept that their fears were irrational and that life had taken a surprising turn that had something for everyone. Of course, there was another sharp turn hidden in its angles that would change the lives of the canon and family and Marilyn for good on September 10, 2003. Investigators thought the brothers were too afraid to see the truth because they thought their father had come back to hurt their mother. Richard, who was 54 years old, had disappeared in 1988, and it was unlikely that a 69-year-old man would come back after 15 years just to kidnap Marilyn. But who else was in the circle of suspicion? If Cannon and his family were finally happy, what made Marilyn disappear? Had they made enemies along the way? Investigators looked into Marilyn's life to find secrets and possible grudges against a 65-year-old trainer at her aviation academy. Everyone close to Marilyn, the Cannon and family, and Marilyn was looked at closely. In a surprising turn, Marilyn's sisters gave detectives important information that they hadn't had before. Not long after Richard went missing, Marilyn's sisters asked her where he was. Marilyn told him that he was in jail in Florida for a major crime, but Marilyn used to get Richard's social security checks. She told her family that she had them sent to Richard, but her sisters didn't believe her. The whole jail story was believable, and the checks were sent to the rightful owner. But they never said anything to her because they were happy for her. To add to the mystery, Marilyn's sisters told the police that their father, Reagan, had lived with Marilyn, and when he died, she would inherit a lot of money. But Marilyn's sisters thought that the Cannon and family was happy with each other by that time. Just like Cheryl Stacy and her partner Susan had moved around her mother's block in April 2002. Rick was able to stay in her apartment because it was big enough. Cheryl lived 2 blocks away, and Stacy and Rick hung out with her. The family celebrated every holiday together, including Easter dinners, birthdays, and even weekly game nights. The family fund lasted for months, from April to September, until Marilyn went missing. However, the police needed direction, and the security check at Marilyn's table and her sister's statement about Marilyn getting money from their father were useful for their investigation. They turned their attention to accounts and finances. Meanwhile, in the days after Marilyn went missing, there was a growing suspicion in the family. Even though all three brothers had filed a report, they all believed their father had come back. Cheryl was losing touch with what was going on. At first, she saw Stacy and Rick getting over the loss of their mother a little too soon. In fact, everyone else seemed to be paying attention to something else. Stacy and Rick were taking their mother's things with them. But right around the corner was the first of many hints that would quickly turn the missing person case into a murder investigation. Marilyn gave money to Rick and Stacy, and it went to their bank accounts, something that Cheryl had no idea about. After that, there was a garage sale. Marilyn had a huge collection of Disney collectibles that Stacy and Susan chose to sell. Police Officer Mark Hussey, the police officer who was looking into the case, saw the sale and called Cheryl to see if she knew about it. She didn't, but things were starting to look like Rick was trying to get his account unfrozen and take Marilyn's money. Detective Hussey chose to talk to him for a short time. When Ricky showed up, he convinced Stacy to come with him to talk to the police. First, Stacy and Rick were questioned in separate rooms. Then, Stacy and Ricky were put in the same room for a short time as a trick to get the siblings to have a conversation that could implicate one or both of them. The results weren't completely disappointing either. At one point, Rick was seen holding hands with Stacy. They whispered, and it was hard to tell exactly what they said, though some words were easier to make out than others. Ricky said one of these crazy things to Stacy. He said it was possible that he might end up in the gas chamber in the end. Rick and Stacy were free to go, but they didn't know that someone had put a tracking device on their car. They stopped at a pharmacy and then drove into one of Rick's storage units. They didn't know that the sergeant was closely watching them. He saw them writing something down, taking some medicine, and then connecting the exhaust hose to the car. He quickly got down and grabbed them. The car had sleeping pills and a bottle of NyQuil. There were also 2 letters on the dashboard. One was for Cheryl and the other was for Susan. In a letter to Susan, Stacy wrote that we had something to do with our mother leaving. Rick had told Cheryl that he loved her. Investigators caught Stacy and Rick in the middle of a crime. They had an admission and a letter from Rick in Stacy's car, but they couldn't get anything from Stacy after the suicide attempt or while she was in the hospital. However, Rick was willing to talk and ready to confess, but the police weren't ready for what they were about to hear. Rick admitted to killing both his mother Marilyn and his father Richard. He tasered and suffocated Marilyn because she was about to get $250,000 after her father's death, which he wanted for himself. In 1988, he shot his father while he was sleeping because he didn't like him. He also said where the bodies were found. Richard was buried in Marilyn's backyard, and Marilyn was buried in Stacy and Susan's backyard. Rick was arrested right away after the confession, but investigators didn't have any evidence linking Stacy to either of the crimes. They were sure that Stacy was either an accomplice or the mastermind behind both of the killings. Rick, aka, on May 1st, 2007, Richard Cannon Jr., was to go on trial for killing both of his parents. A few days before the trial, he was offered a plea deal in which he would say that Stacy Cannon was a willing accomplice in the killings, in exchange for 30 years in jail. Rick has always been protective of his sisters, even when he was a child and his parents abused him. But he agreed, and Stacy Cannon was arrested and charged with killing both of his parents. The trial of Stacy Cannon finally started on March 10, 2010, and the drama was nowhere near over. Robin Wilkinson, who was in charge of the prosecution, was known for hitting the target, and Diana Tennis, who was representing Stacy, was sure that the police had charged her without any evidence. The most important testimony came from Rick. He said that Stacy and he planned to kill Marilyn and then went to the movies and had dinner together. Then they all went back to the house and talked like normal. While Rick was talking to his mom, Marilyn, Stacy shocked her with a taser. Marilyn fell to the floor and Rick pulled out a bandana. Then they transported their mother's body. In court, Cheryl said that both of her siblings didn't seem to care that their mother had gone missing and that her sister's behavior was not normal in the days that followed. During those days, everything came down to one piece of evidence that was against Stacy: her suicide letter, especially one line that said she had something to do with their mother leaving. After that, Stacy sat in the witness box and told her side of the story from the start, including the abuse. If she wasn't guilty, why did she write that Stacy had an answer? For Stacy's guilt to be proven, there was only one fact left. Where exactly was Marilyn on the day she died? According to Rick Cannon, the family had dinner together that evening. However, her e-passtole records told a different story, indicating she was somewhere else entirely during the time in question. In court, opinions were divided. Some believed Stacy was guilty, while others defended her innocence. But the verdict caught many by surprise. Stacy was acquitted, and Rick is set to be released in 2029. Throughout his life, Rick had one lingering fear: becoming like his father. Whether or not he truly did remains unclear, but he certainly changed into something else. After the trial, Cheryl cut off all contact with Stacy. Stacy returned to Florida and remained with Susan. She later authored a book titled Fear of My Father, chronicling the abuse and horrific events her family had endured. What began as a story about one monstrous man evolved into a mystery involving multiple potential culprits. One particularly eerie detail was that Marilyn had buried her husband's body in the backyard, and when she told Stacy about it, she did so with unsettling calm. This raises lingering questions. Did Marilyn and Stacy kill Richard together? Was it Rick and Stacy? Or Rick and Marilyn? Or did Rick act alone? What do you think? Moving on to the next case. Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith was born in 1975 in San Diego, California. From an early age, he had a strong sense of adventure and a deep fascination with exploring different cultures around the globe. His desire to experience the diversity of people through their customs, languages, and traditions ultimately led him to leave his home country. At 27, Ryan set out to immerse himself in the cultures of Eurasia, with a particular interest in the nations that had once been part of the Soviet Union. In 2022, armed with nothing but his backpack and big dreams, Ryan traveled to the distant land of Azerbaijan, one of the former Soviet republics. Bordered by the Caspian Sea and nestled in the Caucasus Mountains, Azerbaijan lies at the intersection of Eastern Europe and Western Asia. For Ryan, this made it the perfect gateway into the world he longed to explore. Ryan settled in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, where he immersed himself in the local language and culture. On his blog, he shared stories of working in a carpet market within the city's ancient walled district, an experience that introduced him to one of the region's oldest and most cherished artisanal traditions. The techniques used in carpet making are passed down through generations, though the craft has gradually faded over time. Ryan, a young designer, was captivated by the intricate beauty of the handmade carpets and began to envision a business centered around their production. In December 2005, driven by this idea, he returned to the United States to begin laying the groundwork for his venture. While back home, he met Laura Joy, a young and charming teacher. The two soon got engaged and married. Laura shared Ryan's passion for travel and foreign cultures, and in 2011, the couple traveled together to Georgia, a former Soviet republic that borders Azerbaijan. In the Georgian city of Manulai, Ryan and Laura tied the knot and set out to establish a business focused on producing traditional carpets. In 2014, the couple welcomed their son, Caleb, just as they were beginning to promote their long-envisioned handmade carpet weaving initiative. Ryan's project, rooted in traditional Azerbaijani techniques and craftsmanship, had the potential to sell each rug on the international market for over $1,000. While Laura worked as an English teacher at a local public school, Ryan traveled from village to village across the region, searching for skilled weavers willing to collaborate. To his surprise, he found few artisans still practicing traditional techniques. Several who initially showed interest later backed out for various reasons. Some disagreed with the compensation offered, while others lacked familiarity with Ryan's designs and doubted their ability to meet the brand's standards. In his blog, Ryan wrote that he spent 4 days in the village of Kosalari, where he finally encountered craftsmen who were eager to join the project. Ryan's goal was not only to make a profit or to save the development of an ancient culture, he was also interested in becoming something of a public benefactor, attracting women in rural areas who know ancient weaving techniques to his project, giving them the opportunity to revive the craft that would allow them to support their families. Soon, Ryan and Laura Smith became one of the most respected, and the visiting American considered a city with a population of no more than 20,000 people to be the most expensive place for himself. His wife, Laura, became close to the city with its residents engaged in teaching, made many friends, while Ryan promoting the value of the ancient carpet-weaving culture earned respect. Most residents considered the Smith couple kind and honest people to whom they could turn for help. A couple of visiting Americans got so used to the local society, traditions, and culture that in 2012 they applied for citizenship and soon became citizens of the United States and Georgia. It was rumored that the couple planned to build a kindergarten with a playground on their own money. But it was at a time when the couple had already decided that they had finally found a home, realized that the future of their family was promising. A tragedy knocked on their doors, and all their plans collapsed in the most unexpected and nightmarish way. In July 2018, 43-year-old Ryan and 42-year-old Laura planned to take a couple of days off to enjoy a vacation next to little Caleb and get away from the routine. Sabina Talabuba, Laura's friend, said that Laura called her on Wednesday, July 4th, shared her plans to go to the mountains, and warned them that they would be gone for 2 days. The couple chose a small, picturesque place, hidden from the eyes, near the Godori Mountains as their destination. This area is known for its trails, beautiful waterfalls, and stunning gorges, ideal for relaxing walks and picnics in nature. In this secluded corner, instead of being distracted and finding peace of mind, the Smith family experienced their worst nightmare. Ryan and Laura were looking for a local resident who would serve as their guide so that they could not get lost and calmly, without fear, traveled in mountainous places. And the parents were also concerned about the safety of little Caleb. I would like the journey not to be exhausting and uncomfortable for the baby. So they met with a local shepherd, Malchus Cabori, who, although he did not live in this area, but despite the young age of 19, knew the neighborhood well, because he traveled around them daily and grazed herds of sheep and goats. Malchus was distinguished by a calm character. The locals considered him a good guy. Confident in the positive reviews about Malchus, who knew the area, the Smith family hired him as a guide. It had not been long since their departure to the mountains when the couple found out about Malchus' dark intentions and claims. As it became known later, the group went out on the mountain and, having reached the clearing, set up camp for dinner. They chose a place near one of the many springs in the area to have fresh water, quenching their thirst in the summer heat. Obviously, at some point Ryan paid attention to his guide because he felt that he was not careful enough with the gun, which he always carried with him. There was a heated discussion between the two men, and no one expected Malchus to point a gun at Ryan and shoot him in the head. Then he fired another shot at the man in the back. Laura's terrified screams and the baby's crying drowned out the echoes of gunfire, rumbling in the mountains. But the worst was yet to come. Despite the woman's pleas, Malchus put the muzzle of the gun to Caleb's head and fired at point-blank range. Frightened and unaware of what had just happened in front of her, Laura turned to stone, but when she saw Malchus's cold gaze, she understood his true intentions. Her instinct for self-preservation worked. Laura ran as fast as she could to avoid the fate of her husband and son. But when she reached the edge of the waterfall cliff, she realized that she had no way out, and there was no way for her to escape. The shepherd used a weapon to force the woman to violence, and then allegedly pushed her off a cliff. Laura's body fell on the bank of the waterfall. According to the subsequent investigation, Malchus took Caleb's body and buried it in a secluded place, sending the murder weapon there as well. Then the shepherd returned to the village as if nothing had happened. Laura's friend Sabine began to worry when, after 3 days, Laura did not return from a family trip. Sabine tried to call Ryan or Laura, but she never got an answer. Ryan's entourage was also confused, as it was very unusual for him to be away for so long without contacting anyone. On Friday, July 6th, the Center for Rapid Response in Emergency Situations received a message about the possible disappearance of a Georgian family of American origin in the mountains. The caller was Sabin, who said that the Smith family had been in the mountains for more than 2 days with their little son of 4 years old, and they could not be contacted by phone. A team of 15 rescuers was sent to the gorge to search where presumably a family was missing. Upon arrival in the designated area, rescuers found Laura's belongings and car. But moving further along the route of the small group, the searchers found a terrible find. A lifeless body lay at the foot of the waterfall. Confused rescuers stepped up rescue efforts and expanded the search area. A human corpse was found about 800 meters from the waterfall. The humidity and heat inherent in the season accelerated the decomposition of the body. So the initial report of the authorities was that the victims showed no signs of violence. In accordance with the Criminal Code of Georgia, an investigation was launched, but nothing was known about the couple's child yet. It took another 3 days when the fate of the defenseless baby became clear. Investigators managed to find out that Malchus was the last person with whom the family communicated. A 19-year-old shepherd was detained and told during interrogation that he knew where Caleb was. For days after the Smith family went to the mountains, Malchus led investigators to the place where he buried Caleb, as well as the weapon. The next day, the Georgian police released a statement saying that a young shepherd, Malchus Kaburi, had been taken into custody and he was accused of murdering the Smith family. The news of the murder of a married couple and their son shocked Georgia, especially Manuli and the community of weavers. The American consulate also expressed its alarm over this crime. In fact, the FBI team participated in the investigation together with the Georgian authorities and cooperated in the search and processing of evidence. On July 11th, the Tbilisi Municipal Court decided to place Malchus, who pleaded not guilty to the charges, under arrest. The conductor claimed that the real killers of the family were 2 foreigners who arrived in a black car. Allegedly, these people killed the Smith family, threatened to kill him and his family if he reported to the police, and left Malchus alive so that suspicion of a triple murder fell on the shepherd. Violence against Laura was rejected by Malchus' lawyer, because according to the guy, he was not capable of such a thing, since he was a virgin. On July 12th, family, friends, and activists of public organizations gathered in front of Ryan's house in Marnoli with toys, flowers, and lit candles to express condolences and remember the victims. The next day, Malchus' lawyer confirmed the innocence of the accused. He continued to claim that the crime was committed by 2 foreigners, and that the psychological pressure exerted on his client forced Malchus to initially plead guilty. But evidence against Malchus began to appear one after another. The most convincing evidence of Malchus' guilt was the autopsy report of the victims. It was found that Ryan's body had 2 gunshot wounds, one in the head and one in the back. Caleb was shot in the head at point-blank range. In Laura's case, violence against her was proven and DNA tests confirmed that the biological material found in her body and on her underwear belonged to Malchus. The DNA of Ryan and the defendant were also found on the murder weapon. In addition, a technical examination conducted by the FBI on the phones of the victims and their alleged killer showed that there were photos of Laura's lifeless body at the waterfall in the memory of Malchus' phone. The shepherd even showed them to several local acquaintances, to whom he said that he had accidentally stumbled upon a corpse while walking through these places. Experts found in the search history in the phone that a few days before this incident, Malchus had visited various sites of an intimate nature. All this led investigators to the conclusion that the motive of the crime was the young man's interest in Laura, and that his actions were deliberate from the very moment when the Smith family contacted Malchus to take them to the waterfall. After the release of the autopsy results, Malchus' lawyer, David, resigned, saying that for reasons of principle, he could not defend the shepherd. David was replaced by another lawyer, who from that moment led the case. He insisted on the client's innocence and filed a motion to withdraw Malchus' previous confession. The shepherd's mother, Mariana, supported her son and agreed with the lawyer that the police may have forced the guy to confess to the crime under threat of imprisonment. Relatives of the suspect claimed that because of a high-profile crime, the authorities accused Malchus in order to close the case. However, on November 9, 2018, Malchus was charged with the murder of 3 members of the Smith family. He was also charged with additional charges of violence against Laura. The psychological examination conducted on the young shepherd showed that he is sane, healthy, and ready for trial. The term of pretrial detention expired on April 9, 2019, but the prosecutor said that they had strong evidence of Malchus's guilt and that he would be punished for such a terrible crime. A meeting of 12 members of the court on March 25, 2019, unanimously ruled that Malchus was guilty of premeditated murder with extreme cruelty of more than 2 people. He committed premeditated murder in order to conceal another crime, namely intimate assault. On March 27, 2019, the judge of the Gori district announced the decision to sentence to life imprisonment. While the relatives of the criminal protested against the life sentence, which they considered unfair, the sentence became a relief for friends and relatives of the Smith family, and defense lawyers announced that they would appeal the verdict to the appellate instances in connection with alleged procedural violations. The U.S. consul in Georgia said that the verdict provided justice for the Smith family, adding that the evidence left no doubt about Malchus's guilt. Since Ryan and Laura Smith arrived in Georgia, they earned the love and respect of the people of Manuli. Their brutal murder sent shockwaves through the community they had come to call home. Ryan's community-based project not only breathed new life into a fading tradition, but also became a vital source of income and stability for many local women. Their tragic deaths left dozens of these women devastated, casting a shadow of grief and uncertainty over their dreams of building a sustainable future. In the aftermath of the tragedy, foreign investors stepped in to revive the initiative, committed to preserving Ryan's vision and providing new opportunities for local artisans. Ryan and Laura had left behind their Western lives in search of cultural richness and connection. Though welcomed warmly by the people of Manuli, their journey tragically intersected with a dark presence, a man who hid his true nature behind the innocent facade of a kind shepherd. Moving on to the next case. In this video, we delve into a profoundly tragic story unfolding in what should have been a slice of paradise. A simple beach outing on October 21st, 2018, turned into every family's worst nightmare. 24-year-old Toya accordingly set out with her dog, Indy, to walk along the secluded sands of Wangetti Beach, just 38 kilometers from her hometown of Cairns. That afternoon, she vanished without a trace. When evening came and she still hadn't returned, loved ones launched a search at first light. Their hopes were shattered when they discovered Toya's lifeless body. The tight-knit community of Cairns was left reeling, haunted by the same questions. Why was Toya targeted? Who could commit such a crime? And how did a day in paradise end in such horror? The story of Toya accordingly is both heartbreaking and deeply unsettling. While Australia may seem distant to many, the emotional weight of this case feels far too close for comfort. Toya Jade Cordingley was born on June 14, 1994, in Cairns, Queensland, a coastal city in northeastern Australia. She was the only child of Troy and Vanessa, and for a time, their small family led a happy life, until things changed. Toya's parents separated when she was still very young. Despite their love for her, their marriage couldn't withstand its challenges. Vanessa eventually married Darren Gardner, and together they had 2 more children, Jack and Lena. Troy later married a woman named Mary. Divorce can often be hard on children, but Toya adapted remarkably well. She embraced life between 2 households and was known for her cheerful nature and the warmth she shared with her step-siblings. Everyone who knew her admired her bright spirit and resilience. According to those who knew her best, Toya was spirited, adventurous, and full of love. She had a warm, open-hearted personality and a deep sense of curiosity, always eager to embrace new experiences. Toya had a special fondness for fairies and all things whimsical, which reflected in her distinctive, expressive style. She often changed her hair color, rocking vibrant shades like pink, purple, and fire engine red. By October 2018, her hair was a striking icy blonde. Toya came from a family that embraced individuality. Like many in the Cordingley Gardner household, she wasn't afraid to express herself through bold fashion, unique hairstyles, and meaningful tattoos. Their outward appearance was simply an extension of their creative, non-conforming spirit. One of Toya's greatest passions was animals. Her love for them led her to work at the Paws and Claws Refuge and Boarding Center in Port Douglas, where she cared for dogs with genuine dedication. In what would be her final social media post in October 2018, she shared a powerful message. No matter how talented, rich, or smart you are, how you treat animals tells me everything I need to know about you. This truly highlights Toya's deep love for animals, something that defined who she was. As you said, Paws and Claws was more than just a workplace. It was a place where she shined. Counselor Michael Kerr described Toya as kind-hearted, hard-working, and deeply devoted. He recalled how she had a natural gift for calming even the most aggressive dogs within minutes, an ability that left a lasting impression on those around her. Later, Toya began working at a store called Whole Life in Ulville, near Cairns. Even with her new job, Her love for animals never faded. She continued to volunteer and kept many pets of her own. Toya was also in a committed relationship with a man named Marco, whom she had been dating for 2 years. Their bond was rooted in shared passions, especially their love for dogs, and similar dreams for the future. Her family was thrilled to see her so genuinely happy. Together, Toya and Marco cared for their beloved dog Indy, a gentle giant who was part German Shepherd, Mastiff, and Great Dane. When the couple moved in together with their animals, life seemed full of love, peace, and promise. But everything changed in the most heartbreaking way on October 21st, 2018, an ordinary day that took a devastating turn for the Cordingley family. That morning began like any other for Toya. One of her plans was to take her dog, Indy, for a walk along Wangetti Beach, located about 38 kilometers north of Cairns, roughly halfway between Cairns and Port Douglas. Earlier in the day, Toya completed her shift at Whole Life Pharmacy, where she had been offering customers samples of, believe it or not, camel's milk. Yes, camel's milk. Life has a way of surprising you with the most unexpected details. After work, she stopped by Rusty's Market near the waterfront to pick up groceries for dinner. CCTV footage captured her between 12 and 1 p.m., holding a colorful basket and wearing a light-colored crochet top, her hair tied up. After returning home, Toya told Marco about her plan to head to the beach with Indy. At around 2:30 p.m., she left in her blue 2009 Mitsubishi Lancer and drove to Wangetti Beach. She parked near the southern entrance and is believed to have started her walk shortly after. Wangetti Beach is a secluded stretch with around 4 kilometers of sand, no facilities aside from a small parking area and the nearby highway. It's a hidden local gem, quiet, peaceful, and off the beaten path. Tragically, Toya never made it home for that dinner. As the day turned into night, Marco grew increasingly anxious. Toya wasn't answering her phone, and she still hadn't returned home. By 9 p.m., his concern deepened, prompting him to call Toya's stepbrother, Jack, to ask if she was with him. When Jack realized she hadn't come by, he instantly felt alarmed. He rushed to his mother Vanessa's room, where she was preparing for bed. Vanessa immediately sensed something was wrong the moment she saw Jack's worried face. When he told her that Toya hadn't been seen or heard from since earlier that afternoon, her heart sank. They wasted no time. Police were contacted, and by 10:50 p.m., 24-year-old Toya was officially reported missing. Vanessa also reached out to Troy, her ex-husband and Toya's father, to share the terrible news. From that moment on, the entire family, Troy, Vanessa, Toya's friends, and loved ones, began a desperate search, scouring the neighborhood and spreading the word across social media in hopes of finding her. Police advised the family to wait until morning to begin the search, explaining that Wangetti Beach was far too dangerous to navigate at night, completely dark, with shifting tides that could pose serious risks. While the reasoning made sense, Toya's family was desperate. Waiting felt unbearable, but with limited options and no success in the dark, they ultimately agreed to resume the search at first light. On the morning of October 22nd, Toya's family arrived at Wangetti Beach armed with flashlights, determined to find any clue they could. Amid their fear and anxiety, they spotted something that sparked a glimmer of hope: Toya's car. It was still parked near the beach entrance, just as it had been the day before. Though she was nowhere in sight, the fact that her car remained gave them a small sense of relief. It meant she likely hadn't left the beach area, and the search could now begin in earnest. However, Toya was still nowhere to be found when the group got to the shore. The tide was still high. She did find something or someone, though. As Vanessa looked away, her attention went to a bush. She thought she felt something move behind it. As she got closer, she saw Toya's dog Indy tied so tightly to a tree that it couldn't sit down. It is clear that Toya did not do this. Toya deeply cared about her pet's well-being and would never put anything else ahead of it, so she could not have made the leash so painfully tight. Indy was freed when Troy and Vanessa cut the leash. Vanessa then went to her car to charge her phone, which had lost its charge. This was probably a sign from God, because as the sun came up and the water started to rise, Troy found out something horrible that no parent should ever have to see. Troy saw something sticking out of the sand as the tide slowly went out. He became more aware of what he was seeing as he got closer. It looked like a foot. The sad news is that Toya's father found her body buried in a shallow grave. about 800 meters from where she had left her car at 7:45 a.m. It will always be hard for Troy to forget seeing his only child in such a scary state. Toya had taken off her clothes and was badly hurt, probably with a knife. Vanessa's brother Jack told her that her daughter had been found and had tragically died. She was shocked, stunned, and then filled with pure horror and sadness. It was so sad that her 24-year-old daughter, who loved life, had been taken away from her that she couldn't help but cry. Vanessa couldn't even see her daughter Toya while she was being taken away from the beach because her injuries were so bad. This is so scary for a parent to go through. Troy and Vanessa knew that things would change in their lives. There were also things that the Queensland police had to worry about. The main one was who attacked Toya. Do you know who it was, or did it happen by chance? The people of Cairns were shocked when Toya died because she had no friends and was the nicest person anyone knew. They were afraid that the person who killed her was still out there and no one knew who they were. Wangetti Beach was lovely, but it wasn't safe for women to go there. There was a bad story about this sandy beach that made it dangerous. Look, there were times when girls and even young women, like Megan, Toya's best friend, went to the beach for a fun vacation and saw guys watching them from behind bushes. Men would take off their clothes and do inappropriate things in front of the girls, making some of the situations very rude and uncomfortable for them. Girls and women had no choice but to leave the scene of the crime because they were clearly uncomfortable and scared. Being out in the middle of nowhere with trees, shrubs, and a highway all around it, Wangetti Beach became a popular spot for thieves and bad people. It was bad enough that Toya was at this beach with her friends, but the story really gets stronger when you think about how she had been there all by herself that day. Except for her dog. The question then was, did this happen to Toya? Did one of these dangerous people grab her and do something horrible? While detectives looked for signs that could help the Cordingley family find answers, Toya's funeral took place on November 2nd, 2018, and hundreds of people came to say their last goodbyes to a bright young woman whose life was tragically and unexpectedly cut short. It broke my heart that Toya's boyfriend Marco went to the funeral with Indy, who was with Toya on the terrible day she was attacked. People joke a lot about what if dogs could talk, but seriously, now is the time when a dog should be able to speak up. Indy probably saw the whole attack, but the dog will never forget what it saw because it is stored in its thoughts. Toya was buried with flowers that had just been picked, surrounded by the people who had been so affected by her death. At the same time, police taped off the beach and called in divers and K9 units to look for any signs of someone else who might have killed Toya. The cops looked at everything: DNA tests, surveillance footage, forensics, and reports from witnesses. They even looked at what was going on with cell towers on the day and time that Toya was at the beach. At the time of the crime, the police also had clear suspects, such as Toya's boyfriend, Marco, and her stepdad, Darren. They were quickly ruled out, though, because they all had good excuses, and it didn't make sense that any of them could hurt Toya. On top of that, the question of why Indy wasn't hurt was another very confusing part of the case. Unfortunately, when bad people do horrible things, they don't always leave pets alone. But the fact that Indy lived led police to think that the attacker might have been someone that both Toya and Indy knew. This could explain why the dog didn't attack when Toya was grabbed by her attacker. But Indy was naturally a good dog, and that was quickly found out. Indy was friendly with strangers, even though the dog's size would make most people run away. So the idea that she would be ready to tear down Toya's attacker doesn't seem very likely. Anyway, the investigation was very big, and people who lived near the crime scene were offered and encouraged to give their DNA so that the police could narrow down their list of suspects. Researchers also looked at cars going along the Captain Cook Highway. Finally, after 6 months of going through all the footage and cell tower information, they had a suspect. This was based on dashcam footage, geolocation, and a strange car that was seen swerving down the highway that looked out over the beach on the day Toya went missing. The cops found two very shocking things when they ran the plates. The car wasn't listed in the area where it was seen, so the person could have just been visiting Wangetti Beach. That person who owned the car left Australia on the day Toya went missing and flew to India. That was the second fact that was more worrying. This scared the police because it meant they would have to look for the criminal across continents. But who was the man, and what did he have to do with Toya? The police finally found their main suspect and told everyone that he was an Indian man called Rajwinder Singh. 34 years old. An old man moved from India to Queensland many years ago. He was now working as a nurse for older people in a hospital about 90 kilometers south of Cairns. When the police went to the hospital where Rajwinder worked, his co-workers noticed how he had been acting strangely and shutting down a few weeks before October 21st. At the time, Rajwinder seemed to be depressed and preferred to spend most of his time alone. He didn't hang out with his friends outside of work and never really went out. At first, this didn't sound scary though. There are times when people just want to be alone. The cops then went to Rajwinder's house, which was their next planned stop. Of course, they didn't find him there. Instead, they found his wife, 3 kids, and a baby. Rajwinder's wife said that he had left Queensland on October 21st and was on his way to Sydney. He spent the night with his sister there before taking a plane to India. The agents were even more suspicious because Rajwinder was moving around and acting quickly, but there was more. Police talked to witnesses who said Rajwinder's face, neck, and even hands were covered in bite and scratch marks, which is very scary. Australian investigators knew they had to work with Indian police to find Rajwinder and bring him back to Australia to face the law. This was because the wounds he had probably got from Toya, or at least that's what detectives thought at the time. It wasn't going to be easy to find this man, though. From that point on, Toya's family had to wait for a long time, which was annoying but necessary. Extradition processes can take a long time to finish because 2 countries have to agree on what evidence to use to catch a criminal. It could be a court case all by itself, and we all know that many court cases last for years before they are over. In spite of the fact that Australian police knew Rajwinder was in India, things were not going to go smoothly after checking with Indian agents. In the form of DNA found at the crime scene, the Australian government wanted to present strong proof against Rajwinder. They also didn't want to scare Rajwinder away because he seemed to like running away when things didn't go his way. For Australian police, the process of making an extradition brief took almost 2.5 years. Toya's family was getting impatient with the slow pace of the law because they wanted justice for their daughter, who may have been a victim of Rajwinder without knowing it. But after the report was sent, not much happened. That meant that Indian police still had to find Rajwinder, which wasn't easy. The Australian government even offered a huge $1 million prize for information that led to Rajwinder's arrest. Thank goodness the money promise worked, and less than a month later, cops got a big tip that led them to Rajwinder. The person who gave the tip said that Rajwinder had joined a religious group, grown a long beard, worn a cap, and lost a lot of weight. From what we can tell, Rajwinder was trying to fit in with the crowd. It's so frustrating that he knew he was wanted. Additionally, the person also provided police with important clues that helped them catch and arrest Rajwinder. The police knew this was their only chance, because Rajwinder had to go to New Delhi in a few days for a doctor's appointment. Finally, on November 25, 2022, for years after Toya went missing and later died, Rajwinder Singh, who was 38 years old, was caught in New Delhi and put in jail while he waited to be extradited. It was a surprise when Rajwinder quickly admitted to the crime in an Indian court. Rajwinder gave an unclear but scary answer when asked about the reason. Rajwinder says that he and his wife had a heated fight on October 21st and that he left for Cairns to calm down. He had a kitchen knife with him, which was strange. When he got to Wanjetti Beach, he sat down on the sand, cut up some fruit, and enjoyed the peace and quiet. That's when he heard a dog barking at him. Indy, who was with Toya, was calling. Rajwinder was very angry about the dog's constant barking, so he got into another fight, this time with Toya. During the fight, Rajwinder, who was very angry, pulled out the knife and attacked Toya very violently and quickly. Because Rajwinder was hurt, some people think that Toya fought for her life. She tried to fight Rajwinder, but he beat her, and Toya later died. The horrifying thing was that only Toya, Rajwinder, and Indy saw what happened. After burying Toya's body in a shallow hole, Rajwinder ran away and tied Indy to a tree. It's hard to believe that Toya died at the hands of a stranger. There she was, enjoying a walk on the beach with her beloved dog when she ran into an unstable Rajwinder. He attacked Toya viciously and killed her over what I don't even know what the problem was. Dogs bark because that's what they do. That's a perfectly normal response. There was no reason at all why Toya died. The Delhi court agreed to extradite Rajwinder Singh on January 24, 2023. On February 28th, he flew from Delhi Airport to Melbourne Airport to face charges. for killing 24-year-old Toya accordingly. In the end, he was charged with murder in March 2023. You might have thought this was it. The case of Rajwinder was not even close to being done. A pretrial hearing took place on May 1st, 2024, which started a whole new set of problems. In short, the court was shown proof that Toya was having an affair with a doctor named Tyson Franklin, whom she met a few weeks before she died. The defense also showed a bunch of text messages that Tyson and Toya sent to each other in court. In the texts, Toya told Tyson that Marco was angry at the world and that those feelings were projected on her. Tyson even went in front of the judge and said that he and Toya got along. Tyson also admitted that he texted Toya up until the day she died, and that she told him that she was thinking about moving to a new place by herself. Investigators questioned Tyson about Toya's disappearance, but he easily left out the part about him and Toya secretly seeing each other. However, during a cross-examination in court, he admitted that they were seeing each other. It is not clear if Toya was seeing someone other than Marco, her boyfriend of 2 years, or if this is just a trick by the defense to change the focus of the case. Even though Tyson and Toya were friends with each other, I couldn't find any solid evidence that they were dating. It seems like Tyson wasn't part of Toya's plans for the future, like moving out on her own. This makes me think that they weren't. She made it clear that all she wanted was to be away from Marco for a while, no matter what. This new information has changed how some people feel about Toya's case. A lot of people still think that Rajwinder Singh killed Toya because he's leaving the country after the death of Toya was very suspicious since his wife had just given birth to their first child. He had suffered some strange injuries. People saw his car in the area when Toya went missing. He also admitted to committing the act, though he later changed his mind. Besides that, he tried to change how he looked to fit in with the crowd, which is also very shady. But some people think that Rajwinder wasn't the one who attacked Toya. Someone close to her was. This point of view blames either Marco or Tyson. Some people think Marco may have killed Toya because he found out about Tyson's relationship, but there is no proof that Toya and Tyson were dating. It was also quickly decided that Marco wasn't a suspect and Tyson didn't seem to dislike Toya at all. That means Tyson also can't be put at the crime scene. So many things about this case are unknown, and we will have to wait for the hearing to find out what comes next. As of the most current news, Rajwinder's trial for killing Toya has been pushed back to February 2025. This is because Rajwinder's lawyer Angus Edwards asked for the delay at the pre-trial hearing on July 19, 2024. The hearing was put off because Rajwinder's defense team needed more time to look over a lot of evidence in order to properly explain his role in Toya's death. People in the Cordingley family finally believe that Toya will get what's coming to her. The Cordingley family has been waiting for 6 years for news about Toya's case. The extradition process and the eventual extradition of Rajwinder Singh, the man suspected of killing Toya, has taken a significant emotional toll on her family. Alongside their grief, they've had to endure harsh criticism from some within their own community. The slow progress of justice has left them feeling disillusioned with the Australian legal system. Toya's mother, Vanessa, has expressed how deeply hurtful it's been to face judgment from people in their neighborhood, particularly because of the family's non-traditional lifestyle. It's heartbreaking that, while mourning an unimaginable loss, they've also had to defend simply being themselves. We often hear messages of equality and acceptance echoed around the world, yet the reality is often very different. Despite the speeches and campaigns promoting inclusivity, society still tends to embrace only those who fit a familiar mold. That's the uncomfortable truth. Toya's family has been unfairly targeted for choosing to live differently, and that says more about others' intolerance than it does about them. Though there's a glimmer of hope that justice may finally be served, the case is far from over. That lingering uncertainty makes the entire situation feel even more painful and unresolved. Toya was so young, so vibrant, with her whole life still ahead of her, and the weight of that loss will never fully disappear. Toya had her entire future ahead of her, a life full of dreams and potential that was cruelly taken away. Her family had envisioned so much for her, but all of it was shattered in an instant. Even now, they remain unable to move forward, still frozen in grief. The trial for Rajwinder is scheduled for February 2025, and for the Cordingley family, each passing day brings them closer to the hope of closure and the beginning of healing. The thought that Toya may have lost her life at the hands of someone so volatile and unpredictable is deeply unsettling. The idea that an innocent person could cross paths with someone so dangerous, completely unaware, is chilling. This case serves as a grim reminder that danger can lurk anywhere. Troubled individuals walk among us, and we often pass by them without ever knowing the darkness they carry. The upcoming trial stands as the family's only real opportunity to uncover the truth and, hopefully, find some measure of peace after enduring years of unrelenting heartbreak. Moving on to the next case. Alexandra Morgan. Today's video unravels a chilling investigation centered around the final moments of a woman whose last known appearance was captured on camera, exposing far more than anyone anticipated. On November 14, 2021, 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan was seen on CCTV at a petrol station near Cranbrook, Kent. After that, she vanished. For days later, her family reported her missing. The investigation unearthed long-buried secrets, truths that no one ever expected to surface. The reality was more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. Known to those close to her as Alex, Alexandra Morgan was a devoted single mother to 2 children, aged 4 and 11. They lived together in Wilsley Pound, Cranbrook, Kent. Alexandra's relationships with the fathers of her children didn't last, and raising them alone was far from easy. According to some sources, she worked as a dog groomer. Friends and family described her as determined and full of energy, always striving to provide everything her children needed. She worked tirelessly to create a better life for them, taking on whatever she could to make that happen. On November 13, 2021, Alexandra arranged to meet her parents. She told them she was heading out on a spa weekend with friends and left her 2 children in their care, promising to return in 3 days. But when she failed to pick up her kids on November 17th, her parents became concerned. It was completely out of character for Alex not to respond to calls or messages. After repeated attempts to reach Alexandra failed, her parents contacted the police. Kent authorities immediately found her disappearance suspicious and began treating it as a potential criminal case. Their first step was to identify the spa Alexandra claimed she was visiting. Since she had mentioned going with friends, investigators also looked into her social circle. At that point, police had no idea how complex and dark the search for Alexandra would become. During the investigation, officers reviewed surveillance footage from a Cranbrook petrol station, the last confirmed sighting of Alexandra. Her white Mini Cooper became a crucial lead. On the morning of November 14th, she was seen filling up her car, purchasing a few items, and then driving away. Nothing in the footage seemed unusual at first. Rose McCauley, the station manager and a longtime friend of Alexandra's, said she had known her for 17 years. On the morning she vanished, Alexandra bought £10 worth of petrol, along with a coffee and a snack. "I don't think anyone really knows what happened to her or where she's gone," said Rose. The disappearance of her car added to the mystery. It hadn't been seen since. Rose and a friend even searched all over Hastings for it, but with no luck. "Alex isn't the type to run away from her problems," Rose added. "So I don't believe she'd be too afraid to come back. I just hope she hasn't been hurt somewhere. It's terrifying. I really hope she's okay and turns up soon." Rose remembered that Alexandra appeared unusually polished that Sunday. She had a full face of makeup, her hair was neatly styled, and she wore smart clothes. "She looked more put together than I've ever seen her," Rose said, "and she came in early, which wasn't like her at all." Alex was smiling and appeared to be in good spirits. As detectives began speaking with her friends, they uncovered unsettling social media posts Alexandra had made in early 2018. In one post, she claimed someone was following her and recording her every move. A year later, in 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hi Stalker," and added a caption that read, "Lovelies, stop following me around. It's obvious you don't like me. We're not even Facebook friends." She continued, "You don't need to be looking at this, buddy, unless I say so. If you keep this up, I'll make it public for everyone to see. Now have a nice day." Investigators began exploring whether these posts could be linked to her disappearance. Alexandra cutting off contact with her family was completely out of character, which only deepened concerns. A police spokesperson announced that the case was now being treated as a potential murder as the investigation continued. Authorities urged anyone who had seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to come forward. If you think you may have seen Alexandra or something suspicious, even if you're unsure, please contact us, they said. Alexandra was described as a slim woman, about 5 feet 6 inches tall, with shoulder-length brown hair. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing a silver necklace, ripped blue jeans, a black top, and knee-high black boots. In many missing persons cases, the trail goes cold due to a lack of clues or evidence, but this time was different. Alexandra had unknowingly left behind a digital trail that helped investigators piece together what had happened. That trail would soon uncover some shocking truths. At the time, Alexandra had also been trying to improve her financial situation. In an effort to improve her financial situation, Alexandra began working as a sex worker, advertising her services online, a side of her life her family and friends were completely unaware of. Sex workers often face extreme vulnerability, constantly exposed to danger. Neither they nor law enforcement can predict whether the next client will be someone harmless or someone with violent intentions. Investigators discovered that Alexandra had arranged to meet a regular client shortly before she disappeared. That man was later taken into custody, and from statements made by police, it became clear they believed Alexandra was no longer alive. Detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate, investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst, arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2021, a Kent police spokesperson announced. A 40-year-old man from St. Leonards-on-Sea was arrested on suspicion of murder. As part of their efforts to locate Alexandra, Kent police began searching 3 locations near Hastings and Street Lennox. With assistance from Sussex Police, officers in St. Leonards-on-Sea continued their investigation, and locals were advised to expect an increased police presence in the area. The man arrested was identified as Mark Brown, a construction worker. He was married and had a son, yet his family had no idea he was leading a double life. Alex had met Brown several times before she vanished. Sussex Police revealed that at one point, he even bought her a Mini Cooper. Brown had first discovered Alexandra through an adult website, and their initial meeting took place on June 8, 2021, at her home in Sissinghurst, Kent, not far from Cranbrook. That time, everything went well, and they kept seeing each other now and then. After almost 2 weeks, they met again on June 21st. This time, Alexandra went to Littlebridge Farm near Hastings, Kent, which Brown rented for talks with women and other things. As August and September went on, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea that she was getting more and more caught in a trap. Brown texted her on October 23, 2021, and asked if she would be interested in a risk-free business deal he was giving. The offer was for £30,000 to stay in a hotel for 35 days. He was going to watch over a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. He only asked her to get a cigarette, get some cash, and buy some stuff. The fact that Alexandra searched for things online after this proposal showed how much she wanted to make her kids' lives better shows what kind of person she is. The search term that came up was minimum deposit for a house 2021. Several other searches showed that Alexandra planned to use the money she would make to start new businesses. People looked up things like, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? And how much tax would I pay on a £100,000? Alexandra lied to her parents when she said she was going to the spa with her friends. She was really going to the farm to meet Mark Brown. On November 14th, she left the house, and at 7:20 a.m., CCTV video caught her buying petrol in Cranbrook. Around 8 a.m., she got to Littlebridge Farm. The next day, on November 17th, Brown moved Alexandra's car to Holmhurst Lane in St. Leonards. He had already changed her license plate to a fake one. Alex's mother called the cops on November 18th because her daughter had not picked up the kids and was not answering calls or texts. Police found CCTV video on November 23rd that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the way to Littlebridge Farm. Kent police stopped people from getting to the farm and began questioning Brown. He agreed that he had met Alexandra, but he said she had already left after 45 minutes. He told them that they could get his DNA and fingerprints. The next day, on November 25th, Brown was arrested as the main suspect in the case of Alexandra Morgan. This is where we need to go back to before I tell you what happened to her. Alexandra didn't know Mark Brown yet. Leah was 33 years old and had 3 kids, but she did not have control of them. The horse, 3 goats, and 2 dogs. A mastiff named Duke and a Pomeranian named Lady were very important to Leah. Leah met Mark Brown on March 25, 2018, when he contacted her through a prostitute website where she was advertising her services. After a few years, Brown would meet Alexandra Morgan on the same website. By the end of February 2018, Brown and Ware were dating and living together in a flat. After 6 months, the lease was up, and she moved into Brown's yard at Littlebridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown said that their friendship was like riding a roller coaster. It turned out that Leah lived a crazy life. She was getting benefits and had weekly payments deposited into her account. Brown would often take these out for her. She had used illegal drugs and had mental health problems in the past, but many people said she was working hard to get control of her kids. Leah's mom said that her daughter was really like an angel when she talked about her. Leah had never liked school, she said, but she had always liked her animals more. Brown was with Ware for 3 years before she vanished without a trace. In May 2021, Leah spent the evening of May 5th and the early hours of May 6th with Jack Tyler, a friend who had been convicted of selling drugs. There was a close bond between them because they used those drugs together that night. That was the last time anyone saw Leah. The last call she made from her phone was at 8:55 a.m. on May 7th. The cops thought she had died that day. After 2 weeks, Mark Brown went back to the website where he met Leah on June 8, 2021. It had been a month since she had been last seen. Alex met Brown at her house for the first time. Their meeting went well, and she thought Brown was a good man. But Alexandra didn't know that Brown had been seeing another woman leave without a trace a month before. Messages sent by Brown that were very revealing were found by the detectives during the probe. And even though they were about Alexandra Morgan and his high school girlfriend, he sent them to her 5 days after meeting her. They were actually about Leah Ware. "I'm going to be very careful how I word this," they said. "Not long ago, it happened again when I was getting rid of something. It's not fun to do, an old oil drum, 5 liters of fuel, and now there's not much left. It gets really hot and almost white-colored. My heart, head, and soul are all heavy from the things I have done. An evil person with a good heart? It's a joke, really." So police began to think that Alexandra Morgan was dead, and even scarier, that she wasn't the only person Mark Brown had killed. A spokesperson for the major crime team at Sussex Police said, "Despite extensive investigations, we have not found Leah or her body. We are asking the public for help to try to find her or anything related to her disappearance." Brown was caught on November 25, 2021, and his farm was searched by the cops. Somebody had just burned something inside that bucket, which they found. When experts looked inside, they found bones and teeth that had been broken off. After being looked at in a lab, it was clear that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wilson of Sussex Police said in a joint statement, "Our thoughts are with the families of both Alexandra and Leah at this difficult time. We have found Alexandra's body, but we still haven't found Leah. Our investigations are still going on. We want anyone who knows anything about Leah or Alexandra to get in touch with us right away." The police said Leah was a slim white woman who was 5 feet 6 inches tall and had very long black hair and blue eyes. They said she might have a dragon tattoo on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and the name Ryan with a fairy sitting on a flower on her right leg. Brown's farm was searched for about a month, finishing on January 7, 2022. The cops found the bones of a Pomeranian dog in the pond. A weight was tied to the dog's collar. Researchers thought it might have been Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly got rid of after Leah died. Even though the cops couldn't find Leah Ware's body, they still charged Brown on February 1, 2022 with killing her. At first, they charged him with killing Alexandra Morgan. When he was being questioned, Brown rejected the charges against him. But when they showed him proof that he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted that she had died. Even so, Brown was convinced that Alexandra had died in an accident. The case against Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. While these 2 cases were in court, new information about them came to light. The judges found out that Brown regularly took money out of Leah Ware's bank account after she went missing. After Leah went missing on May 7, 2021, Brown got her prescription drugs and monthly cash advances from a cash machine using her new bank card. The card was brought to the home of his sister, Cheryl. After that, he would put the money and medicine in Bertie's horse box on their property. In the weeks after Leah went missing, Duncan Atkinson, the lawyer for the prosecution, talked about how Brown took £200 from her account, which was the most that could be taken in a single transaction. Leah's balance dropped from over £2,000 to £45 because of this. The jury was told that Brown took £200 out of Leah Ware's account twice in July 2021, not long after putting £200 into her account. When asked why he did it, he said, "I used her £200 and then put it back. Someone owed me £430 at the time, so I think they paid me back." Atkinson said, "The truth is that the money that was taken out of Leah Ware's account had everything to do with you and nothing to do with her. It seems like she died right after getting her new bank card." Brown said, "I don't know what you're getting at because as far as I'm aware, she's not dead. Were you not using Miss Ware's money?" Atkinson asked. "You knew that Leah wasn't going to get any money from where she was." "I don't know what planet you're living on," Brown said. Another friend of Leah's said this in court. She wanted Brown to leave his wife for her. It may have had something to do with Brown's choice to do this act. Brown said again that Alexandra Morgan's death was an accident during the trial about her death. He said Alexandra hit her head when she slipped and fell on a tool in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He said he ran over to her and saw that her head was bleeding a lot, so he got a towel to try to stop the bleeding. There was even more blood when he moved her head to put the towel under it. Duncan Atkinson, the lawyer for the prosecution, spoke out against the decision. He said, "When you first saw her, she was on her back on the ground, and there was blood all around her head. So it's clear that she's hurt and needs help and a doctor. That is clearly clear." Brown told me, "Yes, but I panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to stop the bleeding. That was it. She was gone. I had to try CPR right away because I couldn't find a pulse. Why did I not call an ambulance? Because my first goal was to stop the blood and then check for a pulse. Since the ambulance might not arrive on time, there's no point in calling it. The most important thing is to stop the blood." Brown was sure Alexandra Morgan had died in the 5 minutes or so after he tried CPR and held a mirror to her mouth and nose to see if she was breathing. He put on clothes to stop the blood from coming out from under the workshop door, went outside to throw up, and then called 911 on his phone, which he got from either his car or his jacket pocket. Then he decided to hide it. To stop more blood from coming out, I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and put a towel around her head. He said, "Someone was lying dead on the floor of my workshop. What would it look like? How could I show that she hurt herself? You did something stupid. It was the worst mistake I've ever made." After that, Brown chose to burn Alexandra's body in an incinerator he had made from an old oil drum and used often to get rid of trash. He stated, "I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to come across a body dumped somewhere." So Brown said he had nothing to do with Leah Ware's disappearance and thought she was still alive. He also said that Alexandra's death was an accident. The court did hear from Brown's boss, Alan Diaz, though, during the hearing. The man said Brown told him that the cops could come and arrest him. This happened on November 24th when Diaz asked what the cops could charge him with for a double murder. Brown responded. This was a very important point. Brown kind of accepted that Leah Ware was dead and that Alexandra Morgan did not die in an accident with this answer. But Brown said he didn't say those things. "No, I said I was leaving for 25 years to life," he replied. "I don't know where he got double. I only said one murder when I said double." He said, "When asked who you killed, the answer should have been no one. That's not what I thought would happen," Brown said. "It should have been yes. Not being able to show I didn't kill Alex made me do what I did. I didn't think anyone would believe me. Both of them died in the cruelest ways. They were moms, daughters, and many other things to their family and friends. Both of them got caught in the trap of a crazy bad guy. They hurt children and families by leaving them behind." Jurors at Hove Crown Court learned about both Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives during their murder trials. They learned about how they were raised, their children and relationships, their jobs, and the things they loved. Brown also tried to blacken their names, as the lawyer put it, by giving the jury a false picture of the women. Things that people remember most about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan are the times they were happy and smiled. Both should live on in the minds of those who loved them because they were great in many ways. A group of 10 men and 2 women found 41-year-old Brown guilty of all charges on December 1, 2022. Judge Nicholas Hillard said, "This is clearly a very serious case, and it must be very upsetting for the families of the victims." The judge declared that Mark Brown would serve a life sentence and that it was up to the court to decide the minimum term, or whether he would ever be eligible for parole at all. He also stated he would consider adjusting Brown's sentence if he chose to reveal what he had done with Leah Ware's body. Brown, however, refused to take that opportunity. Before the sentencing, the court heard a powerful victim impact statement from Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother. She said Brown continued to torment their family by withholding the truth about Leah's fate. Mark Brown killed her to fulfill his evil desires. He controlled and manipulated every aspect of her life. And when he was finished, he discarded her like garbage. Alexandra Morgan's parents also addressed the court, describing their daughter as intelligent, full of life, and determined to succeed. Alexandra was facing challenges, but she was pushing through them. She had hopes for the future and was devoted to her 2 children, whom she loved deeply. On January 13, 2023, Mark Brown was sentenced to 2 life terms. He will not be eligible for parole for 49 years. Notably, Brown refused to attend his sentencing and was sentenced in absentia. Judge Hillard, addressing the court, stated, "No sentence I impose can truly reflect the value of the lives that were lost. There is no way to undo the harm caused by this crime. What he did clearly weighs nothing on his conscience." Moving on to the next case. Felicia McGuire. Felicia McGuire, 32, lived in Suffolk County, Massachusetts, and was last seen in February 2007 near Roxton Street in Boston's Dorchester neighborhood. She had a 10-year-old son and was dating 17-year-old David Pena. Felicia was reported missing by her mother 10 days after her disappearance. Several witnesses noted suspicious behavior by Pena in the hours and days following her vanishing. Pena told investigators that he had a physical altercation with Felicia, during which she stabbed him with scissors. He claimed he left their apartment afterward and, upon returning days later, found Felicia and her belongings gone. He believed she had traveled to Florida to be with an ex-boyfriend. Neighbors confirmed they saw Pena with a wound that night, and a few days later, they spotted Pena with a man thought to be his brother at around 4 a.m. They were struggling to carry what appeared to be a bulky rolled-up, multicolored blanket. There was one person at each end of the rolled-up blanket. The men were seen putting the rolled-up carpet and blanket into the back of a car and driving away at a high rate of speed. Police dedicated a lot of resources and spent a lot of time searching for Felicia, but her body was never found. There was also not enough evidence to charge David Pena with any crime, so the case went cold for some time. In February 2017, a search was conducted in the wooded area of West Roxbury, Massachusetts for Felicia, but nothing substantial was found. Also, in February 2017, another witness came forward to talk to investigators. He said David Pena asked him to help remove items from the apartment he and Felicia shared, including a rolled-up carpet that was difficult to carry. The witness who helped carry the rolled-up carpet said that he immediately thought that there was a body wrapped up in the carpet and blanket. Furthermore, the witness said they carried what he believed was Felicia's body into a wooded area with a parking lot in the Boston area. A witness claimed that when they went to the wooded area, they saw what they believed to be Felicia's body. On February 30th, 2023, David Pena was arrested in Florida. At the time, he was already in custody on an unrelated charge, and police also found there was an outstanding warrant for his arrest on cocaine trafficking charges. District Attorney Kevin Hayden stated that the information leading to Pena's arrest came from interviews conducted since Felicia's disappearance, with the most recent interview taking place in March 2022. Pena is currently being held in a Dorchester prison in Massachusetts and is scheduled to appear in court for a probable cause hearing in February. Family members of Felicia attended the arraignment but chose not to comment on Pena's arrest, saying, "We haven't talked in 15 years. Moving on to the next case. Heather Stiliano. In this case, we delve into the story of a young woman filled with dreams of fame and achievement. However, what she didn't realize was that her quest for stardom would lead her into a sinister web of lies and manipulation, one so dark and twisted she never saw it coming. What started as a hopeful pursuit quickly turned into a terrifying ordeal that would alter her life forever. This was the reality for Heather Styliano when she was just 19. Her future was full of promise, until everything unraveled in November 1991. Picture this. It's early November 1991. The bustling summer crowds in Myrtle Beach have gone. The boardwalks are nearly deserted, tourists have disappeared, and the crisp scent of autumn lingers in the air. Heather Styliano had only been living in town for a few short months. About a year earlier, Heather had moved to Myrtle Beach after finishing high school in a quiet, rural area of New Jersey. She had dreams of performing, singing under the stage lights, chasing a future in entertainment. It all felt within reach. Her mother believed in her deeply and told her she was destined for success. So, Heather rented a small apartment near the beach and took a job bussing tables at a nearby restaurant. But as time passed, something shifted. By November, her calls home became less frequent, and when they did come, her voice carried a growing sadness. She was homesick, possibly overwhelmed, and then suddenly, she stopped calling altogether. A week passed with no word from Heather. Her friends began to worry, and her mother, Sue, was terrified. In their last conversation, Heather had admitted things weren't going as she had hoped. That haunting confession kept replaying in Susan's mind like an echo she couldn't silence. That's what true friends do. They checked in on her. They went to Heather's apartment and knocked, but there was no answer. Her car was missing, yet something didn't sit right. They felt compelled to look more closely. What they discovered inside would send shockwaves through the quiet beachside town. Heather Styliano was dead. In a single moment, all her dreams of making it big and building a new life in Myrtle Beach were gone. But the question remained, who took Heather's life and why? Let's uncover the truth. To understand what happened, we need to know who she really was. Before the darkness took hold, Heather was a small-town girl with a big heart and even bigger dreams. She wasn't just another name on a report. She was someone's daughter, someone's sister, and a young woman full of hope. Heather Styliano was born in 1972 in Dover, New Jersey. Heather was raised on a quiet, hilly street in a tight-knit family. Her parents, Victor Styliano and Susan Wright, showered her with love and encouragement. She had a younger brother and sister who admired her deeply. Though her childhood had its challenges, especially after her parents' separation threw her world into turmoil, Heather didn't let it break her. If anything, it made her stronger. By the time she was 17, Heather had lived in several towns across New Jersey and Pennsylvania: Roxbury, Newton Ransom, and Mount Arlington. Each move helped shape her into someone more resilient, independent, and ready to forge her own path. She spent many years at Abington Heights School in Pennsylvania, where teachers remembered her as bright and imaginative. Eventually, she completed her high school education at High Point Regional in Branchville, New Jersey. Heather graduated with honors in 1990, a clear reflection of her determination and drive. But she wasn't just chasing academic success. She had a presence that demanded attention. Her voice could hush a room, and she naturally gravitated toward the spotlight. Friends described her as the life of the party, someone who radiated joy and effortlessly drew others in with her warmth and enthusiasm. Her father, Vic, once said she was drawn to anything vibrant: music, theater, and the buzz of a lively crowd. That's what made Myrtle Beach so appealing to her, a place brimming with energy and potential. Around that time, Heather's mother, Susan, had gone through a painful breakup, and Heather stayed by her side for a year, helping her heal. They would spend long nights talking about love, life, and what lay ahead. Susan later recalled Heather saying that once that year was over, she was going to chase her dreams full force. When the moment arrived, Heather packed up her belongings, said heartfelt goodbyes to her family, and headed south, leaving behind the familiar to chase a new beginning. She wasn't running away, she was running toward a dream. Myrtle Beach had captured her imagination with its lights, shows, and promises of turning talent into a career. Though it was hard to let her go, her family supported her every step of the way. Heather stayed connected, often calling home to share updates and little moments from her new life. Susan would listen closely, filled with pride, but also the natural worries of a mother. They believed Heather was destined to shine, because to them, she had always been a star. But not everyone saw her light the same way. By the fall of 1991, Heather Styliano had been living in Myrtle Beach for 3 months, beginning a new chapter far from the quiet hills of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. She got a job waiting tables at Shaw's Restaurant, a popular spot in the area. Her days were filled with the noise of plates clattering and guests talking. It wasn't the stage she had hoped for, but it paid the rent on her small flat by the water, one where she could hear the ocean at night and see her name lit up. She quickly made friends because, as always, her positive attitude drew people in. Things weren't as good as they seemed, though. Heather's letters and phone calls to her family showed that she was trying to get back on her feet. She would talk to her mom, Susan, about the long shifts, the salty air, and the new friends she had made at work or in town. Lately, though, those calls have had a different sound. There are hints of anger and maybe even loneliness. Just a week before, in late October or early November, she had talked to Susan and told her that the entertainment world wasn't opening up as quickly as she had thought. Susan told her to keep going and told her to come over if she needed a break. The line went dead after that call. As the days turned into weeks, Susan's worry grew. Heather didn't just disappear without saying anything. She always checked in even if it was just to let you know she was fine. That quiet had been too long by November 11th. Heather's friends in Myrtle Beach, whom she met at Shoney's, or through her growing group of friends, also began to worry. She didn't work and didn't answer the phone when they called. Some of them chose to stop by her place. A crisp autumn day like that made the beach town feel more like a dead town than a tourist hub. It was a Monday. They pulled up to her flat, which was in a small building off the main street. Her car wasn't where it usually is. A Chevrolet that was 10 years old that she had driven down from the Northeast. That was weird on its own, but not yet enough to make me worry. They came and knocked. Nothing. Named her. Keep quiet. The door wasn't locked. It's possible that she left it that way, or maybe someone else did. They pushed it open and took a step into a room that didn't feel right. They couldn't put their finger on what was making the air smell bad. The living room was a mess. There was broken plastic all over the place, and the furniture was leaning off. Then they saw her. Heather was just lying there still on the floor of her own house. Her body was in the middle of the room, in the shade, and she had a pillow tucked under her head in a way that felt thoughtful and almost gentle. Her clothes were a mess, and her skin looked pale on the carpet. What they saw stopped them in their tracks. As they thought about what they had found, time seemed to stop. It turned out that Heather had been there for days, or about a week. Her flat, which had been her safe place, was now a crime scene stuck in the past. The things her friends touched were fine. With their hearts racing, they backed away and called the police. The cops in Myrtle Beach got there quickly. They saw signs of a fight going on inside, iron parts that were broken, a knife that was bent, and footprints that were too big for Heather. It looked like her TV, purse, and 35mm camera were all gone. The findings shocked Myrtle Beach, which is used to big crowds in the summer, but not bad news. Someone left her there. Why the pillow? Where was her car anyway? Police in Myrtle Beach knew right away when they walked into Heather Stiliano's flat that it wasn't a simple break and gone wrong. The scene was a dead giveaway. Iron parts that are broken, a knife that is bent, a TV that is missing, and that creepy fact that she had a pillow under her head. This was private, planned, and messy. As soon as the investigation began, police spread out to look for every possible lead, from people who knew Heather best to people she only knew briefly. The first people to see are those closest to Heather. Her friends from Shaw's Restaurant, where she worked as a server, were scared but ready to help. They made a picture of a girl who seemed unhappy lately. At first, she was happy and smiled at customers, making them feel good. Someone at work remembered Heather talking about a guy who had been coming to the place too often, someone not like everyone else, someone with flaws. At the time, she didn't think much of it, but now it stood out. The police wrote it down because they were curious if this mysterious man had seen her outside those walls. The next person they went to was her neighbor. A lot of them hadn't seen much. Someone across the hall said she remembered hearing a big thump around November 4th, a week before Heather kept to herself. She thought it was just moving some furniture, but the time was too good to miss. But Heather's family became the emotional center of the first part of the probe. She talked to police every day on the phone about Heather's last call, in which she sounded homesick. She said Heather didn't have any bad people around. She had too much kindness and trust. Susan did talk about an ex-boyfriend, though. He was a pilot from Pope Air Force Base. Before she went to Myrtle Beach, they broke up, and Heather told her mom that he didn't like it. Could anger over her have followed her south? The police quickly found him. It turned out that he was sent to Saudi Arabia for the whole week of November 4th. The airtight excuse was crossed off the list. It was Susan who gave us another clue. Heather had been to this party a few weeks ago. She got drunk, passed out, and then told her mom she thought something bad had happened. Maybe an attack by a man there who is married to one of the guests and is an Air Force pilot. Heather was scared and even thought about telling someone about it. Did he try to hide his tracks? The police took this second pilot into custody to question him. He said he was at the party, but he didn't say anything else. His fingerprints didn't match anything in the flat, and his wife said he had been there all week. Another dead end. Meanwhile, more and more physical proof was being gathered. The broken iron bits and bent knife, along with the size 11 sneaker prints in the carpet that were too big for Heather, gave away the fact that there had been a fight. Someone strong and in need. Also, her Chevy, which was beat up and had been driven from New Jersey, was stolen. They might find out who took it if they could find it. The detectives went out and asked people in the town, "Has anyone seen Heather's car?" A petrol station worker a few blocks away thought he saw it late one night being driven by a scruffy man he didn't know. Not enough, but it was a start. As the days went by, the case was at risk of getting cold. There were no clear suspects or a car, just rumors and dead ends. Then, on November 14th, a break came from 400 meters away. She called the cops after seeing Heather's story on the news. She lives on Pawleys Island, which is 26 miles south of Myrtle Beach. A tense and pushy man had come into his shop a week before trying to sell a 35mm camera that looked just like the one that was stolen from Heather's place. The store didn't buy it. There was something not right. So as the guy drove off, he wrote down the plate number. That plate, it matched Heather's car that she stole. Yeah, it led police to Melbourne, Florida, where they had just stopped a drifter named James Bernard Whipple, 38, for speeding. He used to work in building, but became addicted to drugs. That autumn, he was in Myrtle Beach doing different jobs. Cops were told that he had left work around November 4th, which is also when Heather stopped talking to anyone. But did he know her? That was the question that the study was all about. Some of Heather's friends thought they remembered her talking about a guy who had once crashed on her couch, a friend of a friend who was having a bad time. Could Whipple have done it? The police pressed witnesses more. A regular at Asheni said he saw a dirty guy who looked like Whipple talking to Heather during a slow shift. Not flirty at all, just normal. When they were pulled over that night, it was just a normal traffic stop. The police in Melbourne saw a strange car driving around town, ran the plates, and got a hit. It was the Chevrolet that Heather Stiliano had lost. There was a quick arrest. Whipple didn't fight back or run away. He might have known the game was over. But who was this person? And why did they kill the dreams of a 19-year-old? Come on, let's take it off. There was no plan behind James Bernard Whipple's crimes. One piece at a time, he fell apart. He was born in 1953 and had lived all over the Southeast his whole life. They work as a building worker, but they also steal and use drugs for fun. For states were on his record: Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. There are burglaries, grand thefts, unauthorized car uses, small thefts, and even a couple of DUIs with fighting arrests thrown in. He got hooked on drugs years ago, and they destroyed his wife, his family, and everything stable in his life. By 1991, he was just a ghost in Myrtle Beach doing strange jobs and sleeping anywhere he could. Friends, or at least what was left of them, said he had reached rock bottom and was eager for money to feed his drug habit. There was proof. That night in Melbourne, a glowing sign pointed right at him. The police found Heather's purse, a steak knife with serrations that still had blood on it, pieces of the broken iron from her apartment, and a size 11 pair of men's sports shoes that were covered in dried blood. His close motel room was searched, and more were found. He took her TV and 35mm camera to sell them for money to get his next fix. Whipple didn't waste time acting like he wasn't guilty. He began to talk as soon as he was taken to the Brevard County Jail. He told her that he had been in her flat on November 4th, 7 days before her friends found her. His story was that he went there to get money because he knew she was a waitress and had tip money saved up. He said that after that, things were a blur of drugs and despair. He told Heather that he met her through a friend they both had in common, Chris Harkins, who he had worked with. She might let him sleep on her couch once. She might have just known him well enough to open the door. The prosecutors thought he was lying about that thin link. She let him in after being asked if Chris was there. Things got worse once they got inside. He hit her with the iron until it broke, cut her with the knife, and used anything he could find to choke her. They later confirmed that it was a lamp cord. He then cleaned up just enough to hide his tracks, grabbed what he could, and sped off in her car. The pillow under her head was an addition that showed he knew her, even if it was just a little. The charges came down hard and fast in Myrtle Beach. Whipple was taken back from Florida and put on a long list of people wanted for extradition. Murder in the first degree, sex assault in the first degree, armed robbery, and grand theft of a motor car. Whipple has become a predator because of illegal drugs, and Heather, who was young, trusting, and by herself, was in his way. There was a lot of proof against him. He was linked to that terrible November night by bloody shoes, her stolen car, and a confession. It wasn't enough to just catch the bad guy in this case, though. It was meant to prove it beyond a reasonable question and give Heather's family some peace of mind. Over the next few years, things didn't go in a straight line towards an answer. The pleas, trials, and sentences that changed several times made it like being on a roller ride. Let's go over it. Whipple's time in court began with a plea. Soon after being caught in 1992, he pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, armed robbery, and grand theft of a motor car. There hadn't been a full hearing yet. It was more like a deal to stay alive. His lawyers pushed for life in jail so that he wouldn't have to go through the needle. Ralph Wilson, the lawyer who led the prosecution, didn't fight the plea itself. They just wanted the harshest punishment possible. They said that Whipple's acts were cruel. Heather was killed with a knife, an iron, and a lamp cord. He then broke into her house and stole money for drugs. The judge agreed with the strength of the state's case. Whipple was still given the death sentence. In 1992, even though he begged for a different sentence, it looked like the case was over for a short time. That wasn't the end, though. In 1994, Whipple's case went to a full trial with a punishment phase to decide for sure what would happen to him. The government came out swinging. They made Whipple look like a dangerous person who broke into Heather's flat by using her trust. They put a lot of weight on science. The blood on his shoes was the same color as Heather's. This knife with slits fit her cuts like a puzzle, and the size 11 prints that were stamped on her carpet made it official. The most important evidence for them was Whipple himself, who confessed. He admitted that he hit and stabbed her and then ran away with her things. The reason was simple but scary. He needs money for his next high. To get the death penalty again, they said the crime was too violent. 40 wounds and 3 deaths made it necessary. It was harder for the defense to get up. Whipple's lawyers didn't say he wasn't guilty. That was set in stone when he said he was guilty, but they begged for forgiveness. They said he wasn't a planned killer, but rather a drug addict who had lost control. They talked about how sorry he was. He told Heather's family in court, "I should get what I'm getting, and I'm sorry for all the pain I've caused." They even tried to find flaws in the state's case by asking whether the assault charge was valid. Their goal was to get rid of the factors that made the death penalty appropriate. They were fighting for his life, even though it was unlikely. The defense didn't get any sympathy from the jurors. In 1994, after hours of talking about it, they all agreed. All of them are guilty. They called for death, murder, armed robbery, and big theft. Whipple's death sentence was thrown out, which was a big win for the defense after they had questions earlier. The case went through a lot of motions, and by July 2003, a deal had been made. The lawyer for the 15th Circuit, Greg Hembury, agreed not to push for the death penalty again if Whipple gave up his right to release. It went to Whipple. Lieber Correctional Institution in South Carolina is where he is locked up for life without the chance of release. After that, he told the Myrtle Beach Sun, "I didn't want to take the chance of parole." The case eventually came to a close. It was a near miss for Whipple, who remains imprisoned for life at Lieber. There were no appeals, no chance of release on the horizon. While the death penalty remains a topic of debate in South Carolina, Whipple's case is no longer part of that conversation. For Heather's family, the pain still lingers. Susan has worked quietly to keep her daughter's memory alive, staying mostly out of the public eye. Victor, too, has remained silent since the early days. Though they've seen justice served, it doesn't feel complete. What they truly have is a sentence of their own, because Heather is gone. The spotlight can either showcase dreams or reveal dark truths no one expected. Heather Stigliano's pursuit of stardom ended in a tragedy that no one saw coming. But was it simply fate, or something far more sinister? Moving on to the next case. Gretchen Harrington. A young girl vanished without a trace after attending her Sunday school class. Despite extensive efforts by police and hundreds of volunteers, she was never found. The case remained a haunting mystery for 48 years, until a surprising turn of events finally brought the shocking truth to light. Gretchen Harrington was born on June 13, 1967, in Pennsylvania. She was the youngest of 3 daughters. Shortly after her birth, the family relocated to the quiet town of Brummel. Her father, a pastor, took up a position at the local church. Gretchen quickly grew fond of the town, spending countless hours outdoors with her sisters and neighborhood friends. Brummel was considered a safe and peaceful place, where parents felt comfortable allowing their children to play outside until nightfall. With its lush surroundings and tight-knit community, the town felt like a true paradise for children. Growing up in a deeply religious household, Gretchen spent much of her time at her father's church. She also stood out at Sunday school, consistently earning top marks. On the morning of August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen's family was excitedly awaiting the return of her mother and newborn sister from the hospital. Although she wanted to be there to welcome them, her father urged her not to miss Sunday school so she could maintain her excellent record. Though hesitant, Gretchen agreed. She grabbed her Bible and set off for church. Normally, she would have walked with her older sisters, but both of them stayed home that morning. Still, Gretchen wasn't worried. The church was less than a mile away, just about an 8-minute walk from their home. That day's Sunday school was divided into 2 sessions. The Sunday school day began with the children gathering at Trinity Church. After about an hour and a half, some of them made their way to the second church, where Gretchen's father served as pastor. But at 11:30 a.m., when the children arrived, he noticed that Gretchen was missing from the group. This struck him as odd, since the kids were usually escorted together. Assuming she might have remained at Trinity Church, he placed a call there. The call was answered by the wife of Pastor David, who taught at the Sunday school. She informed him that Gretchen wasn't there and relayed the concern to her husband. David was puzzled. Gretchen hadn't shown up for class at all that morning. Alarmed, her father began to fear something was seriously wrong. He asked David to notify the police and immediately started searching. Driving along the path between the 2 churches and checking nearby streets, he found no sign of Gretchen. He also contacted the parents of Gretchen's friends, hoping she might have gone to visit one of them. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. But all of them were either at home or attending church, and no one had seen her. Even Gretchen's best friend, David's daughter, hadn't encountered her that day. With growing concern, the police launched an immediate search. As word of her disappearance spread through the community, hundreds of volunteers quickly stepped in to help. Nearly everyone in town knew Gretchen's father. As he was the pastor of a local church many residents attended, and they were eager to assist in any way they could. Alongside law enforcement, volunteers scoured the town, then expanded the search to nearby wooded areas and along the riverbank. A police helicopter joined the effort, surveying from above. The search continued late into the night, but brought no answers. The following day, even more people joined in. Police distributed flyers featuring Gretchen's photo and details about her disappearance, posting them along roads and handing them out to drivers passing through the area. Despite the extensive efforts, police not only failed to locate Gretchen, they were also unable to uncover any clues about what had happened to her. After days of searching, investigators had no leads, and her fate remained a complete mystery. The disappearance left the tight-knit community in shock. Residents had always felt safe letting their children play freely around town. Incidents like this were unheard of. Kids often spent hours exploring the woods or swimming in the river, all without constant adult supervision, and parents had never been concerned. But those carefree days were now over. The uncertainty surrounding Gretchen's fate only deepened the community's sense of fear. Speculation began to spread. Some thought she might have run away, while others feared she may have drowned in the river. But the most chilling theory of all was the possibility that someone had abducted her. Parents quickly stopped allowing their children to go out alone. One woman even cut her daughter's long hair to make her look like a boy, hoping it would keep her safer. A town that had once been peaceful and secure was suddenly gripped by fear and uncertainty. Police began questioning anyone who might have had even the slightest connection to Gretchen's disappearance. These interviews led to several potentially valuable leads. One witness claimed to have seen a girl who looked like Gretchen near the church on the morning she went missing. A green station wagon had pulled up beside her, though the witness didn't see what happened after that. Another individual shared a similar account, but this time it involved a white Cadillac. Investigators pursued both tips, tracking down the owners of every vehicle in the area that matched those descriptions, but none could be tied to the case. Then, for days after Gretchen vanished, detectives received a fresh lead. A resident of Westchester, located 30 minutes away from Brummel, called the police and said that he had found children's shorts matching the description of Gretchen's clothing. Investigators immediately showed them to Gretchen's mother, but she said they didn't belong to her daughter. From then on, there was no progress in the case for several weeks. The police called off the search operation and focused on the investigation. They continued interviewing people, following up on any available leads, but with each passing day, their hope of finding Gretchen alive diminished. This continued for 2 months until October 14th, when a chilling call came in to the police. A man went for a jog in a large national park about a 20-minute drive from Brummel. There, he noticed something strange in the bushes. At first, he didn't realize what it was, but when he came closer, he suddenly realized it was a human body. He immediately ran to the park rangers to inform them of the discovery, and they called the police. Officers quickly realized the remains were those of a child, but due to the extent of decomposition, identifying the child was extremely challenging. Detectives assumed it might be Gretchen, so they showed her parents photos of the clothing, which had been left carefully folded next to the remains. Gretchen's mother immediately confirmed they belonged to her daughter because she had made those clothes herself. Soon, forensic experts confirmed it was indeed Gretchen by matching the remains with her dental records. They also determined that the cause of death was multiple severe blows to the head, and the case was reclassified as a homicide. Due to the level of decomposition, they couldn't determine any other details, including whether the victim had been sexually assaulted. Moreover, DNA analysis didn't exist in 1975, so investigators were once again left without any clues. News of the murder reignited the attention of the local community, and the police began receiving even more tips. People realized that a dangerous criminal could still be somewhere among them, so everyone wanted to see the perpetrator brought to justice as soon as possible. Investigators received dozens of tips about suspicious men spotted in the park area where Gretchen's body was found, but all these tips led to dead ends. They also checked everyone living within a few-mile radius who had a history of violent crimes, but this yielded no results either. Several months after the discovery of the body, the case completely stalled, and there were no developments since then. Over the following years, the investigation was reopened from time to time. Detectives reviewed all available tips and leads, but each time it ended nowhere. The main problem was that detectives had no evidence at all. Even when the police began using DNA analysis, it didn't help in this particular case because no foreign samples were found on Gretchen's remains or her clothing. As a result, the case remained unsolved for many decades. It was occasionally mentioned in newspapers and featured on TV, but only in recent years did Gretchen's murder once again reignite wide public attention. 2 journalists, Joanna and Mike, decided to write a book about the crime. They worked on it for several years, gathering all available information piece by piece and trying to uncover new facts. Both journalists grew up in Brummel and were roughly the same age as Gretchen at the time of her murder. Joanna, who was only 9 at the time, remembered it pretty well because it not only impacted her life, but also the entire town. After Gretchen's disappearance, children could no longer roam the streets or leave home. Children could no longer roam the streets or leave home unsupervised. They all feared that the perpetrator might strike again, and this fear haunted them for many years. Even young children couldn't help but feel how their lives had suddenly changed, so they all felt that the perpetrator was. Children couldn't help but feel how their lives had suddenly changed, so they all remembered Gretchen's murder throughout the years. To write the book, Joanna and Mike secured access to the case documents and spoke with many individuals involved in the case. They carefully pieced together the events of those days, detailing the entire story. This book was released in 2022 and immediately attracted significant attention to the case. However, its major impact came months later when a woman contacted the police to discuss Gretchen's case. She met with the leading detective to tell her story. The woman said that she was 10 years old at the time of the murder and lived in Havertone, just a short distance from Gretchen's home. She was friends with Gretchen and her older sisters, as well as numerous other kids in the area. She often slept over at her friends' houses. And one night, something horrifying happened. While she was staying at the house of two sisters, she woke up in the middle of the night to someone touching her. When she opened her eyes, she saw their father in front of her, who quickly left the room. She was afraid to tell anyone about it, and stayed in this house for another night. The same thing happened again. Her friend's father entered the bedroom and started touching her. The following morning, she finally told one of the sisters what had happened. To her surprise, she answered that it happened quite frequently. The girl also said that her father sometimes came to her sister at night. When she returned home, she told her parents everything. However, instead of going to the police, they simply prohibited her from visiting her friend's house anymore. And all of this happened just a week before Gretchen's disappearance. After telling her story, the woman finally disclosed the name of this man. It was David Zanstra, the same pastor who taught at the Sunday school. But that wasn't the end of her story. She also revealed that a month after Gretchen's disappearance, one of her friends was twice approached by a man who attempted to abduct her. The girl refused to get into his car and later told her friends that it was Zanstra who tried to lure her somewhere. To corroborate her statement, the woman showed detectives her personal diary from that time. On September 15, 1975, she wrote about her friend's plea to keep it a secret, fearing that David Zanstra might harm her. After receiving this information, the police immediately reopened the investigation. Upon reviewing the case materials, detectives uncovered several suspicious facts that indirectly implicated David. As we remember, it was he who reported Gretchen's disappearance to the police. The pastor provided investigators with a detailed description of her clothing: dark blue zip-up shorts with front studs and pockets without zippers or buttons. He also mentioned that she wore a white top with her hair in braids. At the same time, he claimed not to have seen Gretchen that day. This raised a reasonable question. How could he know what clothes she wore that morning? Especially since, after her body was found, David's descriptions were confirmed, she was wearing those exact clothes. The detectives also learned that the Sunday school classes started about 50 minutes late because Zanstra didn't show up at the church at the usual time. It meant that he would have had enough time to abduct Gretchen, murder her, dispose of her body in the park, and return to the church to begin his lessons. According to David's testimony, which he provided right after Gretchen's disappearance, he drove some of the children in his van to her father's church after the Sunday school classes. He insisted he didn't see Gretchen that morning and only noticed her absence when her father brought it to his attention. Another intriguing fact was that David, along with his wife and 3 children, moved to another state just a few months after the disappearance. The pastor also owned several vehicles, one of which was a green station wagon. As we recall, a witness told the police they saw a similar vehicle approaching a girl near the church on the day Gretchen disappeared. Piecing together all this information, the detectives decided to speak with the man. At that time, he was 83 years old and lived in Georgia, so they drove there. On July 17, 2023, they met with him at the police station and began questioning him. When Zanstra realized the detectives suspected him of murder, he began to deny everything, asking them what exactly they got against him. They told him they had the testimony of a woman he had touched during a sleepover at his house, as well as a story about him molesting his own daughters. Upon hearing this, David was stunned, and pretty soon his demeanor changed completely. Understanding that his dirty secrets were exposed, he stopped denying, and 48 years after the murder, he began to speak. According to his account, that morning he drove to Gretchen's father's church in his green American motor station wagon and saw the girl leaving her house. Waiting until there were no witnesses around, he approached her and offered her a ride. Without any hesitation, Gretchen got into his car. She knew David well because their families were friends, and she was also on her way to his Sunday school classes. But instead of taking her to the church, he drove her to a deserted park area, stopped the car, and told her to undress. Gretchen refused and said she wanted to go home, so Zanstra struck her several times on the head, causing her to lose consciousness. The pastor removed her clothes, satisfied himself, and then drove her to another park. Unable to find a pulse on her, he carried her body into the bushes and covered it with branches. After that, David drove back to the church to start his classes. Upon hearing his confession, the police arrested Zanstra for Gretchen's murder and extradited him to Pennsylvania. He was placed in jail awaiting trial. But for the police, this was just the beginning of a much deeper investigation. Considering that Zanstra had assaulted at least several girls, detectives strongly believed that there were likely other victims. The situation was worsened by the fact that the man worked as a pastor in many different cities and states for decades, so he could have committed numerous other crimes. Most of the time, he worked with children, and he was deeply respected in society, which could have allowed him to avoid any suspicions. But now, when the truth finally came out, detectives took his DNA sample and began searching for matches in other unsolved cases. They also looked into unsolved disappearances of girls in the cities where David had been working. Unfortunately, it didn't take long to find the first possible connection. Investigators soon connected Gretchen's case to another disturbing disappearance, that of 4-year-old Amanda Campbell, who went missing in California in 1991. Like Gretchen, Amanda had stepped outside her home in a quiet neighborhood and then vanished without a trace. At the time, David Zanstra was serving as a pastor in that very neighborhood. While there is currently no concrete evidence linking him to Amanda's case, police note the chilling similarities between the two incidents and believe he could be involved. Authorities are also looking into his potential connection to other crimes. Since this is an active and ongoing investigation, more information is likely to emerge in the coming months. As for the trial concerning Gretchen's murder, proceedings have not yet begun. There's a possibility that David's legal team may try to delay the trial or even advise him to withdraw his confession. If that happens, the case could stretch on for years, and there's no certainty he'll live long enough to hear the final judgment. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Long. Australia is a continent renowned for its stunning natural landscapes, including sandy beaches, vast deserts, and areas of bushland. Despite its wild beauty, it is also one of the most urbanized nations, home to major cities like Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, and Perth. Snapper Point, a protected area near Fraser Park Beach and close to Catherine Hill Bay in New South Wales, is a notable spot. Its dramatic cliffs, composed entirely of jagged volcanic rock, draw adventurous visitors seeking remarkable photographs. On April 24, 2016, at approximately 10:30 a.m., a group of hikers at the base of the promontory spotted a large object floating on the water's surface. They alerted the authorities, who soon arrived and retrieved the item. On inspection, police discovered the body of an unidentified woman who had sustained multiple injuries, suggesting a violent assault. Though her identity remained unknown, media reports described her as an Asian woman, aged between 20 and 35, and of average height. 5 years earlier, in the northern Sichuan province of China, 20-year-old Meng Miling departed from a major airport amidst a heavy downpour. With tears in her eyes, she bid an emotional farewell to her beloved mother. Since the death of her father in February 2008, her mother had become the most important person in her life. Meng Miling was heading to Australia, a distant land she had dreamed of studying in since childhood. After an 11-hour flight, she arrived in Sydney. It was the first time Meng had traveled such a long distance on her own, but her determination to pursue her goals helped her face the journey without hesitation. She was greeted at the airport by her aunt and her cousin, who was just 2 years younger than her. Meng settled in New South Wales, Australia's most populous state, where 1/3 of the nation's population resides. It was here that she began the early chapters of her new life. After arriving in Australia, Meng settled into a comfortable life with her 48-year-old aunt, her aunt's younger husband, Derek Barrett, and her cousin, all living together in a modest camping house. Meng had her own private room, where she spent most of her spare time. She was passionate about reading and drawing, often immersing herself in these hobbies for hours on end. To better adapt to life in a new country, Meng adopted the name Michelle. As Michelle Lang, she enrolled at the University of Technology, Sydney, where she excelled in her studies in economics and hospitality management. Michelle was a bright and driven young woman. She embraced new experiences and had a natural talent for making friends. Like many people her age, she frequently shared photos on social media. Images of her enjoying cocktails with friends and snapshots from her adventurous outings to risky, thrilling locations. Michelle had a bold, curious spirit and wasn't one to shy away from travel, whether it was a getaway to Hobart or spontaneous day trips around New South Wales. In recent weeks, she had posted videos from West Head Lookout near Sydney Harbour, pictures from Resolute Beach to the north, Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park, and even from Varee Beach along the south coast. On June 13, 2013, she visited Snapper Point and fearlessly took a photo of herself standing at the edge of a cliff, a striking image she later shared on Instagram, one that would later seem hauntingly prophetic. Michelle thrived in her new environment. She performed well academically, formed new friendships, and secured a part-time job. Eager to build a personal life as well, she actively used dating websites and went on casual dates. Her days were full. She attended university classes, worked in the evenings, and spent her weekends socializing or exploring interesting places. On April 21, 2016, she met a friend at a shopping mall. They had lunch together and did some shopping before Michelle boarded a train. She disembarked at Campsie Station around 4:30 p.m. and then vanished without a trace. 2 days later, Derek went to the station to pick up his wife, who was returning from a business trip. Michelle's aunt asked Derek about her niece, but he said he hadn't seen her in 2 days. At the time, Derek Barrett was unemployed and often stayed up late using the computer, typically waking only in the afternoon. So it was obvious that he might not have seen Michelle. But the situation was such that nobody had seen Michelle since April 22nd, and her phone was switched off. Having called all Michelle's acquaintances and friends, the aunt became even more worried. She inspected the girl's room, but it was in complete order as always. After looking through the girl's laptop, the family concluded that Michelle had not returned from her date, and perhaps something had happened to her. Michelle's absence was quite unusual, as she was in daily contact with friends and family members living in China and Australia. The next day, Michelle's aunt and her husband, Derek, went to the police station and filed a missing persons report. They also reported Michelle Lung's disappearance to the Chinese embassy. On April 24, 2016, the body of an unidentified woman wrapped in a plastic bag was found by a group of tourists at Snapper Point. As Michelle's relatives in China and Australia searched for her, local news channels carried a report of the woman's body being found. A compiled sketch of the victim aired left no doubt. Michelle had been found. It took the police 3 days to identify her after they made a sketch of her. From that point on, Michelle Lang was officially listed as a missing person. An investigation was launched. After interviewing close relatives living with Michelle, the first theory was that Michelle had been attacked by an unknown guy who Michelle had planned to meet that day. On CCTV cameras restored the movements of the girl on the day of disappearance. But on surveillance cameras and on a short train journey, Michelle was alone. According to her friends, she had no plans to meet anyone that day and was in a hurry to get home. Reviewing social networks and correspondence of the girl did not confirm the presence of a young man with whom she could meet. The version about a secret stranger who could have committed the crime was not confirmed. The results of forensic examination were expected. The autopsy confirmed that Michelle's body had multiple injuries. She had most likely tried to fight off her attacker and suffered multiple stab wounds. Police Chief Inspector Gary Jubelin said the interpretation of the situation is that Michelle was brutally assaulted before her death, but she was spotted on her way home and did not go out anywhere else. So who could have attacked her with such atrocity? The inspector also noted that most likely the perpetrator had deliberately chosen a very lonely area of such a beautiful place. After all, the body was found in an area frequented by tourists and fishermen, but the place was somewhat isolated. Forensics found that Michelle Lung's body had been in the water for no more than 48 hours, and more likely much less, meaning that the body had been dumped quite recently. The chief inspector of police said that although the location where the body was found was far from the entrance to the national park, there was a parking lot near the tourist attraction, and so it was possible that the body had been taken there by car. Homicide detectives studied CCTV and traffic cameras to determine Michelle Lang's last movements. They continued to contact her family members, friends, and co-workers for additional information. Also, in addition to the search efforts, interviews continued with relatives and acquaintances in the hope of reconstructing a picture of the event and establishing the full picture of relationships in the family where Michelle lived. Police Inspector Gary Jubilant said with certainty that from all the information that has been collected about Michelle, she was very responsible, always stayed in touch with her family, informing them where she was going. So there were serious fears that there was trouble when she disappeared. However, for 2 days, none of the family noticed the girl was missing or simply didn't want to notice. Police called Derek Barrett in for questioning as the last person to see Michelle alive. Investigators were skeptical of his accounts of nightlife and long daytime naps, so he was re-interviewed. The investigators began asking questions about his relationship with Michelle and asked him to remember the last time he had seen her. Unable to withstand the pressure of the interrogation, Derek refused to answer the questions and demanded a lawyer. Such strange and uncertain behavior led to a number of doubts, and Derek was arrested as a suspect. However, the arrest had grounds. On the eve of the interrogation, investigators checked his cell phone signal and found that he was in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. When police obtained surveillance footage from a parking lot that captured a car matching the description of Derek Barrett's vehicle in the early morning hours of April 24th, there was no doubt that he was there. Derek denied and claimed to the last that it was just a coincidence and the car was not his, but the footage was clear enough to prove his presence in the parking lot. Police have charged a man in the death of 25-year-old Michelle Lang, whose naked body with multiple stab wounds was found in a blowhole on the central NSW coast. A 27-year-old man has been arrested and charged with murder. The news of the arrest and charge against Derek has left Michelle's entire family in shock. Police spoke to Michelle's mother, who was devastated by the news of her daughter's death. She rushed to Sydney to see the very scene of her only daughter's dream and death. The woman was still unable to comprehend her death. Derek Barrett, 27, married to Michelle Lang's aunt, was charged with the 25-year-old student's murder after police released CCTV footage capturing her last shopping trip in Sydney's Central Business District on April 21st and her drive home. The footage shows her shopping at a Pitt Street mall before boarding a train at St. James Station for a ride to Campsie in Sydney's southwest. Police believe Michelle returned to her family home in Campsie in the afternoon, where she lived with her uncle, aunt, and cousin. She is presumed to have been murdered in her home. Recall that the autopsy revealed that Michelle tried to fight off her attacker and was stabbed several times in defense, stabbing her more than 30 times in total. CCTV footage is believed to have captured a vehicle entering Lake Momoric National Park at around 7 a.m. on April 24th. Police claim Michelle Lang's body was inside the vehicle. Despite Derek Barrett being detained and charged, the investigation continued. Gradually, other details of Michelle Lang's final minutes of life surfaced. Based on these, further charges were laid, including 5 counts of indecent assault, 2 counts of installing a filming device, and murder. The investigation revealed that the suspect had an unhealthy sexual interest in his wife's young niece. When Derek Barrett's cell phone was seized and handed over to specialists to analyze and recover previously deleted data, the files found on the phone left no doubt that he was not only involved in Michelle's death, but had an unhealthy interest in her. It transpired that Derek had set up a hidden camera in the shared bathroom hidden behind toiletries and regularly reviewed the footage. The phone also contained images taken just before Michelle's death. Following these images, it was apparent that Michelle had returned home on April 21st around 5 p.m. and around midnight. She sent her last text message from her phone and had not been heard from since. Deep into the night, Derek Barrett began to put his devious plan into action. He entered Michelle's room again when she was asleep to perform the now customary shoot and satisfaction. But the girl woke up and Derek attacked her. He tied her up and put duct tape over her mouth to keep her quiet. The pervert kept her tied to the bed for 2 days and periodically abused her. In photos on his phone, investigators saw Michelle bound and naked, lying on the bed with a look of horror on her face. However, in these photos, Michelle did not yet have the injuries from which she died. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. on April 23rd, and at that time, Michelle was alive. During the day of April 23rd, Derek's stepson Derek came home twice and did not hear Michelle's quiet moans. Derek was taking a shower at the time. Surveillance cameras determined that Derek left the apartment 4 times to take out the trash. Presumably by this time, Michelle was already dead, and Derek, having showered and washed off traces of blood, thoroughly cleaned the house, hiding traces of the crime and Michelle's disappearance. On April 24th at 7 a.m., Derek drove to Snapper Point. On his way, He stopped at a gas station where he bought drinks and filled his car with gasoline. That's where he was caught on CCTV cameras. Upon arriving at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some pictures around 9 a.m. Afterwards, Derek visited his parents, who noticed nothing unusual in his behavior, and then returned home to await his wife's return. With absolute equanimity, he reported several times that he had not seen Michelle, that the girl had not returned home, and cynically accompanied his wife to the police station to file a missing persons report. On June 29, 2016, the first court hearing was held. Barrett's lawyer, Bill Whitby, told Burwood local court that Barrett was pleading not guilty, and he was as shocked and upset by Michelle's death as the rest of the family. Michelle Lung's friends and family were in the packed courtroom, but Derek Barrett did not need to be present. He appeared later via video link. The fact is that the day before, the defendant reported that he didn't remember much in the hours before he killed Michelle Lang because he had taken illegal drugs the day before. He also told the court that he had only vague memories of the 2-hour trip to Snapper Point, where he threw Michelle Lung's body off the cliff. On this basis, before attending the court hearing, Derek Barrett was examined by a psychologist. However, forensic psychologist Dr. Richard First disputed the defendant's claims of memory loss. He testified and found Derek Barrett mentally fit to be punished to the full extent of his sentence. Dr. First testified that the drugs the suspect was taking did not cause memory loss. The doctor claimed that all of his actions were clear and purposeful, from the murder to the disposal of the body. Respected forensic psychiatrist Dr. Richard First also stated that Derek Barrett's IQ, concentration, and memory were within normal limits. He also did not believe Barrett's claims of memory loss, and said the number of stab wounds indicated sadistic tendencies rather than memory lapses and acting on emotions. The psychologist also rejected Derek Barrett's claim that he did not feel sexually attracted to the victim. He bound, gagged, and stabbed the girl 30 times, but Derek Barrett claimed he had no memory of this. Dr. Richard First also told the court that the accused faked amnesia to mitigate his responsibility for the crime, after he claimed he could not remember the period when he apprehended and killed Michelle Lang. Speaking at the trial, Derek Barrett tried to explain his crime by claiming that he was addicted to illegal drugs. However, this fact was also challenged by the doctor. Richard First pointed out that Derek's claim was self-defeating because it was obvious that the suspect had gained weight during that time period. Judge Wilson said that in his 30 years as a criminal defense attorney, he had never seen an obese, substance-dependent person. But unfortunately, there was nothing sincere about Derek Barrett's behavior in the courtroom in Sydney. Derek Barrett's behavior in court gave the impression of a psychopath. His crime was not the result of a drunken night out, some poor life choices, or childhood abuse. In August, at a retrial hearing, Derek Barrett pleaded guilty to murdering and kidnapping Michelle Lang, as well as twice sneaking into her room while she slept and making videos. He also admitted taking 19 explicit photos of Michelle Lang shortly before her death. Barrett said he could not remember the 48-hour period during which he killed the girl, including cleaning up the crime scene and dumping her body, because he was under the influence of illegal substances. He said his only memories were of an argument, blood in the bathroom, and the terrified face of his niece screaming at him. However, Judge Wilson said she did not believe Derek Barrett was telling the truth about his memory loss, nor did she believe he was truly sorry for what he had done. The Lang family consoled each other while Derek Barrett wiped away tears, telling them, "I deserve to live. This should never have happened." Passing sentence, Judge Helen Wilson went even further. She said it was a depraved and sadistic act committed by a person in a position of trust with Mrs. Lang. As the judge detailed Derek Barrett's fantasies and actions in front of a packed courtroom, he stared at the floor. He was no longer enjoying the attention, and it was abundantly clear that he had failed to fool anyone. Obviously, the events that had occurred must be seared into his brain, but the killer claimed they were nothing more than flashes in his memory, because he had taken drugs a day or two before. He never flinched once in the court sessions, repeating his victim's name over and over again. Speaking to the court, Chief Inspector Gary Jubilin of the NSW Police Homicide Unit said the crime was horrific and senseless. From an investigative point of view, it's nice that we got justice, but there's no joy in a case like this, he said. Judge Helen Wilson sentenced 28-year-old Derek Barrett to 34 years and 6 months in prison for his crime, with a maximum term of 46 years. He will be eligible for parole in February 1950. Barrett showed no emotion when he was sentenced. Michelle's mother, Mrs. Jiang, thanked the Australian and Chinese communities for their support at a time when she is suffering greatly. She also thanked the NSW police, including Detective Inspector Gary Jubelin of the Homicide Squad, for investigating her daughter's death. A fund has been set up to pay for Miss Lung's funeral and to support her mother when she returns to China. But Michelle Lung's sad story did not end there. For years after the crime, inexplicable events occurred in one family. A woman often visited her elderly mother, and on one of these visits, she found her sitting in a chair in the kitchen with an unknown USB device in her hands. When the daughter plugged the USB drive into her computer, she saw that it contained graphic videos and photos of obscene content and contacted the police. The thumb drive contained 9 video files that lasted more than an hour and 13 files, with photos of Michelle Lang being abused shortly before she was murdered on April 23, 2016. The woman had no discernible connection to Derek Barrett, lived about 4 miles from his former home in Campsie, and it is not known where the USB drive came from or how it came into her family home. Police were able to match the photos to those that Derek Barrett deleted from his phone before his arrest in an attempt to hide his crimes from police. In 2020, Derek Barrett was formally charged with multiple sexual offenses after videos of him abusing Michelle Lang were discovered on a USB drive in November 2019. However, both police and prosecutors acknowledged they were at a loss to explain how the device came to light. Prosecutor Hugh Baker told the court that the USB drive was somehow found by an elderly woman with dementia who was largely confined to her home and only occasionally ventured into the yard. The location of the discovery, a house in Strathfield, remains a mystery, with no clear explanation of how the device ended up there. Nevertheless, the newly uncovered evidence revealed the full extent of Barrett's abuse of Michelle prior to her murder. As a result, his sentence was extended, and he was denied the possibility of parole. This horrifying and depraved secret, uncovered purely by chance when a USB drive ended up in the hands of an elderly woman in a quiet Sydney suburb, led to Derek Barrett receiving a well-deserved extension to his already substantial prison sentence. Friends and acquaintances paid tribute to Michelle Lung across both Chinese and Australian social media platforms. Every tragedy invites reflection, prompting us to examine its parts in hopes of understanding whether, by altering the sequence of events, such acts of cruelty, fear, and violence can be prevented. In this case, it is clear that Derek Barrett, an unemployed man in the prime of his physical life, spent his days and nights idly at a computer. With no purpose or discipline, he allowed darkness to fester within him, until evil finally took control. Perhaps if Derek had been employed, he might not have had the energy or opportunity to give in to his twisted desires. But in this tragic story, a combination of Derek's idleness, Michelle's aunt's compassion, and her cousin's detachment created the conditions for a horrifying betrayal, one that subjected Michelle to 2 days of unimaginable fear, suffering, and violation. Dear friends, value your life and the lives of those around you, for none of us can know which day might be our last. Moving on to the next case. Nathan and Crystal Maddox. Sometimes, exes return, but the true danger lies not in their reappearance, but in the possibility that they come back armed. On January 18, 2014, a young couple exited a church hand in hand. It was a joyful day they had long awaited. Inside, the congregation remained, unaware of the horror about to unfold. The couple made their way to their parked car, intending to retrieve boxes of toys and gifts for their young daughter, who was still inside the church. But the quiet calm of a January afternoon was suddenly shattered by gunfire. One shot, then another, and another. The pair collapsed instantly, as if life had been switched off like spent batteries. Blood quickly spread across the pavement, turning the joyful scene into one of tragedy. Just minutes later, emergency services received a report of a double homicide in a church parking lot. As the sound of gunfire faded, people rushed outside, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Panic spread through the gathering crowd, while a small girl, who had been waiting for her gifts, cried uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the chaos. Though she had heard the gunshots like many others, she had been spared the sight of the tragedy. Police quickly secured the scene with tape and began a preliminary investigation. When paramedics arrived, there was nothing they could do. The two victims were already dead. They were identified as Nathan and Crystal Maddox, a young married couple. Now, we'll go back to the beginning, revisiting the lives of these two individuals and carefully exploring the circumstances that led to this devastating moment. We must also take the time to consider whether this heartbreaking outcome could have been prevented. When a person's mind becomes clouded by lies, betrayal, greed, fear, and darkness, they may descend into actions so vile that even their loved ones would struggle to comprehend them. In such cases, it's not uncommon for entire families to become entangled in the chaos, leading to the collapse of many lives. The story you're about to follow centers on the cold-blooded double murder of Nathan and Crystal Maddox. If you're ready to uncover every intricate detail of this chilling case, then let's begin. Our journey takes us to the state of Texas, specifically to the tiny town of Colmasneal in Tyler County. With a population of just 563, it's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else by name, or at least by face. In a town this close-knit, relationships often grow quickly, and it wasn't long before Nathan and Kristen's romance moved at a breakneck pace. The young couple had grown up on nearby streets, sharing the innocence of first love and their very first kiss. However, Kristen's parents disapproved of Nathan and did everything in their power to keep the two apart. Out of respect and loyalty to her parents, Kristen chose to end the relationship. But life had an unexpected twist. Kristen soon discovered she was pregnant. With few options left, and not wanting their daughter to face public judgment as a single mother, her parents reluctantly agreed to the marriage. Nathan and Kristen were wed in Texas, and not long after, they moved into their own home and welcomed their daughter, Madison. However, married life proved to be more challenging than romantic. Nathan found himself under pressure to financially support his growing family. The cost of owning and maintaining a home quickly added up, forcing Nathan to accept work far from home, which required him to travel to Montana. As a young husband and father, Nathan did his best to visit Kristen and Madison whenever he could. He regularly sent money home and believed he was building a stable, happy life for his family. In his mind, everything was as it should be. He loved Kristen, adored Madison, and thought they shared a perfect little family. That belief held strong until the day he returned home from Montana. The moment he stepped inside, he knew something was wrong. The house was nearly empty. Most of the belongings were gone. On the kitchen table lay a note. In a few cold lines, Kristen informed him that she was leaving. The reason she gave was unsettling. She claimed she no longer knew where her husband was, who he was with, or when he would return. Kristen claimed in her note that she was unhappy, but that statement was far from the truth. She was fully aware that Nathan was working in Montana to support their family. He called regularly to check on her and Madison, constantly asking about their well-being. He also sent money consistently. What hurt Nathan most was that she took Madison with her, and worse still, he was now forbidden from seeing his own daughter. Kristen's actions were deeply cruel. She went to the police and, using false claims, secured full custody of Madison. She accused Nathan of neglect and disinterest, despite knowing he had been actively involved and supportive. Nathan eventually learned that Kristen and Madison had moved back in with her parents. He made several attempts to visit his daughter, but the Westfall family refused to let him. They seemed pleased to have finally pushed away a son-in-law they had never approved of. As time went on, Nathan made the decision to move back to his hometown, hoping to be closer to Madison. He didn't stop trying to see her, but he realized that if he wanted real and consistent contact, he would need to fight for custody through the legal system. With the help of a lawyer, he began the difficult process of securing visitation rights. During this challenging chapter of his life, Nathan reconnected with Crystal, a familiar face from his past. The two had known each other since childhood, having gone to school together. Their lives had taken different paths during their teenage years. Crystal had moved to the city with dreams of earning a university degree, but just before graduating, she ended up getting married. Instead of pursuing the successful career she had once envisioned, Crystal found fulfillment in family life, raising 4 children. However, over time, Her marriage began to unravel, and eventually, she and her husband divorced. In 2011, Crystal returned to her hometown with her children. It was during this period that she and Nathan reconnected, two longtime friends brought back together when they each needed support the most. Nathan quickly grew fond of Crystal's children. He admired the way she engaged with them. Her boundless energy and warm, optimistic spirit lit up every room, like a fairy spreading joy. In 2013, Nathan and Crystal tied the knot. Nathan began working at the Lakin Industries warehouse, while Crystal launched a small business, opening a boutique that sold children's clothing under her own name, along with handmade jewelry. The business flourished, and their financial stability allowed them to hire a skilled attorney to help Nathan pursue legal rights to see his daughter, Madison. Fortunately, Madison took an instant liking to Crystal and was delighted to have a loving stepmother and new siblings in her life. The girl was completely happy in her father's home. This made Lita and Paula Westfall, Kristen's parents, completely resentful. They were very afraid of losing their only granddaughter. Back in 2012, Kristen Westfall, with the support of her parents, applied to the court for full custody of her daughter. The custody battle dragged on for a long 2 years. The Westfall family had hoped to get full custody very quickly, but Crystal's arrival in Nathan's life changed the whole picture of his existence. A full family, a home, and a good job made a strong case in court, and Nathan was granted visitation rights with his daughter. He was very happy and prepared to take his daughter away for the day. In October 2013, the judge allowed Nathan and Crystal to have supervised visits with Madison. On January 18, 2014, Nathan and Crystal arrived at Mount Carmel Church for Sunday service, after which they wanted to go for a walk with 6-year-old Maddie. They left the church a little earlier than the rest of the congregation to retrieve pre-prepared gifts for Madison from their car. Just a few steps later, 3 loud pops were heard. Nathan and Crystal were killed by fatal gunshot wounds to the head. The small town was shocked by the gratuitous execution of a young married couple. But as it later turned out, there was a reason after all. But why take 2 people's lives so brazenly and so brutally? The police arrived on the scene and meticulously investigated the scene. Nathan and Crystal had been shot in the head with a .30 caliber rifle, which was found at the scene along with .30 caliber shell casings. An autopsy later revealed that Nathan had also been shot in the thigh with a 20-gauge shotgun, leading investigators to assume that there were 2 shooters, as it is obvious that one person cannot shoot and reload at the same time. Investigators conducted a series of interviews with witnesses to gather information about the Maddox family and build their picture of what happened. They interviewed parishioners, acquaintances, and relatives of the slain family. But what surprised them most was the reaction of Nathan's ex-wife's family. Kristen and her parents were called to testify at the police station, as were the other witnesses. The further behavior of this family caused great surprise to the investigators. The Westfalls played up the tragedy too much, trying to hide their joy at the deaths that had occurred. Paul Westfall was so shocked that he went into a seizure, so much so that he couldn't believe the news of Nathan's death that he had to call emergency services. A grown man who had spent years trying to rid himself of Nathan's presence in his daughter's life was so upset that he had a seizure. Kristen was the first person interviewed, and her interview was a little creepy. She was the only one of the family to maintain a very calm and natural demeanor despite the fact that she and Nathan had been together for a long time and had a child together. Kristen continued to give some really weird details about him, trying to bring out only the negative aspects of her ex-husband. She reported that she knew who killed him. In Montana, Nathan was listed in dangerous motorcycle gangs. One day, one of the gang members showed up at Nathan's mother's house and threatened to kill him. This story checked out, but it remained an empty threat because of an accidentally broken motorcycle. And the gang itself turned out to be a common exaggeration to confuse the investigation. Also, as an alibi, Kristen said that on the day of the crime, she was at the grocery store with her father, Paul, a couple miles from the church, after which they both went home. Surveillance footage at 10:57 a.m. confirmed their presence at the grocery store. Paul Westfall told the exact same story, but Paul was a hunter and had a firearm in his arsenal. So his hands were tested for traces of gunpowder, but the result was negative. But until now, his reaction to the death of Nathan, whom he sincerely hated and never hid it, seemed to the investigators very strange and played. It left a sliver of doubt in his sincerity. Interviews with loved ones over a short period of time helped investigators discover that Nathan Maddox was involved in a custody battle over his daughter with his ex-wife, Kristen Westphal, and her family. After a long and bitter dispute in court, he was close to retaining custody, something that none of the Westphal family members strongly wanted. Such a desperate battle between the parties may well have been cause for reprisal. But the police had no concrete evidence to arrest any member of the Westphal family. The family consisted of 4 people, and 2 people were the shooters. Investigators had yet to be convinced of their story and figure out which family member pulled the trigger, taking the lives of 2 people, or whether a hired killer did it. The investigators took a different path and decided to act through the main protagonist of the controversy, little Madison Maddox. After all, her safety was at stake. She continued to be with a family that could pose a threat to her. Police officers, along with Child Protective Services, CPS, came to remove the girl from the home, but faced a wave of protest and rage. The behavior of the older Westphal family entailed a search of the home. What the police later found in the house shocked them. A gun was stored on a shelf in an easily accessible place in the room. The culmination of the search was the illegal drugs scattered around the house. It turns out that in 2013, Kristen Westphal was charged and arrested for possession of a controlled substance. The arrests were repeated, which clearly indicated that Kristen couldn't be a good mother to Madison. When Kristen went to jail in early 2013, her parents were granted temporary custody of their daughter and would not allow Nathan to see her while their granddaughter was in their custody. However, despite Child Protective Services prohibitions, Kristen continued to live in the house with her young daughter in the same room and slept in the same bed with her. Even in 2014, with the injunctions in place, Kristen continued to live with the rest of her family and had daily access to her daughter, despite being ordered by the court to move. After a search of the Westphals' home, where a used syringe with residue of illegal substances was found on a dresser and a gun on the nightstand next to Kristen's bed, little Madison was taken into temporary custody, and additional evidence found led to the Westphals' arrest. State authorities wanted the girl placed in foster care and said they found supplies for illegal drugs in the Westphals' home, as well as a gun on a nightstand within easy reach of the girl. Child Protective Services was involved in the Madison Maddox custody case. In March 2014, less than 2 months after the tragic murder outside the church, authorities made 4 arrests. Kristen Westphal, 29, her younger brother Cameron, and her parents Paul and Lita Westphal were arrested. There was no direct evidence of their guilt in the Maddox murder. Cross-examinations didn't produce the desired result either. So the police had to go for a little trickery to put the squeeze on the most vulnerable member of the Westphal family. That was 18-year-old Cameron. He was told that if proven guilty, all members of his family would face life imprisonment, and the direct killers would face the death penalty. Cameron was young and kind-hearted. He was very scared and quickly agreed to cooperate with the investigation, revealing all the details of what happened. The crime against the young couple, Maddox, turned out to be carefully pre-planned by the family gang in order to permanently exclude Nathan from the role of father. Shortly after the shooting episode, it was revealed that Nathan and his ex-wife Kristen, with the help of her family, had been secured a nasty custody disagreement over their 5-year-old daughter, Madison. The long and costly legal battle was to end well for Nathan. The Westphals were concerned and carefully plotted a scheme to remove him from Madison's life. Nathan wanted to take care of his daughter alone, but the Westphals were not interested in letting her go even to see her father, let alone give him the girl permanently. The Westphals were very hurt by the fact that the former son-in-law had settled down in life and was living a good life. Thus, when the judge allowed him multiple visitations, it became obvious that he could win the trial, which led to Kristen coming up with an original idea to get rid of him once and for all. At first, Kristen tried to find someone to kill her ex-husband. When that failed, she and her father decided to do it themselves. On Sunday afternoon, the family often attended church, and the day of January 18th was no exception. Lita Westphal and little Madison drove to the appointed time for the service. Afterwards, she had to hand the girl over to her father. In the meantime, Kristen and Paul went to a distant store and posed as customers to get on CCTV cameras to create a solid alibi. But they miscalculated the timing. Each family member had their own responsible role to play. For the entire interval, they communicated by text message, updating each other on the Maddox's movements. Letha, who had attended the service, informed Paul as Nathan and Crystal prepared to leave the church. She also called 911 immediately after the murder. Cameron took an active role in concealing the evidence. He discarded the gun used after his sister and father shot the newlyweds in the head near a remote church. He drove to a lake where he discarded the bag of weapons. Cameron soon agreed to cooperate with authorities and revealed that Kristen originally came up with the idea, and the family went along. He also pointed out to investigators the location where he had discarded the murder weapons. Divers later retrieved said items, which confirmed Cameron's words. The police detained 29-year-old Kristen, her brother Cameron, and her parents, Paul and Letha Westfall, and charged them with organized crime. Thus, Kristen and Paul pulled the trigger, with Cameron and Letha acting as willing accomplices. Given that Letha was at the church at the time of the incident, it was obvious that she was not responsible for the shots that killed Nathan and Crystal Maddox. However, phone records showed that she was responsible for informing her daughter and spouse of the couple's whereabouts, and that she informed them as they left the church. While Kristen and Paul were the ones who fired the bullets, Letha and her son Cameron participated in the crime intentionally. The trial was very loud and lengthy. Each member of the Westfall family was tried separately. Paul Westfall continued to act out his seizures, so he was found mentally unfit and remained in a state psychiatric hospital for a while for evaluation. In May 2014, a judge found Paul incompetent, but that verdict was overturned 4 months later. With Paul and Letha facing the death penalty for the murders of Nathan and Crystal Maddox, they had little choice but to agree to a mutually beneficial plea bargain with the DA's office. To avoid the death penalty, Paul was forced to take a plea bargain with the prosecution. He pleaded guilty to the charges, and thus was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Letha also took a plea bargain with the investigation. Instead of going to trial, she pleaded guilty to participating in organized criminal activity. Letha will not be eligible for parole until 2046. She is currently incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, but will be eligible for parole in 2044. At the time of sentencing, Letha Westfall was 54 years old, so she will likely die in prison. Kristen is the third member of the Westfall family to stand trial in this case. Throughout the entire court hearing, Kristen pleaded not guilty. To all the accusations against her, she replied that her whole family was crazy. She was the only one who was sincere about it. When her entire family, Letha, Paul, and Cameron, came to the trial and testified against her, she couldn't say anything to their faces. In August 2016, the final trial and sentencing for Kristen Westfall began. The motive for killing Nathan and Crystal Maddox was custody of Madison Maddox. Kristen adamantly did not want Nathan to see Maddie whenever he wanted. She did not want to give him the privilege because she could not see him happy. She wanted to control her daughter and father's communication herself. And through the child, she wanted to control everything he did and everything he felt. The trial took over a week. In the end, with overwhelming evidence against her, it took the jury 8 hours to find her guilty of capital murder. In a Brazos County courtroom, attorneys and the judge considered final motions for the woman. Kristen was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole nearly 9 months before her father pleaded guilty and received an identical sentence in May 2017. Kristen Westfall is currently incarcerated at the William Hobby Women's Prison in Falls County, Texas. While Paul, Letha, and Kristen Westfall were ultimately charged with 2 counts of murder, officials only charged the youngest member of the family, Cameron, with 2 counts of tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. Cameron Westfall pleaded guilty to 2 counts of third-degree tampering with evidence. The judge deferred sentencing contingent upon Cameron Westfall testifying against his family. He faced up to 10 years in prison on each charge. It was reported that he had nothing to do with the actual shooting, and that his mother was also not involved because she was at the church when the crime occurred. However, phone records show that she texted her husband and daughter as the Maddoxes were preparing to go home. Currently, Cameron is incarcerated at the Huntsville Correctional Facility in Huntsville, Texas, where he is expected to remain until his expected release date in 2025. Cameron was very indifferent to the crime, and he really had nothing to do with the crime. As he claims, Paul allegedly just happened to come home, handed Cameron 2 guns, and told him to throw them away. But the investigation didn't rule out that Cameron knew a little more than he was saying. After all, Cameron lived in the house with his family, and he simply couldn't have not heard about Kristen and Paul's plans to kill the Maddox family. And if he was an unspoken witness to the plot after all, why didn't he go to the police or even try to stop his family? So ended the story of a double murder at the house of God in a close-knit community that shook the entire state of Texas to its core. Recall that on January 18, 2014, Nathan and Crystal Maddox were shot and killed right outside the gates of Mount Carmel Baptist Church near Combs Neal. After waiting for a legal and supervised visitation with his 5-year-old daughter from a previous marriage, it soon became clear that the girl's biological mother, Kristen Westfall, and her entire family, brother Cameron and parents Lloyd Paul and Lita Westfall, were behind the crime. This case was complicated. The community demanded justice. Lloyd Paul, Lita, and Cameron Westfall made a deal with the investigation. After agreeing to testify against his sister, Cameron took a plea bargain. He pleaded guilty to a lesser charge, 2 counts of tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. In 2016, a judge sentenced Cameron to 10 years in prison and his mother received a life sentence. The following year, a judge sentenced Lloyd Paul to life in prison. He avoided the death penalty by pleading guilty to first-degree murder. Under the plea agreement, he would not be able to appeal the sentence. The crime family's protagonist, Kristen Westfall, received a life sentence without parole. In a fateful decision by her mother, Madison Maddox lost her father and will likely never see the grandparents who cared for her and perhaps even loved her. Time after the Westfall family was sentenced, the legal battle for custody of Madison Maddox continues. Nathan Maddox's father, Jim, has since filed a petition to become the primary guardian of his granddaughter. A huge number of people die in custody battles every year. What's most heartbreaking is that the children were not given better lives. They were left as orphans, carrying emotional wounds that may never fully heal. In a town known for its religious devotion, where church was a central part of life, it's shocking how easily such violence could unfold. Under the guise of protecting Madison, the older members of the Westfall family carried out their daughter's wishes and played a part in this horrific act. But what did they truly hope to achieve? From everything we've seen, Nathan was not a cruel or harmful person. He didn't deserve what was done to him. Nathan deeply loved his daughter and genuinely tried to be a devoted father. It's clear that beyond the custody battle, much of the resentment stemmed from the fact that he had moved on, building a new life, free from conflict and crime, and finding true happiness with Crystal. He had achieved a stable, loving relationship, something he lacked with Kristen. This seemed to fuel her bitterness, which she managed to spread throughout her entire family, turning them against him. If this were only about custody, they wouldn't have gone so far as to murder Nathan's new wife. That alone speaks volumes. The custody battle over Madison had actually begun before Nathan and Crystal became a couple. In truth, there's only one true victim in the entire conflict between the Westfall and Maddox families, and that's Madison. One can only hope that as she grows older, she won't be burdened by the selfishness and manipulation of the adults who claim to love her. Because if they truly cared about her well-being, they would have put their pride aside and worked toward a peaceful resolution for her sake. Instead, they acted out of ego, not love. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.